I'll never drive against traffic again. The intense impact still seemed to linger deep in his bones. The man sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for breath, his eyes still filled with terror and regret. Even now, he was still reeling from the shock of being thrown into the air. The screech of brakes seemed to still echo in his ears. That out-of-control truck. The blinding headlights. And the despairing feeling of being thrown through the air and weightless as you were hit. To earn more money and ease the burden on his family, he deliberately took on several extra food delivery orders. He just wanted to take a shortcut and deliver the orders as quickly as possible. But unexpectedly, the next second, he was hit and thrown into the air by a large truck. It's over, Qin Zheng thought, his face deathly pale. He had originally wanted to ease his parents' burden, but now not only could he not help, he would likely only add to their burden. Was he really lying in a hospital now? After regaining his senses, he quickly looked down to check his body, but the scene that came into view made him freeze on the spot. At this moment, he was wearing a dark gold imperial robe, embroidered with a majestic and ancient five-clawed golden dragon. He was sitting on a magnificent antique bed carved with dragon patterns, surrounded by resplendent, antique palace furnishings. Where is this? Ah! Qin Zheng's heart was instantly filled with confusion and unease. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a vast and unfamiliar memory suddenly flooded his mind, and the intense pain made him involuntarily press his temples. After fully absorbing all the memories, he finally understood his current predicament. After being hit and killed by a truck, he was reborn in an ancient, alternate world, becoming the emperor of the Qin dynasty, wielding supreme power and controlling the lives of millions of his subjects. It sounds amazing. But the reality is quite the opposite. This so-called emperor's identity is nothing more than that of a complete tool. This is not an ordinary ancient world, but a cultivation world where the strong can fly and teleport, and sex reigns supreme over imperial power. The so-called Great Qin Empire is nothing more than a puppet state supported by the Lingxi Sect. To put it bluntly, the purpose of the Great Qin dynasty was simply to collect taxes, train disciples, and supply resources for the Lingxi Sect. The so-called emperor was nothing more than a dog kept by the Lingxi Sect. The Qin dynasty is now teetering on the brink of collapse. The court is riddled with factions, corrupt officials hold sway, and countless forces are colluding with each other. The regional princes, each commanding 1,000,000 soldiers, completely disregarded the emperor. He held no real power in the court, merely a puppet to be manipulated. Externally, several surrounding empires were also eyeing Qin covetously, and could launch an attack at any time. When others transmigrate, they either enjoy a life of luxury or awaken cheat codes or golden fingers. Why did he, on the other hand, start in hell? This series of cold and cruel realities instantly filled Qin Zheng with despair. Just as he was sinking into utter despair, a clear system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding detected that the host has transmigrated into the Endless Continent and become the Emperor. The Attribute Troop Rebirth Pool system has been successfully activated. Currently, 10 powerful units with light and shadow attributes can be summoned, and the number of units will be automatically refreshed daily. After a unit kills an enemy, the energy gained will be fed back to the host, which can help the host break through the realm quickly. After a unit kills an enemy, it will automatically obtain blood crystals and alien crystals. Blood crystals can be used to upgrade units. The higher the unit level, the more units can be summoned each day, with no upper limit. The alien crystal can be used to unlock higher-tier unit attributes such as time, space, soul, and destruction. Please strive to survive and dominate this world. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Zheng's despair instantly vanished. The next second, his face lit up with wild joy, and he couldn't help but burst into unrestrained laughter. For at that moment, he saw hope for survival and an opportunity to rise again. He plans to use the system to summon powerful units with light and shadow attributes, allowing these units to eliminate enemies for him, obtain blood crystals and alien crystals, and at the same time quickly improve his own strength to have sufficient self-defense capabilities. Next, he will continue to upgrade his troops, increase the number of daily summons, unlock more and more powerful attribute troops, and build an invincible legion that will strike fear into the hearts of the entire world.
He intends to purge the treacherous officials and traitors from the court step by step, saving the Qin Empire from its near collapse. He also aims to destroy the Lingxi Sect and completely rid himself of his puppet emperor status. Finally, conquer this other world, become its sole ruler, and completely reverse your destiny. Qin Zheng quickly brought up the system panel. Identity: Qin Zheng, Emperor of Qin, Attribute Troop Rebirth Pool, Light and Shadow Attribute -1 level. Note: a level 1 Light and Shadow Attribute Rebirth Pool can breed 10 Light and Shadow Attribute units per day. To upgrade to the next level, you need 500 blood crystals. Note: after upgrading the Attribute Unit Rebirth Pool, there is a certain probability of obtaining special skills and special units. Light and Shadow Attribute units can hide in light and walk with the light. They can also hide in darkness and shadows, accompany the darkness, and kill without a trace. If this ability were used for assassination, it would be ridiculously powerful. Imagine a shadow unit lurking in the shadows behind an enemy and launching a sudden attack. Who could defend against that? Whether day or night, it can launch attacks anytime, anywhere. Even the most powerful expert would likely find it difficult to withstand. It's practically a born assassination weapon. Just imagining that scene made Qin Zheng excited. The attribute reincarnation pool is full of energy. Should we breed troops? The system information template quickly displayed yes and no options. Qin Zheng chose yes almost without hesitation. Just how powerful were the light and shadow attribute units? This was something he was incredibly eager to know. Just then, a palace maid who was guarding outside the palace heard his laughter and hurriedly came in, asking cautiously, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Qin Zheng didn't say much, but simply ordered in a deep voice, "All of you, step back! No one is allowed to enter without my decree." Upon hearing this, the palace maids dared not disobey. After all, Qin Zheng was, after all, the emperor of the Qin Empire, and he still wielded considerable power over ordinary people. After all the palace maids had left, a massive jade pool suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Silvery white water, like moonlight, flowed within it. As the water rippled, 10 spheres of light slowly rose. The next moment, 10 streaks of light landed before Qin Zheng's bed, transforming into 10 soldiers clad in silver armor. They were completely covered from head to toe in armor. Only a pair of eyes emitting a ghostly light were visible. "Greetings, Master!" 10 troops simultaneously knelt respectfully. Light and Shadow Attribute Troops, 10 initial level, Foundation Establishment Level 5, level can be increased by acquiring energy, skill, light and shadow follow. It can be used for assassination, capable of assassinating any target below the Sea Transformation Realm, and has a chance to assassinate Sea Transformation Realm experts. The higher the unit's realm, the stronger its attributes and abilities, with no upper limit to growth. A template of information about light and shadow attribute troops appeared before Qin Zheng once again. The words, "capable of assassinating those at the Sea Transformation Realm," made him even more excited. Even at the initial stage, they've already reached the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, and can even assassinate opponents of higher levels. If they continue to level up, wouldn't they be able to kill even Celestial Realm experts? With these luminous soldiers, what is there to fear from the Spirit Stream sect? "Show me your abilities!" Qin Zheng immediately gave the order. Without the slightest hesitation, the 10 light and shadow soldiers instantly merged into the darkness, as if they had vanished from Qin Zheng's sight. Their auras completely disappeared as well. "A born killer!" At this moment, Qin Zheng finally witnessed the terror of the light and shadow attribute. With these 10 light and shadow soldiers secretly protecting him, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the great Qin Empire currently had far too many enemies. In the imperial court, those treacherous and powerful officials appeared extremely respectful to him, but in reality, they didn't respect the royal family at all and were already corrupt and greedy to the extreme. The vassal kings guarding the border regions, relying on the power of their respective sects, have long since ceased to obey the imperial court's orders. Once the Qin Empire, this empty shell, completely collapses, they will be the first to pounce and tear it to shreds. These people also control the largest army in the Qin Empire. If it weren't for the Lingxi Sect suppressing them, they probably would have rebelled long ago. In addition, bandits and ruthless thugs roamed freely, causing widespread resentment among the people, who ultimately vented all their anger on him, the emperor. What Qin Zheng found most intolerable was the powerful and arrogant sects within the empire. They considered themselves superior to all living beings, wantonly trampling on imperial power and treating ordinary people like ants, easily oppressing them. This was the thing Qin Zheng could not accept. Thinking this, his gaze gradually turned sharp and cold. The great Qin Empire was already teetering on the brink of collapse, utterly heading towards its twilight. Once this imperial edifice crumbled completely, the first person to be crushed would be him, the emperor. Moreover, he would surely die a horrible death. But now, with the attribute-based troop reincarnation pool, Qin Zheng is no longer afraid. He will slaughter all his enemies. Slaughter them all. Slaughter them until their blood floods the entire empire, forming a sea of blood. Slaughter them until the entire sky is completely stained red with blood. He will also slaughter those high and mighty sects, completely severing all their lineages and torches. He will leave them no chance to even hide like rats. Finally, he will trample them all under his feet. As for those treacherous officials and bandits, he would not let them off easily. They must suffer the cruelest punishments. After all, he had already died once. If they were not satisfied, then he would fight them to the death. He would stop the killing with killing. He would kill until everyone feared him. Perhaps only in this way could he barely hold back the collapsing Qin Empire. However, Lingxi Sect is one of the top powers in the eastern region, with hundreds of thousands of disciples. Its foundation is too deep to be shaken for the time being. We must first develop more attribute-based troops and more powerful troops before we can truly have a chance. Moreover, the powerful sects within the Great Qin Empire are not limited to the Lingxi Sect alone. All cultivators combined number at least tens of millions, or even more. To trample them all underfoot is not something that can be done in a short time. Those vassal kings each command over 1 million soldiers. To completely eliminate them, meticulous planning is also necessary. The most important thing now is to cleanse the court and the bandits, obtain as many blood crystals as possible, and upgrade the attribute reincarnation pools so that we can achieve our goal faster. As for the enemies outside the empire, the Lingxi Sect can still help Qin deter them for a while, which has bought me a lot of time. In a short time, Qin Zheng quickly formulated his next goals and plans. Although the Lingxi Sect had been squeezing the last bit of value out of the Qin Empire, it was also unknowingly buying him time to grow. The most important thing now is to obtain the blood crystal as soon as possible. Qin Zheng slowly rose to his feet. 10 light and shadow attribute soldiers remained hidden in the shadows, enough to deter even a sea transformation realm expert, and for the time being, ensured his safety. It should be noted that the 12 venerables whom the Great Qin Empire had cultivated with enormous resources were only at the sea transformation realm. "Someone come here!" Qin Zheng suddenly called out. Outside the main hall, his personal eunuch Zhangyan, upon hearing the voice, hurriedly pushed open the door and knelt respectfully on the ground. Qin Zheng liked this feeling. At least within his own empire, he didn't have to be looked down upon like he was by those sect cultivators. "Summon Wang Zhan to the palace for an audience," Qin Zheng ordered directly. Wang Zhan is the head of the Wang family, and also the Grand Censor of the Qin Empire. The Qin Empire currently operates under the system of the 3 dukes and 9 ministers. The Wang and Bai families have a long-standing relationship with the royal family, spanning 800 years through generations of intermarriage, which is one of the important pillars maintaining the existence of the royal family. Without these 2 powerful families restraining various forces in the court, the royal family's situation would only be more difficult. He must first thoroughly understand the current court. Then, he can slowly purge it. This court must be completely clean. "Yes, sir!" After receiving the decree, Zhangyan immediately turned and quickly left. Chapter 3: Whom Can I Still Trust? "Your Majesty! Imperial Censor Wang is waiting outside the palace. Summon him!" A palace maid helped Qin Zheng change his clothes. He was wearing a black dragon robe, a flat-topped crown, and an ancient-looking sword at his waist. His whole demeanor was calm and dignified. Soon after, Wang Zhan, dressed in court attire, entered the hall and cowed out. "Your humble servant Wang Zhan greets your Majesty. Minister Wang, you may rise." Qin Zheng waved his sleeve to dismiss the palace maids, and the hall was immediately emptied, leaving only the emperor and his minister facing each other. Wang Zhan looked up and was slightly startled. Qin Zheng before him was different from usual. Not only was his aura more imposing, but the entire hall also exuded a sense of oppression, as if a hidden gaze was watching him, sending chills down his spine. Even with his cultivation at the 4th level of true essence, he felt uneasy. This change was truly bizarre. But he remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged, and asked in a deep voice, "What has your Majesty summoned me for?" Qin Zheng approached to observe Wang Zhan and saw that although he was physically imposing, his temples were gray. Logically, a true Yuan realm cultivator should not be so old, but he knew that this was due to years of hard work for the empire, and this old minister was almost crushed by the heavy burden. After a moment of silence, Qin Zheng slowly spoke. "Minister Wang, tell me, in this court, who can I still trust?" Wang Zhan was startled upon hearing this, and immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "Your Majesty, this old minister is utterly loyal and has no disloyal intentions." "I know." Qin Zheng turned to look at the palace wall blueprints, his tone calm. "That's why I asked you. If the empire doesn't change, its 800-year foundation may be destroyed in my hands. Wang Zhan's heart tightened. He finally understood that Qin Zheng had long seen through the empire's decline. But he opened his mouth, unable to speak the truth. The situation was now beyond saving. Internal strife at court, powerful vassal kings, widespread unrest, and the encroachment of powerful sects, all of this had already dragged the empire into an abyss. He had the will, but no power to reverse the tide. Only grief and despair remained. Suppressing his emotions, Wang Zhan asked, "How does your majesty intend to deal with this?" Qin Zheng didn't say much, only saying, "Tell me first who your people are." Wang Zhan pondered for a moment, but still reported truthfully. "Besides the Wang family and the Bai family, there are also Li Xian, the Imperial Guard commander, Yan Qing, the left general of the Imperial City, Zhao Qi, and others." He then briefly explained the relationships between the various factions. Currently, the court is divided into 4 factions: the Royalist faction led by the Wang and Bai families, the faction of Prime Minister Ouyang Xiong, the faction of Grand Commandant Chen Qing who holds military power, and the sect forces led by Imperial Preceptor Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao was a powerful cultivator at the refining spirit realm, holding a godlike status. As for the other retainers, they were merely dependent on resources and would leave once the supply was cut off. The situation was complex and fragile. Qin Zheng pondered for a long time before suddenly speaking. "Minister Wang, I entrust you with a task, to appease these people and have them wait patiently. At the same time, select capable individuals from outside the court and await my decree." Wang Zhan was even more puzzled after hearing this. He worried that Qin Zheng's attempt to suppress the various factions by expanding his power might actually escalate the conflict, or even lead to rebellion and intervention from the Grand Preceptor. He couldn't help but remind him, "Your Majesty, if you push too hard, those factions might turn against you, and the consequences could be unpredictable." Qin Zheng sneered inwardly, but offered no explanation. "You don't need to worry about these things. Just do as I command." Wang Zhan had no choice but to take his leave. Still uneasy, he planned to return and discuss the matter with the Bai family. Just as he stepped out of the main hall, Qin Zheng's voice rang out behind him. "Elder Wang, give me some time. I will completely eliminate these 800 years of accumulated problems." Wang Zhan turned around and saw a figure standing in the dim light beneath the black dragon robe, exuding an unprecedented majesty. He sighed inwardly, but still dared not hold too much hope. After Wang Zhan left, Qin Zheng began reviewing memorials. Most of them detailed rampant banditry across the land, with officials using the chaos as an excuse to extort military funds, their true intentions far from genuinely suppressing the bandits. Their corruption was blatantly obvious. He sneered. These people were merely using the chaos to enrich themselves. He would not rest until he was severely punished. In addition, 2 things caught his attention. One was the Empress's ceremony, in which she would marry Nangong Hongyan, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. The other was the appearance of cultivators and bandits near the capital, clearly indicating there was more to the story. With the Imperial Preceptor in charge, they still dare to cause trouble. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Qin Geng's gaze was icy. "Perfect, let's start with them." He ascended to the top of the palace wall, overlooking the Imperial City, and ordered, "Capture all those bandits and interrogate them with the ruthlessest methods. I want answers." As soon as he finished speaking, the spectral soldiers vanished silently, leaving only 2 guardian figures. Qin Zheng stood on the high ground, waiting, wanting to see just how powerful this force truly was. Chapter 4: Terrifying Light and Shadow Attribute Units. In the Imperial City, the atmosphere inside the Commandant's residence was heavy. Yan Qing spoke in a deep voice, saying that recently, bandits had been rampant outside the city, plundering the people and causing unrest. He asked Zhao Qi if he had any countermeasures. Zhao Qi frowned and asked in return, as something about the matter itself seemed amiss, causing Yan Qing to fall into deep thought. Zhao Qi continued his analysis. With the Imperial Preceptor in charge of the capital, no major sect dared to act recklessly, let alone ordinary bandits. The fact that they dared to plunder the dynasty meant there must be a deeper force controlling them. The fact that various forces remained inactive clearly indicated they were observing and calculating, a fact Yan Qing couldn't possibly be unaware of. Upon hearing this, Yan Qing was filled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly he roared. He cursed those who disregarded the greater good for their own selfish interests, daring to plot against the Imperial City. Once the Imperial City's authority collapsed, no one would escape unscathed, yet these people only cared about their immediate gains, leaving him with an unquenchable resentment. Zhao Qi smiled bitterly. Although he commanded 10,000 guards, he dared not deploy them without authorization. Otherwise, Grand Commandant Chen would surely seize the opportunity to launch an attack and take away his military power. That was one of the few forces that the royal family could directly mobilize. Once lost, the pro-royalist faction would be even more passive. Even more alarming was Zhao Qi's revelation that there were sect cultivators among the bandits. Even deploying the Imperial Guards might not yield any advantage. Yan Qin fell silent upon hearing this, and could only helplessly decide to temporarily guard the palace, awaiting news of the royal battle, daring not to act rashly. Gazing at the overcast sky outside the palace, Yan Qin felt a deep sense of desolation. The vast empire had no one capable of serving. Though he was unwilling to accept this, he was powerless to change the situation. Zhao Qi also expressed his resolve, willing to die for the Qin dynasty at any time. The two remained silent, only heavy sighs escaping their lips. Meanwhile, Yangshan Mountain outside the imperial city became a hideout for bandits. In Fenghe village within the mountains, a group of bandits were drinking and celebrating. Their bald leader laughed wildly, saying the imperial city was overflowing with wealth, and a few robberies would be enough to feed them for years. Some were excited, while others were worried, mentioning the threat posed by the imperial advisor and urging them to stop as soon as possible. The bald man sneered, believing that since the person behind them dared to order them to act, they weren't afraid of the imperial advisor, who might even be the imperial advisor himself. They were merely pawns being used. Just then, four distinguished young men entered the room, their imposing presence overwhelming the entire room. The bandits immediately bowed respectfully, addressing the other party as Immortal Master. These were the very people they relied on to dare to attack the imperial city. The purple-robed youth at the head of the group casually stated that as long as they obeyed and carried out their orders, they would naturally not be treated unfairly afterward and would continue to be used. The bald man outwardly agreed, but inwardly he was wary. After all, cultivators were always cold-hearted. Soon, a scout reported that there was no indication of troop movements in the capital, and a decision would likely have to wait until the morning court session the next day. Upon hearing this, the silver-crowned youth coldly said, "Then let's add fuel to the fire, kill more people, and naturally attract attention." These words excited the bandits even more. However, just as everyone was discussing the matter, the light inside the room suddenly became eerie. The next instant, a thud was heard, and a ruthless bandit was pierced through the back by a sharp sword, dying instantly. Everyone was stunned. Before he could react, a murderous intent flashed from the shadows. The purple-clad youth struck first, only to find his attack missing its mark. Just as he was about to rush out the door, light suddenly gathered outside, and in the next instant, both his legs were severed, and he fell to the ground with a scream. The other three cultivators were also attacked. Sword light flashed from the shadows behind them, instantly cutting them down. The bald man's scalp tingled. The entire room seemed to be filled with invisible assassins, appearing and disappearing without a trace. He tried to escape, but in a dark corner, a shadowy figure pierced his throat. In his dying moments, he finally saw clearly that it was a bizarre existence that could merge with light and shadow, completely impossible to defend against. In just a dozen breaths, the room turned into a one-sided massacre, with all the bandits being slaughtered. Only a few cultivators remained, screaming on the ground, staring in terror at the 8 faintly visible figures of light and shadow around them. One of the light and shadow soldiers stepped forward and coldly demanded, "Tell us your identities and who's behind you." The purple-clad youth had already broken down and hurriedly begged for mercy, claiming to be a disciple of the Taiji sect and revealing that the masterminds were Yu Taipu and the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Having received their answer, the light and shadow soldiers mercilessly ordered, "Slice them to pieces, and the rest continue the cleanup." Screams of agony immediately filled the room. The once high and mighty cultivators were now like lambs to the slaughter. Half an hour later, all the survivors of Fenghe village were gone. 8 shadow soldiers stood before the village gate, gazing at the imperial city. Behind them, the ancient forest had been cut into stakes, upon which hundreds of bandits were nailed, yet they were not yet dead, only able to endure endless suffering. Chapter 5 Upgrade. New surprise. Above the palace, Qin Zheng, sword in hand, stood on the palace wall, his gaze sweeping over the vast land, his ambition and brilliance fully revealed. He had only one thought in his mind: having obtained all this, he must hold on to it firmly. Notifications like Energy plus 10 and Blood Crystal plus 1 kept flashing, and he quickly discovered that his blood crystals had increased by 120 points at once. Clearly, the 8 spectral units had completed their bandit suppression mission. And from the time they were dispatched until now, only 3 or 4 hours had passed. This speed was truly astonishing. He couldn't help but imagine what kind of power it would have if only 8 had such an effect, and the number expanded to hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. He didn't even dare to think about it too deeply. Just then, a surge of energy, like a speck of light, flowed into his body, circulating along his meridians and rapidly transforming into pure power, continuously tempering his physique and bloodline. Qin Zheng's aura rose steadily, breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining in one fell swoop, just one step away from foundation establishment. Just a moment ago he was merely immortal, but now he has stepped into the pinnacle of cultivation. The system explained, after a unit kills an enemy, the reincarnation pool extracts energy and returns an equal amount to its master. In other words, he can continuously grow stronger without personally lifting a finger. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed. This meant that he only needed to expand the size of his troop types to increase his strength significantly. If 8 troop types already brought such benefits, how powerful would he become if there were tens of thousands? He felt the surge of power within him, his 5 senses greatly enhanced, and his mood lifted accordingly. This bandit raid yielded 120 blood crystals, bringing him close to upgrading his rebirth pool, and a stronger cycle was forming. As evening fell, the 8 spectral soldiers returned, their auras noticeably stronger. One of them knelt on one knee and reported, "My lord, the bandits have been completely wiped out. The mastermind behind it all was the Grand Master of the Palace and the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, with disciples of the Lingxi Sect also involved." Upon hearing the words, "Imperial Preceptor's mansion," Qin Zheng frowned. He wasn't surprised that the Grand Master of the Palace had intervened, but the involvement of the Imperial Preceptor was intriguing. If suppressing the bandits depleted the national treasury, it would naturally affect tributes to the sects, clearly indicating there was more to the story. "Imperial Preceptor," he murmured, a chill creeping into his eyes, before turning and leaving the palace walls. Meanwhile, outside the Emperor's bedchamber, the eunuch Zhang had just stepped out of the palace corridor when he was stopped by the black-armored soldiers. The leading deputy commander, Kong Shun, coldly asked, "Where is His Majesty?" Zhang respectfully replied, "His Majesty is resting in his bedchamber." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure descended. Kong Shun sneered, "Nonsense! His Majesty is not here at all. Tell me, where did he go?" Zhang gritted his teeth and retorted, "This is the Imperial Palace. His Majesty's whereabouts are none of your business." With a slap, Kong Shun sent him flying, then stepped on his face and said coldly, "You dog slave, how dare you talk back? Believe me or not, I'll kill you right now." Zhang was terrified, but dared not argue again, and could only beg for mercy in a low voice. This subordinate really did not know, and is still looking for His Majesty. Kong Shun snorted coldly, kicked him away again, and said, "Find him quickly. If anything happens to His Majesty, you will all be buried with him." Then he left with his men. Zhang struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. He understood that these people weren't worried about His Majesty's safety at all, but had other motives. But he was powerless to resist, and could only swallow his anger and continue searching. Not long after, Qin Zheng returned to his palace, tossed aside the memorial on the rebellion, picked up the memorial on the Empress's ceremony, and remained silent for a long time. Overnight, he pored over a vast amount of information, gradually gaining a clearer understanding of the world and the political situation at court. As dawn broke, shocking news spread throughout the capital. Nearly 800 bandits outside the city had been wiped out overnight. The people were stunned, and spies from all sides rushed to investigate. Upon entering Yangshan, everyone gasped in horror. The scene was utterly horrific. Some even recognized several corpses as belonging to disciples of the Lingxi Sect, their faces paling instantly, and they hurriedly returned to the city to report. In the Imperial Guard's residence, Yan Qing was preparing to go to court when a subordinate urgently reported this matter. Upon hearing it, his pupils contracted. They were all killed? Not even members of the sect were spared. He couldn't help but guess that the Imperial Preceptor's mansion was behind it. After all, such a clean and efficient massacre could only be accomplished by a powerful cultivator. Despite his doubts, the result relieved him. Good! 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 Yan Qing laughed as he left. Finally, you've gotten rid of one of my biggest threats. That's satisfying. Chapter 6. If you dare to move a mud, I will slaughter your 10 clans. A sudden upheaval in Yangshan shook the entire imperial city. Zhao Qi was shocked upon learning the news and quickly dispatched troops to investigate. Meanwhile, on his way to court, Wang Zhan couldn't help but ask the left chancellor, Bai Yu, who was responsible for this incident. After hearing this, Bai Yu asked Wang Zhan if he suspected the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Wang Zhan stated bluntly that currently only the Imperial Preceptor possessed such means. Not only could he kill, but he could also do so silently without anyone noticing. However, Bai Yu shook his head in denial, saying that the Imperial Preceptor was in seclusion and unlikely to make a move. He also mentioned that he had captured a survivor, but the victim was mentally unstable, repeatedly claiming it was the work of a ghost emerging from darkness and light. Wang Zhan frowned upon hearing this, noting that such unseen enemies were the most frightening. Bai Yu stated that he had sent people to verify the information and would have results soon. The two decided to hold back for the time being and observe the reactions of various factions in the court. At this time, Wang Zhan brought up the fact that His Majesty had been behaving strangely recently, not only ordering him to train officials but also to appease Zhao Qi, Yan Qin, and others. Bai Yu guessed that His Majesty might be expanding his own power to stabilize the situation. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace, where Qin Zheng also has new developments. With ample energy, he has once again spawned 10 light and shadow attribute troops, their strength directly reaching the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Meanwhile, his previous troops have been upgraded to around the 7th level of Foundation establishment, giving him even more confidence. However, Qin Zheng was also aware that although the number of troops was increasing, their levels were still relatively low, and the reincarnation pool needed to be upgraded as soon as possible. He already had a plan in mind, and at the same time, he ordered these troops to remain hidden to prepare for subsequent operations. Just as he was preparing to go to court, he discovered that his personal eunuch Zhang Yan was nowhere to be found, which greatly displeased Qin Zheng. Zhang Yan was never absent on ordinary days, but this time he had not appeared for a long time, so he immediately ordered someone to summon him. On the other side, Zhang Yan was covering his swollen face, looking utterly dejected. Urged on by the palace maid, he had no choice but to go to see the emperor, specifically instructing her not to speak out of turn, clearly not wanting to escalate the situation. Upon arriving at the emperor's bedchamber, Zhang Yan knelt to beg for forgiveness. Qin Zheng merely glanced at him indifferently, and directly ordered him to accompany him to court. But he quickly sensed something was wrong and said coldly, "Raise your head." Zhang Yan reluctantly raised his head, instantly revealing half of his swollen, purple face. The clear 5-finger mark made everyone present tense. Qin Zheng's gaze turned icy, his hand gripping his sword, and his voice was low and deep. "Who hit you?" Zhang Yan initially wanted to conceal the truth, but under pressure, he had no choice but to confess that he had offended General Kong. Upon hearing the name, Qin Zheng instantly understood: Kong Shun, a trusted confidant of the imperial physician and an important figure in the Grand Commandant's faction. In the past, the emperor might have simply swallowed his anger. But now things were different. Qin Zheng did not blame Zhang Yan. Instead, he said coldly, "I know you are wronged. Get up." Then he led his men away, but their destination was not the court, but the place guarded by Kong Shun of the martial sect. Zhang Yan felt a sense of foreboding, but dared not say anything and could only follow. Upon seeing Qin Zheng arrive at the gate, Kong Shun hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Qin Zheng glanced at him and suddenly shouted, "Kneel down!" Although Kong Shun was displeased, he dared not disobey the order and had no choice but to comply. The next moment, Qin Zheng's words shocked everyone present. "Knock back the way he hit you." Zhang Yan was stunned, hesitating to make a move. "If you dare not, I will execute you immediately." These words forced Zhang Yan into a corner. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, and under Kong Shun's icy gaze, slapped him hard across the face. With a sharp crack, a murderous glint flashed in Kong Shun's eyes. Just as his aura surged, Qin Zheng coldly suppressed him. "If you dare move, I will slaughter your entire clan." Kong Shun tried to defend himself, but Qin Zheng wouldn't listen, simply ordering coldly, "Continue drawing, until I am satisfied." Zhang Yan unleashed his full power, slapping Kong Shun repeatedly until his face was covered in blood. The atmosphere was extremely tense, with the Imperial Guards on high alert, fearing a sudden retaliation from Kong Shun. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and erupted, his inner strength surging forth, directly attacking Zhang Yan. The Imperial Guards immediately surrounded him, and the situation was on the verge of erupting. Qin Zheng's gaze was icy as he directly ordered, "Cut off his limbs and hang him at the martial gate as a warning to others." These words completely enraged Kong Shun, who immediately sprang to his feet. But at that very moment, a strange light flashed by, and before anyone could see what happened, his legs had been instantly severed. With a scream, Kong Shun fell heavily to his knees, quickly subdued by the Imperial Guards. Everyone was still in shock. The light was too fast for anyone to react. Qin Zheng remained indifferent, as if everything was under his control. He looked at Kong Shun, who had been brought before him, and uttered calmly, "Disobedience and insubordination are heinous crimes. Crush his bones inch by inch as a warning to others." Chapter 7. This is my empire alone. Above the martial gate, Qin Zheng wore a flat-topped crown, a beaded curtain draped over his head, his sword-like eyebrows and sharp eyes exuding fierceness and domineering aura. Zhang Yan and the others stood on either side, briefly lost in thought before looking at him again. Their mindset had completely changed. His Majesty's majesty was now even more imposing, and he was untouchable. They were still filled with doubt, who had just made a move, crippling Kong Shun, a master of the Imperial Palace, in an instant? After that flash of light, Kong Shun had completely lost his ability to resist. It was utterly unbelievable. "Your Majesty!" Zhang Yan's voice trembled as he knelt on the ground, overcome with emotion. He had served His Majesty for many years, always cautious and careful, never daring to cause trouble, yet he never expected His Majesty to personally intervene for him. Seeing Kong Shun, who was being beaten without any resistance under the martial arts gate, Zhang Yin was deeply shaken. This was clearly avenging him. He, a mere eunuch, could actually have dignity because of His Majesty. This feeling was unprecedented. Under the martial arts gate, the Imperial Guards were holding Kong Shun, and none of the surrounding guards dared to move. Qin Zheng gently raised his hand, and a palace guard wielding a hammer slammed it down on Kong Shun's ankle. A loud crack rang out, and the bone shattered instantly. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream ripped through the air as Kong Shun's face contorted, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Zhang Yin and the others were horrified. The ruthlessness of breaking bone inch by inch was chilling. The guard hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Qin Zheng hadn't ordered a stop, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and strike again, shattering his shinbone once more. Kong Shun's screams intensified. He was on the verge of collapse. Just then, a troop of soldiers strode in, led by none other than the Imperial physician Hozhen. The Imperial Guards stopped and looked over, their expressions grave. Hozhen raised his hand to signal them to retreat, but no one dared to move, their gazes fixed on the gate. Hozhen's eyes darkened, and he ordered his men to help Kong Shun up. Kong Shun, seeing this, clung to it like a lifeline, crying out, "My lord!" Before he could finish speaking, Hozhen slapped him across the face. "Insolence! This is the Imperial Palace, how dare you be so presumptuous?" Hozhen roared. "Even when protecting the Emperor, you must know your limits. Your subordinate knows his mistake." Kong Shun quickly admitted his error. He knew perfectly well that the slap had saved his life. Hozhen then walked up to the gate, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "This humble general, Hozhen, pays his respects to your majesty." Qin Zheng stood with his back to him, silent. He had long expected Hozhen to come. "What do you want?" Qin Zheng asked calmly. Hozhen pondered for a moment and said, "Kong Shun was so eager to protect your majesty that he acted rudely. I beg your majesty to forgive him and hand him over to me for disposal." Qin Zheng turned around, his hand on his sword, and squinted at him. "You want to plead for him?" The invisible pressure made Hozhen slightly startled. Qin Zheng at this moment was completely different from before. Hozhen still bowed and said, "Kong Shun is loyal and unwavering. This matter is due to my failure to properly discipline him. I beg your majesty for mercy." His words carried a hint of testing and reliance. Qin Zheng said coldly, "This is my empire. If I say he is guilty, then he is guilty. Do you understand?" His tone was icy and merciless. Hozhen replied, "Your majesty's actions may discourage the court officials. I am only acting in your majesty's best interests." His words even carried a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. "Hozhen, do you take my words as mere farts?" Qin Zheng's anger surged, and he directly exposed him. He then strode past, leaving behind a low voice. "If you take him away today, you will bear the consequences." He stopped targeting Kong Shun. It was all a setup, just waiting for Hozhen to fall into the trap. Taking people away would come at a price. Not taking them meant certain death for Kong Shun. After Qin Zheng left, Hozhen's gaze darkened. Suddenly, he felt a chill, as if someone was close by, but when he turned around, there was nothing there, making his heart tighten. He quickly suppressed his unease, walked up to Kong Shun, glanced at Qin Zheng's retreating figure, a cold smile playing on his lips, and didn't take the warning to heart. In his view, with the Grand Commandant backing him and controlling the guards and military power, the Emperor wouldn't easily touch him. Kong Shun was a crucial pawn, and he absolutely couldn't afford to lose him. "Take him away," Hozhen ordered directly. As for the consequences, he believed he had already considered them. The empire of today was no longer what it used to be. Although the Imperial Guards were unwilling, they were powerless to stop him, and could only watch helplessly as Kong Shun was taken away. After dealing with this matter, Hozhen then went to the Qin Emperor's palace. Chapter 8: The Ghostly Legend of Yanshan. Before long, the court officials gathered in the Qin Emperor's court. At the forefront stood Grand Commandant Qin Zheng, a man over 50, with a rugged face, a long beard like a halberd, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. His mere presence inspired fear in many. Beside him stood Right Chancellor Ouyang Xiong, a refined yet unfathomable figure, his murky eyes concealing calculation. Further to the side were Wang Zhan and Bai Yu. These were the leaders of the three factions in the court. Wang Zhan spoke first, turning to Ouyang Xiong and saying, "I've heard there's been quite a commotion outside the capital. Has Prime Minister Ouyang heard anything about it?" The officials all listened intently, clearly having heard of the Yanshan massacre. The fact that the murderer was referred to as a ghost shocked the entire court and caused considerable unease among many. Ouyang Xiong smiled faintly. These petty scoundrels dared to act so recklessly in the capital. They deserve to die. However, the person who made this move remains anonymous. If reported to His Majesty, he will surely be rewarded. As he spoke, he gave Qin Zheng a meaningful look. Qin Zheng remained unmoved and said calmly, "Perhaps it was the Grand Preceptor's doing. Such a trivial matter is merely a matter of a single thought." Wang Zhan and Bai Yu, upon hearing this, each offered their own speculations. Just then, Qin Zheng stepped into the hall, his hand on his sword, looking down at the assembled officials. Clad in a black dragon robe, he appeared more imposing and dignified than usual, causing the officials to pause slightly in surprise. "Greetings, Your Majesty!" the officials chorused, kneeling in unison. "No need for formalities," Qin Zheng said in a low voice. After the officials rose, his gaze swept over them, briefly passing over the Grand Master of the Palace and Hojin, before settling on Wang Zhan and Bai Yu, his expression inscrutable. "Speak if you have something to report, otherwise the court is adjourned." Qin Zheng stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, bandits are rampant in various prefectures, even killing prefectural governors. I request that troops be dispatched to suppress the fierce bandits in places like Chuanshan Prefecture, to prevent them from harming the capital." Bai Yu immediately objected, coldly saying, "The bandits originated from the border. Suppressing only one prefecture is merely a temporary solution. We should mobilize the princes of the border to eliminate the rebels at their root." Qin Zheng listened quietly, already understanding Bai Yu's plan. Using bandits to restrain the vassal kings would buy time and save on military expenses. Qin Zheng frowned and retorted, "If the border is disturbed, neighboring empires will surely take advantage of the situation. Can Lord Bai bear the consequences?" The two seemed about to argue again. Just then, Qin Zheng suddenly spoke up. "As Minister Qin says." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan and Bai Yu's expressions changed drastically. They were about to offer further advice when Qin Zheng interrupted them directly. "This matter need not be discussed further." This decision stunned the entire court. In the past, His Majesty would always weigh the pros and cons repeatedly when faced with controversy, but now his unusual decisiveness made him difficult to fathom. "I have reviewed the memorial and entrusted it to Minister Ouyang for handling. If there is nothing else, the court may adjourn." Qin Zheng's tone was indifferent, even carrying a hint of laziness. Wang Zhan's eyes reddened with anxiety. "Your Majesty!" But Qin Zheng had already turned and left, ignoring him. After receiving the decree, Ouyang Xiong turned to Wang Zhan and Bai Yu and smiled. "It seems His Majesty trusts me more." His tone was undisguisedly sarcastic. Qin Zheng, however, frowned in deep thought. The unusual state of affairs in court today made him vaguely uneasy. Bai Yu was so angry that he almost lost his balance, and had to be supported by Zhao Qi. After the court session, Wang Zhan and Bai Yu went directly to the imperial palace to request an audience. At the same time, Qin Zheng was stopped by Hojin. Hojin whispered a reminder. "Grand Commandant, His Majesty was furious this morning. He went out yesterday and didn't return. Kong Shun accidentally slapped Zhang In, and His Majesty almost executed him." Qin Zheng pondered for a moment after hearing this. "His Majesty didn't pursue the matter further?" Hojin smiled and said, "I suppose it's because of Your Majesty's attitude that this matter will be dropped." The implication in his words was clear. His Majesty was wary of Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng didn't say much, only instructing, "Send people to investigate the matter of Yan Shan. That ghost must be thoroughly investigated." The annihilation of the bandits in one night was truly suspicious. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan and Bai Yu had entered the imperial palace. In the pavilion, Qin Zheng was leisurely drinking tea. "Sit down and have some tea with me," he said calmly. Wang Zhan couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, today's court meeting." But Qin Zheng raised his hand to interrupt him. "I understand your concerns. But for now, we only need to observe the situation." Bai Yu frowned. "Your Majesty's decision is not clear to me." Qin Zheng gently blew on his tea, saying calmly, "That resolution won't change anything. The Empire is terminally ill. It's better to let the illness be fully exposed before cleaning it up." He added, "I don't take those people in the court seriously." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan and Bai Yu were shaken. They had been struggling to maintain order in the court, yet it was being dismissed so casually. They had no idea where His Majesty's confidence came from. Wang Zhan couldn't help but ask, "What are Your Majesty's plans?" Qin Zheng simply replied, "If you still acknowledge me as your emperor, then go back and wait. Tomorrow, you will have your answer." The two exchanged a glance, their doubts unresolved, yet they could only retreat for the time being. Bai Yu bowed and said, "This old minister only wishes that Your Majesty prioritizes the empire." With that, he left with Wang Zhan. After the two left, Qin Zheng's expression returned to its coldness, and he suddenly asked, "How many troops can I still mobilize now?" Bai Yu had already reported truthfully, 40% of the Imperial Guards, about 80,000, were available, along with 30,000 Imperial Guards, and 800,000 black cavalry troops were stationed outside the city. Qin Zheng did not say much after hearing this, only telling them to go back and await further instructions. As night deepened, the Imperial Palace remained silent. Suddenly, 20 blurry figures appeared outside the pavilion, like ghosts. Qin Zheng's gaze was cold and sharp, his tone calm yet filled with murderous intent. "Slaughter Hozhin's entire clan and behead them." He paused, then added, "Leave no one alive. Spare Hozhin's life, and I will let the entire court witness a spectacular scene of utter carnage." Chapter 9 Nightfall. Nightmare descends. The tea has gone cold. Qin Zheng rose and looked up at the sky, pondering how emperors of past dynasties would have chosen if they were in this situation. He knew very well that in the current predicament, only forceful measures could shake the empire's deeply entrenched power. No one believed the empire could be reversed, but he was determined to try. For him, the outcome wasn't about the fight, but about being able to say with a clear conscience, "I fought." As for the court and the sect, he had already made his decision and was just waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, outside the palace, rumors of the Yangshan ghost spread rapidly. People speculated that it might be related to the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, but the latter remained silent, making the matter even more perplexing and fueling widespread discussion. Upon returning home, Hozhin immediately ordered, "Investigate immediately whether any sect is involved behind this Yangshan ghost." Just as he finished speaking, Kong Shun, sitting in a wheelchair, emerged from a side hall, his expression grave, requesting a report. He recalled being captured at Woman that morning, gritting his teeth as he said, "I intended to take the opportunity to kill Zhangin, but just as I made my move, both my legs were suddenly severed." Even more bizarrely, no one approached him at the time. Kong Shun recalled, "The Imperial Guards were all protecting Qin Zheng in front. It was impossible for them to get behind me and attack. It was as if someone appeared out of thin air and then vanished in an instant." He still felt lingering fear as he spoke. Hozhin frowned upon hearing this and pressed him to confirm if he had seen wrong. Kong Shun flatly denied it, emphasizing that even the guards only saw changes in light, and no one saw any figures. He whispered a guess. "Perhaps it really is the Yangshan ghost." Hozhin sneered disdainfully. "What ghost? It's just a smoke screen. What other tricks does Qin Zheng have besides relying on those old fogies like Bai Yu and Wang Zhan?" He didn't take it to heart, and instead had other plans. He then said to Kong Shun, "Your legs are crippled. Transfer to the Imperial Guard first." Though his words were calm, undercurrents were swirling. The empire was on the verge of collapse, a new order was brewing, and countless people awaited that day. The world had long seen the empire's instability. Various forces, like wolves and tigers, eyed this behemoth. Once it collapsed, they would all devour it. Kong Shun suppressed his hatred, vowing in his heart that when that day came, Qin Zheng would surely die. Hozhin ignored him and went straight into a palace deep within the mansion. Two sword-wielding youths stood arrogantly outside the gate. He cupped his hands and asked, "Has true immortal Tianxi not yet emerged from seclusion?" One of them replied calmly, "Master will soon break through to the seed transformation realm and become a great cultivator." Hearing this, Hozhin was overjoyed. The seed transformation realm meant a surge in strength, and it also meant he had greater confidence. Master Tianxi, from the Sword Heart sect, was Hozhin's powerful backer. Although he was affiliated with the Grand Commandant's faction, he was unwilling to be subservient to others. If the empire fell into chaos, he too would have a chance to fight for a place. As night fell, killing intent silently descended. More than 10 patrolling guards were killed in an instant. 20 soldiers of the Light and Shadow class had infiltrated the mansion, sealed off the exits, while the rest disappeared into the darkness. A guard captain, on patrol, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He saw overlapping shadows in the lamplight, whirled around, and swung his sword, but there was no one there. The next moment, a figure emerged from the light, a sword slicing through a throat. Soon, the sounds of decapitations echoed throughout the mansion as guards fell one after another. With a scream, chaos erupted in the physician's residence. Everyone rushed out of the rooms, only to find corpses strewn everywhere, as if a nightmare had descended. "Assassins!" a guard reported in a panic. Hozhin rushed out of the study, only to find a river of blood before him. He leaped into the courtyard, where he saw those who tried to escape being cut down by invisible sword light, yet he could not see the enemy. Hozhin then noticed that the shadows behind them were strangely overlapping, only to vanish in an instant. His heart sank. He quickly circulated his yuan energy and rushed towards the inner courtyard. He remained calm amidst the carnage, but when he saw his entire family slaughtered, he instantly collapsed, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling. His wife, children, and relatives, none had survived. He forced back his grief, his steps heavy. The remaining guards huddled together, their faces filled with terror, as if facing a formidable enemy. Hozhen gritted his teeth and roared. "Who did this?" One guard stammered. "The ghosts. They're hidden in the shadows, invisible and intangible, the Yangshan ghosts." Hearing this, Hozhen flew into a rage, unleashing layers of sword energy with his sword, attempting to force the enemy out. But the moment he moved, screams erupted behind him as guards fell one after another. "Get out here!" He completely lost control, roaring to the sky, but he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy, nor did he have a target to retaliate against. The guards hurriedly urged him to retreat, and the group fled deeper into the palace. During their escape, blood gushed forth continuously, as if death itself were relentlessly pursuing them. Finally reaching the palace, 2 young guards drew their swords and blocked their path. Hozhen roared, "Please, Master Tianqiu, save my whole family!" His voice was filled with despair and collapse. The young man was about to shout for them to retreat when he was stunned by the sudden increase in corpses behind him. The shadow soldiers did not stop, continuing their slaughter according to orders. No one survived except Hozhen. Just then, a terrifying surge of yuan energy suddenly erupted, blasting open the palace doors and sending a violent shockwave sweeping across the entire mansion. A tall, slender figure slowly walked out, his aura increasing with each step, almost suffocating everyone present. Chapter 10 Darkness and Light. Both are their world. The storm subsided, and silence returned. The 2 young guards turned to look at the figure outside the palace gate, and immediately bowed respectfully. Hozhen and the guards also looked over. The newcomer was surrounded by a faint glow of true energy, his hands behind his back, sword energy surging behind him, like a transcendent sword immortal. His gaze was sharp as a blade, making people dare not look directly at him. This person was none other than the sword heart sex expert true person Tianqiu. Master Tianqiu glanced at the disheveled Hozhen, then at the corpses scattered on the ground, before scanning his surroundings. But soon, his brow furrowed. Even with his transformation realm perception, he couldn't detect any enemy presence, a growing unease creeping into his heart. Hozhen gradually calmed down, his blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings as his mind raced. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and he roared, "Qin Zheng! You sent them, didn't you?" He finally understood. The ghosts of Yangshan and the mysterious lights and shadows were all related to Qin Zheng. The warnings he'd received before, now recalled, sent chills down his spine. He had consistently underestimated that most terrifying person. Upon hearing the name, Master Tianqiu smiled slightly. "Qin Zheng? Interesting. But a crumbling empire, its struggles are futile." Despite his words, a scrutinizing glint appeared in his eyes. In the shadows, the shadowy soldiers had already silently approached. 2 figures suddenly attacked, a flash of sword light, and a guard in front of Hozhen was instantly beheaded. Almost simultaneously, true man Tianqiu descended as a sword beam, his sword energy forming a net that sealed off the surroundings. The 2 shadowy soldiers were forced back, forced to reveal themselves. Only then did everyone see clearly that the so-called ghosts were actually armored soldiers completely encased in armor, utterly bizarre. Master Tianqiu was also astonished. It was unbelievable that these armored soldiers could evade his senses and attacks. He coldly said, "I'd like to see what you're capable of." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed hand seals and unleashed his swordsmanship, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the entire mansion in a sharp killing intent. Hozhen and the others were utterly shocked. This was the terrifying power of a transformation C-realm cultivator. However, in the next instant, Master Tianqiu suddenly became alert, a murderous intent flashing behind him. He unleashed a burst of sword light, forcibly diverting his attention. At that very moment, 2 figures of light and shadow seized the opportunity to attack from both sides. "Master, be careful!" The 2 young guards cried out in alarm, but they witnessed the 2 figures merge into the darkness and vanish without a trace. A chill ran down everyone's spine. These armored soldiers seemed to be darkness itself. The young guard hurriedly retreated, ignoring the killing intent lurking in the shadows beneath his feet. 2 flashes of sword light cleaved them in 2 at the waist. A shrill scream rang out. Foundation establishment experts were killed like ants in an instant. All the guards were utterly terrified, as if an invisible death shrouded the surroundings. Master Tianqiu's face was grim, his anger surging. He immediately unleashed the Sword Heart Sex ultimate technique. Sword Heart suppressing prison. Sword intent materialized, like a prison descending, countless sword energies piercing in all directions. Even the guards were caught in the crossfire and killed. The light and shadow soldiers quickly retreated, avoiding a direct confrontation. They knew very well that with their foundation establishment cultivation, they could not contend with those at the sea transformation realm. They could only wait for an opportunity. Master Tianqiu soared into the air, his sword pressing down, attempting to force out all the enemies. But just as an opening appeared on either side, several figures suddenly attacked, their attacks fierce. He swung his sword to counterattack, his sword energy splitting the mansion like thunder, but then, more figures attacked from behind, leaving him overwhelmed and his anger growing stronger. He gradually discerned the pattern. These armored soldiers moved with the help of the night. A thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly unleashed his true energy, his sword light spreading like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire mansion. "Show yourself!" He locked onto his surroundings, preparing for a fatal blow. However, he didn't know that light and darkness also belonged to these armored soldiers. The luminous soldiers seamlessly merged into the light, closing in before he could react. Thud, a sword pierced through his ribs. Master Tianxu roared in pain, about to retaliate, when another sword pierced his chest from under his arm. He looked down. Light gathered around him, forming a blurry figure. A cold voice rang out. "Darkness and light, both are our world." These words caused Master Tianxu's pupils to shrink sharply, his heart shattering completely. He finally realized that this power far exceeded his comprehension. The next instant, another sword pierced his dantian, and his sword energy collapsed. Immediately afterwards, countless sword lights erupted from the light and shadow, wildly piercing through his body, splattering blood everywhere. Chapter 11 Exploding Luck. Harmony with the world, drops of blood fell, exploding into bizarre blood flowers under the stirring of sword energy. Tianxu Jinren's dantian was destroyed, and the sword energy within his body completely spiraled out of control, dissipating in all directions. The once bright night sky quickly darkened. Those below looked up and saw Tianxu Jinren pierced by several sharp swords, suspended in midair. Everyone stared wide-eyed. A powerful expert at the Transformation Sea realm had been surrounded and killed on the spot by a mere few soldiers. It was unbelievable. Hojin's eyes were filled with resentment and deep regret. He had always believed he was in control of the situation and could dictate Qin's policies, but now he realized he was wrong. The phrase, "This is my empire alone," kept echoing in his mind, striking his heart like a heavy hammer. "Ah dash!" Tianxu Jinren roared, his dantian severely injured yet still unleashing terrifying yuan power, blasting away the surrounding light and shadow soldiers. The violent power swept around, shaking the void, and the palace of the physician's mansion collapsed one after another, with rubble flying everywhere. Despite his severe injuries, the powerful vitality of his transformation realm cultivation kept him alive. He acted like a madman, locking onto the light and shadow soldiers, preparing to use his trump card to counterattack and then storm into the palace to take Qin Zheng's life. But the shadow soldiers gave him no chance. They moved like phantoms, relentlessly attacking, each sword strike leaving a fatal wound. Finally, a figure circled behind him and severed Tianxu Jinren in two with a single sword strike, ending the battle. "Tianxu Immortal Master is dead too! Run!" The guards completely collapsed, scattering in all directions to escape. But the shadow soldiers quickly pursued and slaughtered them all, leaving no one alive. The vast mansion of the imperial physician was instantly transformed into a river of blood. Hojin stood rooted to the spot, watching everyone being slaughtered, completely disoriented. He suddenly burst into laughter, a maniacal laugh. "Come on, kill me! Qin Zheng, you won't have a good end either, I'm waiting." The spectral soldiers remained unmoved. They wouldn't act unless Qin Zheng gave the order. After collecting Tianxu Jinren's belongings, these figures quietly disappeared into the darkness. Soon after, the powerful figures from the imperial city arrived, their expressions grave as they surveyed the mansion filled with corpses. When they saw the body of true person Tianxu, they gasped in shock. A Transformation Sea realm expert had actually died here. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, a notification appeared in Qin Zheng's mind. "Killed a first-level Transformation Realm Cultivator, Energy plus 1000, Blood Crystal plus 410, Extraordinary Crystal plus 1. He was slightly taken aback. He had actually succeeded in killing someone 2 realms above him. What surprised him even more were the gains in Blood Crystals and Extraordinary Crystals. Extraordinary Crystals could upgrade the attribute-based troop reincarnation pool, a resource he desperately needed. The surge in energy also indicated that killing a powerful enemy yielded even greater rewards. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng directly consumed energy to enhance himself. The immense energy repeatedly tempered his physique, strengthening his meridians and bones, quickly reaching its peak. He then opened his dantian, officially entering the Foundation Establishment realm. He raised his hand, golden yuan power flowing in his palm, its light dazzling. This power was real and strong, filling him with excitement. Compared to the arduous cultivation of other cultivators, he only needed to acquire energy to break through, a significant advantage. He then chose to upgrade the Rebirth pool. The light and shadow attribute Rebirth pool was upgraded to level 2, allowing him to breed 20 different troop types daily, and granting him the ability, Harmony with Light and Dust. This new ability caught his eye. Harmony with Light and Dust allowed him to merge with light and shadow, achieving a teleportation-like movement effect. Combined with the increased number of troop types, this upgrade was a huge gain. Qin Zheng couldn't help but smile. His luck was truly phenomenal. Just then, 20 light and shadow soldiers returned, several of them clearly wounded. Qin Zheng immediately understood that they had just gone through a fierce battle. One of them said, "The transformation sea realm is indeed troublesome, but his realm was unstable, and we wore him down." This kind of battle tactic is precisely the advantage of the light and shadow soldiers. They then handed over their spoils. These included the Sword Heart Sect's cultivation technique, the Sword Heart Mantra, as well as 2 powerful sword arts. Sword Heart Suppressing Prison, and one sword across the sky. An ancient sword, and a small tower. Qin Zheng was overjoyed after examining them. These were precisely the cultivation techniques and killing moves he desperately needed after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The ancient sword and the small tower were actually 2 first-grade spiritual weapons, possessing extraordinary power. If it weren't for the light and shadow soldiers' preemptive strike, the outcome of the battle would likely have been uncertain had true person Tianxu not used those 2 spiritual weapons. Besides, there were also a considerable amount of spirit stones available for cultivation. All of this came at just the right time. Qin Zheng had just broken through to a higher realm and was lacking in resources. Now everything was readily available, as if everything was paving the way for him. Chapter 12 Execution of the Entire Family Shakes the Empire. In the residence of the Imperial Physician, Hozhen sat motionless for an entire night. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stood before the dilapidated hall like a lost soul, unresponsive to anyone who called out to him. As dawn broke, he slowly rose and dragged his weary body out of the mansion. Ignoring the guards and the chatter of the onlookers, he walked straight towards the palace, appearing like a walking corpse. Outside the palace gates, ministers Baiyu, Wang Zhan, Ouyang Xiong, and others were already waiting, the atmosphere unusually silent. Each was lost in their own thoughts, and no one spoke. Just as the palace gates opened, Hozhen's figure slowly appeared. "Lord Ho!" Yu Taipu called out, but Hozhen didn't even look at him and walked straight into the palace gate. Grand Commandant Qin Zheng frowned and followed, and the other ministers also followed silently. They all wanted to know what had happened last night. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace, Qin Zheng spent the night cultivating. He had already grasped the basics of harmony with the world and had also entered the threshold of the sword heart technique. He could barely use a fraction of both sword techniques, and his progress was astonishing. At this moment, a notification sounded in his mind, indicating that he could continue nurturing the light and shadow troops. Qin Zheng did not hesitate and directly activated the reincarnation pool. The jade pool water shimmered with silver light and quickly condensed into 20 light and shadow figures, transforming into troops arranged in neat formations. "My lord!" The 20 luminous soldiers saluted in unison, their imposing presence awe-inspiring. Qin Zheng glanced around and suddenly noticed one of them wearing golden armor, setting him apart from the crowd. He immediately checked the information and confirmed that this was a special unit, the Golden Warrior. Not only had its upgrade speed doubled, but its defense had also increased tenfold, and its combat power was approaching the 3rd level of true essence, making it virtually invincible below the refining god realm. The emergence of special units right from the start was a stroke of luck that even Qin Zheng found surprising. Based on this combat strength, even someone at the 9th level of the sea transformation realm would have a chance to kill them. He quickly assessed that cultivators at the refining spirit realm possessed divine sense and were more powerful, which would limit the effectiveness of the light and shadow troops. However, as their level continued to increase, this advantage would be eliminated. Qin Zheng looked at the Golden Warrior and said calmly, "I bestow upon you the name Golden Armor. You shall guard my side and command all the warriors." "Golden Armor obeys the will of my lord." Golden Armor responded respectfully. With its appearance, the overall combat power of the light and shadow troops undoubtedly rose once again. After making the arrangements, Qin Zheng got up and went to the court. Zhang Yan was already waiting outside, carefully reporting the events of the previous night, mentioning the massacre of the physician's residence and the fall of the immortal master. Qin Zheng merely responded with a faint, calm expression. This reaction only strengthened Zhang Yan's conviction that the massacre was most likely perpetrated by this very emperor. The atmosphere in the imperial court was oppressive. Qin Zheng ascended the dragon platform, his hand resting on the Qin Emperor's sword. Although this sword was not as powerful as a divine weapon, it symbolized supreme imperial power, and he had never intended to replace it. In his view, as long as the imperial power was strong enough, this sword would be the greatest weapon in the world. Peace reigned until the sword was drawn, but once drawn, the world would be stained with blood. He looked down at the assembled officials, his gaze cold and authoritative. The officials all bowed their heads and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" Only Hozhen did not bow. Instead, he stared intently at Qin Zheng with bloodshot eyes. Qin Zheng looked at him as well, his expression calm yet imposing. A subject who didn't respect imperial power was doomed from the start. "It's you!" Hozhen's voice was hoarse and filled with hatred. "Qin Zheng, you're so cruel!" These words shocked the entire court. Wang Zhan immediately rebuked. "Hozhen, how dare you!" Hozhen ignored him completely, instead taking a step forward and roaring. "You slaughtered my entire clan, why didn't you kill me too? You tyrant!" The court fell into a deathly silence. Bai Yu and the others tried to stop him, but Hozhen had completely lost control, even cursing. "In my eyes, he's not even worth dog shit." At that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Not because of the insults, but because of the implication in his words. The tragedy at the Langsongling residence was very likely related to Qin Zheng. Grand Commandant Qin Qin, Chancellor Ouyang Xiong, and others were shocked, unable to believe that this was Qin Yang's doing. Originally, they thought it was Wang Zhan or Bai Yu's doing, but now there were many suspicious points. Even Wang Zhan and Bai Yu had complicated expressions. They had thought that Qin Zheng still needed to rely on them, but now, their judgment began to waver. Chapter 14 I invite my lords to witness the corpse torn to pieces. Chapter 14 I invite you all to witness my body torn to pieces. Have you made enough of a scene? Suddenly, Qin Zheng's majestic and cold voice rang out, looking at Hozhen as if he were a clown. Qin Zheng did not kill Hozhen. The intention was to force him to lead the Imperial Guards in a rebellion to seek revenge, and then Qin Zheng would take the opportunity to slaughter all 20,000 Imperial Guards in the palace, eliminating these unruly elements around him. But Hozhen did not choose this path. He did not choose to remain silent. Instead, they chose a purer approach. Have you had enough? Hozhen lowered his head, muttered 2 words to himself, and then burst into laughter. He immediately looked up at Qin Zheng. He took a sudden step forward. A massive surge of yuan energy dragged him along, rushing towards Qin Zheng like a blur. The intense killing intent chilled the court to a chill. "You dog emperor, die!" Hozhen roared, his eyes filled with ferocity. A layer of arc-like elemental energy was gathering in his palm, filled with murderous intent. This sudden move caught all the court officials off guard. Many civil officials were completely stunned on the spot. To openly assassinate His Majesty in the imperial court is simply outrageous. Qin Qin, Ouyang Xiong, Yan Yi, and others were also startled. But they remained silent. Want to take this opportunity to see Qin Zheng's methods? Or perhaps they wanted to verify whether the matter concerning the physician's office and Yan Shan was orchestrated by His Majesty. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and others were also shocked. "Your Majesty, be careful!" Wang Zhan roared, his sound waves mixed with true energy, causing the Qin Emperor's palace to vibrate. Others are like fleeting shadows, gone in an instant. Between the Imperial Court and the Dragon Terrace lies the Imperial Clear Pool and a 9-tiered staircase. Die! Hozhen swept past Yiqing Pool, ascending the 9-story staircase. The devastating attack was brewing. Wang Zhan had already arrived. He grabbed Hozhen by the back of his collar and lifted him sharply into the air. With a deafening roar, the arc of electricity lost its direction from Qin Zheng and instead slammed into a pillar on the side, shattering it and sending splinters of wood flying everywhere. The Qin Emperor's palace trembled violently. Hozhen is indeed at the foundation establishment stage, and he is definitely a master. But Wang Zhan possesses true essence. They thwarted Hozhen's assassination attempt. Wang Zhan quickly threw him back into the court, where he slammed to the ground with a thud. The court officials scattered like startled birds. Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, Li Xian, and the others also came to their senses and quickly moved around to block the Emperor Qin Pool, preventing anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to launch another attack. Bai Yu's sharp eyes widened, and in an instant, he stepped forward, crushing Hozhen's sternum with a single stomp. The speed was so fast that Hozhen's white hair seemed to be straightened by the wind, fluttering backward. Pfft! Hozhen immediately spat out a jet of blood. "Protect His Majesty!" Zhang En, who was waiting on the side, let out a sharp roar. In an instant, squads of Imperial Guards arrived at top speed. "We were so close to killing that damned Emperor! You old bastard Wang Zhan!" Hozhen roared. Wang Zhan swept past Yiqing Qi, his eyes icy cold, his heart filled with extreme anger. He raised his hand, ready to kill him. But, thinking of the figure on the dragon platform, he instantly suppressed his emotions. "You dared to assassinate His Majesty in the Imperial Court, Hozhen, you deserve to die. Let's wait for His Majesty's judgment," Wang Zhan said coldly. He immediately turned to look at Qin Zheng. Baiyu also turned to look. Qin Qing, Ouyang Xiong, and the others looked at Hojin, who was being trampled underfoot, and then turned to Qin Zheng. But in an instant their pupils all froze. Qin Zheng stood with his sword in hand. Her eyes remained the same. Not a single inch moved. Even the emotion in his eyes didn't change at all. He just watched calmly, without the slightest panic at the assassination attempt. This left all the ministers in disbelief. Although the assassination attempt happened in a split second, no one would remain calm in the face of a death threat. Unless he knows the outcome, which is why he disdains it. Upon reflection, Chen Qing, Ouyang Xiong, Yu Taipu, and others were deeply shaken. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to execute this traitorous minister. Wang Zhan bowed and clasped his hands in supplication. Qin Zheng remained silent. He then looked at the courtiers returning to the palace from various corners. These ministers consumed the empire, used the empire's resources, enjoyed the empire's power, were greedy for everything, reaped everything, slaughtered everything, and ruined the empire. Now, the empire's master has been assassinated, yet they stand by and watch. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to execute the traitor Hojin. Baiyu Yanqing, and others all bowed in respect. Attempting to assassinate someone in court is an outrageous and heinous crime deserving of death. Qin Qing understood that Hojin, this important pawn, had to be lost whether he wanted to or not. He seized the opportunity to step forward, cup his hands, and said, Assassinating His Majesty is a crime punishable by death by 1,000 cuts. That's ruthless. Upon hearing Qin Qing's words, Ouyang Xiong and other court officials also felt a chill run down their spines. Hojin was one of the 9 ministers and his right-hand man. Regardless of his merits over the years, he had done a good job for him, yet Hojin directly requested that Hojin be executed by slow slicing. Baiyu and Wang Zhan also glanced sideways at Qin Qing. Hojin didn't care at all. He was being trampled on, and he snarled. Qin Zheng! What difference would it make if you killed me? Your empire is long gone. You can't change it. No one can change that. Everyone in the world sees through this, yet you still sit high on the dragon throne, indulging in your own imperial dream. You're truly pathetic. Ha! You'll die a horrible death, just like me. Come and kill me. Hojin cursed wildly. Wang Zhan, Baiyu, and others' expressions changed drastically. Qin Zheng was not angry. So what if this empire is terminally ill? Even if he has to carry it all by himself, he will keep going. How will he know if things will change if he doesn't try? I want to die. I will grant your wish. Qin Zheng finally spoke. Someone come here. Crush Hojin's bones one by one. Before it's completely broken. I will not allow him to die. Hiss hiss hiss. In an instant, the entire court fell silent. Ouyang Xiong, Qin Qing, and the others all had their pupils suddenly contract. The hand hidden in the sleeve was clenched tightly. How ruthless! Is this still the same imperial emperor they know? Wang Zhan, Baiyu, Zhao Qi, and others were all astonished. You're not allowed to die until you're completely shattered. In an instant, 2 squads of imperial guards entered the hall, dragging Hojin along, preparing to leave the hall. Execute him right here in the palace. Since you all hate him to the bone, please issue an edict to execute him. I will punish him together with you all. Qin Zheng spoke slowly. Instantly, everyone's expression changed drastically. His Majesty! Court Judge Yang Yi bowed, but had not yet spoken. Does Minister Yang intend to carry out the execution himself? Qin Zheng raised a brow and uttered a cold voice, causing Yang Yi to break out in a cold sweat and instantly shut his mouth. The imperial guards immediately brought out an iron hammer. Wang Zhan, Baiyu, and others dared not offer any advice. Qin Zheng flicked his sleeve lightly. Several imperial guards immediately pulled Hojin to the ground. You dog emperor, this is your last moment of glory. What I have endured, you will endure 1,000 times more. You dog emperor! I curse your Qin family to be wiped out. One of the imperial guards slammed his hammer down, striking Hojin's ankle. A crisp, cracking sound suddenly rang out. Ah! Hojin screamed in agony, unable to control himself. The minister's eyelids twitched, and none of them dared to look directly at him. Click! One blow landed on his ankle, then another on his other ankle, shattering the bone. Hojin screamed in agony. The pain was excruciating. It's worse than death. All of you, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Qin Zheng suddenly shouted coldly, his voice sharp and domineering. A furious roar sent shivers down the spines of all the ministers. Ouyang Xiong, Chen Qin, and the others had deep, thoughtful eyes. This is to show them. This great show is for them. What a magnificent imperial emperor! Ah! The piercing screams echoed endlessly, and the sound of bones shattering was like a nightmare, constantly haunting the hearts of the ministers. As they listened and watched, their whole bodies trembled. Chapter 15. This empire has no way out. It was nearing noon. The heart-wrenching screams finally stopped. Inside the palace. The palace maids trembled at the mere sound of screams, let alone seeing them. The court officials also hurriedly left the Qin Emperor's palace. They ignored each other. One by one, they were pale-faced, as if they had lost their souls, and left the palace gates, heading straight home. How ruthless! Is this still the same His Majesty as before? When Yu Taipu returned to his residence, he ignored everyone and locked himself in his study. He sat in the chair, his hands trembling uncontrollably. His voice was low and suppressed, as if he was afraid of being overheard. I really scared him today. He never imagined that one day he would be so afraid of this imperial emperor. Hozhen's death is a warning. You should know. Over the years, he has deceived his superiors and subordinates, embezzled too much, slaughtered many people, and even privately disrespected Qin Zheng. He even got involved in the Yangshan affair. If that mysterious Yangshan ghost is truly Qin Zheng's doing, then Qin Zheng must know it's him. The Court of Justice. Yang Yi sat upright in the hall. A servant brought tea. The teacup trembled incessantly. Husband, what's wrong with you? Yang Yi's wife looked at him anxiously. His face was deathly pale. His expression was blank. Leave me alone! Yang Yi shouted. The screams of Hozhen still seemed to echo in my ears. He was the Minister of Justice, in charge of criminal law. There are countless ways to torture and kill, but witnessing Hozhen's fate still filled him with uncontrollable fear. Was this actually His Majesty's doing? Why does Hozhen suspect it is His Majesty? Yang Yi muttered to himself. He was afraid. The matter of Yangshan, which is feared by the physician's office, is a result of the Emperor's machinations. All the sector mortal masters in the Transformation Sea realm were killed. No one has noticed yet. What kind of power is that? However, the Emperor neither admitted nor denied it, remaining too calm to be understood. The Grand Commandant's mansion. Qin Zheng frowned. Even he couldn't handle today's performance. Could it be that the incident at the physician's residence was truly his doing? But where did he come from? I've investigated by Yu and Wang Zhan, and they definitely don't have that kind of power. Whether it's him or not, we must find out the truth. Qin Zheng pondered. People we've always ignored can turn out to be so terrifying in the blink of an eye, and we have to take them seriously. Your Majesty surprised me greatly today. Bai Yu is back. He sat in a courtyard with Wang Zhan, Zhao Qi, Li Xian, Yan Qin, and others, and they talked. The group was still shaken. Yes. His Majesty wasn't this forceful in the past. Li Xian was quite shocked and surprised. Wang Zhan said, Perhaps we have all underestimated His Majesty. 2 days ago, His Majesty summoned me to the palace and ordered him to select and train more people to serve in the government. Now Hozhen has been beheaded. This cannot be a coincidence. I'm even more curious whether the incident at the physician's residence was His Majesty's doing. Hozhen is so certain that it was His Majesty's doing, so he must know something to say that. Zhao Qi reminded him. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu did not respond. They were almost certain it was related to His Majesty. But they didn't know what kind of methods were used. How powerful is it? We will look into His Majesty's situation. General Zhao, you must keep a close eye on the Grand Commandant and the Prime Minister. His Majesty's reprimand this time may not only be a deterrent, but also a disturbance. Bai Yu, being more experienced, offered reminders to Zhao Qi, Yan Qin, and others. Zhao Qi, Yan Qin, and the others all nodded. The massacre of the Langshongling's residence is not yet over. The physician Hozhen attempted to assassinate the emperor in the imperial court, but was torn to pieces, and all the court officials watched in disbelief. This shocked many people. It should be noted that in the past, His Majesty had to navigate among various court officials to maintain stability. Unlike now, where the methods are so forceful. This is going to exacerbate the instability of the situation. The sun has already set, and now this false image of the imperial city's prosperity has been torn apart. Perhaps it is not far from collapse. But this vast Qin Chuan is our home. Many people discussed it privately. In fact, Even the common people knew that chaos had long been brewing outside the capital. Many petty villains are stirring up trouble. Many forces are secretly watching. In the entire empire, only this imperial city maintained the false prosperity of the empire, but now that false prosperity has been exposed. North of the imperial city. Fish Family Business Alliance, Lakeside Pavilion. 2 middle-aged people. A game of chess. Beside him stood several younger people, watching intently. The 2 middle-aged men were none other than Luo Xiao, the head of the Luo family in the imperial city, and Yu Xuanji, the leader of the Yu family's merchant alliance. Leader Fish, what's your opinion on this matter? The head of the Luo family landed and looked at Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji kept her gaze fixed on the chessboard and said calmly, "It won't change anything." "You mean?" The head of the Luo family paused for a moment. Yu Xuanji placed the piece and slowly said, "The foundation has been destroyed, and there is no way to reverse the situation. This is the current state of this empire. It seems a little too late for His Majesty to try to change things now." "You mean he wants to change?" The head of the Luo family narrowed his eyes. "Otherwise, what is the point of him doing all this?" Yu Xuanji said. "He is more clear-headed than the previous rulers of the empire, but he was born in the wrong era. He wanted to single-handedly support this empire. How could a body that is only in its early 20s bear the weight of this empire? This is an irreversible trend, and who can single-handedly reverse it? It's just a bitter struggle. Perhaps he himself knew that the final result would be the same, buried under the ruins of this collapsed empire, reduced to dust." "Uncle, is it really completely irreversible?" a girl nearby said. "I actually admire him. He knew the ending all along, but he still refused to admit defeat." "Sister, this overwhelming force is sometimes beyond the control of even the heavens and the human realm." Beside the girl, a young man dressed in fine clothes and holding a jade fan said, "The Lingxi Sect has seized the fortune of the great Qin kingdom for 800 years. It has long since run out of fuel and is now just a pile of ruins. Let's leave the imperial court aside for now. Outside, the various vassal kings are constantly eroding the empire's power and converting it into their own. Each of them is 1,000 times stronger than this empire, and has long wanted to replace it. Furthermore, the surrounding empires and dynasties are eyeing us covetously. With bandits running rampant, the empire is doomed. What sustains it is merely the still existing imperial preceptor's residence. Once the Lingxi Sect feels that it has no value, it will abandon it without hesitation. At that time, wolves will rise up everywhere. How do you think it can change that? In the court, only a few veteran officials can help him. The rest are half-hearted, sycophantic, and waiting for the empire to collapse so they can pledge allegiance to the new ruler. As for the Lingxi Sect, although it is a giant in the eastern region, it is not the only giant in the eastern region. This empire has far too many problems. The disease has reached the very core of the disease. Each one could crush it. Those who can withstand it are either celestial beings or gods. He's so pitiful." The young girl's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. "Even knowing that I will be shattered to pieces, I must live to wait and face it. Not much older than me. Yet he carried an entire empire on his shoulders. We still need to try to make some feudal changes. This powerful will is something that even I, let alone my sister, am ashamed of. However, this empire has no way out. This is its fate." The young man spoke slowly. "The suffering endured would be enough to crush the will of anyone who carried it. Don't even think about dealing with it. How many people have that kind of courage? This empire has no way out." The head of the Luo family looked at Yu Xuanji and praised. "It seems that your Yu family has cultivated quite a few talents." Yu Xuanji smiled but remained silent. "But I was very happy inside." "By the way, does the Merchant Alliance have any plans to leave the capital?" the head of the Luo family asked. Yu Xuanji said, "There are no such plans for the time being. The rise and fall of the empire will not affect the Yu family Merchant Alliance." Chapter 16. Has that fiancé taken off? Qin Chuan Pavilion, a bustling area of the imperial city. This is the largest auction house in the imperial city. Inside a luxurious hall, a long bench made of rosewood is placed horizontally. Under the cover of a light veil, a graceful figure reclines on a bench, her jade-like hands supporting her head, exuding a languid air. Outside the light gauze, a gaunt middle-aged man wearing a purple crown bowed and reported on matters concerning the capital. "If the empire collapses, the court will be the first to fall into chaos. This is a bad omen." The figure beneath the light veil spoke languidly. "Miss, are you saying that the empire is about to collapse?" The thin, middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Not really surprising. Because everyone knows the situation in this empire. Whether it collapses or not depends on the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. The figure beneath the veil said, "Tell the people in the pavilion to be careful in their actions and avoid causing trouble." "Yes." The thin, middle-aged man respectfully acknowledged the order and withdrew. To be able to kill Tianqiu, one must be incredibly strong. It seems I underestimated His Majesty. Only. His shoulders probably can't bear the weight of this empire. So many people stared intently, watching the moment it fell. Human power is limited, and there's nothing that can be done to reverse it. Qin Zheng, do you understand or do you not understand? A beautiful figure beneath the light veil murmured to herself. I have some feelings about this. This once mighty empire, one of the most powerful in the eastern region, now exists in the eastern region like a mirage, vanishing in an instant with the slightest touch. And all this required was a single attitude and a single sentence from the Lingxi Sect. The Lingxi Sect will no longer protect the great Qin. This empire will be entirely on Qin Zheng's shoulders. No one can imagine how heavy the pressure they are under. No one can help him. No one dared to help him. Whoever helps will be crushed to pieces. Qin Zheng had to bear it all alone. All the pain and suffering had to be endured by him alone. Hozhen assassinated someone in front of the palace. His crime was heinous. Qin Zheng issued an edict to exterminate 9 generations of a family. The next 3 days were spent purging Hozhen's accomplices. And these 3 days, the light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool has nurtured another 60 light and shadow attribute troops, all of whom are at the 9th level of foundation establishment. But it's enough to transcend realms and kill true essence. Together they can suppress and kill someone at the sea transformation realm. Combined with the golden armor, killing even a refining god realm cultivator would be a piece of cake. For a smaller sect, the strongest foundation is probably the refining god realm. It goes without saying. Only then did I dare to begin. How terrifying would it be if the levels were higher and the numbers were greater in the future? This gave Qin Zheng plenty of confidence. Now it's all about getting blood crystals and exotic crystals. Imperial Palace. Qin Zheng held the imperial sword, his sword-like eyebrows slanted upwards, and his sharp eyes stared intently at the endless Jinchuan sky. The embroidered strips on the black dragon robe fluttered gently backward in the wind. The jeweled curtains of the imperial crown swayed in the breeze. But that figure remained steadfast and unmoving. Zhang Yan stood behind him, gazing at the figure's back, and felt an unprecedented sense of awe and grandeur. Because it carried the weight of a magnificent empire. It stands alone, resisting the overwhelming force of the heavens and earth. His Majesty! Although I am of little talent and cannot help you, I will always stand by your side, Zhang Yan said respectfully. The moment he eliminated Hozhen, he knew that the empire would never be peaceful again. He was a lackey. I don't have much ability or qualifications to help this master. But standing beside him, a crippled body could shield this master from a sword strike. Qin Zheng remained silent. After a moment, he said, "Go and make preparations, I am going to the Nangong family." "Promise." Zhang Yan bowed and withdrew. "Golden armor." Qin Zheng's voice rang out, and golden armor emerged from the light behind him. "Send people to keep an eye on the Grand Commandant's residence, and the Prime Minister's residence. I need to know their every move." Qin Zheng gave the instructions. Light and shadow attribute units are not only invincible in assassination. Moreover, he is a unique secret agent. Hidden in the darkness, walking in the light, who can detect them? They can uncover secrets in any corner of the world. Even in hidden corners, units with the light and shadow attribute can lurk in the shadows of others and spy on their deepest secrets. You can imagine how terrifying it is. If there are more units with light and shadow attributes in the future, and they are distributed throughout the empire, he will be able to firmly control every slight movement and every corner that he cannot notice. The golden armored figure bowed and disappeared into the light. "It's time to go see my empress." Qin Zheng withdrew his gaze and returned to the imperial palace. The Nangong family? Spanning thousands of acres, with a garden layout. The pavilions, palaces, and long corridors are connected, and the river, ponds, and artificial mountains are intertwined, making it extremely magnificent. At the end of a long corridor, in a grove of purple bamboo, there is a pavilion made of purple bamboo. The patriarch of the Nangong family, Nangong Yun, gathered here with the clan elders. The matter concerning the physician's residence must have been Qin Zheng's doing. An elder of the clan was certain. Another elder said gravely, "If it's his method, then this is bad. The Sword Heart sect will not stand idly by if an elder of the Sword Heart sect is killed." Once it is found that Qin Zheng was the one who did it, the Sword Heart sect will probably take action against Qin Zheng. The clan elder who spoke first continued. We need to see just how powerful Qin Zheng's methods are. That's what we need to figure out. In addition, news came from the Lingxi Sect that Lu Yiyun obtained an unparalleled opportunity and became an unparalleled genius, and is highly regarded by the Lingxi Sect. You mean Hong Yan's good-for-nothing fiancé from before? Many of the clan elders' expressions changed drastically. The image of the boy they had broken off their engagement with came to mind. Then, they showed absolutely no mercy. The elder nodded. I heard that his talent is terrifying. Not long after joining the Lingxi Sect, he leaped to the True Essence realm. Now he is estimated to have reached the Transformation Sea realm. His progress is rapid, and he is hailed as the most promising genius to become a celestial being. The elders fell silent. It wasn't just because I misjudged it. More than anything, they were shocked and terrified. Nangongyan frowned. He knew exactly what this meant. However, it's already a done deal and can't be changed. Furthermore, it was absurd in itself, and stopping this absurdity would be good for everyone. It's just that the Nangong family's handling of the situation was too extreme. Patriarch! If that's really the case, then we need to think about our options. After regaining his composure, one of the clan elders said, Right now, the Qin Empire is on the verge of collapse, relying entirely on the power of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, but this is only temporary. If Lu Yiyun's influence is great enough, with just one word from him, the Lingxi Sect will withdraw from the Qin Empire, and then the Empire will be completely doomed. Although the Empress has not yet been crowned, she is already the Empress of the Great Qin. Once the Great Qin Empire collapses, my Nangong family will not be able to escape its fate. The sixth elder is absolutely right. If Lu Yiyun were to retaliate, a single word from him could bring this empire to its demise. I've heard that the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Association and the Mountain and River Alliance plan to withdraw from the Imperial City forever. Why don't the Nangong family also evacuate the capital and stay away from Qin Chuan? With the strength of the Nangong family, they are still vulnerable under this trend, and there is no need for them to perish along with this empire. The three elders spoke frankly. Originally, this empire was beyond saving. Now, with the addition of Lu Yiyun, things are only getting worse. Only by staying away from the Qin Empire, this place of trouble, can we avoid being buried under the ruins of this empire along with it. Let me think about it. Nangong Yun's heart was heavy with worry. Lost in deep thought. This is not something that can be solved by running away. At that very moment. Master! A voice came from outside saying, His Majesty is coming to the Nangong family. Nangong Yun and the clan elders exchanged glances, their hearts filled with doubt. I see. Nangong Yun responded and said, Have Miss prepared to welcome the Emperor? Yes. The servant responded and left. What is Qin Zheng doing at the Nangong family's house at this time? An elder of the clan was puzzled. Nangong Yun said, You'll know when His Majesty arrives. Also, please keep Lu Yun's matter a secret, my uncles. It's good that you're here. It's time to show your attitude. You guys won't be the bad guy, I'll be. The elder from the three clans emphasized his words. The elders did not reprimand them. An imperial edict was issued from the palace. The Nangong family also became lively. Everyone is making preparations. Miss! His Majesty is coming to our house. The head of the family requests your presence. Outside Jingxin Garden, a maid called out softly. In the garden, a beautiful figure who was painting stopped. Chapter 17 The Empress of the Great Qin Dynasty, Nangong Hongyan. The entire Nangong family was waiting at the door. The emperor's carriage descended in front of the mansion. Zhang lifted the curtain. A young man dressed in plain silk robes stepped out of the imperial carriage. Her long, ink-black hair swayed gently behind her. Those sword-like eyebrows flew slanted upwards like the sharp edge of a sword. His eyes, as cold as stars, were filled with a domineering and sharp gaze. This was none other than Qin Zheng. The moment Qin Zheng's feet touched the ground, Nangong Yun and the others bowed and shouted, The Nangong family respectfully welcomes your Majesty. No need for formalities, Qin Zheng said calmly. His gaze fell on the beautiful figure beside Nangong Yun. She wore a specially made dark-colored palace dress, adorned with jeweled hairpins, pearl ornaments, and a phoenix crown that bound her long black hair. Her slender and well-proportioned figure showcases her tall, graceful, and exquisite physique. That face was exquisite and flawless, as if it had been meticulously sculpted. Its beauty was so perfect that it was without any imperfections. Even the phrases, beauty that could topple kingdoms, and beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, are insufficient to describe her. But what Qin Zheng couldn't refuse was the unique charm of that beautiful figure. A touch of nobility amidst tranquility. A touch of mystery amidst her virtuousness. She was like a fairy maiden who was one with the spirits of the mountains and rivers, untouched by the mortal world, yet she had fallen into this mortal realm. This is the Qin woman whose talent and beauty surpassed all others in the 1,800 counties of Qin. Empress of the great Qin dynasty, the beauty of the southern palace. The most beautiful woman in 1,800 counties was his rightful wife. To be honest, Qin Zheng felt really good. A secret joy that can't be shared with others. To rule the world and lie drunk on the lap of a beautiful woman, how many people have dreamed of this? Now, he has it all. Your Majesty, please! Nangong Yun bowed respectfully. Qin Zheng stepped forward. Nangong Hongyan gazed intently at Qin Zheng for a moment before concealing the light in her bright eyes, bowing to him, and entering the mansion side by side with him. Nangong Yun and the other clan elders had to stand at the back. Although Nangong Hongyan has not yet entered the palace, her status is already established, and only the ceremony is missing. Therefore, bearing the identity of the Empress of the great Qin dynasty, they dare not act recklessly. Furthermore, her influence within the Nangong family is unique, and no one except Nangong Yun is aware of it. Enter the mansion. Qin Zheng and Nangong Hongyan sat upright in the hall. Nangong Yun and a group of clan elders stood there. No need for formalities, please sit down. Qin Zheng understood that these people were just being polite on the surface. The Nangong family is one of the most powerful families in the empire, and behind it lies the mysterious Nangong Sword Forest, whose power is terrifying. Nangong Yun is also a powerful expert at the Transformation Sea realm. All the clan elders had achieved considerable cultivation. Your Majesty, have you come with any instructions? Nangong Yun asked calmly. Qin Zheng said casually. I've come to visit the Empress. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Nangong Hongyan looked at Qin Zheng, her bright, star-like eyes scrutinizing him intently. She had also heard about the upheaval in the palace. It's hard to imagine that this is the Emperor she knows. Although the Empress's ceremony has been postponed, I have already ordered people to begin preparations. If the Nangong family head encounters any difficulties, he may raise them with me. Qin Zheng looked at Nangong Yun. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions changed slightly. It seems there's no escaping it. They couldn't help but look at Nangong Yun. Are you having trouble? Qin Zheng, observing the expressions on the man's face, narrowed his eyes and asked. Before Nangong Yun could speak, the third elder spoke first. Your Majesty, the situation in the court is still unstable. In my opinion, the Empress's ceremony should be postponed. The three elders. Nangong Yun coughed lightly. The elders remained silent. Master, I'm telling the truth. The three elders cut to the chase. If the Nangong family gets involved in the Empire's mess, they have absolutely no protection. Third elder, you must not be disrespectful before His Majesty. Your attitude does not represent the Nangong family, but it represents my attitude. A cold voice rang out. It's not Nangong Yun. Not an elder of the clan. Instead, it was Nangong Hongyan. This surprised Qin Zheng, who glanced at Nangong Hongyan. The situation is clear to everyone in the empire. The Nangong family also understood this. Although it is unclear what deeper considerations lie behind the Nangong family's insistence on a marriage alliance with the royal family. But now, the three elders have spoken out almost bluntly. This means that the Nangong family is eager to get out of this quagmire. Nangong Hongyan probably wants to escape. Unexpectedly, she actually sided with him. It seems that this empress also has the virtue of being a good family woman. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Only after Nangong Hongyan adopted the attitude of the emperor and empress did she turn to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng said calmly. The Nangong family is simply questioning my abilities, that I cannot protect your Nangong family. Your Majesty, the Nangong family has absolutely no such intention. Seeing that Qin Zheng spoke very bluntly, Nangong Yun's expression also tightened slightly, and he hurriedly explained. I know your Nangong family possesses the sword forest, but that is not enough to question my abilities. Qin Zheng's eyes turned cold. In an instant. In the hall. Apart from Qin Zheng, Nangong Hongyan, and Zhang En, everyone felt a terrible threat creeping down on them. Very close. The murderous intent is very strong. It felt like if they moved even slightly, they would die instantly. No, it's not just a feeling. The killing intent was so close, yet they still couldn't sense the other's presence, which proved that the other could kill them in an instant. Especially Nan Gongyun, who is at the Transformation Sea realm, can better sense the changes in the chi of heaven and earth. What's going on? He was filled with surprise and doubt. The elders' expressions also changed slightly. They searched the inside and outside of the Nandong residence repeatedly, but found nothing at all. What kind of mysterious power is this? Even those at the Transformation Sea realm were helpless. Is this how His Majesty the Empire killed Tianqi Zhenren? That's absolutely stunning. It seems we really underestimated His Majesty. Nagong Hongyan's eyes changed slightly, her starlight gaze fixed intently on Qin Zheng, as if containing many inexplicable things. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty. The three elders had no choice but to plead. That's terrifying. He felt someone staring at him from behind, a sword pointing at the back of his head, which terrified him. For the sake of the Empress, I will forgive you this time. Qin Yang's words. All sense of crisis vanished in an instant. The elders of the clan felt a great weight lifted from their shoulders. One by one, units with light and shadow attributes stood behind these people, but they just couldn't detect them. This is how terrifying the light and shadow units are. Unique. In addition to this, there are too many different types of units with different attributes. This is a good warning to these people, and it's time to stop. At least, with this Empress who cares about the family, he won't make things difficult for the Nandong family. You can handle the Queen's ceremony. Qin Jingdao. The Nangong family will obey His Majesty's orders. Nagong Yun cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, his attitude now far more deferential. He understood. Qin Jing did more than just give them a warning. He wanted to show them his confidence. Furthermore, there is something I wish to inform Your Majesty. Nagong Yun reminded him. The Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Association and the Mountain and River Alliance in the Imperial City seem to be planning to leave. If Your Majesty is interested in recruiting them, I am willing to step in and persuade them to stay. Both of these forces have strong foundations and may be able to lend His Majesty a helping hand. Qin Jing sneered. They all chose to leave. That means they don't have a good view of the Empire. Nobody is optimistic about them. If you want to recruit them and keep them, you'll have to pay a price. What use are these people if they stay? Are they worth Qin Zheng's efforts to retain? Do they even deserve it? They're just a few clowns, not worth my attention. Let them go if they want to leave. Qin Zheng said indifferently. This caused Nan Gongyun and the other elders to freeze in shock, their hearts trembling slightly. The Tianmong Mercenary Guild and the Shanha Alliance are both renowned forces in the imperial capital. They have been recruited by many powerful officials, including the Grand Commandant's mansion and the Ouyang mansion, but have all been turned away. Now, however, they are like clowns, utterly unworthy of His Majesty's attention. Wow! Nangong Yun was deeply moved. Does Your Majesty truly possess the power to disregard them? Nangong Hongyan's eyes brightened a bit. Xiao Yan! Give me some time. My shoulders are strong enough to hold up the heavens. They won't collapse. Even if no one else can believe you, please believe me. Qin Jing ignored the attitudes of others and turned to look at Nangong Hongyan. This is the first time I've lowered my stance. Actually, Qin Jing and Nangong Hongyan have known each other since childhood. Apart from her, there's also a girl. That's a real ray of sunshine. He also really wanted to treat this person well. However, she left the Empire the moment Qin Jing confirmed her as the heir. Nobody knows why. Nangong Hongyan still chose to stand by her side, regardless of the reason. This was enough for Qin Jing to do everything he could to give her the best future. I trust you. Nangong Hongyan's eyes trembled slightly, as if she was about to explode with emotion, but she restrained herself in time and said, I will not leave here. Nangong Yun and the others remained silent. He watched Qin Jing grow up. Qin Jing would not suffer any less of the hardships he was born with. As many people have said, he was born in the wrong empire. With his methods and audacity, if he were in another family, he would surely be an exceptionally talented person who would achieve extraordinary things. However, this vast empire, mired in a quagmire, crushed him. It's so suffocating. He couldn't even move an inch. It's heartbreaking to see. Not to mention the feeling of truly empathizing. Chapter 18 The Black Cavalry Moves, Empire in Turmoil. A brief greeting and conversation. Qin Jinkai left the Nangong family. That lonely yet upright figure was so heartbreaking that even the Nangong family members couldn't bear to look at it. The once lofty imperial throne is now coveted by wolves and tigers. When an empire ceases to exist, the emperor suffers 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Nangong Yun and the others bowed respectfully. Nangong Hongyan gazed at her for a long time. Even if no one helps you, you have to persevere. Why didn't you listen to her? You must be living such a tiring life. No matter what changes happen to you, I will stay with you until the end. As she watched the imperial carriage recede into the distance, Nangong Hongyan murmured to herself, a hint of mystery in her eyes. She only looked away long after the imperial carriage had disappeared from sight, and returned to her residence without saying a word. Nangong Yun raised his eyes, looked at the sky, and sighed. From now on, the Nangong family is truly on the side of the empire. So many eyes are watching, how long can this empire hold out? Patriarch. Since things have come to this, it's best to make more preparations. In addition, His Majesty has a mysterious force behind him, which we must investigate thoroughly to understand its strength and make better plans for the future. The 6 elders were helpless. You felt it too? The 3 elders were taken aback. He thought he was the only one who felt the terrible threat. The others nodded and turned to Nangong Yun. Nangong Yun said, even if true person Tianchu could be killed silently, how could I be an exception? Hiss hiss hiss. The elders gasped in shock. Even a 4th-level cultivator at the sea transformation realm was intimidated, which shows just how terrifying this power is. But how long can this sustain the empire? On the way to the palace, Qin Zheng thought for a moment, and then instructed Zhang Yan. Summon Elder Wang and Elder Bai to the palace for an audience. This servant will take care of it immediately. Zhang Yan quickly retreated. Qin Zheng plans to deal with Chen Qing and Ouyang Xiong first to stabilize the capital. Acquire blood crystals at the same time. Blood crystals enhance the attributes of the rebirth pool, allowing for the cultivation of higher-level light and shadow attribute troops. Certainly. There is another way to obtain blood crystals. Golden armor. Arrange for 50 men to leave the capital and, focusing on the area surrounding the capital, wipe out the bandits and ruthless brigands. Qin Zheng made a decision. Including those previously developed, there are now 90 units with the light and shadow attribute. We can't keep them all by our side. Anyway, it can produce 20 every day. These units with light and shadow attributes can obtain a lot of blood crystals by suppressing bandits, and can also eliminate threats around the imperial city, so as to ensure that when Qingqing, Ouyang Xiong and others are eliminated, the surrounding villains will not take the opportunity to cause trouble. Qin Zheng returned to the palace not long ago. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu entered the palace. His Majesty! The two bowed in greeting. No need for such formalities, sirs. Wang Zhan raised his eyes and asked in confusion. I wonder what your Majesty has instructed me to bring this old minister to the palace? Qin Zheng pondered for a moment before saying, I now issue you an imperial edict to transfer 800,000 black cavalry troops to Shouyang County, Tushan County, and Nanyang County, which are located around the imperial city. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu's expressions suddenly turned serious, and their faces showed worry. Bai Yu said, if the 800,000 black cavalry are to move, it will inevitably alarm the other 2 factions and other petty villains in the capital. I am worried that they will act desperately and harm your Majesty. Qin Zheng sneered. I'm going to force them to do something desperate. Wang Zhanhe and Bai Yu were both puzzled. Qin Zheng said, only when they panic can I deal with them. Wang Zhan fell into deep thought, and quickly understood Qin Yang's meaning. He wanted to take action against Qingqing and Ouyang Xiong. If the forces in the physician's office are indeed Qin Zheng's, then this is a good opportunity to eliminate these 2 factions. They're not stupid. Everyone understands that it's best to strike while the Lingxi Sect still holds sway. Once the Lingxi Sect leaves, it's too late then. Wang Zhan said, if your Majesty wishes to take action, this old minister will not dissuade you. However, it will take at least half a month to mobilize the black cavalry to the 3 prefectures. Before that, we must ensure the safety of the palace. Although Ho Jun is dead, he still has some control over the imperial guards and we have not yet taken control of them. This must be resolved. Half a month? Qin Zheng pondered to himself that during this period, he could probably cultivate about 300 light and shadow attribute soldiers, each of which could kill a true essence cultivator, and 10 of them together could kill an ordinary spirit sea cultivator. I'd golden armor. No need to worry. Qin Zheng said. You don't need to worry about the safety of the palace. I have my own plans. Go back and prepare a report detailing the situation of Qingqing and Ouyang Xiong, and submit it to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu lowered his head and fell silent. Immediately, he suddenly raised his head, cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, forgive this old minister's rudeness, but please share some of the burden on this old minister's shoulders. You're working too hard. Although I am old, I am still strong and can bear some of the burden for your majesty. He was only in his early 20s. In an ordinary family, this age should be full of vigor, talking loudly and living a carefree life. Others have it so easy. Qin Zheng is so tired. They were the ones who put him on the throne, bearing the weight of this vast empire. They were so exhausted that they couldn't bear to see them suffer and felt sorry for them. Your Majesty, I am utterly incompetent. Wang Zhan's eyes also reddened. With his body hunched over and head bowed, he was too ashamed to face anyone. They seemed to have lost even the strength to maintain this false prosperity, let alone do anything else. Qin Zheng frowned. He looked at the two old ministers with sharp eyes. Mr. Wang, Mr. Bai. The Empire's enemies are watching us. They are meticulously watching from some dark corner, just waiting for us to doubt ourselves. They're all waiting to seize the empire built by the Qin people over 800 years. We must all stand tall. We must not show even the slightest weakness. Please believe in me too. I can overcome the hardships of the past 800 years, and I can safeguard this great legacy. These people before me are nothing but clowns. I don't take them seriously. Qin Zheng reached out and helped Wang Zhan up. Old Wang, His Majesty is right. The enemy is watching us closely. We cannot show the slightest weakness. Baiyu also said. Wang Zhan also composed himself. Since Qin Zheng said that, they confirmed that he had the means to achieve his goals, so they didn't say anything more. At this point, Qin Zheng and the others have no way out. The two left the palace and immediately issued an imperial edict, sending men out of the capital overnight to mobilize the Black Cavalry. Now undercurrents are swirling in all sides of the imperial city. The wolves and tigers from the distant lands of the empire are also constantly watching the movements of the imperial city, for every action taken here will determine many things. They had to get there early. Take them by surprise. Until the third day. The news that 800,000 black cavalry were converging on the imperial city instantly ignited the city. Not only Qin Qin, Ouyang Xiong and others were shocked. This even alarmed spies from various vassal kings and powerful factions. It was as if a stagnant pool had been completely stirred up. The imperial guards were mobilized, allowing many citizens of the empire to detect something subtle. The moment the black cavalry moves, the winds of change are blowing across the empire. In a blacksmith's shop, a muscular man looked at the passing guards, muttered something to himself, and continued forging. Chapter 19. We can't let him run wild like this. What does Qin Zheng mean by this? Ouyang Mansion. Ouyang Xiong's expression was unpredictable. 800,000 black cavalry suddenly converged on the imperial city. To deter them. Does he really intend to disregard everything and ruin the relationship? Ouyang Xiong was indeed panicked. He didn't have much military power. The Grand Commandant held the main military power. What he feared most was precisely those 800,000 black cavalry. The black cavalry had already made a name for themselves long ago. It is the foundation of the imperial family, belonging to the royal family, and no one has been able to touch it for the past 800 years. Prime Minister Ouyang, don't be anxious, perhaps this is an opportunity. On one side, Taoist Shang Huang said calmly. Ouyang Xiong's gaze suddenly shifted to Shang Huang Taoist, concealing his inner turmoil, and he asked, What do you mean by that, immortal Master Shang Huang? Shang Huang Daoran said, The 800,000 black cavalry have moved. I'm afraid that Grand Commandant will not be able to sit still. At that time, it will inevitably cause conflict in the court. If we make a little use of it, we can sit back and watch the tigers fight. When they are both exhausted from fighting, we can reap the benefits. At that time, the Ouyang family can take advantage of the situation to enter the palace and replace them. It might not be a bad thing. Immortal Master Shang Huang is joking. I have no intention of taking his place. The strength of those 800,000 black cavalry is not something anyone can face. Ouyang Xiong suppressed his ambition. At this moment, they dare not reveal it. The Taoist of Shang Huang said, No matter how strong the 800,000 black cavalry are, they are still the army of the imperial dynasty. No matter how big they are, they can't be bigger than a sect. The Taiji sect will help the Ouyang family. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiong's eyes darkened, and his heart pounded with excitement. Who wouldn't want to be the master of an empire? I'm going crazy. If the Taiji sect supports the Ouyang family, then we will be driven to a dead end, and I will have no choice but to consider the future of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Xiong didn't refuse Shang Huang Doran's request and said, However, we also need to carefully consider the situation at the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. The Imperial Preceptor's residence. Taoist Shang Huang frowned but did not object to the decision. We must observe the attitude of the Lingxi Sect. Even if we know that Lingxi Sect will eventually abandon the Great Qin Empire, we will still anger them if we disregard their attitude before they abandon it. With careful planning, I believe the capital city will soon become bustling, Shanghuang Daoren reminded him. Then the Ouyang family will have to rely on the immortal master Shanghuang. Ouyang Xiong cupped his hands in greeting. Taking the opportunity, Daoist Shanghuang said, I will inform the sect about the matter in the imperial city. At that time, they should send someone over. Then I'll go and sound out the imperial preceptor's attitude. Ouyang Xiong thought about it and began to consider it as well. But they didn't know. Beside them as they talked, a light shone brighter, revealing a hidden unit with light and shadow attributes. The Grand Commandant's mansion. We can't let him run wild like this. Qin Zheng, his face grim, left the mansion and headed straight for the imperial preceptor's residence. The 800,000 black cavalry moved. Then he would be in a very passive position. No one can predict what will happen next. When Qin Zheng arrived at the imperial preceptor's residence, Ouyang Xiong arrived just then. The two of them understood each other without saying a word. The imperial preceptor's residence. Spanning thousands of acres, it exudes a refined and elegant charm. It contains not only numerous pavilions and Taoist altars, but also gardens of medicinal herbs. Among them were cultivators, seated on Taoist platforms, surrounded by spiritual mist. These people are all disciples of the Lingxi Sect who serve Xingxiao. What brings you two gentlemen here? A man in a blue Taoist robe asked the two men a question. Qin Zheng cupped his hands and said, Immortal Master Xianming! Outside the imperial city, 800,000 black cavalry troops have been transferred from their garrisons and are gathering in Shouyang, Nanyang, Tushan and other counties. We are worried that this may not be enough to deter other counties and may cause unnecessary unrest. We have no way to dissuade His Majesty, so we beg the imperial advisor to intervene. The territory of the Great Qin Empire is too scattered. The black cavalry are all concentrated in the capital, while neglecting to deter other prefectures. Once something happens, it may be too late to react. Xianming frowned and said, There's no need to panic about this. Since Qin Zheng has made this choice, he's prepared to bear the consequences. The Grand Preceptor is currently in seclusion, so please don't disturb him. I will temporarily take charge of the Grand Preceptor's affairs. Qin Zheng and Ouyang Xiong had an idea. Qin Zheng took out a jade box from his sleeve and handed it to Xianming, saying, This is a fire spirit herb with good medicinal effects. Please accept it, Immortal Master Xianming. Immortal Master Xianming cultivates the fire path technique, which should require fire spirit herbs. Coincidentally, I have one here. Ouyang Xiong had come prepared, handing a jade box to Xianming and saying, Please accept this, Immortal Master Xianming. I hope it will be of use to you. Xuanming's eyes flickered slightly. After thinking for a moment, he accepted the two people's things and said, You two are too kind. To be honest, I have recently made some breakthroughs in my cultivation and am just short of some fire spirit medicine. I will talk to Qin Zheng about what you brought up. In addition, there have been recent reports that a lot of things have happened within the Lingxi Sect, which may affect this area. You two should be prepared. Since he had accepted a gift, Xianming also mentioned it a few times, intentionally or unintentionally. Qin Zheng and Ouyang Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. Although they didn't know what it was about, they understood that this would be their opportunity, and it even revealed the attitude of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. This trip was worthwhile. The Imperial Palace. The Emperor's Bedchamber. Kill 3,000 ruthless bandits, gain plus 320 blood crystals, plus 1 alien crystal, and plus 500 energy. Looking at the information panel, Qin Zheng understood that the 50 light and shadow attribute troops he had sent out had worked. An alien crystal was also discovered. This is a good thing. However, it's less than before. Qin Zheng consumed 500 energy points and leveled up, reaching the second level of Foundation Establishment. Advancing in the light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool requires 3,000 blood crystals, which he is still far from having, so he can only wait. But now that energy is plentiful, 20 new light and shadow attribute units have been created. 3 days. Add 60 more units with light and shadow attributes. My lord! A stealthy unit with light and shadow attributes has returned. What's up? Qin Zheng asked. Ouyang Xiong intends to rebel, and the Taiji sect will send people over. They want to take advantage of your conflict with Qin Zheng so they can profit from it. Ouyang Xiong went to the Imperial Preceptor's residence, hoping to ask them to intervene and delay you. All the news reached Qin Zheng's ears. Qin Zheng was not surprised. He achieved his goal by mobilizing 800,000 black cavalry. Actually, He could have been more direct and sent units with light and shadow attributes to slaughter these people. But we must consider the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. After all, now, he lacks sufficient foundation. They couldn't compete with the Lingxi Sect. The only way is to force them to rebel and kill them openly and honestly. He had just reviewed Bai Yu's memorial. Qin commanded 20,000 Imperial Guards. 130,000 Imperial Guards. Outer. They also secretly supported nearly 500,000 border troops. Moreover, the military forces of most counties were under his control as Grand Commandant. Behind him, there is also a sect that has not yet surfaced, the Blood Refining Hall. The Blood Refining Hall is a demonic sect. They cultivate by refining blood into essence, a method that is extremely cruel and intolerable to others. Therefore, they remain behind the scenes. As for Ouyang Xiong, they controlled and won over approximately 10,000 Imperial Guards. However, the faction behind him is complex and intertwined. A large number of people. It even involved many aristocratic families in the Imperial City. In the counties outside the capital, such as Shouyang County, there were more than 100,000 Imperial Guards, which were stronger than Qin Zheng's 100,000 border troops. Qin Zheng's deployment of 800,000 black cavalry troops to Shouyang County was his biggest worry. Also, behind him stood the Taiji sect, an ambitious sect that wanted to support Ouyang Xiong in replacing the great Qin Empire, but dared not act rashly due to the domineering power of the Lingxi sect. Eliminating them should greatly upgrade the attribute unit rebirth pool, and perhaps even evolve another type of attribute unit rebirth pool. Qin Neng's eyes were piercing. Your Majesty! The immortal Master Xianming of the Imperial Preceptor's Mansion requests an audience. Zhang En's voice rang out from outside. Qin Deng's eyes narrowed. Xianming was the one who trampled on the dignity of imperial power with his power and angered the person lying on the bed. Golden armor appeared. Qin Zheng stopped him, saying, "Killing him with one sword is easy. But I want to shatter every bone in his body, and then subject him to the death by 1,000 cuts." Killing Xianming is very simple. With the golden armor, a single strike would be enough to kill him, and even the imperial advisor couldn't find a way to cause him any trouble. But Qin Zheng will be unhappy. However, he will not act now. He will wait until he has settled things in the capital before he can openly and honestly take action. The golden armor was removed. Qin Zheng casually tossed out a curt, "I won't see you." Outside, Xianming stood there. Upon hearing this, his face darkened. They weren't even giving him face anymore. Fine, very well. He was a member of the Lingxi Sect. They are the ones who kept this empire standing. Now, they actually dared to slap him in the face, which made him extremely unhappy, feeling that his dignity had been severely trampled on. You're going to be finished sooner or later. He silently muttered a sentence to himself, then turned away in a huff. He would remember this humiliation. Chapter 20. Get out of my empire. The moment the Black Cavalry moved, a storm brewed in the Imperial City. The demons and monsters also started jumping around. The spies who had been lying in wait became more and more active, sending letters day and night to every corner of the empire. This empire is too vast. Everyone wants to swallow it. The Imperial City is the center of power, harboring too many things, including the Yu Family Merchant Alliance, the Luo Family, the Qin Chuan Pavilion, the Tianlong Mercenary Guild, the Shanhe Alliance, and so on. In addition to this, there is another special institution, Qishan Academy. Qishan Academy was the highest institution of learning for scholars in the empire. One after another, powerful ministers and high-ranking officials emerged from among them. Rooted in various empires, Qishan Academy focuses solely on academics and cultivating a righteous spirit. It has produced many exceptionally talented individuals and is an institution that cannot be ignored. The imperial city of the Qin Empire naturally also had a magnificent Qishan Academy. Qishan Academy, on a bell tower. Yu Taipu stood respectfully, his face filled with worry, and said, "Teacher, all 800,000 black cavalry have been mobilized, and chaos has broken out in the capital. I suspect His Majesty is eager to take action. Once things get out of hand, I fear the Empire will not be able to hold on. At that time, please, teacher, protect your student." Yu Taipu was also a student at Qishan Academy. And his teacher was none other than Tan Wenglin, the dean of Qishan Academy. Cultivate a profound and unfathomable sense of righteousness. Even the imperial advisor Xing Shao had to respectfully address Tan as scholar. Tan Wenglin gazed at the imperial city and slowly said, "This emperor is too ruthless and will not accomplish great things. In the current situation, he is still going his own way. This empire will not last long under his rule. You should also resign and stay away from this place of trouble. Teacher, I can't get a refund. Yu Taipu sighed bitterly. I am already trapped and cannot escape. If the empire falls into chaos, I am afraid I will also be doomed. All right. You're supposed to be students of Qishan Academy, yet you're so incompetent. Within this eastern region, no one has been able to touch Qishan Academy. Qin Zheng, a mere 20-something-year-old boy, surely doesn't overestimate himself? Tan Wangluan gave a stern snort. Many empires treated Qishan Academy with utmost respect, let alone an empire on the verge of collapse. Half a month. The imperial city is in motion, and the black cavalry has arrived in the 3 prefectures. Chen Qing and Ouyang Xiong feigned composure, but secretly made many preparations, all of which were detected by the light and shadow attribute soldiers and fell into Qin Zheng's ears without missing a single detail. Qin Zheng firmly maintained control of the situation. At the same time, the light and shadow rebirth pool nurtured 300 units with light and shadow attributes, each with level 2, comparable to the 9th level of Foundation establishment. With their strength combined with their light and shadow attributes, they can easily kill true Yuan cultivators. Even a cultivator at the Transformation Sea realm can be killed. This boosted his confidence. At the same time, he cultivated the 9-fold sword heart technique to the 4th level, and also mastered the sword across the sky and sword heart suppressing the prison technique. This is absolutely amazing. In terms of talent for cultivation, with the energy to transform his physique, Qin Zheng's brilliance will surpass even the most outstanding talents. Slaughtering 2,000 ruthless bandits, blood crystals plus 240, energy plus 400. Another notification has appeared on the information panel. In just half a month, the light and shadow attribute troops sent out killed another 2,000 bandits. This made Qin Zheng truly realize how seriously ill the empire was. So many bandits and ruthless brigands are rampaging around the capital city alone. One can imagine how many there are within the vast expanse of 1,800 counties. This is the consequence of the empire losing all its prestige. Let's deal with the matter in the capital first. The restoration of imperial prestige requires a process. Qin Zheng had plenty of methods. He consumed 400 energy points to continue leveling up. The Foundation establishment realm involves refining strength, energy, and primordial power, gathering them into the Dantian and Primordial Sea, and circulating them through the small and large heavenly cycles to temper the muscles, bones, blood vessels, acupoints, internal organs, and so on, thus forging the foundation of the body. Regardless of the type of spiritual practice, the body is the most crucial element. Therefore, only by solidifying one's physical foundation can one accumulate strength and achieve great things, even if it means defying the odds to cultivate immortality. Qin Zheng's foundation was even more terrifying. It consumed 400 energy points, barely allowing him to break through to the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. I wonder if it's possible to refine spirit stones? I obtained over 100 Yuan stones from Master Tianxu, and the Yuan power stored inside them was also quite astonishing. He took out a portion and extracted it using the sword heart technique. Energy plus 2. Energy plus 2. Energy plus 2. The information panel kept displaying messages. Qin Zheng was surprised. Yuanli can actually be converted into energy. At this point, an information panel notification appeared. Matter containing primordial energy, or elemental properties can be converted into energy. Qin Zheng was overjoyed upon seeing this. This means that even without sharing rewards with other units based on attributes like light, he can still receive them on his own. You can get energy from eating. However, the energy in rice is very low and difficult to extract and display. Immediately, Qin Zheng extracted all the Yuan stones, raised his level to the 4th level of Foundation establishment, and stabilized it. Outside the Emperor's bedroom, people hurried by. Qin Zheng stepped forward. His Majesty! Zhang Yan was waiting. Qin Zheng frowned as he looked at the busy palace maids and eunuchs. Zhang Yan, observing the situation, said, Your Majesty! Today is the deadline for providing the 12 Immortal Masters with spirit stones and elixirs. Immortal Master! Qin Zheng's eyes sharpened, and he said coldly, Make them all stop! This! Zhang Yan paused for a moment, then looked up at Qin Zheng. Seeing Qin Zheng's sharp expression, he didn't hesitate, and quickly went to stop him. Your Majesty, what did the 12 Immortal Masters say? Zhang Yan was worried. The 12 Transformation Sea realms are imperial offerings. It deterred the existence of many petty and despicable individuals. If we offend them, it will likely be a huge loss for the Empire. Needless to say, they will come looking for me. Qin Zheng swallowed his words and left. Imperial Hall of Worship. Immortal Master, His Majesty has cancelled the use of spirit stones and elixirs for now. A servant rushed into the hall. One sentence caused the temperature in the hall to drop several degrees. There were 12 people in the hall. It carries a sword on its back. He has a pipe. He was holding a feather fan. There was a burly, imposing man. There were also middle-aged Confucian scholars. Their eyes suddenly froze. What does your Majesty mean by this? A burly man with sallow skin frowned, looking displeased. Who knows? The man holding the feather fan chuckled. The burly man remained silent for a moment, then strode out of the main hall and headed straight for the palace. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. The Imperial Palace. Chaotian Palace. Qin Zheng was processing the memorials. Outside, 12 figures stepped inside. Qin Zheng! What do you mean? Upon seeing Qin Zheng, the burly man angrily questioned him. Qin Zheng slowly and deliberately closed the memorial. This memorial was surprisingly filled with information on 12 cultivators at the seed transformation realm. He looked up at the 12 people. They are all very strong. The terrifying pressure of that elemental force caused the air to stagnate. The burly man was called Xingque Daoren, and he was at the 4th level of the Transformation Sea realm. The man carrying the sword is called Wenxiu Swordsman, a 6th level Transformation Sea realm expert among sword cultivators. The old man holding a cigarette butt is called Kuchuo, and he is from the 4th level of the Transformation Sea. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was named Yan Shu. He cultivated a strong sense of righteousness, and it is unknown whether he came from Qishan Academy. His strength was around the 5th level of the Transformation Sea realm. Qin Zheng stood up, his hands behind his back, holding a scroll of memorials, and reminded them. The Empire has given you all quite a lot, but it seems that you have forgotten your duties after taking the benefits. Everyone narrowed their eyes, their sharp gazes fixed on Qin Zheng. Your Majesty! What do you mean by that? Kudo's voice was weathered and deep. Qin Zheng said slowly. The Empire's resources have been almost exhausted. I hope you can all understand. There are no more resources available to us? The burly man sneered. Then is there any point in us staying in the Empire? That's right. If no resources were provided, who would stay here? Dao Yi, the immortal master on the side, echoed this sentiment, hoping to take the opportunity to force Qin Zheng into a corner. I don't want to stay. Qin Zheng gripped the scroll, raised his eyes to stare at Dao Yi, his gaze filled with domineering majesty, and his tone turned cold as he said, Then get out of my empire! Chapter 21 Speaking rudely is also a capital offense. The burly man's cold laugh froze for a moment. Dao Yizhenren and the others suddenly froze on their faces, looking at Qin Zheng in astonishment, somewhat incredulous. Is this an attempt to drive them away? They are the 12 Transformation Sea realm experts, currently the Empire's revered powerhouses, and have already intimidated countless people. Everyone who went out was renowned and famous. Wherever you go, you'll be greeted with a warm welcome. Countless empires and powerful forces sought their patronage. If it weren't for the resources provided by the Qin Empire alone, which offered some allure, they wouldn't have condescended to come here. Now, Qin Zheng not only disrespected them, he actually told them to get out of my empire. How dare he so directly tear off the mask of civility? Qin Zheng, do you know what this means? Xingque's expression turned cold. Those who are willing to stay, I will not mistreat them in the future. Those who do not wish to stay, get out of my empire immediately. Qin Zheng's attitude was resolute. He didn't even glance at Xingque. They only know how to take, but not how to give. Even if resources are used to maintain the situation, it will only be temporary. They've consumed so many resources and grown so powerful. But if the Empire truly faces a crisis, these people will not only refuse to help, but will also be the first to sever ties with the Empire. Qin Zhikai doesn't need this kind of person. Great! Excellent! Dao Yizhenren also sneered. This endless territory, so many people would beg to go there. Without your great Qin Empire, do you think we have nowhere to go? Gentlemen, since His Majesty has already given the order to leave, there's no need for us to stay any longer. Let's all go our separate ways. Dao Yizhenren looked at everyone. 12 experts at the Transformation Sea realm would be a formidable force in any sect, and many would covet them. They have nothing to fear if they leave the Empire. Moreover, the Qin Empire was on the verge of collapse and chaos was rampant. There was no need for them to get involved in this quagmire. They had long wanted to get out of it, and now this was the perfect excuse. Xingque, Kutua, and the others nodded in agreement. The swordsman Wenxiu hesitated. Yan Shu remained silent. You two aren't going to stay here any longer, are you? Xing Kui squinted at the two of them and said in a sarcastic tone. This emperor has already given us the order to leave. Yan Shu said calmly. His Majesty has his own difficulties, which I understand. Having received the Empire's tribute, it is only right that I do something for the Empire. The swordsman Wenxiu said casually. I won't go out and show myself. Please, everyone. Qin Zheng looked at the two of them. He wouldn't refuse if the option to stay was chosen. Fine. Whatever you say. Xing Kui gave a light snort and turned to leave. Qin Zheng did not try to persuade him to stay. This made all 10 people very unhappy. For a powerful expert at the Transformation Sea realm to be driven away is somewhat humiliating. Xing Kui paused for a moment, then turned around and said bluntly. Qin Zheng, your empire won't last long. Without our deterrence, you might not even have anyone to collect your corpse. You'd better watch yourself. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped out of Chaotian Palace. Only. He had just stepped out with his right foot. He was in front of him. The light suddenly intensified. A deadly threat suddenly swept over his heart. Before he could react, swoosh, a sword pierced through his mouth and was pinned back into the Chaotian Palace. Not good! Kudo, Daoi, and the others were horrified and retreated at top speed. The swordsman Wenxiu and Yan Shu also became serious, their eyes fixed on the entrance of Chaotian Palace. Turning back to Xing Kui in the hall, whose mouth had been pierced, he felt a sudden shock. Kudo, Daoi, and the others also stared intently at the doorway. This is too abrupt. Caught off guard. No, that's not all. They didn't even see who made the move, they only saw the light at the doorway turn on. What's going on? Xing Kui is a powerful expert at the 4th level of the Transformation Sea realm. It was precisely because of this formidable strength that he was so proud and fearless, yet now he was easily defeated. This made them very uneasy. Xing Kui was convulsing all over. A sword cleaved his mouth open, but it didn't kill him completely. His pupils widened in terror. In that instant. Only he saw it. It was a figure emerging from the light. That sword also emerged from the light. He couldn't imagine that there were still people in this world who merged with the light. Kutuo, Daoi, and the others turned to look at Qin Zheng, who stood calmly, and suddenly felt that this figure had become incredibly terrifying in an instant. They had also heard that the physician, Tianxu Zhenren, had been beheaded in his residence. However, they did not believe that it was the emperor's doing. Still immersed in the world of being a powerful figure worshipped by the empire, someone whose very existence even His Majesty had to carefully appease, they neglected many things. All of this is enough to prove it. Does His Majesty intend to forcibly keep us here? Dao Yi's expression was grim. The others also looked somber. Let's part amicably. I won't force you. How dare you be so insolent before me? Don't you know that speaking rudely is a capital offense? Qin Zheng's tone was indifferent. It seems we underestimated His Majesty's methods. However, His Majesty's methods may not be able to keep all of us here. On the contrary, they may bring danger to His Majesty. Kuda said coldly, seemingly unafraid, with a hint of warning and threat in his voice. I was careless just now, but now that I'm on guard, I'm not afraid anymore. They locked on to every corner of Chaotian Palace. At the same time, Qin Zheng was also identified. Wenxiu the swordsman and Yan Shu stood to Qin Zheng's side, taking a step forward to guard against the crowd. They understood what these people meant. If pushed too far, we must take action against Qin Zheng. Kill them! Qin Zheng showed no mercy whatsoever to those experts at the Transformation Sea realm. His decree. The hidden units with light and shadow attributes have also moved. The extreme threat of slaughter instantly enveloped the hearts of powerful cultivators like Kutua and Dao Yi at the Transformation Sea realm, startling them. They hurriedly sensed the energy of heaven and earth, trying to find it. However, aside from feeling a terrifying sense of crisis and the oppressive feeling of death, they were completely helpless. This mystery and the unknown left them at a loss. However, everyone unanimously focused their attention on Qin Zheng. No matter who tries to escape from this great hall, they cannot escape him. They refused to believe that 9 experts at the Transformation Sea realm couldn't defeat Qin Zheng in such a confined space. As long as we take him down, no matter how mysterious their methods are, they can't threaten them. Thinking of this, suddenly, Kutuo, Dao Yi, and others released an immense amount of yuan power, which enveloped the entire hall and swept towards Qin Zheng. Chapter 22 The Power of the Golden Armor. the terrified Imperial worshipper. The vast ocean of Yuan power from the 9 Transformation Sea Realm cultivators was concentrated in this Imperial palace, as terrifying as a raging torrent that was constantly gathering strength. Both Wen Xiu the swordsman and Yan Shu frowned deeply. The 9 individuals, including Ku Tuo and Dao Yi, are not to be underestimated. They were able to operate independently outside their sects, and even reach the Transformation Sea Realm, demonstrating that none of them are simple. Even he and Yan Shu wouldn't dare say they could come out on top against the combined attack of 9 people. The 9 men's intentions were clear. They were aimed directly at Qin Zheng. They already knew that Qin Zheng had methods, and they also understood that if they wanted to get close to Qin Zheng, they would have to face the hidden assassination threat head-on. But it's better to be proactive than passive. Therefore, they moved swiftly and charged towards Qin Zheng. Puff! 9 people moved at once. The outermost cultivator at the Sea Transformation Realm was beheaded with a single sword strike, his head flying and crashing against the palace wall, spurting blood like a fountain from his severed neck. Meanwhile, the remaining Transcendent Realm cultivators were attacked from different directions. Puff! Another sound of a neck breaking rang out. A head flew off. One cultivator at the Transformation Sea Realm had his head easily severed. The remaining cultivators at the Transformation Sea Realm gave up completely and fled through the gate. A flash of light. He blocked them at the door and slew another Transformation Sea Realm expert with a single sword strike. His powerful killing intent forced Dao Yi, Ku Tuo, and the others to retreat back into the hall. He then returned to the palace. Another cultivator at the Sea Transformation Realm was swept away by the light and shadow, cut in half at the waist. Where is it? Where is it? Dao Yi, Ku Tuo, and the others roared, looking left and right, trying to find someone to attack. For Transformation Realm experts were killed in an instant. That feeling of insignificance made them all feel afraid and terrified. Make them doubt whether they are at the Transformation Realm. Light. It's all light. It's like fighting against the light. No, it's more like a group of prey being chased and played with by a hunter. The will of a cultivator at the Transformation Sea Realm was shattered in that instant. All attacks could only turn into passive defense, and even counterattacks became a luxury. The feeling of powerlessness became clearer and clearer. What kind of tactic is this? Kadada roared inwardly. Dao Yi was also in despair. He felt like he was about to die there. The swordsmen Wen Xiu and Yan Shu were filled with fear, their eyes frozen, their hearts shaken beyond words. They held hands tightly, completely absorbed, watching like bystanders. It was clearly a murder. But they couldn't see the killer's true face. Only light could be seen. No, there were also shadows that kept jumping out from the darkness, as if there were more than one. But damn it, they couldn't even see anything. All that can be seen are human figures flickering alternately in light, shadow, and darkness. The narrow space seemed to become their world. In this world, one by one, people kill those who are considered gods and immortals by the world. This power must have instilled fear in them as well. Perhaps everyone underestimated His Majesty the Empire. This emperor is truly terrifying. It was so terrifying that it mercilessly crushed those at the Transformation Sea Realm, treating them like trash with utter contempt. Your Majesty! I am willing to stay in the Empire and serve it. Please spare my life. Dao Yi begged for mercy and shouted. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I will not leave the Empire. I will stay and assist Your Majesty. Kadada also cried out. Faced with the threat of death, they abandoned all dignity and pride. Qin Zheng remained unmoved. In his eyes, the dignity and pride of these people were worthless. But Qin Zheng was surprised by the power of the golden armor. These people were genuine Transformation Sea Realm cultivators, yet they were all taken down with a single sword strike. It's truly terrifying. Killing 5 Sea Transformation Realm cultivators grants plus 3,000 energy, plus 1,300 blood crystals, and plus 3 alien crystals. The notification on the information panel also gave Qin Zheng a pleasant surprise. Indeed, the higher the level of the enemy you kill, the more blood crystals you get, which is far better than killing bandits. More importantly, I also got 3 alien crystals. Qin Zheng did not call a halt. The golden armored man continued his attack. The light and shadow attribute units nearby were also waiting for their chance. If they knew that more than 300 units with light and shadow attributes were hidden inside and outside Shaotian Palace, they would be scared to death without even lifting a finger. Even those at the refining spirit realm must treat this place with utmost respect. Just because there are few at the Sea Transformation Realm, they think they can turn the world upside down. A surprise attack by golden armored soldiers. It possesses wings of light. 10 times the defense power. He can sneak up anywhere and do it all without making a sound. Dao Yi and Ku Tuo panicked and regretted their actions when they saw the two people next to them being beheaded. The lofty dignity of the immortal master was trampled into nothing by Qin Zheng. They begged Qin Zheng to accept them as servants, but he refused. This was too cruel and hurtful. In their panic, they decided to smash through Chaotian Palace and escape into the sky. But the hidden light and shadow attribute units do not allow them to do so. They launched attacks one after another, suppressing their yuan power. Otherwise, a casual strike from someone at the Transformation Sea realm would be enough to easily destroy the Chaotian Palace. Jin Jia also took the opportunity to make his move. Without much effort, he directly beheaded Kudo and Daoi, ending the battle completely. Killing 4C Transformation Realm Cultivators grants plus 2,100 energy, plus 900 blood crystals, and plus 2 alien crystals. We've almost got enough blood crystals. Qin Zheng glanced at the data and realized that he needed 3,000 blood crystals to upgrade the attribute troop reincarnation pool, and that time was almost up. Losing 10 Transformation Realm Cultivators who had no sense of belonging and didn't take him seriously, thereby raising the level of the reincarnation pool, is a worthwhile trade. In the end, Qin Zheng made a killing on this deal. Because you also gain exotic crystals and energy. With so much energy, I believe it's enough to level up. Now, only Wenxiu the swordsman and Yan Shu remain. They were both stunned. Before even setting foot in this imperial palace, they themselves firmly believed that those at the Transformation Sea realm were very powerful. They believed that these 12 Transformation Sea realm experts would be a terrifying force wherever they were placed, and would be respected by all. But the reality is so cruel. Qin Zheng glanced at them. He didn't recommend showing off his skills in front of them, nor was he worried that they might have ulterior motives. He simply said, "You two can stay. I won't treat you badly. But what I need are people who can work for me. Do you understand?" The two came to their senses. They all bowed and saluted. "Finally, I've shown some respect. I understand." Qin Zheng strode away. He walked up to Xing Kui. "He's not dead yet." His pupils widened. "It's the Empire that's been praising you too highly." Qin Zheng glanced at him, threw the scroll of memorial in his hand at Xing Kui's face, and stepped out of the hall. "Let what happens in this hall remain unresolved. The Empire's 12 Transformation Sea realm experts still exist." A majestic and domineering statement echoed in the hall. The swordsman Wenxiu and Yan Shu stood there for a long time, gazing at the Emperor's figure, and suddenly felt how majestic it was. They understood the meaning behind His Majesty's words. Let the 12 Transformation Sea realm become a deterrent. Whether it exists or not. The Emperor's heart is terrifying. How shocking it would be if outsiders knew what was happening inside this hall. In his early 20s. This Imperial Emperor truly surpasses all the geniuses they know. "Your Majesty! Are you all right?" When they reached a short distance outside the hall, Zhang Yan hurriedly stepped forward. There were also many Imperial guards behind him. Although the commotion at Chaotian Palace was suppressed by more than 300 units with light and shadow attributes, the energy still permeated the area, causing quite a stir. Therefore, Zhang Yan was also worried. But he couldn't get close. "No problem. Go and clean the hall thoroughly." Qin Zheng gave the instructions. Zhang Yan looked at Chaotian Palace, his heart filled with doubt. Chapter 23 Sword Heart Sect wants to punish His Majesty? When Zhang Yan entered Chaotian Palace, the scene before him left him completely stunned. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was agape, as if he were frozen in place. All that could be seen in the hall were blood-stained heads lying on the ground. The mangled body lay to one side. The severed neck was gurgling and oozing blood. And these were all Imperial retainers, high-ranking experts at the Transformation Sea realm. They're all dead. What exactly happened? Zhang Yan's head was buzzing. If this scene were to spread, it would surely cause another major upheaval in the entire Imperial city. His Majesty said that the matter here should just remain unresolved. Wenxiu the swordsman and Yan Shu stepped forward and said, "I was also quite moved. If they had made the same choice, they would probably be among those here, decapitated." Zhang Yan was deeply shocked. "It took me a long time to come to my senses." He looked at the two of them and quickly bowed. Upon seeing this, the two bowed in return. This surprised Zhang Yan. Shouldn't he be the one to bow respectfully to these immortal masters when they meet, while these immortal masters would ignore him? Why are you now returning the courtesy to him? Has the sun risen in the west? However, Zhang Yan was quick-witted and soon realized that this must be because of His Majesty's sake. This means that everything in this was His Majesty's doing. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Yan felt a tremor in his heart. Eunuch Zhang, you're in charge of handling things here. Yan Shudao. They actually wanted to clean up too. After all, these cultivators at the sea transformation realm left behind many valuable items. However, they dared not move. Zhang Yan gave a wooden smile and said, "Leave this to me." At that moment, he felt so happy and joyful. This is the dignity and glory that one should enjoy when following one's master. No matter how weak or insignificant he may be, the mere fact that he is called a servant of His Majesty the Great Qin Empire is enough to intimidate everyone. This is true majesty. Let's see who dares to underestimate His Majesty now. Watching the departing swordsman Wen Xiu and Yen Shu, Zhang Yan silently thought to himself. Return to the Emperor's palace. At the service of the palace maids, Qin Zheng changed into his imperial robes before focusing his attention on cultivation. With 5,100 energy points now, I can upgrade quite a bit. Although we now have units with light and shadow attributes, we cannot afford to neglect our own strength. The entire empire rests on our shoulders, so we must keep our bodies in good shape to avoid collapsing from exhaustion. Energy enters the body. After he decided to expend all his energy. All the energy merged into the body, like a surging torrent flowing into the dantian, constantly expanding the breadth of the dantian, and at the same time circulating through the small and large heavenly circuits. One night later. It was past noon again. The spiritual practice has just ended. Qin Zheng successfully broke through to the 9th level of foundation establishment. But it took a lot of time. Looks like I'll have to take it slow from now on. This served as a reminder to Qin Zheng. If we consume all the energy we have in the future, it might backfire. But reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment is a good thing. The transition from foundation establishment to true essence is a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change, requiring immense energy. Therefore, Qin Zheng was not in a hurry. Having completed the 9th level of foundation building, my hearing, vision, and other abilities have all been greatly enhanced, and my physique is also fantastic. Come in. Outside, Zhang Yan waited, and Qin Zheng clearly sensed it. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Zhang Yan pushed open the palace door and entered, presenting a memorial, saying, "Your Majesty, these are the treasures collected after the Chaotian Palace was cleared out. Please take a look." Qin Zheng took it and looked at it. 14 cultivation techniques, 18 spells, 142 first-grade spiritual herbs, 66 second-grade spiritual herbs, 7 third-grade spiritual herbs, 32 million imperial gold notes, 6 first-grade spiritual weapons, and 3,750 yuan stones. Insatiable demands and boundless greed. Upon seeing so many resources, Qin Deng's eyes turned cold. Over the years, these people have consumed so many of the Empire's resources, yet they are still not satisfied. In the end, all they get is "Your empire won't last long either," from them, and they are truly not worth dying for. But compared to what the Lingxi Sect has taken, this is not even a drop in the ocean. 800 years of gradual encroachment have accumulated an immense amount of resources that cannot be described as massive. In the end, all that remains is for them to decide whether to abandon or not. This will determine the fate of the empire. This infuriated him. "Bring all those things over here." Qin Zheng gave the instructions. Zhang Yan nodded and immediately went to do it. The Imperial City, the Vermilion Bird Gate. A group of figures carrying ancient swords and wearing specially made sword-patterned Taoist robes slowly stepped into the Vermilion Bird Gate and entered Vermilion Bird Avenue. Pedestrians glanced sideways, their eyes filled with fear. Judging from their Taoist robes and the otherworldly yet imposing aura they exuded, the people of the capital knew that these were members of a sect. People from the Sword Heart Sect. On a nearby pavilion, a beautiful young woman dressed in green frowned. "Why are these people here?" "You forgot, Master Tianxiu of the Imperial Physician's Mansion is an elder of the Sword Heart Sect. That Master Tianxiu was a special person who had the opportunity to advance to the Refining God realm. He died in the Imperial City, so how could they let it go?" Sitting opposite the beautiful girl was a young man holding a jade fan. The two were actually junior members of the Yu Family Alliance. The young man said, "That emperor is probably in big trouble. I wonder how he will deal with this predicament?" 1 peak 9th level of the Transformation Sea Realm, 3 6th level of the Transformation Sea Realm, and 7 9th level of the True Essence Realm. What a grand spectacle. The Sword Heart Sect's visitors are up to no good. It seems that His Majesty is in big trouble. At the entrance of Qin Chuan Pavilion, a lean middle-aged man looked at the group from Jianxin Sect and seemed to have guessed their purpose. He turned and went back into the pavilion to report. Not only him. The Luo family, the Tianlong Mercenary Guild, the Shanhe Alliance, Qishan Academy, and many other Imperial City forces paid special attention the moment the Sword Heart Sect entered Suzaku Avenue. In the eastern region, sects are divided into 9 ranks, with those above the 9th rank being overlords. Although the Sword Heart Sect cannot be compared with a dominant sect like the Spirit Stream Sect, it is still a 5th-grade sect, and its members, who are at the refining spirit realm, are formidable and cannot be ignored. The fact that the Sword Heart Sect members appeared so openly in the Imperial City suggests that their intentions are quite obvious to everyone. That's an answer. I wonder how His Majesty should deal with this. The head of the Luo family stood with his hands behind his back and sighed softly. The Empire is in chaos, and petty villains are rising to power. Arrive at Xiangyu Tower. Among the group from the Sword Heart Sect, a true Essence 9th-level cultivator looked at the figure at the front and asked, Elder Rome, shall we enter the palace tonight, or wait until tomorrow? Among the group from the Sword Heart Sect, one of the 9th-level true Essence cultivators inquired. Elder Rome also stopped, thought for a moment, and said, Let's investigate the situation first, and go again tomorrow. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. The Empire is in chaos, and people have gone mad. Elder Rome looked towards the palace, his eyes sharp. Good. At the Grand Commandant's residence, Qin Zheng was overjoyed. The Sword Heart Sect members have arrived just in time. Immediately arrange for someone to secretly inform the Sword Heart Sect about the matter concerning the physician's residence, and tell them who killed true Master Tianxiu. As Qin Zheng issued the order. Behind him, a dark figure bowed and quickly retreated. Of course, not only Qin Zheng, but also many powerful officials in the court secretly relayed the cause of Tianxiu Zhenren's death to the resting place of the Lingxi Sect group. Everyone wants to point the finger at Qin Zheng. An attack on Qin Zheng. Hold him off. Since the Imperial Preceptor's mansion suffered a humiliating defeat, Immortal Master Xianming is unlikely to intervene, leaving the entire burden to Qin Zheng. Perhaps then, he can seize the opportunity. Prince's mansion. Wang Zhan, however, was restless. Upon learning that the Sword Heart Sect members had come to the capital, he knew it would be difficult to deal with. So he hurried to the Bai residence to discuss the matter with Bai Yu. The Nangong family. In the tranquil garden. Nangong Hongyan sat gracefully in the pavilion under the peach branches, while opposite her sat a woman dressed in a flowing robe. The woman's figure was graceful and elegant, her peak seemingly about to burst open her collar, a magnificent sight that could make many women pale in comparison. Judging from her appearance alone, she exudes maturity and is truly eye-catching. But her face was veiled, so her true appearance could not be seen. She said slowly, The people from the Sword Heart Sect are here for more than just what they seem on the surface. I'm afraid they'll really make things difficult for your majesty. Nangong Hongyan asked with suspicion. What do you mean by that? You seem to know something. Outsiders all believe that the Sword Heart Sect came because of the death of true Master Tianxiu, but Qin Chuan Pavilion has a message that someone instigated the Sword Heart Sect to come to the capital. Their real purpose is to obtain the means that your majesty possesses. The woman in the colorful dress spoke in a languid, unhurried tone. Nangong Hongyan's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. I guess they're worried about His Majesty's methods, so they want to destroy it in advance. The Sword Heart Sect members are just a decoy. Their real purpose is to test him. The woman in the colorful dress knew more information than many powerful forces in the Imperial City. Because Qin Chuan Pavilion is rooted in Qin Chuan Prefecture, penetrating every corner, it is also the most well-informed. It seems everyone is hoping this empire will fall, and is trying everything to kill any possibility of it. Nangong Hongyan made a light, mocking remark. Yes, your majesty's methods were exposed early and are very mysterious, which makes many people worried. Therefore, they all want to destroy him to feel at ease. The woman in the colorful dress said. Since you're on his side, you have to tell him. Nangong Hongyan nodded. After a moment of silence, the woman in the colorful dress said. Actually, it would be best if you left the capital. This empire can't hold on any longer. Nangong Hongyan's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at the woman in the colorful dress and said. Let's make a bet. If he can hold on, Qin Chuan Pavilion will help him. You're so confident. The woman in the colorful dress blinked slightly and said. This is an irreversible trend, everyone can see it clearly, and you should know it too, yet you still spout such nonsense. Do you dare? Nangong Hongyan asked. The woman in the shimmering dress chuckled. My beauty, if you're going to lose, come to Qin Chuan Pavilion and help me out. Good. Nangong Hongyan agreed without hesitation. That was so straightforward. The woman in the colorful dress paused in her laughter. Nangong Hongyan looked at Taoji and said calmly, Many people are working hard for this empire. He is not alone. The Imperial Preceptor's residence. The servant recounted the story of the Sword Heart sect. Xianming sneered. Qin Zheng, you think you're so great? Now I'd like to see how you'll survive without my National Preceptor's mansion. You'd better not lower your worthless pride to beg me. Xuanming's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he immediately ordered. Close the gates of the Imperial Preceptor's residence. Tell them we are in seclusion and will not receive any visitors. Chapter 24. This pleases me greatly. Let them die a violent death. Every movement in the Imperial City was immediately detected by units with light and shadow attributes entering the Imperial Palace. Qin Zheng was like a god, seeing through everything. Sword Heart Sect. Qin Zheng pondered. I'm not worried. Instead, they considered how to put further pressure on Qin Qing and Ouyang Xiong in this matter. I heard that the two old devils are very happy and are preparing to use this against him. Your Majesty, the immortal masters Wen Xiu and Yan Shu request an audience. At that moment, Zhang Yan's voice rang out from outside the hall. Qin Zheng collected his thoughts and ordered. Let them in. Moment. The swordsman Wen Xiu and Yan Shu entered the hall and respectfully bowed, saying, Greetings, Your Majesty. What brings you here? Qin Zheng glanced at the two of them. In his eyes, there are no more immortal masters. The swordsman Wen Xiu said, News has come from outside the palace that the Sword Heart sect has arrived in the capital to investigate the cause of Tian Shizhenen's death. I wonder if Your Majesty is aware of this. As he spoke, the swordsman Wen Xiu stared intently at Qin Zheng's expression. Now, he is 100% certain that true man Tianshu died at the hands of this emperor. Others may have guessed some of it. If these people relay their suspicions to the Qin Sect, the Qin Sect's target will clearly be this emperor. The pressure from a sect is something I wonder how His Majesty will handle. Let them investigate if they want, Qin Zheng said indifferently. I didn't take it to heart. The swordsman Wen Xiu said, An investigation is underway, but I am worried that some people with ulterior motives will target Your Majesty, causing a conflict between Your Majesty and the Sword Heart sect. Before I joined the Empire, I traveled the world and knew a little about the Sword Heart sect. Sword Heart sect is a 5th-grade sect. Although it is not a powerful sect in the Empire, it has several people at the refining spirit realm, and I heard that there is also an ancestor at the half-step core formation realm. Its strength should not be underestimated. A half-step core formation realm cultivator. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the swordsman Wen Xiu, asking, Is your information accurate? The swordsman Wen Xiu explained, I have only heard about it, and I have not been able to confirm whether it exists or not. However, based on the foundation of a 5th-grade sect, the possibility of this ancestor's existence is very high. That's good. Qin Zheng smiled faintly. Lost in thought. The two were suspicious. Yan Shu asked, Your Majesty, what are your plans for tomorrow? Should we intervene? Tomorrow? What tomorrow? Qin Zheng looked out of the hall. The two were completely baffled. Etc. There is no tomorrow? Who are they talking about? Wen Xiu the swordsman and Yan Shu stared at each other, then paused, before turning to Qin Zheng. They seemed to have guessed something. You may all leave. I will inform you when I need you. Qin Zheng Dao. Swordsman Wen Xiu and Yan Shu bowed, and without much hesitation, turned and left, leaving the Emperor's sleeping quarters. The two exchanged a glance. Could it be what I'm thinking? Yan Shu chuckled. The swordsman Wen Xiu shrugged and said, Let's see tomorrow. We don't know anything anyway. Inside the Emperor's bedroom, golden armor and many light and shadow attribute soldiers appeared in the hall. My lord! Rather than waiting until tomorrow, when these people will make a racket in front of you and disturb your peace, let us go tonight and shut them up forever. A unit with the light and shadow attribute looked at Qin Zheng with reverence. That pleases me greatly. Qin Zheng nodded, then reminded them. Make it clean. Let them die a violent death. I looked at the information template. Identity, Qin Zheng, Emperor of the Great Qin. Attribute Unit Rebirth Pool, Light and Shadow Attribute Level 2. Note, a Level 2 Light and Shadow Attribute unit can produce 20 Light and Shadow Attribute units per day. An additional 3,000 blood crystals are needed to upgrade to the next level. Blood crystals, 2760. Heterogeneous crystal, 6. Number of attribute-based units, 390 light and shadow attribute units. There are still 240 blood crystals needed to advance to the next level. These people just came to our doorstep. Killing experts above the Spirit Sea realm yields a large number of blood crystals. It would be an injustice not to collect these heads. When it comes to operating in the shadows, the light and shadow attribute units dare to claim first place, and no one dares to claim second. He wanted to incite these people to cause him trouble. How can we ensure they see the sun tomorrow? Let them chatter in your ear. These people are not like Qin Zheng and Ouyang Xiong in the imperial court. They are just outsiders and have little connection with the imperial preceptor's mansion. If they are killed, they will die a violent death. Who would dare to say a word? Even if we know he did it, who has the evidence? Even if the Sword Heart Sect believes he did it, and wants to cause trouble, fine, send someone at the refining spirit realm or call that half-step core formation ancestor. The unit Rebirth pool has been upgraded to level 3. Will the light and shadow attribute units it nurtures be afraid? Moreover, the fact that these people died unnatural deaths will inevitably frighten Qin Zheng, Ouyang Xiong, and others. The man in golden armor nodded. Leading hundreds of units with light and shadow attributes, they set out under cover of night. Once the troop Rebirth pool reaches level 3, we can deal with Qin Zheng and his ilk. If the Imperial Preceptor's mansion is closed, then let it remain closed. You want to see me make a fool of myself? Humph! Shukai Avenue, Xianyu Tower. In the back garden. A Sword Heart Sect member at the 5th level of the Transformation Sea Realm examined the letters one by one and said angrily, "It seems my guess was right, it was Qin Zheng who did it. Qin Zheng is too arrogant. His own empire is almost finished, yet he still dares to provoke my Sword Heart Sect. If we don't teach him a lesson this time, my Sword Heart Sect will become a laughing stock in the eastern region." Even a man at the 9th level of True Essence was extremely enraged. "I'll find him tomorrow. If he doesn't give me an explanation, I'll make him pay a terrible and unforgettable price." The others echoed him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Elder Rong sat quietly, lost in thought. A 5th level Transformation Sea Realm cultivator beside him asked, "Elder Rong, 1 or 2 letters may not prove anything, but so many letters are pointing the finger at Qin Zheng, so there's no doubt about it." The first to speak, a 5th level Transformation Sea cultivator said, "So many people are sending messages simply to use us to put Qin Zheng in a bad light. I didn't care about the little schemes at all." Elder Rong said, "What I'm curious about is Qin Zheng's methods. To defeat Qin Zheng, we must first destroy his methods. Therefore, it is indeed necessary to teach him a lesson tomorrow in order to provoke him into using his methods." Is Elder Rong planning to directly pressure Qin Zheng and take action against him? One of them had a question. "It's necessary to give him a warning. We can ignore the Imperial Preceptor's mansion for now. As long as we don't kill Qin Zheng, they shouldn't make things too difficult for us." Elder Rong explained. "As long as Qin Zheng is threatened, he will use his methods. Destroying his methods will make him feel worse than killing him. We will listen to Elder Rong." Everyone nodded. "If it weren't for the presence of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, I could have killed him with a single sword strike." With a cold snort, he recognized that true immortal Tianshu had a close relationship with him and was a powerful figure designated by the sect for cultivation, who was very likely to reach the refining god realm in the future. Therefore, powerful sword techniques from the sect, such as the Sword Heart technique and one sword across the sky, were all passed down to him. Even if he doesn't take over the sect in the future, he can still become a pillar of the sect. At that time, he was still counting on Tianshu. After all, his aptitude is likely to remain at the 9th level of True Essence, with little chance of advancement. He needs to find a powerful backer in advance. But now he has been assassinated by Qin Zheng, shattering his hopes. I'm going to make him pay tomorrow. Chapter 25, Upgrade Your Unit's Rebirth Pool. Surprises galore. It was past midnight. Xiangyula is closed. Unlike ordinary people, cultivators do not need to rest. They can simply meditate and refine the primordial energy of heaven and earth into their own bodies to maintain their vitality. The owner of Xiangyula was also a shrewd man. He knew that the Jianxin sect had come with ill intentions and did not want to cause trouble, so he specially arranged the quietest and best back garden. Therefore, all 11 members of the Sword Heart sect sat in meditation and cultivation in the rooms of the back garden. People outside, knowing that these people were all immortal masters from various sects, avoided them like the plague, let alone approach them. The lights in the room flickered. The golden-armored soldiers, led by the light and shadow attribute troops, infiltrated and hid in the darkness. Most of them are hidden outside the back garden of Xianyu Tower to avoid being disturbed by anyone. The golden-armored man watched Elder Rome, who was at the 9th level of the Transformation Sea Realm, and the movements of the 3 people at the 5th level of the Transformation Sea Realm. Outside, more than 20 units with light and shadow attributes quietly approached the 7 True Essence 9th level cultivators. Hoo-hoo. The lights flickered on and off. A cultivator at the 9th level of the True Essence realm, who was meditating, seemed to sense a subtle sense of crisis. He suddenly opened his eyes, frowned, scanned the room, and then sensed the outside, but found nothing. What happened? He frowned, puzzled by the sudden sense of unease that had arisen in his mind. From the moment they stepped into Xiangyu Tower. Xiangyu Tower is a forbidden area. He didn't believe that any scoundrel would dare to trespass. However, but he was unaware of it. Behind him, his shadow, illuminated by the lamplight, suddenly stretched long. At that moment, the warning sign became even clearer. Behind! At that moment, he raised an eyebrow and suddenly came to his senses. Preparing to react. A sharp sword pierced his throat from the back of his head with a loud thud. From the shadows behind him emerged a soldier in silver armor, who grabbed his head with his bare hands and chopped it off. The headless carcass splattered blood, spraying it onto the bedside and the walls. Under the lights, it looked exceptionally alluring. At this time, the other rooms were exactly the same. Each room has 3 to 4 level 2 light and shadow attribute soldiers lurking in, whose strength is at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, and they can easily assassinate a 9th level of True Essence without making a sound. Most importantly, these people are too weak-willed. They never imagined that anyone could hide in the darkness or the light, let alone guess that Qin Zheng would attack them at this moment. 7 True Essence 9th level cultivators were assassinated without a sound. The golden armored soldiers and a group of light and shadow attribute-type troops locked onto the remaining masters of the Sword Heart Sect. Elder Rome was at the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm, and his sword power and spiritual energy were exceptionally abundant. As a sword cultivator, the killing edge of his yuan power is extremely pure, making him much stronger than most experts at the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm. They were stronger than the 10 people killed at Chaotian Palace. To ensure that he could be killed quickly without alerting the people of the Imperial City, Jin Jia arranged for 24 level 2 light and shadow attribute troops to assist him. The remaining people then attacked the other 3 experts at the 5th level of the Transformation Sea realm. In Elder Rome's room, he sat cross-legged in meditation, his sword energy transforming into sword intent that flowed through his body. In an instant, he suddenly opened his eyes. At his level, he can perceive very subtle things. Judging from the surrounding airflow and special energy, he can tell that something has intruded. Qin Zheng's methods? As if he had just realized something, Elder Rome's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. Wasn't this exactly what he had come for? He remained calm and composed. Sudden. He was to the side. A sharp sword hurtled toward his head at lightning speed. We've finally waited for you. Elder Rome's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his body erupted with layers of sword intent, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, all engulfing the direction from which the sword was coming. But that unit with light and shadow attributes is a decoy. Sensing the impending killing intent, he quickly concealed himself. The sword intent was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the room in an instant, creating quite a commotion that alerted the 3 experts at the 5th level of the Transformation Sea realm in the other rooms. The light and shadow attribute soldiers responsible for attacking them also acted instantly. Elder Rome's expression was cold and stern. His keen insight allowed him to scan every corner of the room, and he quickly spotted a silver-armored soldier emerging from a dark corner ahead. So it turns out that Qin Zheng's methods were all you're doing. Elder Rome instantly locked onto the soldier in armor, recognizing him as Qin Zheng's weapon. He immediately moved like a gust of wind and vanished. Was he planning to take this opportunity to test just how threatening Qin Zheng's method was? But this shimmering unit is just bait. Once Elder Rome's attention was fully focused on him, the one who actually made the move, Jin Jia, had already launched a fatal attack. From behind Elder Rome, a sword pierced his heart. Elder Rome paused in his movements. The excruciating pain caused his mind to go blank for a moment, and he was stunned for a moment, but the instinctive burst of sword energy blasted the golden armor away. The hidden units with light and shadow attributes took the opportunity to fill in, leaving no gaps, lest Elder Rome react and unleash his powerful swordsmanship, making it more difficult for them to successfully assassinate him. They attacked from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, they had inflicted considerable injuries on Elder Rome. The golden armor had strong defensive capabilities, and although it took a hit, it was not seriously injured. He spread his golden wings, his speed increased several times, and seized the opportunity to strike Elder Rome on the neck with his sword. The old man Rongchan was shrewd and experienced, and he used his sword intent to solidify his defenses. The golden armored sword severed the sword intent and struck Elder Rome's neck, but failed to decapitate him, only cutting a large, bloody gash in his neck. Most of the killing power was blocked by that tangible sword intent. But it frightened Elder Rome. In a simple exchange, just a few moves, he was almost killed several times. If it weren't for his extensive experience, his head would probably have been chopped off. Is this Qin Zheng's method? That's terrifying. At that moment, Elder Rome regretted his underestimation of him. However, he did not sit idly by and wait for his death. Being inside the room is advantageous to the assassin but disadvantageous to him, so he must escape outside first. And, looking at his injuries, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Bang! The roof had just been breached when the light and shadow attribute units hidden on it suddenly burst out. A sword pierced straight through his brain and heart. 2 swords pierced through his shoulders. Bang! Elder Rome's body fell directly into the room, and the golden-armored man seized the opportunity to strike forward with his sword, piercing through his forehead. Elder Rome's eyes widened as he stared intently at the golden-armored figure emerging from the darkness. The man in golden armor drew his sword. They rushed to assist Elder Rome's. A meticulously planned assassination attempt could wipe out even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, let alone someone at the seed transformation stage. The 3 cultivators at the transformation sea realm were quickly beheaded. Inside the fragrant Imperial Pavilion, some people noticed the commotion. After all, the broken roof and the sounds of simple fighting were quite loud, but no one dared to go out. First, I feel like there's a pair of eyes watching me from outside. Secondly, the back garden is the territory of the Sword Heart Sect members, and the sect's experts dare not trespass. The units with light and shadow attributes carried the corpses away from the rear garden, and only returned to the palace to report after they had dealt with them. Jin Jia burned all the corpses of the Jianxin disciples. Once the matter in the capital is completely resolved, you won't need to hide anymore, Qin Zheng said to Jin Jia. At that time, I will establish an intelligence and assassination agency, which you will be in charge of, responsible for overseeing both the interior and exterior of the empire. There are currently few units with light and shadow attributes. If the number increases, then proper arrangements must be made. Intelligence gathering, assassinations, and so on. When it comes to units with light and shadow attributes, they dare to claim first place, and no one dares to claim second. The man in golden armor nodded and retreated into the darkness. He would unconditionally obey all of Qin Zheng's decisions. Take a look at the hall. Qin Zheng focused his attention on the information panel. Killing a 9th-level transformation realm expert and several enemies grants plus 3,500 energy, plus 1,000 blood crystals, and plus 2 alien crystals. With sufficient blood crystals, the light and shadow attribute unit rebirth pool can be upgraded. Should it be upgraded? Whether? Qin Zheng immediately chose yes. The light and shadow attribute unit rebirth pool has appeared, shining brightly. Unlike before, this time the pool was twice the size, and the water was more abundant and crystal clear. This is the energy accumulated in the pool. It is also the energy needed to train military units. Attribute unit rebirth pool, light and shadow attribute units. Current level, level 3. 50 units with light and shadow attributes can be bred every day. Upgrade required, 20,000 blood crystals. The first evolution of an attribute-based unit in the rebirth pool requires 10 extra crystals. Qin Zheng was overjoyed. It can nurture 50 units per day, and they are level 3 light and shadow attribute units, which is equivalent to having 50 light and shadow units at the 6th level of true essence every day. He had already witnessed the strength of the golden-armored warrior. While ordinary level 3 light and shadow attribute troops are not as strong as him, they are perfectly capable of dealing with those in the Transformation Sea realm. As for those at the Divine Refinement realm, they have cultivated divine sense. While they may not be able to be completely eliminated, they can definitely pose a threat. If there are enough light and shadow soldiers, they could even be killed. As for the next upgrade requiring 20,000 blood crystals, although the amount is increasing, Qin Zheng is not worried. His mind is not only on this. Instead, it's focused on the evolution of unit rebirth pools. 10 different crystals are needed to complete the first evolution of a unit in the rebirth pool. There are already 8, which means that they will soon be able to evolve for the first time and obtain a new attribute unit rebirth pool. The light and shadow attribute unit rebirth pool is already unbelievably powerful. What kind of special features will the new attribute-based unit have? This made him very much looking forward to it. Only 2 more heteromorphic crystals are needed. With these, he could then more freely punish the Empire's villains. As for those who have expectations for the Sword Heart Sect, I wonder what kind of expression I'll have tomorrow. Chapter 26. His Majesty's move was brilliant. Early morning. The Xiangyu Tower and its rear garden were completely silent. The waiter brought some tea into the courtyard. Clang! The teacup and teapot were smashed to pieces on the ground. The crisp sound aroused the curiosity of the guests in the building, who all looked over. Immediately, the waiter hurriedly rushed out of the back garden. The restaurant owner, his face grim, stepped forward and scolded. "You're in such a panic, disturbing the immortal master. Your life isn't enough to pay for it." "Shopkeeper, the immortal master is gone," the waiter whispered. "Disrespecting the immortal master is courting death." The innkeeper was horrified, fearing that the waiter's words might be overheard by the immortal master and cause trouble for the restaurant, so he gave him another angry scolding. "Immortal master? The immortal master is truly gone. Why are you still looking for death?" Helpless, the waiter whispered a few words to the shopkeeper. The innkeeper was also taken aback and followed him into the back garden. What he saw was bloodstains in the rooms, and several rooms had been destroyed. "It looks like a fight has broken out here. As for the people of the Sword Heart Sect, they have vanished without a trace." "What happened last night? Where did the immortal masters go?" The shopkeeper was stunned to see blood all over the ground. Among the guests in the restaurant were many experts who took the opportunity to sneak into the back garden. When they saw the mess in the back garden, their faces showed astonishment. There was blood everywhere, but no one was there. "Bloodstains! Could it be related to the commotion last night?" Several people's eyes trembled slightly. They sensed some disturbance last night, and immediately had a bad feeling. The people at Xiangyula were completely dumbfounded. However, they only believed that the people from the Sword Heart Sect had entered the palace, and they would never have thought of the bloodstains in that direction. These immortal masters are incredibly powerful. Who would dare to touch them? As soon as the news broke, people in the Imperial City began to investigate, since the arrival of the Sword Heart Sect members in the Imperial City had attracted much attention. There are signs of a struggle in every room, and their presence has vanished from the Imperial City. It seems they have truly disappeared. In front of the blacksmith's shop, the tall, muscular man also looked astonished. His eyes still held considerable shock and surprise. The presence of the Sword Heart Sect members disappeared in the Imperial City. He could guess the outcome. It's also possible to guess what might happen. However, what he dared not imagine was whether that person's methods were truly so terrifying. For a moment, he was a little lost in thought. Ouyang Mansion. Ouyang Xiong hummed a little tune, extremely happy. The maids helped him change his clothes and put on his court robes. With a wave of his hand, the maids retreated one after another. "Go and find out where those immortal masters from the Sword Heart Sect are. Have they entered the palace yet? I want to go to the palace with them." He gave the order. Not far away, several of his men who had been waiting turned and left. "There's going to be some excitement soon." Ouyang Xiong flicked his sleeve, as if he were in high spirits because of a happy occasion, and hummed a little tune before going to eat breakfast. About 15 minutes later. "Grown-ups!" Several men rushed back and headed straight for the hall. Ouyang Xiong took a few sips of his porridge and asked calmly, "Did the immortal master from the Sword Heart Sect go?" "The people of the Sword Heart Sect have mysteriously disappeared." One accepted the report. "Explain yourself clearly." Ouyang Xiong was in a good mood. "What's going on here?" "News has come from Xiangyu Tower that the people of Lingxi Sect have mysteriously disappeared. There are only bloodstains left where they lived. They have also been searched in the Imperial City, but there is no trace of them. The guards at the palace gates also said that they did not see them enter the palace." The subordinate explained. Bang! "What?" Ouyang Xiong slammed the bowl on the table, stood up abruptly, and stared wide-eyed. "Those several perfectly healthy people just mysteriously disappeared. This is a powerful expert from the Sword Heart Sect, not an ordinary person." Ouyang Xiong's expression darkened. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly called out, "Prepare the carriage! We're going to Xiangyu Tower!" "They just vanished into thin air?" Within the Yu Family Merchant Alliance, Yu Xuanji looked surprised and asked, "What about other places? Haven't we seen anyone there?" "No. Although the capital city is large, the people of the Sword Heart Sect are conspicuous. If they saw us, they would definitely recognize us. I thought we went to the palace, but there was no one there." The person who reported back also sounded doubtful. He then added, "However, inside the fragrant Imperial Pavilion, where the Sword Heart Sect members reside, there are quite a few bloodstains and signs of a fight. I suspect." Yu Xuanji's eyes trembled. "Could he have been murdered?" The beautiful girl beside him widened her eyes, turned to look at the boy holding the jade fan, and asked softly, Brother, do you think they might have been secretly killed by that emperor? The boy's eyes twitched slightly. The Yuan power accumulated at the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm is immense. Moreover, he is a sword cultivator who is known for his heavy use of killing. How could someone without the strength of the refining god realm kill him so silently? Don't make things up without evidence. The boy glared at the beautiful girl, then looked at Yu Xuanji. Father, they're not really dead, are they? Yu Xuanji was deeply shocked. It took me a while to come to my senses. Almost. He gave a reply, but in his heart he was 100% certain that these people had met with misfortune. These methods and actions really caught him off guard. As for who did it, he had a guess in his mind, but he wouldn't say it out loud. Because there is no evidence. So, anyone could be the murderer. Did we really underestimate that person? Yu Xuanji's heart wavered a little. The young emperor, who was only in his 20s, seemed to be showing her something terrifying. Sending away a 9th level and a 5th level cultivator at the sea transformation realm without a sound is no ordinary method. Let's pretend we don't know anything about this, Yu Xuanji said to the two of them. I understand. The boy grinned, almost bursting out laughing. The person mysteriously disappeared, and we have no idea where they are. I understand. The pretty girl giggled. No need to think. The person is definitely dead. The head of the Luo family stood on a pavilion, looking at the imperial city, and simply did not believe the nonsense of mysteriously disappearing into thin air. He was completely bewildered. I thought he knew everything that was going to happen. Who would have thought this would happen? Judging from all the clues, the person is definitely gone. We really need to investigate who killed him thoroughly. This is truly unexpected. It's a little scary. The head of the Luo family was not only shocked, but also a little scared. The mysterious disappearance of the ninefold transformation sea realm is no simple matter. Tell the Luo family members not to speculate, and to pretend they know nothing about this matter. The Luo family head gave the order. The Sword Heart Sect members have all disappeared. The Sword Heart Sect will not ignore this, and he doesn't want to get involved. When the Mountain and River Alliance, the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Guild, and others learned of this, they were all dumbfounded. Yesterday we were waiting to see how His Majesty would deal with the Sword Heart Sect's accusations, but this morning, the people from the Sword Heart Sect mysteriously disappeared. This illustrates a lot. Intelligent people have already seen through many of these truths, and each one is astonishing. The Nagong family. It became even more lively. Nagong Yun and the clan elders held a meeting early in the morning. But none of them said a word. Let's pretend we don't know anything about this. Since the person has mysteriously disappeared, let's just leave it as a mystery, Nagong Yun reminded. The clan elders nodded. It's time to carefully examine that emperor. The Nagong family is now related to the imperial family. We can't be ignorant of everything. Nagong Yun continued. The old Taoist priest of the three clans said, I agree with the patriarch's words. Leave the matter of the empress's ceremony to me. The elders glanced at him sideways, and one of them teased. Didn't you say you wanted to leave before? I was just worried. The three elders chuckled awkwardly and said, Don't try to take over the matter of arranging the empress's ceremony from me. If you do it well, consider it an apology for my previous offense against that person. Ha! The clan elders laughed. In fact, everyone knew that the Sword Heart Sect members were in grave danger, and had been dealt with by Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng had previously demonstrated his methods, and they had learned something from that experience. Looking back now, they are all a little scared. However, this precisely proves how terrifying that method is, no less than that of the refining god realm. Nagong said, I also need to make some careful plans. Perhaps there will be a turning point in the future. In the tranquil garden. The personal maid said with surprise and shock. Miss, you don't need to worry anymore. The people of the Sword Heart Sect were all killed by His Majesty last night, without anyone knowing. Nagong Hongyan corrected. Don't make wild guesses without evidence. I'm sorry, miss, I misspoke. It was a mysterious disappearance. The personal maid also corrected it. Nagong Hongyan looked at the peach branches outside, her bright eyes, like autumn water, shining with a soft luster. No one else expected it. She didn't expect it either. This was even more unexpected. She was worried that the Sword Heart Sect would be difficult to deal with, but Qin Zheng cut the problem off at its root with a single stroke. Ha! Your Majesty's move was brilliant! Wang Zhan burst into laughter. Upon learning of this, Baiyu was both shocked and delighted. With this move, all the petty schemes of the villains have been ruined, and they haven't even gotten involved. The trouble they were going to encounter, and the annoying things they were going to hear about today are completely gone. Zhao Qi, Yan Qin, and the others were overjoyed. They also drove to Xiangyu Tower. Xiangyula was packed with people. Ouyang Xiong, Chen Qing, and other court officials went into the rear garden to investigate. When they saw the bloodstains on the ground, their hearts sank. Not only will we miss the exciting morning court session. Moreover, this is a serious warning to them, a wake-up call. Because they all understood that the people of the Sword Heart Sect died because of Qin Zheng's methods. Although there was no evidence, they were certain of it. The fact that Qin Zheng could kill these Sword Heart disciples shows how terrifying his methods were, and the shock he caused them was extraordinary. Lord Ouyang is here too! When Wang Zhan came in, he saw Ouyang Xiong looking completely lost and called out. Lord Wang has also come to join the fun. Ouyang Xiong responded with a forced smile. Wang Zhan glanced at the bloodstains in the shattered room, then chuckled. I heard that the Immortal Master mysteriously disappeared in the capital. This is a major event in the Empire, so naturally I must take it to heart. Lord Wang is really worried. Ouyang Xiong turned and left, his heart filled with indescribable gloom. Lord Ouyang, wait a moment. Let's go to court together. Wang Zhan confirmed the matter and followed after him. Chapter 27. Could Consort Jiang also play the flute? Qin Emperor's Palace. The court officials gathered together. Grand Commandant Qin Qing, Right Chancellor Ouyang Xiong, Left Chancellor Bai Yu, Imperial Censor Wang Zhan, Grand Master of the Palace, Court Minister Yang Yi, Commandant of the Guards Yan Qin, Senior Minister Li Xian, and others were waiting in the hall early on. Ouyang Xiong's face fell. His good mood from the morning had completely vanished. Now all that remains is the fear and gloom hidden deep within. Imagine, 11 powerful members of the prestigious Sword Heart Sect, each a master, suddenly and mysteriously vanishing overnight without a sound. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be terrified? What do you mean by vanishing into thin air? This is utter nonsense. This isn't a storybook where things just disappear. What they feared most was that Qin Zheng was behind all of this. Qin Qing remained calm and silent. But I felt very anxious. Instead of enjoying the excitement, they were quite frightened. That's their current situation. The court officials were also heavy-hearted, and could not even stand firmly. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu crossed their arms in front of their abdomens, remaining silent. However, unlike the other court officials, they appeared relaxed and in high spirits. His Majesty has arrived! Zhang An shouted. A figure in a black dragon robe stepped onto the dragon platform. The sword of imperial power hangs at his waist. Qin Zheng stood tall. His eyebrows slanted upwards, like the sharp edge of a sword. His eyes were like cold stars, filled with domineering majesty. The beaded curtain of the flat crown swayed for a moment, then came to a complete stop. Qin Zheng held the sword hilt with his left hand. The sword of imperial power is slightly tilted backward. A solemn, dignified, and unparalleled aura of dominance immediately emanated from it. The ministers fixed their gazes and looked up at the dragon platform. When they met those sharp, cold, and piercing eyes, their minds were struck as if by a terrifying blow. They trembled violently and hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them. This is majesty. Even the terrifying majesty of the Empire's master. This wasn't the case before. But now, we have it. It seems to have become increasingly terrifying after all the battles and the passage of time, making people want to kneel in awe. Greetings, Your Majesty! Long live the Emperor! The court officials shouted loudly. No need for formalities. Qin Zheng's tone was authoritative. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers rose. Do any of you gentlemen have something to report? Qin Zheng asked a question as usual. In the imperial court, no one spoke, everyone became cautious and prudent. Even the voices of Qin Qing and Ouyang Xiong, who usually made demands, have completely disappeared. Qin Zheng also looked down at Qin Qing and Ouyang Xiong. Ouyang Xiong and Qin Qing felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of dread washing over them. These cunning and shrewd old men, in front of this emperor who was only in his 20s, were like children who had done something wrong, bowing their heads in silence. Your Majesty! I have something to report. Wang Zhan spoke. Qin Zheng asked. What is it? Wang Zhan said. Your Majesty! This morning, something happened in the capital. I heard that a group of immortal masters from the Sword Heart Sect mysteriously disappeared at the fragrant Imperial Pavilion. The Sword Heart Sect is an Imperial sect. This incident has occurred right under the nose of the capital, causing much discussion and speculation among the citizens. If this situation continues to develop, it may lead to trouble. Wang Zhan mentioned it. In an instant, the entire courtroom uniformly stole glances at Qin Zheng once again. They all carefully observed every subtle expression on Qin Zheng's face. Such a thing is true. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and imposing. Zhao Qi, heed the imperial decree. Your subordinate is here. Zhao Qi hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I order you to thoroughly investigate this matter and quell the discussions in the capital. Qin Zheng issued an edict. This subordinate obeys the order. Zhao Qi cupped his hands in greeting. Keep pretending, Qin Zheng. Chen Qing sneered inwardly. You killed that person using your own methods, and you even have people investigate? Even if you investigate for ages, you probably still won't find out anything. Your Majesty, that's wonderful. I always underestimated you. Ouyang Xiong listened in silence. I find it ridiculous. Even if the investigation finds out, so what? Will His Majesty punish His Majesty? However, even if they knew it was this emperor who did it, no one dared to say it, because there was no evidence, and besides, no matter what, Qin Zheng was still the master of this empire. Qin Zheng said coldly and calmly. Recently I have heard some rumors. The ministers were immediately suspicious. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty? Bai Yu and others were also puzzled. Some say that among the officials I have entrusted with important responsibilities, there are many corrupt officials who embezzle military pay, abuse their power for personal gain, commit murder wantonly, and collude with bandits and outlaws to wreak havoc on the empire. Qin Zheng spoke slowly and deliberately, but his tone grew increasingly cold and stern. These words were like a bomb dropped into the court, causing many officials to change their expressions drastically, their pupils to shrink, and their hands to clench tightly in their sleeves, extremely tense. Chen Qing and Ouyang Xiong also sensed something unusual, and their expressions became extremely serious. They didn't say a word. Such scourges are like a malignant tumor on the empire, which I abhor and will not rest until they are eradicated. Qin Zheng's tone became more forceful, revealing a murderous intent. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, Yan Qing, and others were all surprised. Minister Wang, as the imperial censor, you have an inescapable responsibility to supervise all officials. I hereby order you to thoroughly investigate such officials, collect evidence of their crimes, and present it to me. If there is any obstruction, you may act first and report later. I will tear them to pieces one by one and exterminate their entire families. Many ministers were suddenly shaken, their minds went blank, and the harsh and ruthless words were like thunderclaps, leaving them at a loss. Ouyang Xiong and Qin Qing remained silent, but they also appeared flustered. What is Qin Zheng trying to do? They roared inwardly. Wang Zhan was also stunned for a moment, his eyes burning. Bai Yu fell into a deep, solemn thought. Your subject obeys the decree. Wang Zhan bowed. Qin Zheng glanced at Qin Qing, Ouyang Xiong, and the others who had their heads down, then turned and left. Court adjourned. Zhang Yan shouted. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu exchanged a glance. Qin Qing and Ouyang Xiong stared at the departing figure in the dragon robe, their pupils filled with intense anger. Without a word, they quickly left the Qin Emperor's palace. The other officials stood there, seemingly lost in thought, for a long while. When they saw that Qin Qing and Ouyang Xiong had left, they all chased after them. Only Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Yan Qing, Li Xian, Zhao Qi, and others remained in the hall. Is His Majesty planning to take action against them? Zhao Qi was still in shock. Wang Zhan nodded. Bai Yu said solemnly, Things won't be that simple. Wang Zhan replied, I know things won't be that simple, but... Elder Bai, we've endured so much until now, isn't it all for this day? Since Your Majesty is determined to do it, then you can control it. Your Majesty is not the same as before. Your inviolable imperial majesty and strength have made people dare to offend you. Old Bai, we shouldn't dwell on the past. It has changed. It has become unimaginably majestic, towering, and domineering. Looking back at Longtai from Baiwe, I am filled with emotion. Now, Qin Zheng is standing on the stage, and even he doesn't dare to look him in the eye. Let's get ready. There are many things we need to arrange properly. Bai Yu scanned Yan Qing, Zhao Qi, and the others. Returned to the Emperor's palace. Qin Zheng was in high spirits. That final blow in the imperial court will surely unsettle those powerful ministers. He just waited. I checked the attribute unit reincarnation pool, and now that a day has passed, the pool is full of energy. Qin Zheng released the troop rebirth pool. The pool water boiled with energy, transforming into 50 orbs of light that flew out and landed in the imperial palace. My lord! 50 people bowed devoutly. A level 3 light and shadow attribute unit is equivalent to the 6th level of True Essence realm, making it easy to kill experts in the Transformation C realm. This means that he can have 50 Transformation C realm experts every day. Moreover, they can even surround and kill those in the Refining God realm. That's enough to deal with the existence of the Imperial City. Go report to Golden Armor. Qin Zheng gave the instructions. 50 people immediately stepped into the light. Qin Zheng felt even more cheerful. He consumed 3,100 energy to begin cultivating. However, reaching the True Essence stage from the 9th level of Foundation establishment requires a vast amount of energy, and given Qin Zheng's special circumstances, the amount of energy required is even more astonishing. 3,100 units of energy are merely a drop in the ocean. By the afternoon, he was still far from breaking through to the True Essence realm. Your Majesty! Consort Yang requests an audience! Zhang Yan's sudden remark startled Qin Zheng. Consort Yang! Let her in! A moment later, a graceful figure stepped into the hall. Your Majesty, I pay my respects! The woman knelt down to pay her respects. Rise! Qin Zheng shouted, looking at Consort Yang. Yang Guifei wore a royal blue silk dress, her eyebrows were as beautiful as if they were painted, and her skin was as white as snow. She looked like a fairy in the Moon Palace, with a cool and proud temperament, which was quite charming. Consort Yang was Yang Ro, the younger sister of Yang Yi. She entered the palace a year ago. He has been neglected by Qin Zheng to this day. Although Yang Yi was the Minister of Justice, one of the 9 ministers, he did not stand on the side of the royal family, so Yang Ro was neglected as soon as she arrived. Your Majesty, Consort Yang possesses 2 exceptional skills. One of them is sword dance. Her cloud sleeve sword dance is unparalleled in the Empire and unmatched in the Eastern region. Now, after practicing diligently for half a year, the consort wishes to present it to Your Majesty. Zhang Yan explained from the side. Consort Yang also stole glances at Qin Zheng. After more than a year of neglect, it would be a lie to say I have no resentment. However, she also knew that this was the reality of the inner palace. However, this morning, after hearing her brother Yang Yi talk about what this emperor had been doing recently, saying that he had the demeanor of a great emperor for all time, she became very curious. Coupled with a year's worth of resentment, she decided to take this opportunity to meet him. A fairy dance with flowing sleeves. Qin Zheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he said, In that case, I really wish to see him. These past few days have been filled with calculations and schemes. It's time to relax. Now, those people should be the ones who are anxious. He just needs to wait. Thank you for your permission, Your Majesty. Consort Yang said. Your Majesty, I will now perform a sword dance for you. Zhang Yan also hurriedly arranged for palace maids to arrange the layout of the imperial palace and brought out an exquisite long sword. Several musicians sat upright to one side. Bring me the fine wine. Qin Zheng sat upright before the desk. After Yang Guifei bowed to him, she lightly lifted her sleeves, and the alternating green and yellow silk ribbons meandered in the air. She tiptoed and began to dance gracefully. The long sword moved lightly, seemingly becoming one with her, dancing amidst the fluttering ribbons. Slender, delicate fingers gripped the sword's blade. With a graceful turn of her swan-like neck and a light touch of her toes to the ground, she swiftly soared into the air, the sword piercing the sky. It fully demonstrates the heroic and graceful sword dance. This classical dance was incomparable to the kind of dances Qin Zheng had seen before, which involved simply shaking the body. After the dance ended, even someone like him who didn't understand dance was captivated by it. This is true imperial enjoyment. Good! Qin Zheng was extremely satisfied. Consort Yang respectfully said, Your Majesty, the cloud sleeve sword dance has 9 sections and 18 segments, which are accompanied by the zither, flute, pipa, and chime bells. If Your Majesty likes it, I will perform it for you one by one in the future. Consort Yang said respectfully. That's one amazing thing. What's the other amazing thing? Qin Zheng asked. Seeing Qin Zheng happy, Zhang Yan also became happy and laughed. Another wonderful thing is the Empress's flute playing, which is like a dream of the immortal realms. Could Consort Yang also play the flute? Qin Zheng squinted. Consort Yang said, I learned some things when I was young. In fact, Ying was unaware of this. Yang Ro's talent for dance and musical instruments is outrageously strong. He was introduced to musical instruments at the age of 3, became proficient in various instruments at the age of 8, created his own Dreaming of the Immortal Realms at the age of 12, and created the famous cloud sleeve sword dance of Qinchuan Prefecture at the age of 14. Many masters of music have witnessed her talent, and even the music master of the Great Chu Empire traveled thousands of miles to hear her play. He was amazed and exclaimed that she was an unparalleled talent in the world of music. "Tonight, Consort Yang shall stay in the Imperial Palace," Qin Zheng said calmly. "I also want to see how well Consort Yang plays the flute." Chapter 28 Imperial Assassins, Blood Feather Tower. He left the court and returned to his residence. Ouyang Xiong's face was gloomy. The ferocity and coldness in his eyes were no longer concealed. "Something happened at court?" The Taoist of Shenghuang appeared. Ouyang Xiong nodded silently, and said in a low voice, "Qin Zheng has issued an edict ordering Wang Zhan to thoroughly investigate powerful ministers. This means that Qin Zheng is eager to take action against us." Whether it was officials in the imperial court or those outside the court, most of them were subordinate to them. Once Wang Zhan conducts a thorough investigation, even just a partial one, the findings will be shocking, and all the blame will fall on them. "Not surprising at all," the Taoist of Shenghuang said. "The mysterious disappearance of the Sword Heart sect members is most likely the work of Qin Zheng. The fact that he could kill even a 9th-level transformation C-realm cultivator silently shows just how powerful his methods are. Having mastered that mysterious method has given him enough confidence, and his next step is naturally to deal with you. But we can't just sit here and wait to die," Ouyang Xiong roared. "If we compromise even the slightest bit, we will be doomed." "Don't worry about that, I expected it," the Taoist of Shenghuang reminded him. "The experts from the Taiji sect are almost at the Imperial City. This time, 3 people at the 9th level of the Transformation C-realm and 6 elders at the 6th level of the Transformation C-realm have come, along with the Taiji sect's powerful spiritual weapon, the Taiji Profound Seal. They are all here to support Lord Ouyang." Ouyang Xiong suddenly looked up, his gloomy eyes suddenly brightening. Shenghuang Daoran continued, "Since Qin Zheng is going to make a move, and Lord Ouyang doesn't want to sit idly by and wait to die, why not strike first?" "You mean rebellion?" Ouyang Xiong's eyes narrowed. The Taoist priest nodded. Ouyang Xiong pondered. Qin Zheng's move in the court has pushed him to the brink of despair. If he doesn't rebel, he will be doomed forever. The situation at the Imperial Preceptor's residence is difficult to handle. Ouyang Xiong's brows furrowed into a deep frown. If it weren't for the Imperial Preceptor's mansion pressing him, he would have made his move long ago. The Imperial Preceptor's mansion represents the Lingxi Sect. All the Lingxi Sect wants is the resources of this empire. If they still need the resources after the empire changes hands, do you think they will care who becomes the true master of this empire? The Taoist of Shenghuang laughed. Ouyang Xiong was also quick-witted, so how could he not understand these words? The Lingxi Sect needs resources. Tai Chi School also needs it. They're all here to seize the empire's resources. He was aware of this. However, he didn't care as long as he became the master of the empire. The relationship between ruler and subject is a chasm. Even though he is now the right chancellor and holds great power, he is still a slave of this empire and a slave of Qin Zheng. Only when he sits on the throne can he become the master. If we're going to oppose it, let's oppose it thoroughly. Once Ouyang Xiong made up his mind, his gaze turned cold and resolute. He said, "Since I've been forced into a corner, there's nothing more to say. Even ants try to survive, so how can I just sit here and wait to die? However, I can't make the first move. That old bastard Qin Zheng is probably more panicked than I am. I'll wait for him to make his move, then I'll take action under the pretext of purging the court of corrupt officials, and deal with him along with him. Furthermore, I can only control 10,000 guards in the Imperial City, so I don't have much initiative. I have to bring in 100,000 heavenly guards from outside the Imperial City to make it feasible. Since we are going to rebel, we must plan carefully and not make a single mistake. After all, it's a showdown, one wrong step and it's all over." Having made up his mind, he began to make arrangements in secret. The Grand Commandant's mansion. A pavilion deep inside. Qin Zheng's face was so gloomy it could drip water. "Is Qin Zheng planning to make a move?" In the corner of the attic, a figure dressed in a black robe asked. Qin Zheng said, "I had a feeling when he was dealing with the people from the Sword Heart sect, but I didn't expect him to be so early and in such a hurry. Since we've already thrown off all pretense, let's just be direct." The man in black robes gave a warning. Qin Zheng asked, "Have all the experts in the hall arrived?" "I won't let you down. The blood refining hall arrived in the capital long ago, and has done a lot of things. You'll see when the time comes. Even if Qin Zheng has powerful backing, it won't change his fate." The man in black robes laughed, his laughter carrying a chilling undertone. "Since we're going to rebel, we have to be fully prepared. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu are not to be underestimated, and Ouyang Xiong is also up to no good. We have to be wary of them all." I will arrange the troops as soon as possible. You can arrange for the experts in the hall to infiltrate the army. That way, we can achieve a surprise victory. Qin Zheng made his calculations. Then, remembering something, he said, You said before that Blood Feather Tower also wanted to get involved. Since that's the case, then let them make their move. First, kill Qin Zheng, throw the Empire into chaos, and then further investigate the means behind Qin Zheng. Blood Feather Tower is not to be trifled with, so don't try anything against them. The man in black robes warned. This assassin organization is ubiquitous in the eastern region, incredibly vast, and its whereabouts are elusive. Not only does the Empire dare not provoke it, but many sects also avoid it like the plague. If you want them to take action, you must pay the price. There's a Blood Feather Tower branch in the Imperial City. I can only act as a go-between. You can discuss the specific terms yourselves. Although the Blood Refining Hall is a demonic sect and acts without restraint, it dares not provoke the Blood Feather Tower. This assassin organization is too powerful, outrageously powerful. They are the kings lurking in the darkness. Without them, no one can be assassinated. There are no failed missions. Fine. As long as we can take Qin Zheng's life, everything else is negotiable. Qin Zheng hated Qin Zheng to the core. Recalling the image of the black-robed emperor in his mind, he felt a terrifying aura that filled him with fear and dread. If Qin Zheng is allowed to continue to grow, that powerful figure will probably crush him. He left the attic, quickly made plans, and waited for the Blood Feather Tower members to arrive, hoping to make his move tonight. To be honest, he was startled when he first heard that there was a Blood Feather Tower in the Imperial City. Because even he, living in the capital, didn't know there was a Blood Feather Tower branch there, which shows how deeply hidden and terrifying it is. The man in black robes also disappeared. The Emperor's bedchamber. After Yang Guifei performed her sword dance, she was granted permission by Qin Zheng to stay here and also played a tune of Dreaming of the Immortal Realm. The sound of the Shao is melodious and beautiful, with a special magic that can lead people into a dreamlike fairyland, where they can slowly feel the rippling blue waves and the swirling mist, and enjoy the boundless fairy charm and tranquility, as if their souls have been transformed into immortals. In terms of talent, Consort Jiang was indeed astonishing. The sound of the flute enters the secluded realm, making one's soul feel as if it has ascended to heaven, and all the complex emotions settle in the fairyland. Consort Jiang is truly a woman of great talent. Listening to this music can indeed calm Qin Zheng's mind, help him think clearly, and make him consider things much more clearly. If your majesty is pleased, I will be content. Consort Jiang bowed in thanks. He then stepped forward to pour wine for Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng drank a cup of wine, then noticed the golden-armored man returning. He put down his cup and said, You stay here for now, I have some matters to attend to. He then left the imperial palace. Consort Jiang glanced at the dragon bed in the imperial palace, then stared at the emperor's figure. The brief meeting did indeed give her a feeling of his tall, mighty, and imposing figure. Fundamentally, it's different from the descriptions of him I've heard before. Outside, golden armor appeared. My lord! Ouyang Xiong and Qin Zheng are preparing to rebel. Jin Jia relayed all of Ouyang Xiong and Qin Zheng's plans to Qin Zheng without missing a single word. Imperial assassins, Blood Feather Tower! The king lurking in the night? Qin Zheng heard some fresh and interesting words. Infiltrate. Assassin. Assassination. Who dares to claim the title of king when faced with units possessing light and shadow attributes? Golden armor. Teach them how to be assassins. Chapter 29. A sinister plot takes hold, a conspiracy to assassinate the Qin Emperor. Rest assured, my lord. The only way to appease you is to send them to hell. Golden armor guarantee. Then he asked, Do you want to protect the others? Qin Zheng pondered that if Qin Zheng and Ouyang Xiong rebelled, they would inevitably target Wang Zhan, Baiyu, and others. It is necessary to protect it just in case. Arrange for several level 3 aura armor units to provide covert protection. In addition, assign half of the people to protect the palace, and the rest are to be deployed. Also, call back the 50 who are out. What needs to be protected, Qin Zheng will not neglect. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Everything will be revealed soon. Since the Imperial Preceptor's residence is closed, let it remain closed. Qin Zheng drafted a secret edict to mobilize troops, ordering Wang Zhan to secretly transfer a small portion of the Black Cavalry back to the capital and to mobilize all available forces within the capital to lock down Qin Zheng and Ouyang Xiong's forces from every possible point of attack. All of Qin Zheng and Ouyang Xiong's plans were transmitted to him through the light and shadow attribute soldiers. He knew these people's pain points very well. Since we've laid our cards on the table, let's give it a try. Qin Zheng looked at the imperial city illuminated by lights, his eyes revealing boundless ambition. The kingdom and the beauty. Imperial power and wealth. He holds the dreams of countless men in his grasp, so how could he let them slip through his fingers? He returned to the imperial palace. Yang Ro had already changed out of her sapphire blue silk dress and was lying on the dragon bed. Without the cover of the silk skirt, she appeared even more graceful and proud. Upon seeing Qin Zheng enter, she rose, knelt on the dragon bed, and took the initiative to undress Qin Zheng. By the time Qin Zheng turned around, Consort Yan had already returned to her bed. Her snow-white swan neck was flushed red. She wasn't ignorant, she knew what was going on when she was asked to stay in the imperial palace. Qin Zheng gazed intently at Consort Yang. Her skin was so smooth and delicate, and her glossy black hair was spread out on the pillow, looking like it was waiting to be picked, which made Qin Zheng feel a little hot. Your Majesty, please retire for the night, Consort Yang whispered softly. Qin Zheng snapped out of his daze, took off his imperial boots, and lay down on them as well. Consort Yang was very nervous, clutching the edge of the quilt, glancing at Qin Zheng every now and then. Her heart was burning with desire, and the imperial bedchamber fell into silence for a moment. This atmosphere is so unpleasant. This is my wife, rightfully mine. A stunningly beautiful woman, lying right next to me, just waiting for me to wreak havoc. However, should we be more direct and ruthless? Or be gentler? Qin Zheng was conflicted. His usual dignified, cold, domineering, and fierce demeanor is no longer effective. After all, it's not really possible to say, Consort Yang, come up here and do it yourself. Silently, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, extremely tempting. She was, after all, in her early 20s. Unable to hold back any longer, Qin Zheng flipped over and pounced on him. The lights in the imperial bedchamber were flickering. It seemed to depict an emperor personally leading an army, riding a warhorse, and fighting fiercely on the battlefield, killing the enemy until they screamed in agony and begged for mercy. Prince's Mansion. Zhang Yan handed the secret edict to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan's expression changed drastically after reading it. Rebellious ministers and traitors! He cursed angrily. Immediately, Baiyu was notified overnight. When Baiyu arrived, Wang Zhan secretly handed him a decree saying, Qin Qing and Ouyang Xiong are planning a rebellion. It's a secret summons from His Majesty. Baiyu glanced at it, his pale eyes suddenly darkening. It seems that His Majesty's move today really hit their weak spot. Baiyu was not surprised by this result. He had foreseen this when he was in court. I'm not afraid of Qin Qing and Ouyang Xiong's forces, but the fact that both the Blood Refining Hall and the Taiji Sect have gotten involved is a big problem. Baiyu frowned and began to plot and scheme. Didn't Elder Bai notice? Wang Zhan reminded him. His Majesty's secret edict clearly details Qin Qing and Ouyang Xiong's specific plans and the specific deployment of troops. Upon hearing this reminder, Baiyu's pupils suddenly constricted, and horror appeared on his face. You mean that every move, every word, and every scheme of the two of them is under His Majesty's watchful eye and ear? This. Baiyu, clutching the secret decree, sat down in a chair. He let out a heavy sigh. That's terrifying. The more you learn about this young emperor, the more unfathomable and terrifying he seems. Right under their noses, he displayed such terrifying cunning. It's no wonder everyone was manipulated by him. Tell me, are we getting old? Baiyu looked at Wang Zhan. This has nothing to do with whether he is old or not. It's just that His Majesty is too terrifying, so terrifying that neither you nor I, nor anyone else, can fathom him. Wang Zhan was even more shocked. No wonder the imperial robe exuded such majesty in the court, and the domineering gaze in those cold, star-like eyes was so intimidating that no one dared to look directly at him. After a long period of silence, Baiyu said, Then everything will be done according to His Majesty's orders. I will be responsible for contacting Zhao Qi, Yan Qing and others. Since His Majesty has made all the arrangements, he must have a countermeasure. Perhaps we will soon be able to witness His Majesty's methods. Baiyu eagerly awaited the outcome. They were even eager to see what kind of methods were involved that were so mysterious and terrifying. Wang Zhan is no different. The Grand Commandant's mansion. In the darkness, a strong wind howled. The lamplight in Qin Qing's room flickered, and wisps of blood-red feathers floated in the air under its glow. Qin Qing's gaze suddenly darkened. Since you're here, let's come out and talk. It all depends on whether the Grand Commandant's terms are sincere enough. Behind Qin Qing on both sides, each stood as a blood-red shadow. Chen Qing was startled. Such silence was terrifying. He turned around and stared at the two blood-red figures. You all know who we're supposed to kill, right? Chen Qing said it bluntly. After all, he didn't have much time left to prepare. Killing His Majesty of the Great Qin Empire is a very difficult task, and the Blood Feather Tower will have to bear great risks. Therefore, what the Grand Commandant has to give in return must be of the highest quality. A blood-red shadow. 1,000 spiritual herbs, 100 million gold notes. After I succeed, I promise to give Blood Feather Tower 1,000th of the Empire's taxes for 10 years, so that Blood Feather Tower can take root in the Empire's soil. Chen Qing gave his conditions. The blood-red figure said, Deal! Although the conditions were promised, Blood Feather Tower was willing to take the gamble, and the 1,000 spiritual herbs and 100 million gold notes were part of the guarantee. This deal is a great deal. Chen Qing continued. There is also a mysterious force behind Qin Zheng. I wonder if you know anything about it. And are you able to kill Qin Zheng despite the obstruction of this force? In this eastern region, there is no one whom Blood Feather Tower cannot assassinate. Since the Grand Commandant has found Blood Feather Tower, it means he trusts Blood Feather Tower's efficiency. Blood Feather Tower will not let the Grand Commandant down. That blood-red figure was very confident. Blood Feather Tower, rooted in the eastern region, is the king of darkness in the eastern region. It is so vast that it can rival any large empire, and even the most powerful sects will not easily provoke them. Because it's difficult for them to find each other when they're hiding in the shadows, but it's easy for them to find others. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. That's exactly the point, he assured him. You will see Qin Zheng's body in about 3 days. Good. Chen Qing felt a little better and immediately said, It would be best to start tonight. The assassination plan was already prepared when we arrived. Chapter 30 Light and Shadow Soldiers vs. Blood Feather Tower. Then I'll wait patiently for good news from Blood Feather Tower. Chen Qingdao. Don't worry, once we get back, Blood Feather Tower will make arrangements immediately. Blood Feather Tower never disappoints any customer, so you can rest assured, Grand Commandant. A blood-red figure smiled sinisterly. Perhaps the Grand Commandant will soon witness the power of the Blood Feather Tower. Now that everything has been settled, the assassination plan against the King of Qin is naturally no problem. No one knows the power of Blood Feather Tower better than the people of Blood Feather Tower themselves. Once a target is identified, no one can escape it. Then, they disappeared into the darkness, vanishing like the wind. They still needed to report the conditions Chen Qing had given them to the Blood Feather Tower branch. Xuanwu Street, Tianxiang Tower. This is the largest place in the imperial city for seeking pleasure. Behind Tianxiang Tower, there are many pavilions and towers. This is the Blood Feather Tower branch. In an attic, 7 or 8 figures sat upright, each with a blood-red feather mark between their brows. Although this mission is arduous, there is no need to mobilize a large force. Let everyone else stand by. An old man with white hair and a youthful face gave the order. Beside him, a middle-aged man looked at the old man and asked, Old Yu, are you going to do it yourself this time? Old Yu said, There is a powerful and mysterious force behind Qin Zheng. We haven't found any clues yet. To ensure the mission is completed smoothly, I will also participate personally. With your assistance, a master of the 9th rank of Earth, Qin Zheng's head will be taken away soon. Several people around him echoed his sentiment. The assassins of Blood Feather Tower are divided into 4 ranks, Yellow, Black, Earth, and Heaven, each with 9 grades, with the first grade being the highest. A 9th rank Earthly Realm Cultivator, capable of assassinating those at the Refining Spirit Realm. He has a very high status. Old Yu said, I'm not worried about killing Qin Zheng. It's just that we have to be wary of the force behind him. So, we'll proceed according to plan, first lure out that force, and then assassinate Qin Zheng. With Qin Zheng dead, the Great Qin Empire will collapse. The capital will be in chaos, with various forces getting involved. It will become incredibly chaotic. Everyone else should be smart. Clear. The middle-aged man who spoke first nodded. Also, I have another piece of news for you. Headquarters will be sending an important official over here. Old Master Yu said. First rank of Heavenly Order. What? Upon hearing this, everyone looked horrified. A first-rank expert in the Heavenly Realm can at least assassinate a core formation expert, and being a first-rank expert, their status within the Blood Feather Tower is extraordinary. When will you arrive? One person asked cautiously. Old Yu said. Not immediately. But the news should arrive soon. After all, the signs of this empire's collapse are becoming increasingly obvious, and headquarters is taking it very seriously. As for assassinating Qin Zheng, we can do it once Shui Lin and the others return. Everyone nodded. Outside Tianxiang Tower, Jin Jia stood on the roof beam, his deep golden eyes fixed on Tianxiang Tower. Don't rush into action. Once we've identified all the assassins, we'll deal with them all at once. The golden-armored man gave the order. The location of the Blood Feather Tower branch was revealed to them by the black-robed man in the Grand Commandant's mansion. Unbeknownst to the man in black robes, he was being tracked by units with the light and shadow attributes. These units had detected everything the moment he made contact with the Blood Feather Tower assassins. This time, the golden-armored warrior brought 200 units with light and shadow attributes. Each person can infiltrate behind a Blood Feather Tower assassin, follow them, and trace the clues to obtain complete information on the whereabouts of all Blood Feather Tower assassins. This is how terrifying units with light and shadow attributes are. As long as they find the slightest clue, they will infiltrate every nook and cranny. As long as they remain hidden, all secrets will be exposed to them without the other party's knowledge. Therefore, Qin Zheng planned to establish an intelligence and assassination agency. The units with light and shadow attributes have been deployed. A restaurant. The two Blood Feather Tower assassins had just met. A flash of cold light appeared, and the light attribute soldier following behind severed a person's head with a single sword strike. Who? The other person was terrified and quickly hid. But he had just hidden himself. Pfft. A sharp sword pierced his heart from behind. He stared in disbelief at the blood-stained sword tip. His concealment had been useless. The Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Guild, a grand hall. The wind howled past. A blood-red shadow gradually emerged in the darkness. The steward in the hall seemed to recognize the visitor and asked, "What are Elder Yu's instructions?" "Old Yu told me." Pfft. Before the blood-red figure could finish speaking, its head was sliced off by a flash of cold light. The deacon's pupils contracted. But he couldn't see anyone. We can only avoid it for now. But as he retreated, a chilling killing intent suddenly enveloped his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his neck was severed in an instant, his head flying high into the air. The same scene is unfolding in many places, including within powerful factions such as the Luo family and the Yu family's business alliance. Tianxianglu. Jin Jia led 30 units with light and shadow attributes to infiltrate the area and arrived at the pavilion. He doesn't need to give any instructions. The 30 light and shadow units separated rapidly. Under the lamplight, heads were chopped off one by one. Inside the attic, Old Yu and the others who were talking also smelled the blood and immediately frowned. The Blood Feather Tower assassins are terrifying not only because of their immense power and deep concealment, but also because of their mysterious and unpredictable skills, one of which is the blood-smelling technique. They can detect even the slightest trace of blood from a great distance, which makes it easier for them to ultimately assassinate their target. The air in Tianxiang Tower was thick with the stench of blood, and they realized something was wrong. "Someone has informed us." Old Yu frowned. In an instant, the lights suddenly went out. The blood feather mark between the brows of the people in the attic flashed, their clothes turned an eerie blood color, and their figures gradually became blurred. When blood and darkness merged into one, they were like shadows, their pupils blood-red, yet everything before their eyes became incredibly clear in the darkness. Old Master Yu stood in the hall, observing everything outside, his deep pupils filled with surprise and solemnity. He never expected that this branch, which had been hidden for so long and had not been detected by many powerful forces, would be exposed like this now. He doesn't want to investigate who leaked the information right now. Because the enemy has also entered, and silently, the battle outside has already begun. This branch is staffed with assassins of the 9th rank or higher, capable of assassinating those at the Transformation Sea realm. Anyone who dares to barge in like this is asking for death. Several people rushed outside. They were trying to find traces of the enemy. Meanwhile, the shadow soldiers, who had been hiding behind them, suddenly leaped out, and with a series of thuds, the Blood Feather Tower assassins who rushed out were cut in half at the same moment. "Ah!" A scream suddenly rang out. Inside the attic, Old Yu's pupils narrowed as he stared intently at the doorway. The several assassins of the Xian level inside the building were also staring intently at the door, but they had no idea where the enemy was. This was incredibly ironic for the assassins of Blood Feather Tower. Several people died outside. The murderous intent in the attic was extremely strong. But Old Yu and the others kept their eyes fixed on the doorway, secretly preparing their killing moves. As soon as someone entered, they would be caught by their blood-red eyes and could be killed in an instant. But they don't know. The light and shadow units had already entered the attic. They were the ones who were truly one with the darkness, their bodies were darkness, and darkness was their bodies. When a gust of wind suddenly howled outside the door, the waiting assassins from the Xian clan instantly attacked. In their movement, they ignored what was behind them. Hidden units with light and shadow attributes suddenly appeared and killed several people in one blow. Sizzle sizzle. The sound of blood splattering echoed in the darkness, chilling to the bone. Mr. Yu's pupils froze. People were so shocked they could hardly believe it. Several assassins of the Xian level were killed in an instant. And yet, he didn't see the enemy. He is an assassin from the Blood Feather Tower, a person who can exchange blows with a refining spirit realm expert. He is an expert in assassination. In the entire eastern region, if they dare to claim to be second in assassination skills, no one dares to claim to be first. Now they've been retaliated against. Even he couldn't catch a trace of the enemy. Unless it's a ghost. And inside the attic, everything was sealed off except for the door, but they kept a close watch on the doorway. Their blood-red eyes had an incredibly strong ability to detect anything, even the slightest breeze, yet they didn't see anyone rush in. This is simply unbelievable. He dared not move, even controlling his breathing and heartbeat, guarding his surroundings and behind him. He felt as if a dozen eyes were staring at him, which made him feel a chill run down his spine. Indeed. At this moment, in the attic, more than a dozen units with light and shadow attributes were scrutinizing him. Moment. The light and shadow units suddenly launched an attack. Old Yu sensed the terrifying killing intent and moved at lightning speed. He couldn't see the enemy, so he could only move quickly. A killing sword came out from his side, and he swung a dagger to block it. Pfft. On the other side, a sword light pierced the darkness and stabbed into his left abdomen. He gasped in pain, and his powerful yuan energy transformed into killing intent, snapping the sword in two with a clang. Suddenly another threat jumped from behind. Despite his injuries, he turned his dagger into streaks of sharp light and swept backward as he rushed out of the pavilion. But the person hadn't even reached the door yet. A sword suddenly pierced his heart. Only upon closer inspection did Old Yu realize that it was darkness that had made the move. But this darkness is very viscous, which is unusual. This was unbelievable to him. Pfft. The other light and shadow soldiers didn't give him time to be shocked. Several swords pierced his body amidst sparks and flashes of light. With a thud, Old Yu knelt down at the door. A dozen or so figures emerged from the darkness. Old Yu saw it clearly. A dozen or so soldiers. This is true oneness with darkness. You were sent by Qin Zheng? Old Yu asked. Before him, the darkness continued to fade, and golden armor emerged from the darkness, looking down at him. Seeing it with his own eyes again, Mr. Yu felt that his understanding had been overturned. This was too incredible, like a god. No, it was more like a ghost bred in the darkness. Without a word, Jin Jia swung his sword and beheaded Old Yu. Then, leave quickly. On the surface, Jinxiang Tower is bustling with activity, but behind it lies a deathly silence, with only corpses remaining. Chapter 30. When the building is gone, the Grand Commandant rebels. Tianxianglu. Two blood-red figures silently slipped into the attic complex behind. We've only just entered the outer perimeter. They suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned and stood there. All that could be seen on the ground were blood-stained heads, all of them assassins from the Blood Feather Tower. The two men, their faces filled with terror, rushed towards the other attics. They pushed open the doors with a bang and found corpses inside as well. Without exception, they were all beheaded. What's going on? What happened here? Bloodscale panicked. They inspected one building after another, and the situation was exactly the same. Another one is also searching frantically. He quickly returned to Bloodscale's side, his face pale, and said, "Not a single one survived. Walk." The Bloodscale man moved like a swift wind, sweeping into the deep pavilion. We haven't gone in yet. The sight of the corpses outside was horrifying, sending chills down his spine and filling him with uncontrollable fear. Because these corpses belonged to adults from the Blood Feather Tower branch. He looked up into the attic, and a bad feeling quickly grew in his heart. He stepped to the door, but before he could even put one foot inside, a head with round eyes was lying at the doorway. It was none other than Old Yu's. In an instant, his head suddenly exploded. As if they had lost their minds, they stood there motionless. "The building is gone!" He uttered a disoriented sentence, his whole body trembling. From the time they went to the Grand Commandant's mansion to their return, only a short time had passed, and yet, without a sound, a branch of the Blood Feather Tower was gone. "Bloodscale! Run!" Another blood-red figure whispered, his voice trembling with fear, as he pulled Bloodscale away quickly. Bloodscale regained consciousness. Without hesitation. Get out of here as soon as possible. In a dark corner, the golden-armored and other light and shadow soldiers watched them. Shouldn't we kill them all? A unit of light and shadow. Qin Zheng said. I heard from them that a blood feather tower expert is coming, so we're keeping them around. By following their lead, we can quickly find the other party and track their movements. An assassin known as the first rank of the Heavenly Court. Golden armor is paying special attention. Have 2 people keep an eye on them. He gave the order. 2 units of light and shadow quickly followed. Shui Lin and his companion escaped from Tianxiang Tower and arrived at another mansion, whose owner was also from Shiyu Tower. However, when they found them, the people were already dead. Their hearts trembled, and they continued their escape towards the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Guild, only to encounter more corpses. The same applies to going to the Luo family. It seemed as if there was nowhere for them to stay in the entire imperial city. Standing in the darkness. The 2 were also frightened, their faces turning even paler, their pupils filled with uncontrollable terror. I kept swallowing. The 2 looked at each other, trying hard to suppress their emotions. After all, mentality is very important for an assassin. Now it's certain that only the 2 of us are left. Blood Feather Tower is truly gone forever. The companion muttered something under his breath, then roared in frustration. What the hell happened? A branch of Blood Feather Tower. Thousands of assassins. They infiltrated and permeated every sector of the imperial city. Many of them were complete strangers. In fact, it will only be activated when necessary, and even the adults in the branches may not know everything. But in the past 2 short hours, they have all been uprooted. That's all. Apart from them, none were missed. This is simply unbelievable. It directly overturned their perceptions. Even if there are spies within Blood Feather Tower, it would probably take several years, or even decades, to uncover all the information about Blood Feather Tower's assassins. Furthermore, his status and position must be high enough. Besides, who else could find and kill it so accurately? That's wishful thinking. However, the bloody truth was indeed before their eyes. The entire branch, except for the 2 of them, had no one spared. Could this be one of Qin Zheng's tactics? My companion made a surprising remark. This startled Bloodscale, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Qin Zheng. By the way, didn't the people from the Sword Heart Sect also disappear without a trace? If this is truly Qin Zheng's doing, then it's terrifying. One moment they were plotting to assassinate the Qin Emperor, the next they were all slaughtered and the building was destroyed. They couldn't even begin to fathom how forbidden and terrifying such power must be. I can't even imagine that this was arranged by that young emperor. Even with his good nature, Bloodscale was quite frightened. Leave first, or none of us will survive, Shuescale said. His companion nodded and quickly fled. The emperor's bedchamber. Qin Zheng rested his head on Consort Yang's hand. At this moment, Consort Yang was so tired that she fell asleep. The battlefield was a scene of carnage, with rivers of blood flowing. The fragrant sweat on her forehead dampened her long, glossy black hair, and her forehead and cheeks were flushed. Half of her pink arm was draped over Qin Yang's chest. Qin Zheng glanced at the information template. Eliminate the Blood Feather Tower branch, energy plus 4,300, blood crystal plus 1,200, alien crystal plus 1. Another exotic crystal has been discovered. Qin Zheng was overjoyed. Just one more piece is needed. The unit can undergo its first evolution in the unit Rebirth pool, giving birth to a new attribute unit. Also, take a look at the information about the Light and Shadow unit. The golden armor has been upgraded. Now that he has reached level 4, his strength is equivalent to the first or second level of the Transformation Sea realm, making him a greater threat to those in the Refinement God realm. Even if someone in the Refinement God realm has divine sense, he can still deal with them. This is great news. The Light and Shadow units that were initially spawned have been upgraded to level 2. 10 level 3 Light and Shadow units have also been upgraded. Now Blood Feather Tower is destroyed. I'm not worried about being disturbed. Qin Zheng looked at the beautiful woman lying on his pillow and felt quite pleased. If I had a cigarette, I'd love to take a puff. The next day, the capital city was shaken. Corpses were everywhere. People have died in the Tianlong Mercenary Guild, the Luo family, the Nangong family, and other forces. At first, they all thought they had encountered an enemy. However, As corpses were discovered one by one at Tianxiang Tower and the emblem of Shiyu Tower was exposed, the entire imperial city was shaken, and all forces were more solemn and horrified than ever before. Miss! The Blood Feather Tower branch has been completely eradicated. Inside the Qin Chuan Pavilion, the lean, middle-aged man reported back. The languid and alluring woman beneath the light gauze had an indescribable sense of awe in her captivating eyes. The Blood Feather Tower branch was wiped out, that's right. But what this reveals is too shocking, too terrifying, too incomprehensible, and too unimaginable. All the assassins were killed. This includes those lurking in Qin Chuan Pavilion. This all demonstrates how terrifying this method is. With her intelligence and wisdom, she could easily see through these things. And who did it? Could it be Qin Zheng? Thinking back on everything that had happened, the woman couldn't help but think of him. Did I underestimate him? Or is it her? Blood Feather Tower! The Luo family head was shocked. The overlord of the dark world of the eastern region has actually fallen in the capital of the great Qin Empire. It is indeed unbelievable. The elders of the Luo family were also speechless with shock. One person said, I wonder if this method is the same as the one that caused the Sword Heart sect to mysteriously disappear? Patriarch, I'm starting to suspect that this might be one of His Majesty's methods. He's only in his early 20s, how could he be so profound and terrifying? How could he possibly have mastered the means to destroy a branch of the Blood Feather Tower in such a short time? Destroying a small sect is very simple. However, completely destroying a Blood Feather Tower branch is unimaginably difficult. After all, the Blood Feather Tower branch is operating in the shadows. Not to mention, it was all done in one night without them even noticing. You'll find out soon enough. The head of the Luo family said solemnly. I'm actually a little scared. After all, even such a mysterious entity as Blood Feather Tower was dealt with mysteriously. If the Luo family, located in the Imperial City, were to be targeted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Xuanji, Nan Dongyun, Tan Wanglin, and everyone else were solemn. This is a terrible warning. Regardless of whether it originated from Qin Zheng, this mysterious and terrifying power exists within the Imperial City. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others were also afraid. They had long heard of the Blood Feather Tower. Although they had been hiding in the Imperial City, they avoided getting involved and did not want to provoke each other. They were acutely aware of the terrifying power of this force. But if such a terrifying force has been dealt with so easily, how terrifying must the force that dealt with it be? They hoped, as others had guessed, that it was Qin Zheng's doing. That would be best. But anything can happen. What if it isn't? Bai Yu and Wang Zhan were also cautious and had to consider this. Therefore, they accelerated the troop deployment and began to arrange for a portion of the Black Cavalry to approach the Imperial City. Same. Ouyang Xiong was also extremely panicked. That scared him to death. He wasn't someone who knew nothing. He had dealt with the Blood Feather Tower several times and knew how terrifying those people were. But they still got their comeuppance. This is simply unbelievable. Was this Qin Zheng's doing? Investigate immediately. He steadied himself, regained his composure, and ordered his men to investigate. Immortal Master Sheng Huang, have the experts from the Taiji sect arrived yet? Ouyang Xiong asked. Now I can only rely on the Taiji sect. We've arrived. Upon hearing about the changes at Blood Feather Tower, Taoist Sheng Huang was indeed grave. Fortunately, the experts from Taiji sect had already arrived in the capital. He said, Our Taiji sect will do its utmost to assist the Prime Minister. As for the rest, such as troop deployment, it is up to the Prime Minister himself. Good. Everything is ready. Although Ouyang Xiong was eager, he understood that he had to proceed cautiously step by step. Certainly. The most panicked was Grand Commandant Qin Qin. He sat in the chair, gripping the armrests, and crushing them to pieces. I just laid out the assassination plan for the king last night, but this morning I was told that Blood Feather Tower is gone. This happened so fast that he couldn't react in time and was at a loss. He felt like he was being watched, as if his every move was being investigated. What a coincidence. Is this another of Qin Zheng's tactics? Is it true or not? He was driven to the brink of collapse. It's not that he has poor mental fortitude. After all, to become Grand Commandant, one needs a heart of stone and strong resilience to control others. He's planning a rebellion. First, you feel guilty. Now that everything is not going according to his plan, it's no wonder he's panicking. After all, this is like walking on the edge of an abyss. One wrong step and you could be doomed forever. Never mind, things have come to this point, there's no turning back. Qin Zheng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he hardened his heart. Rather than making wild guesses, he decided to strike first, and the outcome would soon be clear. He mobilized the Imperial Guards. He also ordered 400,000 border troops to prepare defenses and block the Black Cavalry from rushing to the aid of the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, besides the 20,000 Imperial Guards, he could also mobilize 130,000 guards. With the threat of the Black Cavalry gone, the initiative in the Imperial City's military forces was in his hands. The next 2 days, Qin Zheng is making arrangements. Ouyang Xiong was making arrangements. Bai Yu and Wang Zhan are both making arrangements. Until the night of the third day, the Grand Commandant secretly summoned a faction of court officials, including the Minister of the Imperial Household, the various high-ranking officials, the various junior officials, the Commandant of the Imperial Guard, and even the Minister of Justice, Yang Yi. Chapter 32 Imperial Heavy Cavalry, Black Cavalry. Click! A bolt of lightning struck the night sky above the Imperial City, like a bright rift in the heavens. A night rain is starting to fall. The Court of Justice. Yang Yi received a secret letter from Qin Zheng. He had a premonition. With a solemn expression, he said to his wife, Lu Xiao, "Madam, you must leave through the secret passage immediately and go to Zhuke Street to take temporary refuge. I will tell you that you are going back to your parents' home to visit relatives." "Husband, has something happened?" Lu Xiao frowned. "Don't ask, just remember what I said." Yang Yi said, "If anything happens to me next, you must go to the palace to find Rower and ask her to protect the Yang family." After saying that, without waiting for Lu Xiao to ask any questions, he had someone take her away. He knew this day would come from his previous confrontations in the imperial court. So, earlier, he had subtly instructed Yang Ro to find Qin Zheng, all in preparation for this day. Certainly, Yang Ro didn't know. Yang Yi declined Qin Zheng's invitation, citing illness. This directly angered Qin Zheng, who sent troops to seal off the Court of Justice, fearing that Qin Zheng would tip him off. "If you don't stand by his side at this time, then you're the enemy." Qin Zheng subdued Yang Yi. No one else dared to act recklessly. "Gentlemen, Qin Zheng is tyrannical, secretly killing court officials indiscriminately, and openly punishing powerful ministers in the court. Now I and all of you have nowhere to retreat. If we don't do something, I'm afraid we will all be doomed. The fate of the imperial physician is our fate." Inside the mansion, Qin Zheng made it clear. This caused everyone's expression to change drastically, realizing that a rebellion was about to break out. They all fell silent, appearing very solemn and worried. "I know what you're worried about." "No need. I have made thorough preparations, and with the support of the sect behind me, I am confident of victory and have no fear of Qin Zheng at all. Gentlemen, you are all connected to me. If I suffer, do you think Qin Zheng will let you off the hook? If you rebel with me, we can get rid of Qin Zheng and become the masters of this empire together, instead of being slaves living in fear every day." Qin Zheng spoke each word with deep conviction. Every word struck a chord with these people. Everyone fell silent in thought. They understood Qin Zheng's words. It was not only a deception but also a fact. They were bound to Qin Zheng, sharing both glory and ruin. "Very well. I support the Grand Commandant." "No, I support your Majesty." The young master rose and bowed. "With the sect backing us, this matter can be accomplished." Upon hearing this, the others gritted their teeth and bowed, saying, "We all support your Majesty." "Good. With our united will, we will surely accomplish great things." Qin Zheng was overjoyed. His Majesty. Hearing this word made him feel happy. Under the cover of night, the palace gates were closed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the streets of the imperial city were filled with people, and the sounds of neat and loud rubbing of armor, footsteps, and rain could be heard incessantly. The people of the capital sensed something and secretly peeked through the cracks in the door. They saw piles of soldiers in armor gathering neatly towards the palace in the night rain. Something terrible is about to happen. Many people had a bad feeling. Smash! The lightning became more rapid. The rain is getting heavier. In the Yu family alliance, atop a tall pavilion, Yu Xuanji stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the imperial city in the rain. Beside him, and below the pavilion, the leaders of the Yu family alliance stood quietly, waiting. The girl's eyes were fixed. The boy frowned as well. This is a real contest. I wonder if His Majesty of that empire can withstand it? An elder sighed. It all depends on whether his mysterious methods are powerful enough. Yu Xuanji said calmly, showing immense curiosity about Qin Zheng's methods. Maybe we'll find out tonight. I hope he can pull through this. The girl muttered to herself. Or perhaps it stemmed from a girl's sympathy. Or perhaps it's because they don't want someone who shoulders the world and tries everything to change it to fail. She was praying. Not only her, but the boy was the same. Mountain and River Alliance. The Grand Commandant has made his move. The informants came and went frequently, quickly reporting their every move. The Luo family, Qin Chuan Pavilion, and many other forces were alarmed and strengthened their own protection. Everyone knows what happened. Perhaps the mystery will soon be revealed. What the Luo family head was more concerned about was the mysterious method used to silently eliminate the Sword Heart Sect and the Blood Feather Tower. Could it be from that Imperial Emperor? What kind of methods were used? He was curious and excited. Many people are curious. The Nangong family. Nangong summoned the clan elders. Qin has rebelled. Since the Nangong family has sided with the Empire, we cannot sit idly by. Nangong spoke directly. The situation is urgent now, so there's no need to beat around the bush. The old Taoist priest from the three clans said. We can't help with the battle of armies. What I'm worried about now is the sect power behind Qin. I don't know if His Majesty's methods can withstand it. All we can do is hold them off. The sixth elder asked. What is Jianlin's attitude? Nangong said. I have already informed Jianlin about this matter. He did not refuse, but he wants to see His Majesty's methods? Yes, the power of the sects is terrifying. We can only see if His Majesty's methods are powerful enough. All the elders of the clan waited. At this time, outside the blacksmith's shop, Nangong Hongyan stood holding an umbrella. The burly, muscular man stood in the blacksmith's shop and asked, What can I do? Just make sure the Imperial Preceptor's mansion doesn't cause trouble. Nangong Hongyan said softly. Rest assured. The muscular man nodded. Nangong Hongyan didn't say anything more and turned to leave. They really trust your emperor. The muscular man shook his head and chuckled. However, even after all this time, I still haven't seen through His Majesty's true strength. I've been a bit mistaken. I wonder what his methods are. I haven't even noticed a thing. Ouyang Mansion. Ouyang Xiong sat there silently. In addition to this, other officials, including the Grand Master of the Palace and the Minister of Grain, all wore solemn expressions. The Taoist priest sat to one side, remaining calm and composed. Qin has already made his move. Yusun, you must take control of the Vermilion Bird Gate with your 10,000 men and open a passage for the Heavenly Guard army. Only when Qin holds off the Black Cavalry and the Heavenly Guard enters the Imperial City can we be certain of victory. Ouyang Xiong gave instructions to his trusted lieutenant on the side. The 10,000 Imperial Guards under his command were not publicly known, but rather hidden behind the scenes. Therefore, Qin had no idea who these people were. Once the Imperial City descends into chaos, these people will seize the Vermilion Bird Gate amidst the confusion. This is one of the entrances to the Imperial City. With control of this entrance, the Heavenly Guard army will be able to enter this city without hindrance. Once Qin and Yingjing are both severely weakened, he can then reap the benefits. Moreover, his pretext of purging the court of corrupt officials was perfectly legitimate. This subordinate obeys the order. Yusun cupped his hands in greeting, turned, and left. Ouyang Xiong turned to look at the Taoist priest in the desolate wilderness. The 100,000 Heavenly Guards are merely a means to an end. To overthrow a vast empire, the only option is to rely on the power of a sect. Taoist Shanghuang nodded. Everything was ready. Military camp on the north side of the Imperial City. Piles of soldiers in armor continued to gather, with crossbowmen and archers standing in a row, their arrows gleaming coldly and terrifyingly under the flash of lightning. At the forefront, a captain on horseback stared coldly at the barracks and shouted, "Attack!" In an instant, a group of soldiers armed with shields advanced towards the gate of the barracks, and a powerful ramming iron pillar smashed the gate apart. The moment the gate shattered, inside the barracks, layers of soldiers in armor were already in full battle array, ready for action. Zhao Qi, also riding a warhorse, stood at the forefront, staring coldly. Powerful crossbow bolts whizzed through the rain and rained down. The soldiers wielding shields retreated at top speed. "Kill!" With a clang, the captain drew his sword and pointed it forward, sending crossbow bolts flying into the barracks. The soldiers behind him also rushed into the barracks. At that very moment, suddenly, numerous guards rushed out from the streets surrounding the barracks, wielding sharp spears and heavy shields, and advanced rumblingly towards the rebels. "Oh no! General, we're surrounded!" One of the lieutenant's expressions changed drastically. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhao Qi roared. His Majesty has decreed that all rebels shall be killed without exception. In an instant, soldiers from all directions launched a coordinated attack. On the other side, Wang Zhan led the remaining 70,000 plus guards to hold off the other rebel troops. Regarding these, Qin Zheng had taken all of this into consideration. Therefore, he left behind 80,000 guards to protect the entrances to the imperial city and to hold off Wang Zhan and his men. He then led 50,000 soldiers straight to the palace gates. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the streets were flooded. The fighting within the imperial city was fierce. Wang Zhan personally led his troops in a fierce battle at Xuanwu Gate and captured the city gate. The moment the city gates were opened, da-da-da, the rhythmic clang of iron hooves resounded. Countless black-armored cavalry charged in. They were covered in heavy black armor. A sword hangs at his waist, holding a black longbow, carrying a quiver. The remaining warhorses were all encased in layers of iron armor. The sound of metal rubbing together was incredibly deep and dull. A black cross-shaped imperial banner stood out starkly in the lightning. Imperial Heavy Cavalry, Black Cavalry! The rebel soldiers who were fighting saw these figures and their pupils contracted. Chapter 33 Demon Sect Blood Refining Hall. The rain intensified. In front of the Qin Emperor's palace, Qin Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes, as cold as stars, fixed on the imperial city. He was protected by layers of imperial guards. Beside them stood Wen Xiu the swordsman, Yan Shu, and court officials such as Bai Yu and Li Xian. Zhang An was waiting behind him. Your Majesty, why don't you first remove the 20,000 imperial guards from the palace? Once Qin Zheng makes his move, he will inevitably mobilize these 20,000 imperial guards to cooperate from within. Li Xian was puzzled. Bai Yu, Wen Xiu the swordsman, Yan Shu, and others were also puzzled. Qin Zheng's eyes remained unchanged as he said indifferently, What I want is not just to destroy Qin Zheng. Killing Qin Zheng is too easy, too effortless. Including today, the unit Rebirth pool now contains a total of 590 units with light and shadow attributes. There are 200 level 3 light and shadow units alone. Sending just one of them would be enough to get rid of Qin Zheng. But what he wanted was more than just Qin Zheng's life. He also wanted to destroy the will of those treacherous villains hiding in the shadows, constantly watching and coveting the Empire, and to shatter their rebellious hearts. We must restore the prestige of the Qin Empire. All this preparation, all this waiting, is for this very purpose. Bai Yu and the others did not understand the meaning of these words. Just as they cannot fathom or see through Qin Zheng now. A moment later Yan Qing rushed over, knelt on the ground, and reported, Your Majesty, Qin Zheng has already reached the palace gates. Let them in. Qin Zheng issued an edict. This subordinate obeys the order. Yan Qing cupped his hands in greeting, rose, and left. Qin Zheng thought for a moment, and then instructed. Since Qin Zheng has arrived, the sect members who support him have also come. You two go too, and kill any sect members you see. The swordsman Wen Xiu and Yan Shu clasped their hands and stepped into the rain. The mysterious light of Yuan energy blocked the rain, keeping the clothes completely dry. In front of the palace gate, Qin Zheng, dressed in military attire and carrying a long sword, stared coldly and resolutely at the palace gate. Behind them, through the rain, countless soldiers stood ready in battle formation. 50,000 guards surrounded the palace. Inside the palace gate, squads of imperial guards assembled at the palace gates, launched an attack on the guards, and quickly occupied the gates. The palace gates moved. Yan Qing's imperial guards also pretended to be alarmed and rushed towards the palace gate. Crunch. The heavy, towering palace gates were slowly pushed open. All soldiers, follow me to punish the wicked and destroy the tyrannical Qin. Qin Zheng roared. They were the first to rush into the palace gates. The soldiers behind them followed and charged in. Yan Qing led the imperial guards to resist. Kill! Upon entering the palace gates, Qin Zheng swiftly advanced, confronting Yan Qing head-on. With the combined efforts of 20,000 imperial guards and 50,000 imperial bodyguards, Yan Qing's imperial guards were routed and forced to retreat to the gates of the Qin Emperor's palace. Yan Qing! This empire has long been ruined by the Qin family and is already corrupt. The people are suffering terribly and need a wise ruler to lead them out of the darkness. Why should you risk your life for Qin Zheng? Lay down your weapons and surrender. What I can give you will be no less than what Qin Zheng gave you. Follow me and let's build an even larger empire together. Qin Zheng shouted at Yan Qing. Although he wasn't worried about failing to take over the palace, Qing's obstruction would only increase the time it would take him to control it. He feared that if the conflict dragged on, the 800,000 black cavalry would break through his defenses and march on the capital. I, Qing, am loyal to His Majesty. How could I associate with a traitor like you? Qing rebuked angrily. Unmoved. Seeing this, Qing's eyes grew even colder, and he advised again. Qing, a wise man submits to circumstances. The capital city and the palace are now under my control. If you continue to resist, you will only face certain death. At the same time, command the troops to continue advancing. Qing couldn't stop him. Anyone who dares to stand in their way will die. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Qing sneered. Qing, surrender. Perhaps His Majesty will be lenient with you. Kill. Knowing it was futile, Qing decided to launch a full-scale attack. Boom! At that very moment, the palace gates behind them suddenly slammed shut, the loud noise startling Qing and halting his attack. What happened? Qing's expression darkened. Rumble. The gates of the Qin Emperor's palace are wide open. On the 99 steps, squads of Imperial Guards, armed with spears, charged toward the gate. The surrounding palace walls. With a series of sharp, smacking sounds, the Imperial Guards who were covering Qing's intrusion into the palace were mysteriously killed. Squads of Imperial Guards armed with crossbows quickly took their places and occupied the city walls. The crossbow bolts were quickly aimed at Qing. We're surrounded! One of the captain's expressions changed drastically. All the Imperial Guards and Imperial Guards led by Qing began to panic, anxiously staring at the palace walls on all sides. Qing, do you really think His Majesty knows nothing? From the moment you harbored rebellious thoughts, His Majesty knew that once you entered this palace, there was no way you could escape. Qing's cold words sent a chill down Qing's spine. He glanced at the crossbow bolts on the palace wall, his eyes showing not fear, but even more madness. Now, he has no way out. Kill! He roared, and his troops advanced. In an instant, on the palace walls, crossbow bolts shot out, and screams of agony rang out incessantly. The soldiers who rushed out of the Qin Emperor's palace also engaged in fierce combat with Qing and his men. But, even though Qing had a numerical advantage, he fell into a trap, was surrounded, and became passive. As crossbow bolts and arrows shot from the palace walls, soldiers fell one after another into pools of blood. At that very moment, outside the palace gates, one after another, figures swept through the air, their bodies radiating a blood-red light. Powerful crimson elemental energy transformed into terrifying beams of killing light, which swiftly swept across the palace walls, killing many Imperial Guards. They're here! Qing was overjoyed upon seeing this. He knew that these were all powerful cultivators from the blood refining hall. Ordinary Imperial Guards are crushed like ants in front of sect cultivators. A powerful cultivator at the Transformation Sea realm can even break through 10,000 armors single-handedly with a sword. There are quite a few people from the Transformation Sea realm who have come this time. Let the slaughter begin! A young man in blood-red robes descended onto the palace wall. His scarlet eyes, as ferocious and bloodthirsty as a beast's, stared at the Imperial Guards on the wall, as if he had spotted prey, filled with immense excitement. Fierce souls! Let's have a competition to see who hunts the most this time. Another young man in black armor flew over and glanced condescendingly at the young man in blood. The blood-clad youth, Li Hun, sneered coldly. Comparing who kills is too boring. Let's compare who can behead Qin Zheng. After saying that, he flew towards the Imperial Guards and killed a whole group of them with a single blow. The black-armored youth, Lingxi, seemed to find the suggestion quite good. He also sketched a cold smile, and quickly charged towards the Qin Emperor's palace. This time, the Blood Refining Hall brought 50 True Essence Realm experts, 20 Transformation Sea Realm experts, and 3 Hall Masters at the Half-Step Divine Refining Realm. The night sky under a curtain of rain. 3 tall figures dressed in dark red robes stood suspended in midair. Its imposing and terrifying presence. Even the rain seemed to freeze around them. The immense pressure felt like carrying a heavy mountain. 50 True Essence Realm experts. 20 Transformation Sea Realm experts. 3 Half-Step Divine Refinement Realm Hall Masters. The Blood Refining Hall of the Demonic Sect has quite the grand scale. The swordsmen Wenxiu and Yanshu stepped out into the air, and their expressions changed drastically when they saw the cultivators charging towards them. Chapter 34 I hope you can withstand my wrath. 3 Half-Step Divine Refinement Realm Experts. The Blood Refining Hall has sent so many powerful figures, it seems they are determined to get involved in this empire's succession. In the night sky above the imperial city, even the head of the Luo family was quite surprised. Many powers coveted this crumbling empire, all hoping to seize a share of its fate when it collapsed. But the imperial preceptor's residence remains. The authority of the Lingxi Sect was also there. Therefore, many sects dare not openly send powerful figures to the imperial city. Sword Heart Sect is like this. The Tai Chi school is the same. The only way to gain benefits is to support a powerful minister behind the scenes. Now that the Blood Refining Hall is making such a big fuss, it seems that its determination and ambition to overthrow the imperial power are unprecedented. They don't even care about the existence of the imperial preceptor's mansion anymore. Clearly, the methods used are far more complex than they appear on the surface. Qin Zheng, I wonder if your mysterious methods are enough to stop this. The head of the Luo family gazed at the imperial palace. Yu Xuanji and other leaders of the imperial forces stood under the night sky, gazing at everything that was happening. The Blood Refining Hall is a 7th-grade demonic sect. Its underlying nature is terrifying. They came prepared again, making them difficult to deal with. The 3 powerful figures at the half-step divine refinement realm were pressing down on the imperial palace. Unless the imperial advisor intervened, the only hope lay in Qin Zheng's mysterious and unknown methods. They were watching too. Everyone knows that tonight that mysterious force might appear and unveil its secrets. The imperial preceptor's residence. Xianming stood at the gate of the mansion, staring at the blood-red silhouette against the night sky. There were many people standing around. One of them frowned and asked, "These people dared to ignore the Lingxi Sect's intimidation and break into the imperial city. They are too presumptuous. Should we take action?" "Just you wait," Xianming said. "With such a commotion, Master must have been alerted long ago, but since he hasn't given any instructions, let's wait and see. Many things are not as simple as they appear on the surface." "Does Master also want to see Qin Zheng's mysterious methods?" One person looked thoughtful. "Yes, and not entirely." Xuanming's eyes shone with wisdom as he said, "There are too many things involved in this to explain in a few words. All you need to know is that the Great Qin Empire has already been involved in the change of the eastern region's power structure. There are many things that we, living in the capital, cannot see, such as the various vassal kings who are entrenched outside the capital." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around them narrowed slightly. "However, to be honest, even I am quite curious. Qin Zheng, that kid, is able to hide some mysterious methods right under our noses. It surprises me a bit. I just don't know if these methods can stop the Blood Refining Hall." Xianming was also waiting. "Yes, it was indeed unexpected." Others murmured as well. They were just as curious. Is the Imperial Preceptor's mansion going to remain untouched? Are they truly planning to abandon this empire? In the Nangong family, an elder frowned. Nangongyan frowned and said, "Things are far more complicated than you think. For the Lingxi Sect, even if this empire changes hands, the Great Qin Empire is still the Great Qin Empire. The fate of this empire was already on the brink of collapse, and even the Lingxi Sect couldn't pull it back. So, instead of sparing no effort and wasting energy trying to maintain it, it's better to stand aside and watch who pushes it down and who takes its place. As long as they get everything they need, why would they care who the master of this empire is?" In addition to this, there are far too many factors. For example, at its core, the fragmentation of the country by various vassal kings concealed powerful figures behind them, all silently vying for power and secretly relying on these kings to spy on this terminally ill behemoth. Very few people can see these things. However, they don't care about the master of this empire, but we do. Nangongyan raised his eyes and gazed at the palace, then stepped into the air and flew away. Behind them, streaks of sword light shot into the sky, heading straight for the palace. "The Nangong family has finally made a move. Good, that's better." Watching this unfold, Ouyang Xiong was overjoyed. It was all part of his plan. "We're just waiting for the Blood Refining Hall to force Qin Zheng to reveal his mysterious methods." The immortal master Shang Huang also laughed. At this moment, a court official rode up on horseback, stepping through puddles, and reported, "My lord, the Vermilion Bird Gate is under control, and the Heavenly Guard Legion will arrive soon." "Good." One piece of good news after another boosted Ouyang Xiong's confidence, but he held back and didn't rush things. In the rain, the 3 half-step divine refinement realm experts looked down at the palace and headed straight for the Qin Emperor's hall. The swordsman Wenxiu stepped forward. Carrying a 3-foot-long green peak, it transforms into a green light and is unsheathed. His body lunged forward like a drawn sword, raindrops absorbing the sharpness of the sword, transforming into a rain of swords that swept towards the 3 half-step divine refinement realm experts. Yan Shu's eyes were deep and his aura of righteousness was overwhelming. The rain stopped abruptly, and he took a step forward. Many bright golden characters floated on his body and continued to spread outward. Let us have a go at you. 4 blood refining hall experts at the 8th level of the Transformation Sea realm, their souls swirling around the light of blood souls, flew into the void, their yuan power transforming into endless blood light, and fought against Wenxiu swordsman and Yan Shu. 3 half-step divine refinement realm experts crossed the gate of the Qin Emperor's palace, their gazes locking onto the domineering figure in front of the palace. Protect the Emperor! Bai Yu's expression changed drastically. He shouted and rushed to the front. Squads of soldiers raised their heavy shields, forming impenetrable walls. Zhang Yan stepped in front of Qin Zheng, trembling under the oppressive and overwhelming presence of the powerful figure, yet he did not retreat an inch. That's incredible. It's so majestic, so breathtaking. These extraordinary figures are as majestic as the Imperial Advisor. It made him feel that his own body might not even be able to withstand a single blow for His Majesty. A mere ant, overestimating its own strength. A half-step refining God realm expert let out a heavy snort, the terrifying sound waves shaking people's minds and even their wills. Presumptuous! Just then, Nan Gongyan stepped through the air. Behind him, a group of powerful figures from the Sword Forest followed him into the palace. However, the 3 half-step divine refinement realm experts didn't take it to heart at all. The remaining 16 experts at the Transformation Sea realm all took action to intercept Nan Gongyan and the other Transformation Sea realm experts. The terrifying battle fluctuations shook the heavens and the earth, destroying many buildings. Even the void itself was distorted to varying degrees. The 3 half-step divine refinement realm experts stared intently at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold and dignified. His eyes were sharp as swords. Despise everything. The Imperial Guardians are struggling to survive, and the powerful members of the Nangong family are also tied up. No one will come to your aid anymore. Your Majesty, if you don't come up with your own methods soon, you may miss your chance. A half-step divine refinement realm expert from the blood refining hall gave a special reminder, while also watching Qin Deng's every move and expression. They came because of Qin Deng's mysterious methods. Only by completely destroying Qin Zheng's mysterious methods can this all be considered to have officially ended. Want to see my methods? Qin Zheng looked calmly at the 3 of them. Yet it exudes unparalleled majesty. The other half-step divine refinement realm expert beside him smiled meaningfully. His Majesty the Empire can only rely on that method to have a chance to turn the tide now, can he? If you want to see it, then open your eyes wide and watch. Qin Zheng's eyes remained unchanged as he said indifferently. But I hope that you, and the blood refining hall, will not regret this and will be able to withstand my wrath. Once this matter is over, I will find every single person in the blood refining hall. They shall be executed one by 1,000 cuts, and all their related ethnic groups shall be exterminated, and their descendants shall be killed until their bloodline is wiped out. Chapter 35 The Shock Brought by Light and Shadow Attribute Units. Qin Zheng's voice was calm, yet carried the cold ruthlessness of an emperor. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and it was devoid of emotion, as if it were describing a very ordinary imperial judgment. He dares to speak his mind. Also capable of speaking. We are even more determined to do it. Every day, 50 units with the light and shadow attribute are created. In 1 year, 10 years, there will be many more. The tracking and lurking of light and shadow units is unparalleled in the world. Finding the blood refining hall and all the races behind it is simply too easy. The 3 half-step refining God realm experts frowned upon hearing this. Judging from Qin Zheng's attitude, he was not joking. In the distance, the heads of the Luo family, Yu Xuanji, the president of the Tianlong Mercenary Guild, the leader of the Shanhe Alliance, and other powerful figures in the Imperial City, as well as some hidden experts in the Imperial City, were also terrified upon hearing this. This doesn't seem like an outburst of anger. Once they reached the Transformation Sea realm, and were relatively close to the Imperial Palace, even if Qin Zheng spoke softly, these powerful individuals could hear him clearly, and even discern his tone. Qin Zheng slightly raised the hand that was behind his back. In an instant, on the battlefield, 50 true essence experts from the blood refining hall were suddenly killed by sharp swords that emerged from the void. The sounds of necks snapping and blood spurting rang out at the same time. 50 jets of blood, like fountains, sprayed into the sky at the same moment. His head flew off. The mangled body remained frozen in place, standing at attention for a moment, as if its body hadn't even reacted. Only the blood vessels in the severed neck seemed to have found an outlet, and the immense pressure squeezed blood out of the vessels, causing it to spurt wildly. Bang bang bang. The sound of 50 broken bodies falling to the ground instantly drew everyone's attention. Their eyes widened and stared, their gazes freezing. On the battlefield, the approaching swordsmen Wenxiu and Yanshu paused their attacks upon seeing the 50 mangled bodies lying on the ground, still splattering blood, and their hearts trembled violently. Even the 4 8th level transformation realm experts who were fighting against them were stunned. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, 50 true Yuan realm cultivators were beheaded in an instant, simultaneously and in perfect unison. They were as small and fragile as livestock with their heads held high, their heads easily severed by sharp scythes. Is this Qin Zheng's mysterious method? Nan Gongyun, who had been eager to meet him, was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He quickly disengaged from the battle and stood with the group of powerful figures from the sword forest at a corner of the palace wall, staring intently at the fallen blood refining hall expert, his heart shaken and at a loss for what to do. They had felt threatened before, but they don't know exactly how strong it is. But now they see it, and feel it more clearly and intuitively. 50 true Yuan realm cultivators would be a force to be reckoned with anywhere, yet they were beheaded in an instant, without even a scream or a roar of pain. Moreover, I didn't even see who made the move. That's the scariest part. They searched again and again, but they couldn't find anyone. Li Hun and Ling Yi's pupils also contracted. The mockery and bloodlust in their eyes were replaced by fear and shock. Almost immediately, they moved closer to the sea transformation expert from the blood refining hall. The transformation realm expert from the blood refining hall also stared intently at the 50 mutilated bodies, vigilantly searching the surrounding area. It's this kind of mysterious method! Yu Xuanji's eyes were filled with intense emotions. The shock she felt at that moment was indescribable. He was certain that the method used to kill the Sword Heart sect and destroy the Blood Feather Tower branch was this kind of silent and stealthy approach. Now I've finally seen it with my own eyes. It's truly mysterious and unpredictable. The attack was too fast. In an instant, there wasn't even a chance to catch a glimpse of them, and they couldn't even see them. This reminded him of a word used by the surviving bandits of Yanshan, ghost. Yes, it's as eerie as a ghost. The expressions of the Luo family head and the others who were watching were all frozen. This was the result they had been waiting for. Even the alluring and languid master of Qin Chuan Pavilion, who stood in the rain with an umbrella, was moved. The pupils of the 3 half-step divine refinement realm experts also contracted sharply as they looked at the 50 true essence experts from the blood refining hall who had been slaughtering everyone just a second ago but were now dead and dismembered. The solemnity and shock in their eyes gradually became apparent. A moment. At the same time. It's so fast it's impossible to react. They finally understood why the Sword Heart sect had mysteriously disappeared. They turned to look at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng also looked at them, but his sharp and domineering sword eyes revealed the coldness of an emperor. Get out here! Sudden. A blood refining hall expert at the sea transformation realm suddenly felt an extreme threat. He immediately roared, flicked his sleeve, and unleashed endless killing blood light that swept in all directions, shattering the palace walls and the ground. A cold light flashed from directly in front of him, and a sword beheaded him. Dark! Beside them, the other blood refining hall experts suddenly locked onto the location where the cold light appeared. The darkness there was incredibly thick. It was the darkness that was killing them. They did not hesitate. In an instant, layers of killing intent rapidly enveloped and covered everything. The remains of that powerful expert at the sea transformation realm were shattered by the slaughter, but no one was seen. There are people around us! One wave subsides only for another to rise. A strong aura of death enveloped the other experts at the sea transformation realm, causing them to abandon their search and turn to defense. But, in a single moment, another cultivator at the transformation sea realm was beheaded. One was slain, and then another one appeared. Ling Yi and Li Hun were startled, standing back to back, locking onto their surroundings. Where is it? Where exactly is it? The other sea transformation experts of the blood refining hall were also terrified. They couldn't detect the direction of the attack at all. The attackers could only strengthen their own defenses and randomly unleash large-scale killing techniques. On the other side, Wenxiu the swordsman, Yan Shu, Nan Gongyun, and others watched. They observed carefully and attentively. They could all see the moment of the murder. You can also see the viscous darkness, and the sharp sword emerging from it. But they couldn't see anyone. As if they had become one with the darkness, after killing people, they would return to the darkness and fight against them as if they were fighting against the entire darkness. However, being in the dark, with every inch of space around you filled with darkness, danger, and potential attack points, even a master of divine sense would find it difficult to accurately detect such a situation. Just look at the blood refining hall experts being slaughtered and you'll know. Fear, dread. I'm at a loss. There is no clearly identified enemy target. Like a headless fly. They were constantly hunted. Powerless. There was even a sense of despair. There's no way to even back out. Even bystanders were wary of them. Is this how His Majesty the Empire operates? It doesn't bring joy, but rather fear, like a nightmare. So much life. They seem to be everywhere. Even though you can sense them, all you can see is darkness. You can't find any living beings. These are assassins who have truly merged into the darkness. Such forbidden power has never been heard of before. Above the blacksmith's shop, the muscular man stared, his eyes filled with shock and horror. Unlike the bewilderment of others, he could sense the real existence of this power. The higher one's level of understanding, the more one comprehends this terror. The hunt continues. It was as if they were playing a game. The 3 half-step refining God realm cultivators were filled with fear and rage. In a short while, 50 true essence cultivators died, and another 7 or 8 sea transformation realm cultivators also perished. This has become a one-sided massacre. They targeted Qin Zheng. An immense and oppressive force rapidly spread, and a figure rushed towards Qin Zheng. However, he moved. A deadly threat loomed over him. A flash of cold light appeared from his side. It's here! The half-step divine refinement realm expert's eyes darkened, and he formed a hand seal, unleashing a blood-red net that rapidly spread out, tearing apart the void. But they came up empty-handed. Instead, a deadly attack from the other side forced him to abandon his plan and switch to defense. However, the unexpected attack left him with several scars in the brief exchange. He retreated at lightning speed. He then joined the other 2. On the other side, 3 more cultivators at the Transformation Sea realm were beheaded. This infuriated them. She stared coldly at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng also looked at him coldly and disdainfully. 200 level 3 light and shadow units. Each of them could easily kill someone at the Sea Transformation realm. Together they could kill someone at the Refining God realm, let alone someone at the half-step Refining God realm. These people will never know that in the night sky and dark corners of this palace, 590 units with light and shadow attributes are quietly hidden, blending into the darkness and watching them intently. Qin Zheng's orders to them were, they could kill as many people as they wanted tonight. So, 200 level 3 units with light and shadow attributes, 50 of which were left to protect the palace and him. 50 men recklessly attacked and killed the blood refining hall experts. This is even a waste of resources, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The remaining 100 stood aside, watching and waiting because there was still one more person to deal with. An assassin who blends into the darkness. So this is Qin Zheng's mysterious method. I can finally see it clearly. However, if the darkness is dispelled by the light, Qin Zheng, will your assassins from the shadows still be of any use? The Taoist of Shanghuang murmured, a cold smile playing on his lips. Your Excellency, it's time to make your move. He turned to look at Ouyang Xiong. Powerful figures shrouded in primordial light flew out from several pavilions outside the Ouyang mansion and arrived beside the Shanghuang Taoist. Elder Hua, you should see through this tactic by now. Shanghuang Daoran looked at the white-haired old man at the front. The white-haired old man nodded. Under the Taiji mystic light, nothing can hide. Without the support of darkness, their abilities will completely disappear. I have a way to deal with them. Chapter 36 The Taiji Mystic Seal. The Prime Minister, instantly terrified and collapsed. The killings continued in the palace. The remaining 300 or so light and shadow soldiers quietly approached the rebels, launching a surprise attack and beheading them with a single sword strike. Like cutting straw, soldiers fell one after another, and blood continued to accumulate on the ground as the rain washed over them. In less than 15 minutes, tens of thousands of people were beheaded, and their blood mingled with the rainwater to form a pool of blood. Damn it! What the hell is that? Qin Zheng turned his head and saw soldiers in armor collapsing like mountains, his eyes filled with shock, anger and fear. Defense! He let out a frantic roar. Squads of soldiers, armed with heavy shields, formed an encirclement, defending themselves with expressions of utter panic. Even the immortal masters had been hunted down without a trace, let alone them. Chen Qing was in despair. He had calculated everything he needed to, even taking into account Qin Zheng's mysterious methods. But I never expected this method to be so terrifying. At this moment, he has absolutely no advantage. The true essence of the blood refining hall was completely wiped out. Only half of the transformation sea realm remains. The swordsmen, including Winshio, couldn't participate at all. They could only watch as the viscous darkness relentlessly killed people. Whether they were at the 1st or 8th level of the transformation sea realm, without exception, they were all slain. The 3 half-step divine refinement realm experts could only watch helplessly as one by one, the blood refining hall's powerful figures died tragically. This situation is so heartbreaking. The 3 men's faces were grim, and they locked their gazes on Qin Zheng. The one in the middle, a half-step refining god realm cultivator, glanced at the 2 of them. The 3 of them seemed to understand each other perfectly and were working on their plan. At the same moment, they swooped down from the sky and charged towards the Qin Emperor's palace. The hidden units with light and shadow attributes also took the opportunity to launch an attack, preventing them from approaching the area where they were attacking the Qin Emperor's palace. Deadly attacks lurked in the darkness, relentlessly striking around the 3. Every move was unexpected. Blood kill order! As if all 3 had anticipated this, they almost simultaneously created a blood-red talisman, which, like a talisman for exorcising ghosts, released a dazzling and bright blood-red light. 1 is divided into 2, and 2 are divided into 4. In a moment, it swirled around the sky, forming a blood-red light shield that continued to expand, staining the night sky blood-red. Kill! The 2 suddenly rushed out. The crimson light, like a rain of stars, flew in all directions, densely packed, as if trying to force out the light and shadow units that had merged into the darkness. Or drive them away. The light and shadow attribute troops that were being surrounded retreated quickly without engaging in combat. Sensing the absence of a threatening aura, the half-step divine refinement realm expert hidden within the light barrier instantly locked onto Qin Zheng's figure. His eyes were filled with an eerie, blood-red light. In an instant he stepped out of the light shield. It was like a streak of blood rushing down. From a distance, it looks like a blood-red star streaking across the sky. The actions of the other 2 half-step divine refinement realm cultivators were merely to distract the mysterious assassins lurking in the darkness, drawing their attention and buying him time to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Zheng. Their core objective was to kill Qin Zheng. The absence of the inexplicable threat of death meant that the lurking assassin had been forced to retreat, presenting an excellent opportunity to strike. Oops! Wenxiu the swordsman, Yan Shu, and Nan Gongyun turned their heads and were also shocked. At the same time, they leaped through the air towards Qinhuang City, trying to block the attack. But they are too far apart. Even if you react quickly, it's too late. Although the half-step refining god realm is only at the refining god stage, it is still dozens of times stronger than the transformation sea realm, and it is a targeted attack that is extremely difficult to intercept. Protect His Majesty! Zhang Yan let out a sharp roar, his face contorted in rage. That's a manifestation of the fear of death. His blank, ferocious expression revealed his powerlessness and despair in the face of such overwhelming force. The heavy shields were raised high by the Imperial Guards and piled up in layers. However, the Qin dynasty stands firm and unyielding. With his sword-like eyes fixed on the blood-red light that pierced the night sky, he could see the ripples that spread as the light penetrated the void, as well as the arc-shaped air currents generated by the friction. The beaded curtain of the flat-topped crown swayed. The black dragon robe billowed backward. But the light in his sword-like eyes grew even deeper and sharper. The golden armor moved. The light and shadow attribute units lurking all around also moved. A golden light pierced the darkness. The streak of blood light paused for a moment. The powerful crimson elemental energy dissipated, expanding the arc-shaped energy wave circle, and a crimson crack was slashed open behind the half-step divine refinement realm cultivator. The torn flesh was pulled open to both sides by the muscles, and fresh blood kept flowing out of the tear. In that very instant, that half-step divine refinement realm cultivator felt the deadly threat coming from all directions, above his head, and below his feet. He moved. Relentless attacks from all directions. Each assassination attempt served as cover for the next. His back, shoulders, abdomen, cheeks, and arms were covered in horrific scars. Several swords pierced his body, the pain numbing him, leaving him no time to even cry out. His dantian was also pierced, his energy unable to sustain him, causing him to crash from the sky onto the 99 steps below. Squads of soldiers, armored and shielded, advanced, their sharp spears piercing through the gaps in the shields and striking him. Damn it! The other 2 half-step divine refinement realm cultivators turned their heads and cursed angrily. They had completely underestimated the number of assassins and could only try to save the half-step divine refinement realm cultivator by slashing down from the sky. Nan Gongyun wielded his sword across the sky. The narrow, golden sword energy continuously expanded into a colossal sword reaching for the sky, sweeping across the void as if to cleave it in two. The swordsman Wenxiu rode his sword through the air, his sword transforming into a long river, and swiftly intercepted the attack. Yan Shufei arrived at the steps. A surge of righteous energy transformed into countless golden characters, condensing into an ancient hymn that stood high in front of Qin Zheng, preventing the bloodshed from affecting him. Zhang Yan was trembling with fear. He had been on the brink of death several times, and he was completely unable to move. With a half-step divine refinement realm expert crippled, the blood refining hall's strength has been greatly reduced. Taking action against Qin Zheng stimulated the light and shadow attribute units. Their assassinations became even more frequent. Of the remaining 10 cultivators at the sea transformation realm, 4 were quickly beheaded. Even a half-step refinement god realm expert was helpless against this. This kind of assassin would probably dare to confront a refinement god realm expert. Yu Xuanji was horrified. Witnessing the fall of a half-step divine refinement realm expert is enough to prove how terrifying this assassin is. And more than one. There are many more, that we could never have predicted. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the outcome of this war is already decided. This battle truly showed them a different side of Qin's governance. Perhaps the empire was indeed terminally ill, but no one could ignore this emperor. Rumble. Right now. Streaks of light streaked across the void, and suddenly rushed to the palace. Nangong Yun and Wenxiu swordsman's eyes darkened. Xinqing also looked up. Many powerful figures were also unexpected. Despite knowing that the Taiji sect was behind the Prime Minister's residence, and that Prime Minister Ouyang Xiong also harbored rebellious intentions, they were surprised to find that Qin Zheng, having witnessed his terrifying methods, still dared to show his face. This war was not one where both sides suffered heavy losses, nor did any third party reap the benefits. Da-da-da. Iron hooves thundered across the ground, and troop after troop of soldiers broke through the palace gates, heading straight for the imperial city. The one leading them was none other than Ouyang Xiong. He rode his magnificent warhorse to the gate of the Qin Emperor's palace, and looked at Xinqing and Yanqing. Ouyang Xiong! Xinqing's gaze was cold and deep. The Grand Commandant has rebelled, a heinous act. I have come to his rescue. Ouyang Xiong sneered and looked at Yanqing, saying, Lord Commandant, let's join forces to capture and kill this traitor. His Majesty does not need your rescue. Leave the palace immediately, or you will be executed without mercy. Yanqing coldly drank. Kill without mercy? Humph. Ouyang Xiong was too lazy to waste words and looked at Elder Hua, the white-haired old man, and Shanghuang Taoist in midair. More than 10 experts at the sea transformation level stood beside the two, locking on to every figure on the battlefield. Then, their gazes settled on Qin Zheng. You've already lost your composure so quickly, Qin Zheng said coldly. His Majesty of Qin's methods are indeed unpredictable and terrifying. Elder Hua smiled faintly, confident of victory. If you're afraid, you should hide. Coming out into this mess might ruin your Tai Chi sect. Qin Zheng's tone was cold. Elder Hua said confidently, Since you dare to step forward, then you must be prepared. Then let me see if you're prepared enough. Qin Zheng squinted. The light and shadow attribute units that had been waiting for also began their attack. A chilling sense of impending death permeated the hearts of everyone in the Tai Chi sect. But they didn't show much emotional change. Elder Hua sneered. With a flick of his hand, a Taiji mystic seal rose into the air, transforming into a bright stream of light that soared into the sky. The Tai Chi mystic seal transforms into a Tai Chi pattern. Qin Zheng, tonight I will let you see with your own eyes how the methods you rely on will be destroyed by my Taiji sect. The night may be their domain, but in the world of light, nothing can hide. Let's put it into practice. A Taiji sect expert at the Transformation Sea Realm shouted coldly. More than 10 cultivators at the Transformation Sea Realm simultaneously unleashed terrifying yuan power at the Tai Chi pattern in the sky, transforming it into more than 10 beams of light that disappeared into it. In an instant, a vast and powerful pressure descended from the sky. The Taiji Profound Seal, a 7th-grade spiritual weapon from the Taiji sect. The expressions of Wenxiu swordsman and the others changed slightly. Yu Xuanji and the others were also shocked. First-grade spiritual weapons were already rare in the mortal world and had extraordinary power. 7th-grade spiritual weapons were peerless killing weapons and the treasures of many sections. Their killing power was even more formidable. The Taiji sect actually brought the Taiji Profound Seal. Even the 2 half-step divine refinement realm experts from the blood refining hall turned grim, staring intently at the Tai Chi pattern. With the infusion of Yuan energy, the Tai Chi pattern suddenly enlarged, covering the entire palace as if constructing a celestial canopy. The blazing Taiji light, as dazzling as the sun, shone down, illuminating the entire imperial city as if it were daytime, making the blood, rain, and corpses clearly visible. Elder Hua and other experts at the sea transformation level immediately locked onto their surroundings. Qin Zheng's methods are those of assassins hidden in the shadows. Now, the Taiji Xian light shines throughout the entire palace, and nothing can hide from the truth. Without the support of darkness, they could easily kill it. So, even knowing how ruthless Qin Zheng was, they stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. Only light shines everywhere. In midair. Apart from them, the Wenshu swordsmen, Nan Gongyun, the Jianlin experts, and the experts from the blood refining hall, there was no one else in sight. There wasn't a trace of the assassin in sight. This startled them. Elder Hua and Taoist Shanghuang's pupils also constricted. Still no one. What happened? Their hearts sank. All that remained in his eyes was blankness, confusion, and a dazed expression. Everyone watching was completely baffled, staring in astonishment at the scene. They didn't see through the Taiji Sect's methods at first. But when the Taiji mystic light illuminated the palace, they all suddenly realized that this was an attempt to turn the night into dawn, leaving the assassins hiding in the darkness nowhere to hide. That was a ruthless move. The terrifying power of the Taiji mystic seal was indeed astounding. But now that the light shines brightly, where are those assassins hiding in the darkness? They've all disappeared. A flicker of surprise crossed the alluring, languid woman's eyes. The muscular man above the blacksmith's shop was also taken aback. Even in the distance, in the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, the Imperial Preceptor, who was sitting cross-legged on the Taoist platform, silently observing everything with his divine sense, also had a hint of surprise and doubt in his eyes. Even he couldn't do it. In that short moment, he retreated outside the palace's battle zone. The person is still inside. But still, there was no trace. Even the soldiers in the palace looked on with great suspicion. Ouyang Xiong's sneer froze on his face, and his heart instantly collapsed. What he relied on was nothing more than these means to restrain Qin's rule and realize his dream of becoming emperor, but now, they are utterly useless. So what will he use to deal with the situation? His despicable behavior seems even worse and more ridiculous than Qin Zheng's. He gripped the reins tightly, and the warhorse shuddered. With a thud, the man fell from his warhorse, and he didn't even have the courage to get up again. Elder Hua ignored him and looked at Qin Zheng instead. Stare at that face. Those eyes. The disdain on his face and the contempt in his eyes further shattered his spirit. Chapter 37 Imperial Bloodbath, Ruthless and Outrageous. Withdraw! Elder Hua suddenly shouted, his voice piercing the void and echoing throughout the imperial city. He was the first to turn and rush out of the palace. The others were stunned. It took me a while to realize it. However, it's all too late. They will never know that the special attribute ability of the light and shadow attribute troops is that the moment the Taiji mystic light shines, they merge with the Taiji mystic light. The attacks came as fiercely as a torrential downpour. 100 level 3 light and shadow attribute units lay in wait, twice the number used to deal with the blood refining hall. The moment the dozen or so Lingxi Sect experts moved, foreheads instantly flew off. The Taoist of Shanghuang felt a chill in his heart. His fear and apprehension made him forget all his promises. He flicked a Tai Chi talisman, which transformed into a huge vortex in the opposite direction behind him to block the attack. And he instantly shot out of the palace like a streak of light. The others were tied up and unable to escape, and were killed one by one. Watching Elder Hua flee in panic, the leaders of various forces, including Yu Xuanji, were all dumbfounded. This had clearly become a farce that made their eyes pop out. He came with full confidence and arrogance, but in the blink of an eye, he was routed, abandoning even the 7th grade spiritual weapon, the Taiji Profound Seal, and fleeing desperately. Even more than a dozen experts at the Transformation Sea realm were killed in an instant. The 2 half-step Divine Refinement realm cultivators from the Blood Refining Hall were also provoked by this scene, and disregarding everything else, they suddenly rushed out of the palace. However, it was too late. The remaining cultivators at the Transformation Sea realm were attacked, their bodies riddled with wounds and pierced by swords, before falling into the void. Li Han and Lingyi also fell in front of the Qin Emperor's palace. Covered in blood, he struggled to stand up several times and could only kneel on one knee. They killed too many people. The elderly, children, women, the strong, and the weak, they all belonged to them. The methods of killing can be cruel, or they can be exhilarating. They enjoyed instilling fear and despair in others, and felt a sense of psychological excitement and satisfaction. Therefore, they had become increasingly fond of killing. Murder has been turned into a competitive game. Now, this fear and despair have also descended upon them, but they cannot bear it. They are filled with fear, torment, and pain. They could now feel the emotions of those who had been slain by their swords. That was the ultimate will to survive. The two half-step divine refinement realm experts were surrounded and attacked by more than 100 light and shadow attribute soldiers. They were covered in wounds. One was cut into several pieces, and the other was cut into a bloody mess and fell in front of the palace gate. The light and shadow units launched a frenzied attack on the rebellious soldiers. The situation turned around very quickly. Yan Qing led the Imperial Guards in a counterattack. In the Imperial City, the legions led by Wang Zhan and Zhao Qi quelled the rebel army. The Black Cavalry, who entered through Xuanwu Gate, appeared on Zhuge Avenue and blocked the Heavenly Guards who were attacking the Imperial City. Outside the Imperial City, the Black Cavalry from the 3 surrounding prefectures also broke through the defense line of the 400,000-strong border garrison arranged by Qin. A portion of the heavy cavalry rushed to the Imperial City overnight to help suppress the 100,000-strong Heavenly Guard army. Ouyang Xiong, soaked to the bone and with his hair disheveled, stood in the rain, looking utterly lost and dejected. When Elder Hua shouted the word, "Retreat!" he then realized that it was all over. Protected by heavy armor, Qin's gaze froze, and he fell into madness and ferocity. Watching the army collapse like a house of cards, the sense of powerlessness destroyed all his will. He was no longer the high-ranking Grand Commandant who held military power. They were no longer powerful ministers who commanded the court and enjoyed supreme imperial power. They underestimated this young emperor, who was only in his 20s. They underestimated the mysterious methods hidden behind it. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng. Qin murmured to himself over and over again. He couldn't understand how someone who grew up under their noses could be so mysterious and terrifying, and how they could possess such terrifying power. The mysterious methods he had always wanted to see were things he couldn't afford to use. The powerful figures from Nangongyun and Jianlin turned their gazes toward the front of the Qin Emperor's palace. Wen Xiu the swordsman also went to look. Hands behind his back. The imperial sword still hung at his waist. Beneath the calm beaded curtain, her sword-like eyebrows and eyes were so sharp. This young figure appeared so majestic and imposing, so domineering and awe-inspiring. He calmly observed everything, supporting this turbulent situation. Nobody wanted to believe him. Even if the Empire has no way out. But he remained persistent and continued to search. Those who despised him paid the price. Those who underestimated him were shocked by the feedback. Those who underestimated him now look up to him with awe. Everyone was watching him. Qin Zheng, however, looked at the sky above the Taiji Xianguang. The farcical turmoil in the imperial court has ended, but truly terrifying crises are quietly approaching one after another, growing ever more ferocious and rapid. These matters in the imperial court are too easy to resolve. If it weren't for the need to first stabilize the behemoth that is the Lingxi Sect. He didn't even need to go through all that trouble. He could have simply ordered the light and shadow attribute troops to slaughter these powerful and corrupt officials, tearing them to pieces one by one right there in the court. The Empire's true enemy is the fate of this already broken and terminally ill empire. These are the various vassal kings. It is a sect within the Empire that transcends imperial power. Sword Heart Sect, Taiji Sect, and so on are just small fry, insignificant. The truly majestic ones are behemoths like Lingxi Sect, which have stood for thousands of years. There were many in the Empire. Each one of them was pressing down hard on the Empire. This oppression caused the people of the Qin Empire to lose their sense of belonging to the Qin Empire, and even more so, their sense of honor as citizens of the Qin Empire. Once the political turmoil subsided, he had no choice but to confront these issues head-on. Qin Zheng did not stop the killing by the units with light and shadow attributes. Zhang Yan regained consciousness. His survival brought a pale smile to his face. Bai Yu, who was in his old age, was also deeply moved by this major event. The way he looked at Qin Zheng commanded respect even from this old minister. He could manipulate powerful ministers like the Grand Commandant and the Chancellor, who held absolute power, with ease. This was so terrifying that even he found it unbelievable. Qin Zheng stood in the Qin Emperor's palace all night. Beneath the peach blossoms at Jingxinsai, Nangong Hongyan, holding an umbrella, watched the palace stand for a whole night. In front of the Emperor's sleeping quarters, Consort Jiang also stood all night. The killings and screams continued throughout the night, making the people of the capital tremble. 300,000 Imperial heavy cavalry, clad in black armor, sealed off all the city gates. Dawn breaks. The night rain suddenly stopped. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood stained the streets. Inside the palace, the courtyard outside the main hall was flooded with blood and piled high with corpses. Da. Wang Zhan, Yan Qin, and many other officers and captains descended the 99 steps. Your Majesty, the rebellion has been quelled. The traitors Ouyang Xiong and Qin Zheng have been captured. We request your Majesty's decision on their punishment. The blood-refining hall thieves have been captured. The Heavenly Guard rebels have been suppressed. All the gates of the Imperial City have been sealed off, and the situation in the Imperial City is under control. Reports came in one by one. The next moment, Ouyang Xiong and Qin Zheng were escorted to kneel down. The blood-refining halls Li Hun, Ling Yi, 2 half-step divine refining realm cultivators, and 3 sea transformation realm cultivators were also captured. The Taoist priest of Shanghuang was captured. Dozens of officials and captains were captured. Qin Zheng, holding the imperial sword, looked down at them from the 99th step, without uttering a single word of mockery or disdain. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, heed my command. Your subject is here. Your subordinate is here. Qin Zheng issued an edict. All ministers and officials who participated in the rebellion shall be executed by slow slicing. All officials involved, regardless of rank, shall have their entire families executed. All soldiers who participated in the rebellion shall be beheaded. During this period, anyone who takes advantage of the chaos to wreak havoc on the empire will be thoroughly investigated and their entire family, including 9 generations of relatives, will be exterminated. Your Majesty, I know my crime, please spare my people. As imperial edicts were issued one after another, many low-ranking officers cried out in terror. All officials, high and low, were exterminated along with their entire families. This was incredibly ruthless. Qin Zheng and Ouyang Xiong convulsed as if all their strength had left them, and collapsed to the ground, their eyes glazed over. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu also paused slightly. There are far too many officials, both high and low-ranking, involved. They don't even dare to imagine how many will be killed in this operation. They looked up at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed, and a chilling and murderous aura swept over him. Your subject obeys the decree. The group bowed to each other. Qin Zheng looked at the people from the blood-refining hall and the Taiji sect and said indifferently, drag these people out and hang them in front of the Xuanwu Gate to be executed by slow slicing. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death, wailing day and night. From this day forward, anyone who encounters a disciple of the blood-refining hall or the Taiji sect, or their descendants, will receive 100 gold coins, 10 yuan stones, and a spiritual herb for each head beheaded, 10,000 gold coins and a title of nobility in the Great Qin dynasty for each head beheaded, and a title of nobility will be bestowed upon anyone who beheads 1,000 people by my own decree. Anyone who wishes to serve the Great Qin shall have at least 1,000 members of these 2 sects killed. All soldiers and officials of the Great Qin Empire who encounter these 2 groups shall be executed by slow slicing on the spot. This imperial edict shall remain in effect indefinitely, until all bloodlines and descendants of both lineages are exterminated. Hiss. Many powerful figures gasped upon hearing this, wondering just how many people would be killed. Qin Zheng! How dare you! My blood-refining hall will not let you get away with this. You just wait. The vengeful spirit's eyes were filled with terror. It glared and roared, but was dragged away. Chapter 38, Bloodshed and Panic. The sky remained overcast. Overnight, everything changed. Things were no longer the same. Every citizen of the Imperial City could feel that the city's landscape had completely changed, and that the young emperor had shown a ruthless and unyielding side. The bloodstains left on the streets are the best proof. The 300,000-strong Imperial Heavy Cavalry Black Cavalry entered the capital city, took control of the situation, and their overwhelming killing power intimidated everyone. All factions remained at a standstill, refraining from venturing out. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams continued unabated. This is the sound of being slowly sliced to death. It's terrifying to hear. Ouyang Xiong, Chen Qin, Xiao Fu, and other court officials who participated in the rebellion were all executed by slow slicing. Qin Zheng! Our fate will be your fate too. You can't save your empire. You can't save this doomed fate. Qin Qin roared and screamed, a heart-wrenching scream. Qin Zheng! The experts of my blood-refining hall will not let you go, they will. Give me a quick death! The screams of Li Hun, Ling Yi, and others became even more heart-wrenching. The agony of being slowly sliced to death was too unbearable. They wanted to die, but they couldn't. Qin Zheng wouldn't let them die so easily. Execute them! At Xuanwu Gate, on the execution platform, a string of figures were being escorted away. With the command given. Click! With clean, precise cuts, heads flew off, and blood gushed forth. Execute them! One group was beheaded, and another group was brought up. One batch after another. The blade has become dull from all the cutting. The corpses piled up like mountains. Blood stained the execution platform. Even the executioner was trembling with fear, his voice shaking as he watched. Those watching from afar were also terrified, their faces pale, their pupils filled with intense fear, as the bloodied heads piled up like a mountain. One by one, officials had their homes ransacked, were captured, and were taken to the execution ground. Their entire family, including 9 generations, will not escape. The relationships are incredibly complex, involving far too many people. Yu Xuanji stood in the pavilion with her hands behind her back. One by one, the servants went back and forth reporting. He frowned as he listened. The beautiful young woman also furrowed her brows. How can His Majesty be so bloodthirsty? The boy glanced at the beautiful girl, shook his head, and realized that she was still inexperienced, and had the mindset of a young girl. Are they still killing? After a very long time, the head of the Luo family asked. A servant said in a trembling voice. They're still killing. They've killed over 100,000. All the soldiers and armored men who participated in the rebellion have been pushed up and beheaded without exception. The head of the Luo family frowned and fell silent. The Nangong family? An elder listened to the report, his lips trembling. Won't this go too far and backfire? He asked. No one can influence His Majesty's decisions now. Nangongyan shook his head. Killing soldiers and exterminating their entire families is a matter to be handled with utmost care, yet His Majesty seemed determined and unwavering in his resolve. The so-called backfire is the fear that excessive killing and punishment will provoke opposition. We cannot intervene at this time. An elder from the Sword Forest spoke up. We should think about what to do next. Nangongya nodded. The Imperial Preceptor's residence. Xuanming's face was grim. A group of Lingxi Sect disciples remained silent, but their eyes were filled with solemnity. Qin Zheng's methods were so shocking and unexpected that they felt an unprecedented fear. The lofty majesty of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion was crushed by imperial power. For a moment, they forgot that they were disciples of the Lingxi Sect, backed by this behemoth. Now, all they can do is wait for Jing Xiao to emerge from seclusion. They didn't even dare to leave the house. Afternoon. It's raining again. The beheadings at Xuanwu Gate continued unabated. The executioners changed frequently, and the executioners came and went in waves, the killings continuing relentlessly, with blood flowing freely and filling the huge square of Xuanwu Gate. Wang Zhan, Baiyu, Zhao Qi, and others were all trembling at the sight of the blows. Killing like this isn't a solution. There are too many. This could kill millions, or even more. This. I must see him. Baiyu frowned. Neither Wang Zhan nor Zhao Qi objected. The group immediately headed to the palace. The imperial guards were moving the bodies, and the eunuchs and maids were busy cleaning up the bloodstains. Squads of soldiers stood guard, keeping them all out. Outside the emperor's bedroom, Consort Yang knelt on the flat ground on the steps in front of the door. I knelt from noon until afternoon. I knelt until evening. The rain poured down harder and harder, soaking her completely. Your Majesty, please have mercy! She called out towards the imperial bedchamber. It was clearly a plea for mercy on behalf of the Yang family. Although the Yang family did not participate in the rebellion, they were associated with Shengqing and therefore could not escape punishment. However, there was not a single response from the emperor's bedchamber. Consort Yang also knelt, and knelt until late at night. A torrential downpour covered everything. Qin Zheng sat before the dragon-shaped desk, his brows furrowed. Zhang Yan stood guard to one side. He glanced at the kneeling figure outside. He said to Qin Zheng, Your Majesty, it is cold tonight, and I'm afraid Consort Yang's health may not be able to withstand it. Qin Zheng remained silent. Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment, then took small steps out of the imperial palace and came to Consort Yang. Your Majesty, please don't kneel. You're making things difficult for His Majesty. Zhang Yan felt bitter. You can't understand His Majesty's difficulties. This vast empire rests entirely on His Majesty's shoulders. It's too heavy, so heavy that even taking a single step is incredibly difficult. No one can share this burden, and no one can be relied upon. A powerful enemy is always watching. Your Majesty, this servant has experienced that kind of pressure. Just that one half-step refining God realm expert standing high in the sky, his mere aura destroyed this servant's will and made this servant feel an unprecedented heaviness. Standing before him, this servant could only tremble, lacking even the courage to take a single step. Zhang recalled last night, his pupils turning red. But do you know? Our emperor will be facing 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 such powerful beings. No, powerful beings who are countless times stronger than them. Can you imagine that kind of terrible pressure? But His Majesty is carrying this burden alone. If we don't make an example of them to warn others and establish our authority, if we don't psychologically intimidate the enemy, they will only take advantage of us and we will only fall into an abyss. Consort Yang listened, her eyes filled with tears. He knelt helplessly on the ground. She can't understand it. But she understood. She stayed up all night, watching over everything. How could she not know these things? She really has no right to ask. Your Majesty, I have no face to ask for your forgiveness for the Yang family, but I beg to see Your Majesty. Consort Yang respectfully kowtowed. Let her in. Qin Zheng's voice came from the Emperor's bedchamber. In an instant, the two palace maids who were waiting quickly helped Consort Yang inside. Consort Yang knelt on the ground, her face filled with sorrow. Qin Zheng stared at her for a moment. Then he turned to look outside the palace. The Yang family's matter can be dealt with leniently for your sake, but from now on, you are not allowed to set foot in the imperial palace again. Qin Zheng spoke slowly. One sentence left Consort Yang utterly distraught, causing her to collapse to the ground. Zhang An, standing nearby, also felt bitter. This meant that Consort Yang was going to be banished to the cold palace. A dreamlike journey through the immortal execution realm. A sword dance with 9 curves and 18 sections. I fear I'll be buried in obscurity within the palace. It should be noted that being placed in the Emperor's bedchamber shows that Qin Zheng took her seriously, and there is no doubt that Yang Ro was his first woman. Qin Zheng cared a lot and was naturally tempted. Qin Zheng gazed at the rainy night outside. I'm not feeling very happy. He didn't want to kill anyone. The mark of respect for life still remains in their souls. But this world is terrifying. And since he occupies this position and bears what is called an irreversible imperial destiny, if he is not tough and ruthless, he will not be able to rebuild the imperial prestige. If the empire continues to descend into chaos, it will only bring more suffering to the common people. Therefore, to end all this, it is necessary to destroy everything that hinders the empire's progress, restore the empire's great achievements, and rebuild the dignity, glory, and sense of belonging of the Qin people. When all three return, the people of the empire will no longer suffer. Therefore, even if it means killing 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million, we would not hesitate. He had 1 million lives on his shoulders. He would take the blame for 10 million lives. It doesn't matter if no one understands. Let history judge his achievements. He doesn't care. Your Majesty, please calm down. Consort Yang is merely overly concerned about her family. She has no intention of disobeying Your Majesty. Zhang Yan pleaded for mercy. Qin Zheng remained silent and simply tossed his sleeve aside. The palace maids escorted Consort Yang away from the imperial bedchamber. Zhang Yan also followed. Upon reaching the palace gates, he looked at the distraught Consort Yang and reminded her. Your Majesty, please go back first. Once His Majesty's anger has subsided, I will speak on your behalf, and he will not neglect you. His Majesty cares about you very much, otherwise he would not have granted your request in this matter. Furthermore, you should practice your cloud sleeve sword dance diligently. Who knows, His Majesty might want to see it someday. Zhang Yan was adept at reading people's minds, and by following Qin Zheng, he also had to learn to guess their thoughts. Consort Yang gave a bitter laugh. Is there still a chance? Chapter 39 First Evolution of Attribute-Based Troops in the Reincarnation Pool. Night. The slaughter on the execution platform continued, with wails echoing across the fields and cries shaking the heavens. The entire imperial city was shrouded in endless gloom, with fear and anxiety permeating every corner. Many people were trembling silently. I was terrified by these harsh and ruthless methods. The major powers severed all ties, and no one expected that this rebellion would lead to such a terrifying situation. The ruthless and domineering nature of that emperor also truly startled them. With the imperial heavy cavalry guarding the area, no one dared to disobey. Even the spies from every corner of the empire had to hide deeper in the shadows, silently observing everything and trying to find ways to leave the imperial city. Because their master needs to know everything here as soon as possible. This change is different from the previous ones. The overall landscape is subtly shifting, and it will have a significant impact on the entire empire. The sooner those masters know, the less likely they are to find themselves in a passive position. The muscular man in the blacksmith shop kept a close eye on the Imperial Preceptor's residence for a whole day and night. The Imperial Preceptor's residence. In the Dao Tai. A divine light swirled around. A spiritual aura rises. Mysterious runes swirled, releasing a deep blue divine light. The Imperial advisor Jing Shao sat cross-legged on it, his divine sense probing the endless distances, including the Xuanwu Gate execution ground and the Imperial Palace. The piercing screams were incessant. Even those at the half-step refining spirit realm are being subjected to slow slicing. This is a signal. The young emperor, whom he had never taken seriously before, and whom he hadn't even attended the day the emperor ascended the throne, now made him feel a terrifying chill in his heart. You should know that he, high above, carries the imposing and unshakable behemoth that is the Lingxi Sect, and is accustomed to examining this empire from a position of looking down. The fact that he now looks up to him like this is quite a shock to his Dao heart, and it's very piercing. Is someone standing behind you? And can it bear the weight of the Lingxi Sect? The mysterious methods Qin Zheng used in this rebellion particularly caught his attention. He worried that some other force had secretly taken over Qin Zheng's side, without the Lingxi Sect's knowledge. However, the fate of the empire is irreversible. No matter how much you struggle, it will be in vain. Your father, your grandfather, and your ancestors could not escape this fate. Each of them was just as unwilling as you, yet they bowed their proud imperial heads before their broken fate. Sheng Zhao's voice was ethereal. He believed that Qin Zheng could not bear the weight of the Lingxi Sect's 10,000-year heritage. Without the Lingxi Sect, this dilapidated empire would crush Qin Zheng to pieces in an instant. Therefore, he is not worried about anything else. The Court of Justice. Zhanghan brought an imperial edict. Yan Yi, Lu Su, and the others all knelt on the ground, trembling all over. The screams and carnage outside. One by one, the officials were executed along with their entire families. They were so disturbed by what they heard that they could neither eat nor sleep, and their energy was completely depleted. Consort Yang pleaded for mercy. Although Yang Yi had ties with Qingqing and was implicated, he did not participate in the rebellion and was granted leniency. Yang Yi was relieved of his post as Minister of Justice. The house was ransacked. Demoted to commoner status. This is the meaning of the imperial edict. This humble subject thanks your majesty for your great kindness. Kneeling in the rain, Yang Yi kowtowed repeatedly and accepted the imperial edict. Preserving the Yang family is enough, we ask for nothing more. Why? Zhanghan shook his head and sighed. You've caused so much suffering to Consort Yang, all for the sake of protecting the Yang family. Eunuch Zhang, what happened to Consort Yang? Yan Yi raised his eyes, his weathered gaze fixed on Zhanghan. His Majesty cares deeply for Consort Yang. Zhanghan only mentioned it once. Yan Yi understood the rest. Once something you care about deeply has a thorn in it, no matter how attractive it may be, you'll only look at it without touching it and leave it aside. If it weren't for the Yang family incident, Yang Ro would have been so favored, so noble, so happy. Eunuch Zhang, I, Yang Yi, am ashamed before the Emperor's grace. I do not ask for forgiveness, but I beg you to help Consort Yang. Yang Yi pleaded earnestly. His tone, however, sounded weak. He has no right to ask any more. Zhanghan did not respond, but only sighed softly and turned to leave. Inside the Emperor's bedroom. After Consort Yang left, everyone was dismissed. A group of units with light and shadow attributes guarded the palace, while a small number were responsible for assisting Wang Zhan and others in handling various matters. Something unexpected happened to Jin Jiao. In this battle, the level of all units was upgraded. The golden armor is the most obvious. He is a special unit, a gold warrior, whose upgrades and abilities far surpass those of ordinary light and shadow units. Therefore, with the energy he gained in this battle, he has leveled up to level 5. His strength has reached the refining spirit realm. This instantly dispelled Qin Zheng's gloomy mood. A light and shadow attribute soldier at the refinement god realm is enough to easily suppress and kill beings at the refinement god realm, and even threaten powerful beings at higher levels. Although it becomes increasingly difficult to estimate as time goes on. But the improvement of Jin Jia is a good start. People like Xing Shao are now seen as trash. If sects like the Sword Heart sect come, they'll make him suffer. That's real confidence. But this time, the golden armor also needs to evolve. Therefore, it will take some time to complete. The further you progress, the harder it becomes to level up, as the required combat and other aspects will be significantly more demanding. Only the golden armor, being a special unit, could move so quickly. However, it's not so easy for a regular level 3 light and shadow unit. This is a major difference between regular and special units. Suppress the rebellion, kill a large number of enemies, energy plus 30,000, blood crystal plus 8,000, alien crystal plus 10. Today's energy is plentiful. Are you preparing to cultivate units with light and shadow attributes? Weather. A notification appeared in the message template. This diverted Qin Zheng's attention. The number of people killed in the transformation sea round this time was not too large. However, the number of rebel soldiers killed was in the tens of thousands. Killing a large number of enemies increased the amount of blood crystals produced, and the probability of obtaining exotic crystals also increased significantly. So I learned a lot this time. The energy he gained this time was enough to easily advance him to the true essence realm, or even further, which made Qin Zheng extremely happy. We cannot neglect our own strength, nor can we be careless. In addition, the number of blood crystals has reached 8,000, and the blood crystals required to upgrade the light and shadow attribute unit rebirth pool to level 4 will soon be enough. In particular, 10 exotic crystals were dropped, and Qin Zheng had already collected the required number of exotic crystals for the attribute unit rebirth pool, which was what concerned him the most. The light and shadow attribute units have brought him so many surprises, so he is even more eager to see what the new attribute units will be like. The 50 light and shadow attribute units for today have not yet been developed. But Qin Zheng did not make a choice immediately. The first evolution of an attribute unit in the reincarnation pool requires enough crystals. Should we evolve it? Weather. A notification appeared in the message template. Qin Zheng's gaze was fixed, his heart filled with an intense anticipation, and he chose yes without hesitation. Chapter 40 Defying Heaven. The second type of attribute troops. As Qin Zheng made his choice, the attribute-based unit rebirth pool has appeared in the Imperial Palace. Beams of holy light filled the Imperial Palace, blocking all outside access. The mysterious and enormous pool was constantly boiling. It directly mirrors a unit regeneration pool that spawns a unit type, and hovered above the first light and shadow unit rebirth pool, like two swirling nebulae. Also, after a dozen seconds of change, the newly evolved unit rebirth pool was also different. In the middle of the pool, there was a towering statue of destruction wearing black divine armor. First attribute unit reincarnation pool evolution complete. Attribute unit rebirth pool, destruction attribute level 1. Number of units with the destruction attribute, 0. Initial level, level 1, 7th level of foundation establishment. Upgrade required, 1000 blood crystals. Skills, void collapse, heavenly tribulation lightning punishment, heaven and earth annihilation. Note, the level 1 destruction attribute unit rebirth pool can nurture 10 destruction attribute units per day. Destruction attribute units have the ability to absorb and control destructive power, including causing void collapse, wielding heavenly tribulation lightning, and triggering the destruction of heaven and earth. The higher the level, the stronger the destruction caused. You receive the bonus, Wings of Thunder. I looked at the detailed instructions on the information template. Qin Zheng was also taken aback. Destruction attribute units can absorb and utilize all destructive power, and can be upgraded. Furthermore, during battle, they can utilize destructive power to cause the void to collapse, the earth to crack, and summon heavenly tribulations and lightning strikes. If they are upgraded sufficiently, they can cause the destruction of heaven and earth. This is simply the purest form of an army of destruction. If used on the battlefield or when dealing with enemies, the arrival of destructive attribute units will summon heavenly tribulations and lightning punishments, and their destructive power will be unmatched by light and shadow attribute units. That scene is unimaginable. The destruction attribute unit rebirth pool has sufficient energy. Should we breed new units? Qin Zheng had no choice. You can only truly understand how terrifying units with destructive attributes are by experiencing them firsthand. However, if nurtured at this moment, it will only be a level 1 destructive attribute unit, and only 10 can be nurtured. It would be better to upgrade first, and then breed destructive units. If upgraded with blood crystals, it can be upgraded to at least level 3. Once nurtured, it will become a level 3 destructive attribute unit, and there will be 50 of them. In any case, there isn't enough blood crystals needed to upgrade light and shadow attribute units to level 4. If it is conceived in advance, that would be a loss. Upgrade the destroyer unit attribute rebirth pool first. Qin Zheng immediately prepared the blood crystals. The 1000 blood crystal boost is twice as much as the light and shadow attribute unit rebirth pool. But he didn't care. Upgrading to level 3 requires 5000 blood crystals, which Qin Zheng consumed without hesitation. Then I chose to nurture. The destroyer unit Rebirth pool trembled, and the energy within the pool swirled rapidly. The statue of destruction also released layers of destructive light, which continuously condensed, and 50 orbs of light flew out from between its eyebrows and landed in front of Qin Zheng. They transformed into 50 tall figures clad in black armor. Unlike the light and shadow attribute units, their faces are not covered, each face is extremely cold, and their eyes are filled with dark light of destruction. Moreover, there were even 2 female soldiers among them. Tall and beautiful, with long hair pulled back high, sharp eyebrows, and a cold gaze, she resembled a goddess of destruction. Attribute Unit Rebirth Pool, Destruction Attribute Units. Current level, Level 3, 9th level of True Essence. 50 destruction type units can be bred daily. Upgrade required, 30,000 blood crystals. Almighty Lord, from now on we will carry out your will to destroy all enemies who defy your will and sweep away heresies that hinder the Empire. 50 units with the destruction attribute respectfully bowed in worship. Qin Zheng was eager to witness the power of the destruction troops, and then said, "Show us your capabilities." Without hesitation, 50 units with the destruction attribute were chosen. One of the female soldiers stepped forward. A wave of destructive energy emanated from his body. With a loud bang, the void around her collapsed in an instant, looking as if a black hole had absorbed all light and all matter, forming a fluid-like fragmentation. Moreover, this fragmentation spread and dissipated, and the inkstone in the Emperor's bedroom, which was close by, shattered and vanished in an instant. It seems capable of shattering everything. This pure destruction moves with her. Click. Here. Above the Imperial Palace, bolts of lightning roared and struck the night sky, relentlessly approaching the palace, making the lurking light and shadow attribute soldiers extremely vigilant. The destructive power of heaven and earth is terrifying. Qin Zheng could also feel the pure destructive power coming from outside. If she so desires, the lightning will strike immediately. She did not continue. But it was enough for Qin Zheng to realize the terror of this type of troop. They are now at the 9th level of true essence, but this extreme destructive power is enough to destroy and deter even more powerful beings, and to deter villains. More importantly, they can absorb destructive power, and then unleash even stronger destructive power, just like gods of destruction controlling destruction. Now that it's already so terrifying after just a brief demonstration, Qin Zheng is even more eager to see it used in actual combat. "I bestow upon you the name Meili, and you shall lead them," Qin Zheng said to the female soldier. "Destroy the dawn, plunge into eternal darkness. Destroy Li thanks the Almighty Lord for bestowing upon him this name." Meili bowed in devout worship. Qin Zheng was extremely satisfied. Then he looked at the light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool, which also nurtured 50 level 3 light and shadow attribute units. Both types of troops are extremely terrifying. This boosted Qin Zheng's confidence. No one can believe him. He can simply believe it. The revelation of units with light and shadow attributes surprised and alarmed many, and they may have been on guard. However, the emergence of units with destruction attributes has caught them completely off guard. Whether this will continue to frighten them remains to be seen. Immediately, Qin Zheng looked at the extra reward. The Wings of Thunder Tribulation can accumulate destructive power and transform into Wings of Thunder Tribulation, increasing the original speed by 3 times and possessing powerful destructive attacks. That's a pleasant surprise. It's raining heavily outside. The people in the capital city are a mixed bag of thoughts, and many harbor ulterior motives. Qin Zheng didn't dwell on it at the moment. After checking his energy level, he decided to take the opportunity to cultivate and first upgrade to the true essence realm. Now that the turmoil in the court has subsided and the prosperity of the imperial city has been shattered, he must now face the true enemies of the empire, those colossal figures. Chapter 41 Even without you, Qishan Academy, the empire's rule remains the same. One night of practice. After countless cycles of small and large circulations, Qin Zheng broke through to the true essence realm. This consumes 20,000 energy. That's quite amazing. The foundation they built was 10, 100, or even more times stronger than that of other cultivators. Qin Zheng was not in a hurry in his cultivation, but rather proceeded step by step. Every step I took was solid and steady. This is a major matter concerning his own interests and future prospects. He wouldn't joke about it. Even if it were 200,000, he would still take it slowly. Originally, there was still more than 10,000 energy points left, which could have been used to further increase energy levels. However, to deal with state affairs, he had to temporarily stop. He could upgrade by consuming energy, which was not difficult for him at all. Anyone who talks to him about talent, luck, or chance, or about being a peerless genius, is talking nonsense. There are no geniuses in his presence. Upon breaking through to the true essence stage, the Yuan power in his Dantian and Yuan Si transformed from quantity to quality, resulting in a special metamorphosis that tempered his body, making him full of blood and energy and strong in physique. A sense of liberation of body and mind, closeness to heaven and earth, and intimacy with vital energy filled his senses. Imperial power. Beauty. Cultivate immortality. These three people, who could never even dream of being together, are now all possessed by him. This unparalleled happiness and joy is indescribable. Destruction attribute units like the Annihilator are waiting. The golden armored troops, composed of light and shadow attribute soldiers, were also secretly guarding the area. He stepped out of the Imperial Palace. Zhang Yan was waiting outside. He bowed deeply in respect. But seeing Nieli and his mysterious group of soldiers, he was puzzled and prepared to take a closer look. But when he met Nieli's gaze, his mind jolted, his pupils contracted rapidly, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He quickly looked away. That look was terrifying. It feels like destruction is lurking within. Even their gaze is destructive, capable of piercing through a person's soul and shattering it. Zhang Yan murmured to himself, his unease overwhelming him. He couldn't believe that such a gaze was something a human could possess. Is this His Majesty's mysterious method? Zhang Yan bowed his head, unable to hide his shock. Qin Zheng ignored his emotions and headed towards the Qin Emperor's palace. After a moment, Zhang Yan came to his senses and followed closely behind. Qin Emperor's palace. People all arrived early. Qin Zheng stepped onto the dragon platform, dressed in a black dragon robe, holding the imperial sword in his hand. His imposing and majestic presence seemed almost unbearable. The entire court was completely empty. Only a few ministers remained, including Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and Li Xian. Ouyang Xiong was executed along with his entire clan. Chen Qin was executed along with his entire clan. The Xiao Fu family was exterminated, along with his entire clan. The officials in charge of grain and others were all executed along with their entire families. The killings are still ongoing. Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes were sharp as a weapon. He calmly watched this scene, unconcerned. He had long anticipated this day. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others bowed and kowtowed in respect. No need for formalities. Qin Zheng's clear and authoritative voice echoed. Elder Wang, you will continue to be in charge of matters within the capital city. Elder Bai will be in charge of the rebels outside the capital city. Those who participated in this rebellion will be dealt with without mercy. Kill as many as there are. Qin Zheng issued an edict. Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and the others were terrified upon hearing this. Enough has been killed. The killing has lasted for a day and 2 nights. Whether it was the rebel guards or the heavenly guards, they were all killed. Officials were executed along with their entire families, and 600,000 or 700,000 people were beheaded. The corpses were piled up like mountains. The executioners were so numb from hacking away. Not many executioners had the courage to carry it out. Wang Zhan hesitated for a moment, about to say something, but was stopped by Bai Yu. He didn't say much, but simply bowed to receive the imperial decree. Your Majesty! All the rebellious officials have been executed, the positions of ministers in the court are vacant, and the government is paralyzed. It must be restored as soon as possible, otherwise it will cause chaos and affect all the counties of the empire, which will be a big problem. Bai Wei bowed. Qin Zheng looked at Wang Zhan and said, This matter will be handled by Elder Wang. Please draft a list of appointed officials as soon as possible and submit it. In addition, a list of those who have contributed to suppressing this rebellion should be compiled and submitted. Rewards and punishments should be clearly defined, and I will not treat them unfairly. Your subject obeys the decree. Wang Zhan bowed, feeling a mix of emotion and admiration. The selection and training of officials was something Qin Zheng had asked him to prepare long ago. At the time, he thought it was just to cultivate them to fight against the Chen Qing and Ouyang Xiong factions, but he never expected it would be for today. It now seems that His Majesty had already made plans beforehand. Plan ahead and proceed cautiously. They didn't see through it from the beginning. Chen Qing and Ouyang Xiong's defeat was not unjust. Even they couldn't fathom the Emperor's intentions, which shows that this young Emperor has already grown up and possesses remarkable foresight and magnificent strategies. The positions of left and right Chancellor will be held by Elder Bai. Old Wang will continue to serve as Imperial Censor. Li Xian has taken over the position of Junior Chamberlain. Yan Qing will continue to serve as the commandant of the guards. Zhao Qi has been transferred to the position of Minister of Justice. With government affairs paralyzed, Qin Zheng could only issue decrees to appoint officials directly. Thank you for your great favor, Your Majesty. The ministers all bowed. His Majesty! At that very moment, a voice rang out from outside the hall, and an Imperial Guard officer entered and knelt to report. Scholar Tan, the Dean of Qishan Academy, requests an audience. Tan Wanluan? Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and others all frowned. Scholar Tan holds a very high position within the Empire. Even the Imperial Preceptor Jing Shao has to address him with respect. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and everyone else are well aware of the terrifying influence he wields. Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes narrowed, and he said, Summon! Scholar Xian Shitan requests an audience! Shouts rang out from outside. Moment. An elderly man dressed in Confucian robes strode into the hall with his head held high and chest out. This old man, Tan Wanluan, greets Your Majesty. Tan Wanluan bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. But he did not bend his back. Although he is old, his posture is like a plum blossom in the snow, unyielding and unyielding. The self-righteousness in those wise, pale eyes, and the arrogant gaze they met, seemed to be telling Qin Zheng that the people of Qishan Academy didn't care about his status as the Emperor of the Empire. Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes swept over him with disdain, and he asked sternly, What brings Scholar Tan to our court? I have come here to offer Your Majesty a suggestion. Tan Wanluan spoke directly and firmly. What suggestion? Qin Zheng asked. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others were also curious. Tan Wanluan slowly said, I hope Your Majesty will put the people first and refrain from the path of killing and violence that would harm the hearts of the people. You should educate the world with benevolence and love, for this is the right path. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others frowned. Is this a roundabout way of saying that His Majesty is too ruthless and cruel? What if I insist on taking the path of bloodshed? Qin Zhengjian's eyes darkened, his domineering and sharp gaze meeting Tan Wanluan's. Benevolent governance? These pedantic bookworms are talking complete nonsense. Purely selfish and short-sighted, only caring about their own interests and unable to see through external things. The Empire is now teetering on the brink of collapse. Can benevolent governance withstand the weight of those colossal entities pressing down on the Empire? Can benevolent governance change the will of the vassal kings who are entrenched abroad? Can benevolent governance deter those petty schemers lurking in the shadows, coveting the Empire's eternal glory? How can there be benevolent governance when the world is not yet at peace? Without strong military force, how can one establish authority, deter villains, and protect the people? Benevolent governance? This is an attempt to plunge the Empire, and him, into utter ruin. Tan Wanluan looked disappointed and sorrowful, saying, If Your Majesty insists on governing the country through killing and conquest, then Qishan Academy will be of no use in the Great Qin Empire. From now on, Qishan Academy will leave the Great Qin Empire. Scholar Tan! Bai Yu's expression changed drastically, and he stepped forward, saying, Why are you making things so difficult for His Majesty? Wang Zhan hurriedly said, Scholar Tan, the situation is unstable right now, and only strong measures can stabilize it. You must understand His Majesty's intentions. They couldn't help but panic. The importance of Qishan Academy is unimaginable. It is the highest institution of learning for scholars in the Empire, helping to educate the people and cultivate talents for governing the country. Its status and significance are extraordinary. Every empire in the eastern region has a Qishan Academy, which they all strongly support, fearing that the students will leave. After all, it is a tool for education, and everyone must value it. Leaving would be an enormous loss. This loss will have an incredibly profound and serious impact on culture and thought. Therefore, Qishan Academy is extremely important. Tan Wanluan's sudden move indeed struck at their weak point. It all depends on His Majesty's decision. His Majesty has killed enough people. Time is up. Otherwise, Qishan Academy will have no choice but to make this decision. Tan Wanluan flicked his sleeves and said, Which empire would be without Qishan Academy? Which empire would dare? Qishan Academy has stood for so many years, how could it be afraid of a young emperor? His students, all the people of Qishan Academy, had been robbed, how could he remain indifferent? No matter how domineering Qin Zheng is, he must be forced to bow down. Threatening me? Qin Neng's sword-like eyes sharpened. Tan Wanluan remained silent. Get out! Qin Zheng flicked his sleeves, turned his head away, and roared angrily. Even without your Qishan Academy, the Qin dynasty will still be the Qin dynasty. If your Qishan Academy wants to leave, then leave my empire and never appear in my territory again. This empire does not welcome your Qishan Academy. Chapter 42. A lonely figure. Who will understand? Tan Wenlun was stunned. The astonishment in his pale eyes revealed his unexpected surprise. This empire's ruler actually dared to expel him from Qishan Academy. Ministers Baiyu, Wang Zhan, and Zhao Qi also suddenly focused their gazes. The status of Qishan Academy is undeniable. To maintain the overall situation, we shouldn't have spoken so definitively, leaving no room for maneuver. They looked up at the hall. Qin Zheng stood sideways, his hand resting on the imperial sword, without glancing at anyone. That disdainful and contemptuous posture, the emperor's majesty and pride, seemed to be revealed without a doubt in that instant. Great, very good. Tan Wenlun laughed in anger and asked, Does His Majesty understand what this decision means? Qin Zheng, holding the imperial sword, looked up and muttered to himself. Flattery has elevated you too high. Your high and mighty position has blinded you. Your arrogance has made you forget who rules this empire. A clear, sharp, and authoritative voice emanated from the hall, echoing in every corner of the spacious Qin Emperor's hall, and in everyone's ears. Ministers Baiyu, Wang Zhan, and Zhao Qi suddenly sharpened their gazes. Tan Wenlun's pale eyes narrowed and narrowed again. Finally, he raised his eyes and began to scrutinize the young emperor. At that moment, Qin Zheng's tone turned cold and domineering. Now it's time for you to remember these things. Tan Wenlun's expression grew increasingly awkward, and his tone turned cold as he said, It seems His Majesty's will. Roll. Qin Zheng suddenly glanced to the side. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Tan Wenlun stared intently at Qin Zheng's back and the contempt in his eyes. He was so angry that his face turned red. He tried to speak several times, but the words stuck in his throat. I'm so ashamed! Tan Wenlun turned and left the main hall. For the first time, Qishan Academy was so disregarded in the eyes of an emperor. This is an utter disgrace. Qin Zheng didn't even glance at it. Even the most wonderful things are a sin to an emperor if they cannot be used for his own benefit. Many people have been blinded by the condescension and arrogance of these individuals, forgetting that it was the empire that made Qishan Academy what it is, not the other way around. It's time to remind people. Dismiss the court! Qin Zheng didn't want to listen to any more advice. He was more clear-headed than anyone else. He has already shouldered and blocked the massive empire and the overwhelming tide of power. How could he possibly withstand the insignificant Qishan Academy? He stepped out of the main hall. Baiyu, Wang Zhan, and the others were about to go up and try to persuade them, but Zhang An stopped them, saying, Gentlemen, please go back. Eunuch Zhang, we must persuade His Majesty again on this matter. Baiyu frowned. Qishan Academy was of great importance, and any action taken against it had to be taken with care. Zhang An shook his head and said, Lord Bai, even I, a servant, understand what's going on. How come you still don't understand? All along, His Majesty has been carrying this empire on his shoulders. The absence or departure of any one person is of no consequence to His Majesty. They cannot comprehend the immense weight His Majesty carries on his shoulders, nor can they see the weight of the empire's destiny he bears. Baiyu's eyes flickered. Wang Zhan, Yan Qing, and the others also remained silent, their eyes revealing their emotions. Yes, they're in the thick of it, how could they not see these things? At just over 20 years old, she carries a weight that others can never imagine. He carried it all alone. Alone and alone. Who understands the loneliness of that figure? Who has the right to condemn an emperor in his early 20s who points his sword at the endless enemies surrounding the empire? Who is worthy of it? Call! Baiyu's eyes were slightly red. He let out a long breath and looked at the departing figure, saying, The empire is still fraught with crises. Only when the emperor and his ministers are of one mind can we deter the villains. I unconditionally trust any decision His Majesty makes. Wang Zhan and the others nodded in agreement. It's not that they can't understand, but that they were stuck in their old ways of thinking and hadn't broken free. Let's go. Many enemies are watching. We must stabilize the court as soon as possible. Wang Zhan gave a reminder and stepped out of the main hall. The rebellions of Ouyang Xiong and Qingqing were quelled, and everyone understood that the power structure of the capital city had completely changed. But intelligent people saw a deeper level of change in the imperial landscape and developed a genuine respect for the young emperor. In the Fish Family Alliance, Yu Xuanji sought out several elders. All of them were over 200 years old. Although they were old, they were very insightful. This young emperor is truly remarkable. He turned a seemingly hopeless situation into a viable one. It's quite rare. An elder exclaimed in surprise. Yu Xuanji understood that this was not flattery. Because, among many people, no one can do this. Yu Xuanji said. The game is alive, but we still need to see how His Majesty of the Empire plays. The superficial prosperity of the Imperial City has been shattered, and he has to face the predicament outside the Imperial City. This is another dead end. This dead end isn't impossible to overcome. Another elder spoke up, his wise eyes shining brightly. Shengqing and Ouyang Xiong have been eliminated, the Imperial City is under our control, 800,000 Imperial heavy cavalry are still stationed there, and His Majesty the Emperor has his own methods. Most importantly, the Imperial Preceptor's mansion is still there, and the Lingxi Sect has not left. As long as His Majesty the Emperor can show Lingxi Sect his value and his potential to support the Empire, Lingxi Sect will not abandon him. On the contrary, he will support him even more. With the Lingxi Sects to turn power, even those behemoths will hide their fangs. Another elder said. That depends on whether His Majesty the Emperor is willing to lower his stance and offer a way out. This is beyond our control. The elder who spoke first said. The Imperial City's structure has been broken, so we have to face the overall structure of the Empire. This is a situation that His Majesty cannot withstand. We can only rely on the Lingxi Sect, which may be able to hold on for a few hundred more years. Yu Xuanji listened, her eyes deep in thought. If he wants the Lingxi Sect to see his potential and continue to support him, he will need more support. Elders, should the Yu family alliance take a stand? Yu Xuanji asked. The elder who spoke first said, given the current situation, the Yu family alliance could try to align itself with the royal family, giving His Majesty the Emperor more leverage and potentially winning back the Lingxi Sect's attention. This would be good for the Empire and good for the Yu family alliance as well. The other elders did not object. Yu Xuanji nodded, but would His Majesty the Emperor be able to maintain such a demeanor? The Luo family. Looking at the Imperial City, the Luo family had exclaimed in amazement. This Emperor is truly extraordinary. Now that the situation in the Imperial City has stabilized, his strategies and vision are astonishing. As long as the Lingxi Sect sees the potential and continues to support him, the Empire can still hold on for hundreds of years. As for the value, the Luo family is willing to help. Mountain and River Alliance. Several people in charge were discussing it. The leader of the Mountain and River Alliance said, as long as he wins over the various forces in the Imperial City and gets enough leverage, coupled with his methods, he can make the Spirit Stream Sect see his potential. At that time, as long as he lowers his stance, everything can be reversed. So now, it all depends on Qin Zheng's attitude. If he lowers his stance and asks our Mountain and River Alliance for help, it wouldn't be a bad idea to lend him a hand. Sending something over there and asking for something in return are two different concepts. The Mountain and River Alliance will not lower itself to offer itself up. They were confident enough that Qin Zheng would come looking for them. Because winning over allies, demonstrating potential, and regaining the Lingxi Sect's attention is the only, and perhaps the only, chance to change the fate of the Empire. Qin Zheng had no other choice. Not only them. There's also the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Association, and many other factions share this view. Because that's the situation. Chapter 43 She, the richest woman in the eastern region. The Nangong family. Besides the clan elders, there were also powerful figures from Jianlin gathered together. The matters discussed were the same as those of the other forces. The game is now alive. That is indeed the case. Show them enough potential and value to prove it to the Lingxi Sect. If the Lingxi Sect does not abandon its support, and continues to provide assistance, it will be able to keep the behemoths outside the Empire in check. The Nangong family is now tied to the royal family. This is also their hope. However, unlike other forces, the Nangong family does not need to express their support. They only need to make sufficient preparations to help the royal family, and let the Imperial Preceptor's mansion see it. Let's test the attitudes of other forces. If we can win them over, coupled with His Majesty's mysterious methods, it will be enough to attract the attention of the Lingxi Sect. An elder of the clan was excited. They made the right choice. That emperor is such a pleasant surprise and awe-inspiring. Sitting in the palace, he crushed many rebels and villains. With him in charge of the empire, and with the continued support of the Lingxi Sect, the Great Qin Empire will still be the Great Qin Empire. So now it's not a question of whether or not to lower our stance. It depends on the attitude of the Lingxi Sect. They must be adequately prepared for this attitude. Nangong Yun pondered deeply. He considered many things. The way they took on the responsibility of this empire was exactly as everyone expected. They dispelled the Lingxi Sect's idea of abandoning the empire and persuaded them to increase their support again. The purpose of this was to intimidate the enormous creatures that were eyeing the imperial city from outside. Those behemoths lay prostrate, and the empire was secure. Intelligent people can see things at a deeper level that ordinary people cannot. Being too clever and thinking too far ahead can often lead to overlooking some of the simplest things. For example, this is a young emperor with great prestige. That disdainful posture, that imposing and majestic figure, who would dare to lower his brow even slightly? He didn't investigate further. Because now, he can't fathom the thoughts of this imperial emperor. He didn't refute the elder's suggestion, but instead suggested, "Let's win over other forces, and let the Nandong family take the lead. This is one way we can help." Everyone nodded silently. Now, all the forces are waiting. Tranquil garden. The languid and alluring veiled woman arrived at the pavilion beneath the peach branches once more. "You knew all along?" Her slender, fair hands supported her jade-like cheeks, her supple figure leaning against the stone table. Her unparalleled majesty was undeniable, and her autumn water eyes looked at Nangong Hongyan with a touch of laziness. Nangong Hongyan stood there, a gentle breeze ruffling her palace dress, lifting a few strands of her hair and brushing against her exquisite, flawless face. She remained silent for a few seconds. He then said, "I don't know, but I believe him." Then, he looked at the veiled woman meaningfully and said, "Don't forget you lost the bet." The veiled woman said helplessly, "I have reason to suspect that you two conspired to frame me." "Well, the situation has indeed changed. Qin Chuan Pavilion has no choice but to help. However, your majesty is truly outstanding. Many geniuses would pale in comparison to him." Nangong Hongyan did not argue, but only glanced at the veiled woman. Who would have thought that this woman is the richest woman in the eastern region? The veiled woman met his gaze, then lightly flicked her sleeve and stood up, saying, "Don't look at me like that, there's something wrong with your eyes. Listen to what's going on outside." Inside the Imperial Preceptor's residence, a disciple of the Lingxi Sect said proudly, "In the end, everything has returned to its starting point." Everyone hoped that Qin Zheng would lower his stance and seek help from the Lingxi Sect, demonstrating his value and potential, and expressing his desire to gain the sect's approval. Everyone is waiting for Qin Zheng to step into your doorstep. This empire cannot do without anyone, but it cannot do without the Lingxi Sect. The Imperial Preceptor's residence is indispensable. Without the Lingxi Sect to protect it, countless covetous wolves would have torn this empire to shreds. Nothing has changed, only a few amazing moments have been added in the process. That emperor is probably unwilling to accept it. In the end, all the changes he made by relying on mysterious means still cannot shake the overall structure of the empire. Behind closed doors, one of them almost burst into laughter. This is a form of verbal retaliation born of fear. For the past few days, those high and mighty figures could only hide in the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, silently admiring the stunning demeanor of the young emperor. Amidst the repeated shocks, I almost forgot that I was a disciple of the lofty Lingxi Sect. Now, the numerous voices outside reminded them how important and indispensable the Lingxi Sect was, which brought them back to their senses. Seeing one's own inadequacy brings immense shame and anger, so how could one possibly let go of the opportunity to mock others? Xianming stood on a high platform in the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, his Taoist robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes gazed at the palace with anticipation, as if waiting for Qin Zheng. Many people are also waiting for Qin Zheng to walk into the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Because that's a compromise, a lowering of one's stance. It's also a way of making a statement. In particular, the spies from all corners of the empire were watching closely. Once Qin Zheng stepped onto the threshold of the Imperial Preceptor's residence, it would have a significant impact on their master. The Emperor's bedchamber. Qin Zheng reviewed the list of officials drafted by Wang Zhan one by one. The positions of Chancellor and Imperial Censor were established. He did not re-establish the position of Grand Commandant, but instead took control of the military. The 9 ministers, except for the Grand Master of the Palace, were basically established. Wang Zhan made suggestions regarding the list of officials, including the vice ministers, court officials, and commandants of the various departments below, and Qin Zheng did not make many changes. After taking over, there may be a period of adjustment, but it won't be a big deal. Those who contributed to the suppression of the rebellion were not only granted noble titles and promoted by Qin Zheng, but also received additional rewards such as precious stones and spiritual medicines. "Your Majesty, these are the accounts of the confiscated property." Zhang Yan brought many account books. Qin Zheng picked one up at random and saw that the gold notes were worth hundreds of millions, and the total amount of his various assets was staggering. This is merely a minor official. Powerful officials like Ouyang Xiong and Qin Xin confiscated unimaginable amounts of rare stones, elixirs, and other treasures. Their wealth was enough to offset the empire's taxes for several years. How amazing! With these, the Empire's treasury will be able to sustain itself for a long time. This also provides assurance for the future. Zhang Yan was instructed to check the accounts one by one, deposit them into the national treasury, and hand over the remainder to the newly appointed Minister of Grain Management. Currently, both attribute reincarnation pools have sufficient energy. Qin Zheng did not hesitate. 50 units with the destruction attribute are nurtured together with 50 units with the light and shadow attribute. That adds up to 100 a day. Each one is comparable to a powerful cultivator. This is terrifying beyond anyone's imagination. At that very moment, the golden armor has appeared. My lord! The golden armored figure worshipped devoutly. The golden armor has been upgraded to level 5. It has evolved to the level equivalent to the 5th stage of the divine refinement realm. The information template provides the following prompts. It can assassinate someone at the core formation stage. This greatly surprised Qin Zheng. Most 5th grade sects don't have a core formation expert in charge, so Jin Jia alone could easily wipe out a 5th grade sect. As for the vast resources of those above the 5th rank, Qin Zheng did not have a detailed understanding. It's just a matter of building momentum now. So nothing has been done yet. My lord! Several units with light and shadow attributes returned and reported all the movements in the imperial city that they had discovered. Qin Deng's eyes narrowed. He stood up, walked outside the hall, and looked down at the imperial city. Everyone was waiting for him to step across the threshold of the imperial preceptor's palace. Wait for him to back down. Wait for him to beg them. The prestige he built by killing millions of people is now being sent to the imperial preceptor's mansion, to be trampled and destroyed into nothingness. Qin Yang's eyes were extremely cold. He couldn't believe that such a voice could still be heard at this moment. And there's more than one. Qin Zheng raised his eyes and looked at the dark sky. After being washed with blood, it should be much cleaner now. Chapter 44 The Warning at Xuanwu Gate. To live is to await the next execution by 1,000 cuts. Qishan Academy. Get Qishan Academy out of the Qin Empire? Qin Zheng is simply too much. He doesn't even respect his teacher. It's a disgrace for such a monarch to lead the empire. Upon hearing Tan Wanluan's angry explanation, the surrounding crowd glared and rebuked him. Throughout the entire eastern region, numerous empires are scattered throughout Qishan Academy. Who would dare to drive them away so rudely? Don't be angry, teacher! Qin Zheng is stubborn and self-willed, refusing to listen to advice and indulging in brutal killings. He will eventually suffer the consequences. Let's see how long he can keep this up. Jian, one of the 6 sons of Qin, said. The 6 masters of Qin are the cream of the crop among the scholars of Qin. They possess literary talent and cultivate a righteous spirit, and they have a great chance of becoming great Confucian scholars in the future. He cultivated himself into a great Confucian scholar, speaking eloquently and eloquently, his talent captivating, his words awe-inspiring. That's enough. Tan Wanluan was old, but he valued his reputation highly. As the dean of Qishan Academy of the Great Qin Empire and a grand scholar whose title was second only to that of a great Confucian scholar, he could not afford to lose face. He didn't want to bring up those painful memories and let people know that he had been told to get out by an emperor. From now on, students of Qishan Academy will not be allowed to serve as officials in the Qin dynasty. If they violate this rule, they will be scorned by Qishan Academy. He angrily retorted, stepping into the academy. This caused many people to frown. Yan Yi, one of the 6 masters of Qin, said, Our teacher has suffered this humiliation, which is also a disgrace to us students. How can this matter be left unresolved? Yes, we will never give up. We'll definitely teach him a lesson and show him that Qishan Academy is not to be trifled with. Many people echoed this sentiment. If we don't adopt the same attitude as Qishan Academy, we'll truly become a laughingstock. Outsiders don't pay much attention to the affairs of Qishan Academy. Many people are more concerned about Qin Zheng's attitude. Everyone stared at the imperial preceptor's residence, hoping to see if Qin Zheng would appear there. This empire truly hinges on taking this first step. So, the Nangong family is waiting. The Fish family alliance is waiting. The Luo family is waiting. The Tianlong mercenaries will wait. The imperial preceptor's residence is also waiting. Many people are waiting. Even some hidden sects are waiting. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Time may pass, but no one will stop waiting. 10 days later. The government was restored and order was restored. Outside the imperial city. Beiwu County, the center of the 120 counties in the northern border of Qinshuan Prefecture. A magnificent and imposing Prince Jinbei's mansion stands here. Shao Ji, the Prince of Jinbei, was one of the 5 princes of different surnames in the Qin Empire. He guarded 120 counties in the north and commanded a terrifying 1.8 million-strong northern army, confronting the great Chu Empire. With his cultivation at the refining spirit realm, he intimidated villains and awed all the counties. At this moment, in a pavilion on a hill within the Jinbei prince's mansion, several figures sat upright. A gaunt old man in a Taoist robe with a goatee. A handsome young man dressed in purple and wearing a jade crown. A middle-aged man sitting upright, with a tall and imposing figure, exuding authority without anger. A man stood before the 3, bowing in response. The matter being discussed was none other than everything that had happened in the imperial capital. The 3 listened. The emotions that flashed in their eyes were all different. The middle-aged man frowned, lost in thought. And he was none other than Xiao Ji, the Prince of Jinbei. Qin Zheng! A mysterious method! Eliminate Ouyang Xiong and Qin Qing! Slaughter the imperial city! Hearing about all the details, Xiao Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. After a brief moment of shock, he said, I didn't expect him to be so cunning and scheming. To eliminate Ouyang Xiong and Qin Qing in one fell swoop is truly remarkable. Incredible! The old man with the goatee also said in surprise. However, what I find even more incredible is the mysterious means behind that imperial emperor. Hidden in the darkness, blending into it, yet able to remain undetected even under the light, this is unheard of. No other sect in the cultivation world possesses such terrifying abilities. Even Master Yun has never seen such a technique before? Xiao Ji addressed the old man. The old man shook his head and said, I have cultivated immortality for 300 years and have also ventured out for 100 years. I have seen and heard a lot. I even know a little about the assassin techniques of the Blood Feather Tower, but I have never seen such a method before. There must be many hidden masters in the Imperial City, but it is even more surprising that no one has noticed them. In darkness, one is like darkness. In light, one is like light. Only a celestial realm expert who has cultivated the shattered realm of the Great Void possesses this ability. That emperor who managed to resolve the crisis in the Imperial City was truly astonishing. Few could match him. Master! Your Highness, why are you praising him? The purple-clad youth beside him said sharply. If I had that much power and were in his position, I would do a better and more outstanding job than him. There's nothing to praise about it. The tone was defiant. They didn't take it seriously. This is his sharp edge. It's also his pride. As a disciple of Master Yun of Xiantian Temple, a peerless genius prophesied to become a celestial being in the future, how could he possibly accept that others were more outstanding than himself? Master Yun said, Li Feng, you must not be arrogant or look down on others. Master, Qin Zheng only changed the situation by relying on that mysterious method. Why praise him? Besides, we will help the prince to overthrow this broken empire and establish a new order. Why should we boost the morale of others? The debate over etiquette. You still lack experience and can't see through many things. Master Yun said, You only look at the appearance and not the inner qualities. Think about it, with the Imperial Preceptor's mansion here, Imperial Preceptor Jing Shao can see in all directions with his divine sense, and Chen Qing and Ouyang Xiong can watch over every little thing that happens in the court. If it were you, could you prepare those mysterious methods under the watchful eyes of so many people? Succession to the throne and the acquisition of power also meant that the vast Qin Empire would fall upon his shoulders. He carried this burden all by himself. Nobody helped him. If it were you, could you handle it? Not only do they have to bear the burden, but they also have to fight against the general trend and change the landscape. It may seem like each step is easy, but in reality, every step could be enough to crush him to pieces. Under the same conditions, many people would be intimidated and give up on themselves, but he tried to change and persevered. Master Yun explained to Li Feng, then smiled and said, Praising your opponent doesn't mean boosting their morale. It also means valuing your opponents so that you can analyze their strengths and weaknesses and attack their vulnerabilities. Li Feng remained silent. He still looked defiant. Master Yun gave him some pointers, but stopped there. He then turned to Xiao Ji and said, However, Your Highness, if that emperor really steps over the threshold of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, there's a high probability that the Lingxi Sect will continue to increase its support. We must prepare as soon as possible. Xiao Ji pondered deeply. He, along with the other 4 kings, was most worried that Qin Zheng would demonstrate his potential and seek further support from the Lingxi Sect. The chances of it succeeding are very high. Once the Lingxi Sect increases its support, it will inevitably take measures to intimidate other sects, including the Xiantian Temple. This posed a significant obstacle to his plans. Xiao Ji pondered for a moment and said, He has made moves against Blood Feather Tower, Sword Heart Sect, Blood Refining Hall and Taiji Sect. We can use them to create some trouble for him. Furthermore, Qin Zheng is ruthless and cruel, which has damaged the hearts of the people. This can also be used to his advantage. If we can make him break with the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, that would be the best outcome. Your Highness! Master, please let me go to the capital. Li Feng listened and suddenly spoke up. You all say he's so outstanding, then I'll have a contest. Since he wants to support this empire, then I'll find a way to push it into the abyss and see if he can hold on or if I can destroy it. Xiao Ji and Master Yun exchanged a glance, then shook their heads and smiled. They've really gotten into a fight. However, how can one be young and impetuous without a bit of sharpness? Very well! You should also take some risks to broaden your horizons and gain more experience, so that you can temper your Dao heart and take another step forward. Master Yun did not object. In fact, he supported it. Li Feng is indeed outstanding, with terrifying talent and a celestial appearance, but he lacks insight and is too sharp-minded, so he needs to be carefully shaped. Xiao Ji naturally had nothing to say. Master, rest assured, your disciple will not disgrace you. Watch how your disciple pushes his empire step by step toward destruction and wins against him. The sharpness in Li Feng's eyes grew stronger. Only a comparison will tell who is better. Qin Zheng, wait for me. Although Xiao Ji knew Li Feng's thoughts, he did not stop him. He would not discuss deeper strategies with a young and impetuous boy. News arrived from the capital, and he had to make arrangements. Even if Lingxi Sect really intends to increase its support, he still has to take that step. Certainly. Not only the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. The other kings made their arrangements quietly. Qin Zheng's prestige has reached them. His ruthlessness and mysterious methods force everyone to take him seriously. This is no longer the emperor who was once shrouded in the false prosperity of the imperial city. Apart from them, more powerful entities at deeper levels have also quietly made moves, setting their sights on the imperial city. The imperial city. Xuanwu Gate. The stench of blood lingered for a long time. There were far too many mass graves outside the imperial city. After 7 or 8 days of slaughter, the blood had congealed on the ground. On a city wall, corpses are still hanging there. It was none other than the sect members, including Li Hun, Len Yi, and Shanghuang Daoren, who were being subjected to slow slicing. Their powerful vitality allowed them to retain their last breath, but they were only alive to wait for the next slow slicing, enduring a fate worse than death. This represents the ruthless and majestic power of the Qin government. This is also a warning from Qin Zheng. Tell those who covet the empire and seek to drag it down into the abyss that being skinned alive, subjected to slow slicing, and living a life worse than death is their fate. Several people stood at a distance, looking at the corpses, their eyes burning with rage. Qin Zheng! You're asking for death! You're asking for death! The angry shout, filled with gritted teeth and a terrifying murderous intent. Chapter 45: The Theory of National Destruction and the Tyrannical Qin Dynasty. Xuanwu Gate. The 4 members of the Taiji sect trembled with rage as they watched the Shanghuang Daoists being slowly sliced to death, along with 2 Taiji sect members at the Transformation Sea Realm. A disciple of a prestigious sect was actually skinned alive. It was even hung on the city wall as a warning to others. This is to utterly humiliate the Tai Chi school, to display it on the wall for all to see, to the extreme of shame. But they dared not move an inch. There were still dried, brownish-red bloodstains underfoot. No one in this imperial city dared to challenge His Majesty's ruthless and authoritative authority. Even members of the sect are not allowed. The corpses on the city wall are the best warning. Don't make a move yet, hold back! The man in the lead gave a low, menacing reminder, as if afraid of being overheard. The others clenched their fists, their killing intent and anger seemingly about to erupt, but they could only suppress them. This isn't over yet. We won't let this go until we teach Qin Zheng a lesson. One person solemnly swore an oath. Then, she and the man quietly disappeared away. This fear of being recognized, this feeling of utter humiliation, made them feel even more ashamed. Suzaku Avenue. In just over 10 days, the bloodshed caused by the rebellion was quelled. Inside the fragrant imperial pavilion, several young men dressed as scholars sat inside the building, discussing the affairs of the empire and offering their unique insights, which attracted the attention of many. However, as he launched into his long and spirited speech, the topic became increasingly sharp, and his words became pointed and extremely incisive. The empire is like this: people's hearts are cold and indifferent, they do not think about reforming the government, but instead impose harsh punishments and severe penalties, and the bureaucracy is deeply corrupt. The people are poor and the ruler does not care for them. Moreover, wickedness and deceit abound, and those above and below evade each other. Many are guilty of crimes, and executions are common on the roads. To stop killing with killing, the killers cut off the roots, destroy their ancestral temples and clans, causing everyone to feel insecure, yet they still do not correct their ways. This is the beginning of the destruction of the country. One of the scholars became increasingly agitated as he spoke. The guests in the building all changed their expressions drastically, their pupils fixed on the scholars. Although these people are pedantic and use profound words, many people can understand the meaning behind their words. These must be students from Qishan Academy. How dare they! Openly pointing fingers at His Majesty the Emperor, accusing him of cruelty and inhumanity, and making such pronouncements about the destruction of the nation. Aren't they afraid of being punished? In the distance, several men almost left the restaurant immediately. If we're afraid of being punished, then all our learning and knowledge will have been for nothing. One of the students turned to look at the group and said, Qin Zheng did not establish laws and reduce punishments, nor did he practice frugality and cultivate virtue to benevolent and lenient towards the world. Instead, he imposed tyranny, slaughtering millions and causing bloodshed in the imperial city. This is the act of a tyrant, and in the end, he will alienate the people and the nation. The common people are afraid of his killing power and dare not speak out. Many ignorant people cannot distinguish right from wrong. We scholars have studied for more than 10 years, taking moral education as our priority. If we do not speak up for the common people, what is the use of our studies? You have offended the emperor's authority. Aren't you afraid of being punished? Someone reminded them. After one scholar finished speaking, another scholar sneered and shouted, Does this empire not have freedom of speech? Pointing out the problems is for the sake of the empire, is that wrong? Speaking out for the people, what crime is there? Have you all forgotten the bloodshed of the past 10 days? There will be another 10 days after the last 10. If we do not stop the indiscriminate killing of innocent people, sooner or later it will fall on you all and on hundreds of millions of citizens. There are millions of scholars in the empire. If punishing a few of us can awaken thousands of scholars to speak out for the people, we will have no regrets. Indeed, this emperor's killing spree is too ruthless. It's shocking to witness. If he doesn't cultivate benevolence, he may bring disaster upon the people of the world. Some people in the corner seized the opportunity to chime in. This sparked outrage among many people, who joined the discussion. Another location outside the building. The leader of the Mountain and River Alliance, Yan Bai, sat opposite Longshan, the president of the Heavenly Dragon Association, listening quietly and smiling without saying a word. These people have no sense of awe, they're bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Beside him, a servant shook his head. Yan Bai laughed and said, These people are just the first birds to stick their necks out, released by others. I heard that Scholar Tan was humiliated in court. These scholars are proud and arrogant, how could they swallow this insult? It would be strange if they didn't give him a good scolding. Longshan also laughed and said, I heard that some people have written books to criticize him, digging deep into every word and deed of that emperor, hurling insults, and even launching all sorts of verbal attacks. Yan Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, then said, You know what, these scholars are really not to be trifled with. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. Many citizens of the empire are unaware of the dangers, and once they start causing trouble together, it will be really difficult to deal with them. Especially now that His Majesty is at a crucial moment of decision. Throughout history, many emperors have suffered at the hands of scholars, and many have even nearly had their empires overthrown. Now that Qishan Academy is spread throughout the eastern region, if we touch them, the overwhelming condemnation will be unbearable for anyone. Otherwise, how could Qishan Academy dare to allow such behavior? Longshan laughed and said, That's good. It puts pressure on His Majesty, making him need more support in order to win the strong support of the Lingxi Sect. It's not easy to understand the meaning behind words. Alliance leader! Patriarch Nangong requests an audience. At this moment, a person came in from outside and reported. Look, it's here. Yan Bai smiled, stood up, and said, Farewell. Longshan remained silent. Not long after Yan Bai left, he also got up and went back. After all, they'll probably be looking for him soon. Mountain and River Alliance. Nangong Yinwan sat in the main hall. Patriarch Nangong, what brings you here? Words are not easy to say. His voice arrives before he does. He steps into the hall and bows repeatedly. Nangong Yin stood up and clasped his hands in greeting. After Yan Bai sat down, Nangong Yin said, Alliance leader Shanha, I won't beat around the bush. I have a matter to discuss with you. Now that the court is at peace and the chaos has been settled, our emperor is young and capable, and you have seen his strategies and methods. It can be said that the Empire is fortunate. With His Majesty governing the country and the strong support of the Lingxi Sect, we will surely be able to stabilize the situation and greatly prosper the Empire. However, you should also understand that if you want the strong support of the Lingxi Sect, you might have enough potential. If you can get the help of the Mountain and River Alliance, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. I wonder if the Mountain and River Alliance leader is interested? Yan Bai listened intently, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head, looking troubled, and said, Patriarch Nangong, to be honest, I still need to discuss this matter with the leaders of the Alliance. I'm not afraid you'll be unhappy, but I'm worried that your attitude might not be His Majesty's. If His Majesty could come here, or issue an imperial edict to guide us, I would certainly do my utmost to persuade the officials in charge to make this happen. Nangongyan frowned. I'm unhappy. This is to get His Majesty to back down and lower his stance. It's just to secure more benefits for the Mountain and River Alliance. Is there no discussion about this? Nangongyan asked. He understood that it was absolutely impossible to let that Imperial Emperor set foot here. Don't worry, Patriarch Nangong. I will raise this matter with the Alliance. It is not easy to bow one's hands in respect. Nangongyan stood up, stared at Yan Bai, and said, Alliance leader of the mountains and rivers, this Emperor of the Empire is no ordinary person. His talent and ambition are immeasurable. If you support him, you will be rewarded. If you wish to observe, then you will have to wait and see. After saying that, he turned and left. These people have no idea what they're doing and don't even consider them a threat. The fact that he stepped forward was already giving them face, and they're still not satisfied. It's not easy to frown when you speak. Nangongyan's tough attitude was somewhat unexpected. This put him in a somewhat passive position. However, the current commotion caused by those scholars will only increase the pressure on Qin Zheng. Given that the Tianlong Mercenary Association and several other forces share his attitude, Nangongyan will likely face a setback. Thinking of this, he composed himself. Keep waiting. Even if Qin Zheng doesn't come, at least he should send an imperial edict. Otherwise, I'd rather not get involved. Chapter 46 Want to test if my sword is sharp? The matter of the Mountain and River Alliance made Nangongyan reflect on himself. He recalled what Qin Zheng had said at the Nangong family. A clown, not worth a second glance. Choose to leave. This implies a lack of confidence in the Empire. Nobody is optimistic about them. If you want to recruit them and keep them, you'll have to pay a price. But what value does the Mountain and River Alliance have that would make Qin Zheng lower himself to invite them? From the very beginning, he saw through it all. Ironically, I, who have been in charge for many years, was completely clueless and confused all day long. Your Majesty, you truly amaze me. Nangongyan shook his head. They also did not go to the Tianlong Mercenary Guild or other forces. Who are you? In a secluded alley, 4 scholars from Qishan Academy frowned as they stared ahead. Several strange men stared intently at them. These people are from the Taiji sect. You have audacity to openly insult Qin Zheng as a tyrant and spread rumors of national annihilation. One of the middle-aged men sneered. You are not Qin Zheng's people. Do you still want to interfere in the affairs of Qishan Academy? A scholar frowned. They could tell from the tone of their voices. We are indeed not Qin Zheng's people. We also hate Qin Zheng and want him to suffer a fate worse than death, but we need your help. A murderous glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, 4 streaks of light transformed into blades, and with a soft splat, 4 heads flew high into the air. They killed them as easily as crushing ants. I've heard that Qin Zheng's mysterious methods kill without leaving a trace, and he likes to behead people. These scholars who insulted him were beheaded like this. Deacon Chummy, do you think Qishan Academy might be thinking about those mysterious methods? The middle-aged man said indifferently. Look at the golden-clad figure standing with his hands behind his back. He was a deacon of the enforcement hall of the Taiji sect, a powerful expert at the 2nd level of the refining spirit realm. Originally, the affairs of the imperial city were only to be handled by Taoist Shang Huang and others. Due to the prestige of the Lingxi Sect, even those at the refining spirit realm could not openly appear here. But now, the Qin Empire has issued a kill order against the Taiji sect, and the order is to exterminate the entire clan and wipe them out. This has greatly angered the Taiji sect, so they naturally don't care about such things anymore. Deacon Chani said indifferently. Whether you make the connection or not, the death of someone at Qishan Academy will provoke those scholars, and naturally, someone will try to pin it on Qin Zheng. Too many beings are lurking within the imperial city. However, these arrangements were all made by behemoths from all corners of the empire. If the Lingxi sect increases its support for the empire, they will not be able to sit still. Spread the word about this place. He said something and turned to leave. The others followed. Soon, Jian, one of the 6 sons of Qin, arrived with a group of scholars. When he saw the 4 severed heads, his pupils contracted and he felt a sense of fear. Bastard! He even dares to kill someone from my Qishan Academy! A scholar was furious. It must be Qin Zheng! The other person became angry, and they had also heard of Qin Zheng's mysterious methods of killing without leaving a trace and eliminating enemies silently. The bodies of the Kenshin disciples have not yet been found. The destruction of the Blood Feather Tower branch remains a mystery, as to who was responsible. Jian frowned. If Qin Zheng was going to take action, there was no need to target only these few. However, he didn't explain. Now that someone has died at Qishan Academy, people are not only panicked, but also more agitated, with insults, slander, and even more writings and debates. The Emperor's bedchamber. Over the course of 14 days, 700 new level 3 units with light and shadow attributes and 700 new level 3 units with destruction attributes were added. Who could have imagined such a terrifying power? Qin Zheng was especially looking forward to the destructive power of the destructive attribute units. My lord! A unit with light and shadow attributes appeared and reported back on everything that had happened in the Imperial City recently. This includes powerful figures from the Taiji Sect arriving at the Imperial City. Nagong Yunjin Mountain and River Alliance. Scholars criticized and attacked him with words and writings, etc. This was exactly as expected. Having dealt with Ouyang Xiong and Qingqing, we must now confront the immense pressure emanating from every corner of the empire, all of whom are doing their utmost to destroy it and push it into the abyss. In this grand drama of the theory of national demise, there are more than just 1 or 2 clowns playing their roles. 1 or 2 people can't create such a big stage. There are too many voyeurs to identify one by one, so let's be decisive. Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes, as cold as stars, revealed a sharp and ruthless edge. Golden armor also appeared. My lord, shall we eliminate these imperial heretics of the Taiji Sect? Qin Jia asked. Those who defy the will of the Qin government and the order of the empire are heretics in the eyes of the golden-armored warrior. However, he will not act without Qin Zheng's decree. Qin Zheng stood up, looked outside the imperial palace, and after a moment said, What I want is not just their lives, but also their entire Taiji Sect. Since they're here, we might as well have them lead the way. Send Mieli and the others there, you assist them. It's time to see the power of units with the destruction attribute. Like the Sword Heart Sect, the Taiji Sect is a 5th-grade sect. Its foundation is indeed terrifying in the eyes of the world, but it is not worthy of Qin Yang's attention. Even if someone is at the core formation realm, the golden armor can destroy them. With those people leading the way, the light and shadow attribute troops can find the Taiji Sect instantly. As for others, it seems everyone is watching him. How could he not satisfy them? Your Majesty! The rebels have been completely wiped out, and all departments are now performing their duties. Outside the capital, the rebellions in all the prefectures have been quelled. The Black Cavalry has wiped out Qingqing's remaining forces and is stationed in the 3 prefectures of Shouyang, Nanyang, and Tushan, awaiting His Majesty's command. All the spoils from the confiscation have been deposited into the national treasury. In the imperial court, Qin Zheng stood before the dragon throne, his back to the assembled officials, leaning on the imperial sword, without uttering a word, listening to their reports. Your Highness. Besides Baiyu, Wang Zhan, Yan Qing, Zhao Qi, Li Xian, and others, there was also Yun Ting, the commander of the Imperial Heavy Cavalry Black Cavalry Legion, as well as the newly promoted Grand Master of the Palace Zhou Yuan, the director of the Imperial Household Department Yan Shu, and the director of the Imperial Grain Administration Guang Lu. Yan Shuxiu was a man of noble character, and a man of great learning, with the ability to govern a country. He proposed to enter the court as an official, and Qin Zheng did not refuse. The officials in the court were all carefully selected by Wang Zhan, and they were all conscientious and efficient in handling government affairs. Your Majesty! The capital city is now secure and the situation has stabilized. Should we recall the Black Cavalry to their original garrison? Yun Ting asked. The Black Cavalry can be stationed in the 3 prefectures. There is no need to deploy them further. Qin Zheng Dao. Upon hearing this, everyone became puzzled. Wang Zhan said, Your Majesty, the Black Cavalry is meant to intimidate the other prefectures. If they are to leave their original garrison and be transferred back to the 3 prefectures including Shouyang, their deterrent effect will be diminished, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. Is there an opportunity to take advantage? The jackals lurking in the darkness are more terrifying than the enemies that are out in the open. Like ants, they hide in unseen corners, silently digging up the dam of the Empire. Only by draining the water that covers the dam can we truly know where the breaches have occurred? Qin Zheng's words gave the ministers much to think about. Nowadays, the various vassal kings hold military power and occupy many prefectures. The Empire has very few counties under its control, and it can only maintain this through intimidation. If your Majesty intends to reverse the situation, you should first target the prefectures and territories that you can still control. Without the deterrent effect of the Black Riders, many hidden enemies will be eager to come out and expose themselves to the world. Then, we can tidy it up in a targeted way. You'll be able to master it. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but admire the young emperor's increasingly terrifying and astonishing strategies. Your Majesty's foresight is truly admirable. Wang Zhan bowed. The ministers were also secretly shocked. It was no wonder that Qin Zheng and Ouyang Xiong were defeated by such an emperor. At that very moment, Qin Zheng suddenly turned around, his sword-like eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a cold and stern look. His voice was authoritative and deep as he said, "Recently I have heard some unpleasant remarks." Wang Zhan, Baiyu, Zhao Qi, and other ministers all focused their gazes and bowed. You all knew? Seeing these people's actions, Qin Zheng raised a slight brow. I have indeed heard of it. Baiyu bowed and cupped his hands, saying, A group of students from Qishan Academy are neglecting their studies, being misled, and spouting vulgarities. I have already sent people to investigate. Check? Is the investigation clear? Qin Zheng flicked his sleeve. He leaned on his sword, walked to the dragon throne, and said coldly, Without deterrence, people will become unscrupulous. If they are indulged, they will act recklessly. The Empire's food has emboldened them to indulge their idleness, wantonly trampling on the Empire's dignity, trying to test the sharpness of my sword. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head, and the cold and dignified aura he exuded in that instant made all the ministers tremble. They all bowed. I can't look directly at it. Then I will grant their request. Only hanging a sword over their heads might bring them to their senses. Chapter 47 The Emperor's wrath cannot be touched, so let's have a burning of books and burying of scholars alive. Qin Zheng's words were extremely ruthless. Even veteran officials like Baiyu and Wang Zhan, who had weathered countless storms, felt a chill that went straight to their bones. The armor of a soldier honed by 1,000,000 lives is so formidable that no one dares to touch it. The majesty emanating from this young emperor is growing ever more imposing and awe-inspiring. However, those students from Qishan Academy were indeed hateful. At a time when the court was unstable and the officials were busy handing over government affairs, they stirred up trouble, slandered the monarch, and cursed the empire. This was far too unscrupulous. Previously, when Tan Wangluan was in the imperial court, they tried to persuade him to stay and reconsider, but they never expected things to turn out this way. The murderous intent in Qin Zheng's eyes was intense. He ignored Tan Wangluan's disrespect. Let him decide for himself whether he wants to stay or leave. But now, Qishan Academy is openly cursing the empire, insulting him, and bringing up his affairs and royal secrets to attack and smear him. And it wasn't just one or two. Although I know that there are too many people behind the scenes stirring things up. But he no longer cared. This group of people pushed Qishan Academy forward to plot against him, and he did just that, stirring up trouble in the capital once again. By drawing attention this way, the destruction and light/shadow attribute units can take care of the Lingxi Sect. We were missing someone to provide cover. Now that they're sticking their heads out, I'd really feel bad if I didn't cut them down with this sword. Also, with thousands of years of history in his mind, and learning from history, he understood these pedantic scholars very well. If you offend them, they will write books and biographies, wantonly smear you, enough to distort history and smear you as a sinner for all eternity. Especially behemoths like Qishan Academy. They were found throughout the various empires of the eastern regions. Their writings and works can fool the people, portraying him as an utterly wicked tyrant, and planting this ideology in the minds of the people of the eastern region. But he wasn't afraid. Even the sharpest pen tip cannot withstand the sharpness of an iceberg. No matter how vast the body of written works may be, they cannot extinguish the flames of imperial tyranny. If they are not useful to the empire, then he will throw them all into the fire. The empire was beset by crises and already in ruins, so he had nothing to worry about. After re-establishing imperial order, he had ample time to cleanse the lingering poison. Therefore, he wouldn't mind burning books and burying scholars alive. If they want to be high and mighty, then break their spines. Zhao Qi, heed the imperial decree! Qin Zheng shouted, then turned to the side and thought for a moment before coldly saying, I hereby grant you military power. Deploy the imperial guards to arrest all traitors from Qishan Academy. Anyone involved in this matter will be punished and beheaded immediately. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without exception. Wang Zhan, Baiyu, and the others looked grave. Zhao Qi also frowned. He glanced at Baiyu. Baiyu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Qishan Academy is located throughout the empire. If the Qishan Academy in the capital city is disturbed, it will likely trigger a series of reactions. Qin Zheng raised a brow, turned and looked down, saying, Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be executed. Your subject obeys the decree. Zhao Qi cupped his hands in greeting. Immediately, Qin Zheng turned and left. The ministers then withdrew one after another. Wang Zhan, Baiyu, and Yun Ting all stayed behind and met Qin Zheng outside the hall. Your Majesty, the rebellion in the court has just been quelled, and many have been killed, causing panic among the people of the capital. If we launch another military campaign now, won't that exacerbate this panic? Baiyu offered this reminder. These are issues that we must consider carefully. Killing 1 million people was already enough to deter others. Taking action against Qishan Academy would inevitably cause public discontent. Qin Zheng stood in front of the stone railing, looking at the imperial city. He was naturally aware of these things. But they had no choice but to kill. He not only wanted to vent his anger, but he was also preparing to attack the Lingxi Sect. Killing and gratitude go hand in hand. Since he's going to take action against Qishan Academy, he also needs to appease the people of the capital. Let's issue another imperial edict. Qin Zheng spoke slowly. Baiyu and the others listened respectfully. The empire built by the Qin people with 800 years of painstaking effort is now surrounded by enemies who are causing chaos among the people. Bandits roam freely, plundering the people. Enemies from all sides have humiliated our Qin prestige and broken our backbone. The people can hardly stand up and look up at the heavens, nor can they walk with their heads held high. This is the hatred of the people, the humiliation of the men, and also my pain. I am determined to reverse the tide, restore imperial order, enhance the prestige of my people, and make all directions submit, so that Qin will reign supreme throughout the world. All citizens of the great Qin Empire, abide by the law and discipline, and be protected by me. No sect dares to deceive you, no heaven dares to oppress you, no enemy dares to humiliate you, and you are of one heart with me. The pain of a husband. Rise up and look up at the sky, walk with your head held high. Wang Zhan and Baiyu remained silent. I was completely distracted. 800 years of trials and tribulations have broken the backs of countless people and numbed their hearts. Now, we need such a resounding voice to awaken them. Yun Ting also stared at the figure from behind. Perhaps no one understands. But he still carried the empire forward alone, searching for the dignity that existed 800 years ago. How could such a sight not move him? Qin Zheng gazed into the distance, pondered for a moment, and knew that these words sounded nice but had no practical meaning. He continued, Besides this edict, have the officials draft a plan for tax reductions and exemptions. As for the attitude of the Imperial Preceptor's office, we don't need to pay attention to it. Tax reduction or exemption? The three of them were stunned for a moment. It's been so many years since I last touched this. As the empire declined, in order to secure greater support from the Lingxi Sect, taxes had not been adjusted as much and had instead been consistently increased. If taxes are reduced or exempted, it will be an unprecedented way to appease the people. Now that the homes of many corrupt officials have been confiscated, the imperial treasury can sustain itself for many years. Tax reduction is indeed a feasible option. Only the imperial preceptor's residence. The movement of this cake also signifies a change in the offerings made to the Lingxi Sect. However, since Qin Zheng no longer cared about their attitude, there was no need to consider it further. With the tax reduction policy in place, who would care about the wild talk of Qishan Academy? Yun Ting, Qin Zheng suddenly said. Your subordinate is here. Yun Ting cupped his hands in greeting. I intend to take action against the Mountain and River Alliance and the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Association. Qin Zheng turned to Yun Ting and said, You decide the reason, as long as it's reasonable. To provoke two major powers in the Imperial City? What did these two do to offend this person? Yun Ting didn't waste any words. He knew Qin Zheng had his reasons, so he said, This subordinate obeys the order. I will arrange for the swordsman Wenxiu to help you openly, and there will also be people helping you secretly. Qin Zheng reminded him. The power of the Imperial Heavy Cavalry Black Cavalry is unmatched by ordinary armies. They can fight against cultivators. Yun Ting is also a half-step refining God realm expert, with a heavy killing aura. Without the advantage of divine sense, even a refining God realm expert is no match for him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to control the 800,000 Black Cavalry. Yunting cupped his hands in greeting. The three were dismissed, and Qin Jia and Nieli also arrived. My lord! The Taiji sect members have been placed under surveillance. Their every move has been monitored. The man in golden armor reported back. Qin Zheng nodded and said, Take 500 men and lie in ambush in the shadows to find out the true strength of the Taiji sect. Nieli will take 500 men and follow behind. I will draw all my attention to the capital. You must resolve this as soon as possible. Taiji sect is a cultivation sect, and everyone there is a cultivator. They generate a lot of energy and blood crystals, and may even produce a lot of exotic crystals. It might be enough to help him upgrade the levels of his light and shadow attribute units and destruction attribute units. Once they are all upgraded to level 4 or 5, he will be able to deter the villains. Moreover, energy can also help him level up. That's his goal. As my lord commands. Both of them spoke devoutly. My lord, what about your safety? Qin Jia was worried. With him guarding the area, even experts at the core formation realm wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If he left. Don't worry about me. Qin Jingdao. Although Qin Jia and Nieli took away 500 types of troops, there are still thousands of troops in the Imperial City, most of which are level 3. Each of them can deal with the Transformation Sea realm. Who would dare to be presumptuous? Moreover, it can produce 100 every day, so what's there to worry about? Qin Jia and Nieli also unconditionally obeyed the will of Qin Jing. Everything is ready. With so many eyes watching, I will not let you down. Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes narrowed as he turned and looked down at the Imperial City. Imperial City. Suzaku Avenue. To kill in the shadows, is this the magnanimity of an emperor? You can kill 1, 2, 3 or 4, but can you kill the thousands upon thousands of students of Qishan Academy? To kill in secret is a disgrace. Upon hearing the news of the student's assassination, many students were not afraid at all. Instead, they became even more furious and convinced that Qin Zheng had used mysterious means to kill the student. They cursed as they left the building. However, at that moment, a rapid and rhythmic sound of armor rubbing against each other suddenly rang out outside. Chapter 48. Maintain your superiority, and never kneel down. With a resounding, orderly march, they quickly approached the restaurant. A contingent of Imperial Guards. Many people avoided it. 6 students from Qishan Academy also stepped forward. They looked at the group of Imperial Guards, their eyes narrowed, but they showed no fear. They pretended to be calm and raised their heads high to show their strength. The leading official glanced at the group, his eyes cold and stern, and ordered, Take them down! In an instant, the guards drew their swords and immediately surrounded the 6 men, capturing them in a swift motion. Although the strength of the guards cannot compare with that of cultivators, the strength of martial artists is still terrifying. These scholars have not yet cultivated their righteous chi, so how could they compare? He was subdued without even putting up a fight. How dare you! I am a student of Qishan Academy. Among the 6, a young man dressed in a white scholar's robe glared angrily at the official and said, If you touch us, you will be attacked by the entire Qishan Academy in the eastern region. Is this what you rely on to be so unscrupulous as to slander His Majesty and curse the Empire? The official stared coldly at the 6 students. Yes. Qishan Academy is spread throughout the eastern region, rooted in various empires, and possesses immense power, far-reaching influence, and extraordinary strength. If we provoke them, we will not only have to face the students of the entire empire, but also all the students of Qishan Academy in the entire eastern region. This is an existence that even the most powerful and vast forces cannot ignore. So, this makes these students of Qishan Academy arrogant and aloof, so that even if they are unscrupulous and fearless, they believe that the Empire will not dare to do anything to them. Qin Zheng is cruel, that's a fact. Does he dare to do it, but not dare to let people talk about it? The young man, Mui, in his white scholar's robes, argued. The official slapped him hard across the face, turning his face to one side, leaving a bloody handprint covering half of his face. The other 5 people's pupils contracted. The onlookers were also shocked and watched silently. You! Mui glared angrily at the official. Are you a Qin person? A citizen of the great Qin Empire? The official asked 2 questions in quick succession, his eyes filled with anger. The Empire is beset by crises and surrounded by enemies. His Majesty alone carries the Empire forward, seeking change, restoring the Empire's prestige, and reclaiming the glory and stability that everyone yearns for. I don't seek anyone's understanding. Everyone in the court is working hard. You bunch of good-for-nothings, eating the Empire's food while undermining its backbone. Is it indulgence that makes you so reckless? Take away! The official angrily flung his hand away and turned to leave. A group of soldiers escorted the 6 men to Xuanwu Gate. The crowd of onlookers remained, frowning, pondering the official's words, and fell into silence. "I'm innocent, why are you arresting me? Your abuse of violence will lead to the downfall of this empire. I am a student of Qishan Academy, a disciple of a scholar, how dare you?" Throughout the imperial city, the guards swiftly apprehended students from Qishan Academy, collected their writings and treatises, and escorted them to Xuanwu Gate. In an instant, the entire imperial city was in an uproar once again. Those who were waiting for Qin Zheng to trample on the imperial preceptor's residence were also stunned by this sudden move. No one expected that Qin Zheng would actually dare to target Qishan Academy. This is not a good sign. In the end, he was still too young and impetuous, lacking a bit of composure. At the window of a restaurant, a richly dressed middle-aged man looked at the captured students of Qishan Academy and shook his head. Sitting next to him were several handsome men and beautiful women, also dressed in special costumes. These are specially made garments, unique to the Duanwu family, one of the 5 great clans of the empire. These people are members of the Duanwu family. One of the boys asked in confusion. "Why does fourth uncle say that?" The middle-aged man said. "The Qishan Academy's cursing of the empire and insults against the monarch are clearly the work of someone stirring things up behind the scenes. Everyone knows that His Majesty has demonstrated astonishing strategic acumen and the great potential to stabilize the empire, making it highly likely that he will receive increased support from the Lingxi Sect once again. But now, someone is pushing Qishan Academy to the forefront, putting Qin Zheng in opposition to Qishan Academy." "I see," the young man suddenly realized. "Qishan Academy is spread throughout the eastern region and has a great influence, comparable to a hegemon. If Qin Zheng deals with Qishan Academy, the pressure will fall on him. Those who want to support him should also examine the threat posed by the behemoth that is Qishan Academy, as this could potentially undermine further support for the Lingxi Sect. So, Qin Zheng has fallen into a trap." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. "In terms of strategy, he is indeed extraordinary, but he lacks composure. He was provoked by the students of Qishan Academy and became completely enraged, which probably fulfilled the wishes of many people." Another youth said. "Anyway, the family sent us here to investigate Qin Zheng's mysterious methods. Now that the capital is in chaos again, those mysterious methods will be activated, and we'll find out soon." Their location was imprisoned by the middle-aged man's special magic, preventing anyone from hearing their conversation. The boy was reckless. But the girl next to her was unhappy, pouting and saying, "I want to stay in the capital for a few more days." The middle-aged man ignored him. Instead, they looked outside. Since Qin Zheng was outmaneuvered, the pressure from the Lingxi Sect will be much less for those forces that care. To carry the burden alone means to face numerous enemies alone. Unfortunately, even 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, let alone thousands of hands. In a mountain villa in the imperial city, many snow-white figures stood atop a tall pavilion, overlooking the distant streets and their every move. They were tall and slender with extremely well-proportioned figures. They wore white dresses embroidered with snowflake patterns, their skin was as white as snow, and their temperament was cold, like ice and snow fairies. These people are from the Frost Valley, a 9th-grade sect in the far west of the empire. Like the Duanwu family, they also came to investigate Qin Zheng's mysterious methods. Melt into darkness, and melt into light. Vanished without a trace. This mysterious technique can only be possessed by those who have mastered the breaking of the void and are celestial beings, and many people are very curious about it. He's made a move against Qishan Academy. What's his strategy? At the forefront, a stunningly beautiful woman with her hair tied up with an ice hairpin gazed at the street. Her face was as cold as an iceberg, and her sapphire blue eyes gave off an otherworldly, aloof and unapproachable aura. Senior sister, is Qin Zheng really as shrewd and resourceful as the rumors suggest? A beautiful woman standing nearby looked on suspiciously. If someone truly possesses profound strategic vision, how could they not see through these things? Yes. I've heard all about him before. How outstanding he is, how brilliant his strategies are, how ingenious his plans are. Surely he can see through this obvious scheme? Or perhaps he was provoked and lost his judgment. Others also said so. Just then, someone remembered something and suddenly said, "Oh right, I saw people from Thundercloud Pavilion and Sword-Casting Manor come to the Imperial City earlier. Now that the mask of the Imperial City has been torn off, it's no wonder everyone wants to come in and spy." The stunningly beautiful figure called Senior Sister still had icy blue eyes, devoid of any emotion. She looked into the distance, pondering why Qin Zheng had made this wrong decision. It wasn't just him. Near Xuanwu Gate, people from Leiyun Pavilion and Zhujian Manor were also pondering the matter. But, compared to Qin Zheng, they were more interested in seeing his mysterious methods and the attitude of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Xuanwu Gate Execution Ground. The dark red, dried bloodstains couldn't be washed away. The carnage from half a month ago still fills the void, making this place as eerie and terrifying as the underworld. Zhao Qi sat on the execution platform, watching the group of Qishan Academy students who had been captured. Even after being pushed here, they still held their heads high and looked defiant. "How many can you kill?" Mui roared. The official ignored him, and neither did the soldiers escorting him. A squad of soldiers escorted 10 people to the execution platform. "You dare!" The 10 men struggled frantically, roaring. "If you kill us, can Qin Zheng withstand the condemnation of scholars across the land? Let me go!" But the soldiers escorting them didn't listen at all. Locked their heads shut and pressed them onto the guillotine. This made the other students' pupils constrict, and they began to stir restlessly. "What's there to be afraid of? Even if your head is chopped off, it'll only leave a scar the size of a bowl. If Qin Zheng dares to kill us, he will surely be scorned by all the students in the eastern region, and his reign as emperor will be over." Many people shouted. He still held his head high, his eyes filled with anger, disdain, and defiance. Seeing that these people still wouldn't compromise, the officials were furious. If these people gave in, they could report to the emperor and perhaps save their lives. Even now, they still act so self-righteous. "Keep your haughty attitude, and whatever you do, don't kneel down." The official looked at Mui and the others and gave a cold snort. "Kneel down? What a joke! A man's knees are more likely to break than kneel. Don't even think about beheading me, or being skinned alive. I'd rather die than kneel down. We did nothing wrong." Mui scoffed. Chapter 49. Troops approach Qishan Academy, destruction attribute units deployed. "Execute them!" Zhao Qi threw down the execution order. 10 executioners stepped forward, raised their swords, and brought them down. Click! 10 heads fell off at once, and blood spurted out in a hissing, gushing motion. In an instant, the students, who had been frantically swinging their arms and struggling in anger, stopped moving. The scene fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Those pairs of pupils contracted sharply, their eyes fixed on the 10 corpses with severed necks. Even closer, they could hear the hissing sound of blood spurting out. "Asshole!" Someone, whose voice trembled with anger, let out a curse. It instantly brought everyone back to their senses, and they roared like madmen. One squad of soldiers continued to pull 10 more people. "Let me go!" Snap! 10 more people were killed, their blood splattering on the ground. Many people began to tremble, and the disdain and defiance in their eyes gradually disappeared. Mu Yi's pupils trembled, and his hands gripped tightly. "Cut!" Zhao Qi was not as long-winded as the official. He had overseen executions before, so he was used to such scenes. Many people who were arrogant just a moment ago suddenly had their legs go weak and were dragged to the execution platform and beheaded. That blade was terrifying. It made everyone tremble and feel weak all over. They overestimated their willpower. Those roars were not their resentment, but their last act of defiance. If you're not afraid of death, it's because the executioner's blade hasn't been hanging over your head yet. How can pride withstand the blade of a butcher's knife? "I know I was wrong. Sir, spare my life." In an instant, many people collapsed to the ground, kneeling and begging for mercy. But Zhao Qi ignored him. Cut them down one after another. Terrification and despair caused everyone to abandon Qishan Academy and the students' noble pride, and they all cried out and begged for mercy. Mu Yi was no exception. As he watched the people around him being dragged onto the execution platform, his whole body began to tremble. He didn't kneel. "But my crotch is already wet." The official glanced at it, and immediately showed disdain. If Ruomui could maintain his previous demeanor, he might have held him in higher regard, but even so. Mui could sense the official's gaze. He felt ashamed, his face burning, but his inner will was constantly crumbling. Snap! The moment the butcher's knife fell, Mui trembled all over, his legs went weak, and he couldn't even be supported by the 2 soldiers, so he knelt on the ground. "Sir! I know I was wrong. I just acted impulsively. We just wanted to vent our anger." Mui raised his eyes and looked at the official pleadingly. Not only him, but many people with backbone also knelt down at this moment. It's not that they're not afraid, but rather that they're too proud to admit it, and they're just pretending to be vulnerable inside. They're more afraid of death than anyone else. They never expected that they would actually kill them all. Shishan Academy doesn't care about them either. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? It's too late for you to beg now, you good for nothing. The official scoffed. The butcher's knife is under my command, how can it be easily withdrawn? Take it with you. At his shout, the soldiers dragged the man onto the execution platform. No, don't kill me. I'm a disciple of the scholar. Mui struggled frantically, his eyes bloodshot, roaring ferociously. The smell of blood extinguished any pride he had left. Shishan Academy. Squads of soldiers surrounded them. Zhao Qi, holding the imperial edict, stepped inside. Tan Wenluan, Yan Yi, and others stood in front of the academy. However, Jian was nowhere to be seen. Insolence! This is Shishan Academy, what do you want to do? Yan Yi roared angrily. A vast and righteous aura swept out like a storm, causing the void to hum and the surrounding tree branches to rustle. The soldiers in armor that entered were all swept away. The 6 sons of Qin, those scholars, possessed a strong sense of righteousness, and their cultivation was no less than that of the Transformation Sea realm. Their immense righteousness made it difficult for the soldiers to take a single step forward. Tan Wenluan stared at the imperial edict in Zhao Qi's hand, his pale eyes filled with endless rage. Zhao Qi steadied himself, opened the imperial edict, and read. Shishan Academy has disobeyed Qin laws and regulations, cursed the empire, insulted the monarch, conspired with the enemy, disrupted the court, and disregarded the fate of the empire. Their crimes are heinous. They shall be arrested immediately, and beheaded as a warning to others. This is the imperial decree. You want to capture us? The students standing behind Tan Wenluan and the others looked somber. Tan Wenluan said in a deep voice. Has Qin Zheng thought this through? Can he withstand the scorn of millions of Qishan students in the eastern region? Your Majesty has thought it through. Zhao Qi closed the imperial edict and said. The spittle of millions of Qishan students is nothing compared to the fate of the empire. We, as their subjects, can bear it. But Scholar Tan, who has received imperial favors over the years, has instead plunged the empire into peril during times of crisis, abandoning the gratitude expected of a scholar. He is utterly despicable. Take them all down, and kill them on the spot if they resist. Zhao Qi made a move. Who dares? Yan Yi shouted, and a surge of powerful energy transformed into a celestial phenomenon, rolling and surging in the clouds above Shishan Academy, attracting the attention of many powerful individuals. Thundercloud Pavilion, Frost Valley, the Duanwu family, Sword-Casting Manor, Lingxi Sect, and many other powerful figures hidden within the imperial city have all come to investigate. Tan Wenluan and the 6 masters of Qin were no different from other scholars. They cultivated the righteous qi, which can be said to have allowed them to ascend to the heavens in one step and become powerful immortal cultivators. Ordinary armored vehicles simply can't handle this. Especially Tan Wenluan, whose upright spirit has lasted for 200 years, is too unfathomable. To touch him, one would need Qin Zheng's mysterious methods hidden in the light and darkness. And this is something they are particularly concerned about. The Nangong family, the Yu family alliance, the Luo family, and other forces are also paying close attention. Previously, they all wanted to align themselves with the imperial court, and had made a decision. Now, this incident has pushed Shishan Academy to the opposite side of the Qin Empire. They wanted to see what His Majesty was planning. Or was it just a moment of anger that led to such a decision without considering anything else? Zhao Qi frowned. Looking up at the clouds, a golden celestial book appeared, covering half the sky and creating a heavy oppressive force that brought him unimaginable pressure. At that very moment, 10 mysterious armored soldiers suddenly emerged from behind Zhao Qi. They were tall and imposing, clad in black armor, with 3 dark, ethereal streams of energy swirling around them. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes held a deep, destructive light. Just standing there, an extremely dangerous and destructive aura emanated from them, which was truly awe-inspiring. Tan Wenluan's dark eyes also darkened. Their gazes focused on the 10 people, locking onto the 3 streams of black, silent energy, and they sensed an unparalleled, pure destruction. Could this be it? Those powerful figures who stood high in the clouds and watched from above also felt the chilling sense of destruction, and their hearts were filled with horror. Qin Zheng's mysterious method? Didn't they say they were hiding in the light and in the darkness, unseen and intangible? High in the sky, the Duanwu family members, protected by the middle-aged man, looked on in confusion. Such pure destruction! In the deep blue eyes of the stunningly beautiful senior sister from the frozen valley, there also flickered an instinctive sense of dread. Could these be the mysterious assassins hiding in the shadows? Nagong Yun was also surprised. This is the first time I've seen them actually make an appearance. Wow, it's finally here! The beautiful girl next to Yu Xuanji looked on with surprise as if she had finally seen the truth. Even Qin Chuan Pavilion, that lazy beauty, made a rare trip to see those 10 figures. The one from the Imperial Preceptor's mansion has come to probe with his divine sense. The blacksmith, who had also come over to investigate, frowned and muttered. He just revealed his methods so easily? Doesn't he know that mystery is what makes someone intimidating? Chapter 50 Outrageously Powerful Destructive Units. Qin Zheng's mysterious methods have been exposed, which will greatly weaken his deterrent power. Coupled with his opposition to Qishan Academy, this is enough to drag him back into a dead end. Outside Qishan Academy, the observing steward, Chang'e, sneered. The other Tai Chi sect members nearby silently agreed, staring at the 10 figures. They all knew that many forces and individuals were actually eyeing Qin Yang's mysterious methods. An assassination that leaves no trace. Even divine sense cannot discern the figure. Emerges with light and darkness, invisible and traceless, making it an almost unsolvable assassination move that cannot be countered by anyone other than a master at the core formation realm or above. And there are many such mysterious assassins. Therefore, many people are wary of it. I just want to find out whether it's a person or a legendary ghost. Now that this has been exposed, it has fulfilled the wishes of many people. It is estimated that Qin Yang's deterrent effect will not increase, but rather decrease significantly. Its appeal to the Lingxi Sect will also be greatly reduced. We're back to square one. Deacon Chang'e, should we go and rescue Shang Huang and the others now? A question from someone in the Transformation Sea realm. All eyes were drawn to Qishan Academy, which presented them with a perfect opportunity. Deacon Chang'e frowned and said, Let's take a look first. Understanding Qin Zheng's mysterious method will help us prepare. Upon hearing this, the others nodded silently. Assassinations lurking in the darkness and light are indeed a headache. If you don't encounter them, it's fine, but if you do, and you don't understand them, even a cultivator at the refining spirit realm might not fare well. The groups stared at each other silently. Little did they know, the light and shadow attribute units were also watching them from the side. There are 4 people in total. 3 realms of the 9th level of the Sea Transformation realm. A 2nd level spirit refinement cultivator. To avoid causing a major disturbance and affecting the plan, the light and shadow attribute units must strike and kill one person in the instant they are distracted, and severely injure one person to allow him to escape. At this time, Qishan Academy. The aura of destruction grew stronger. As Zhao Qi and the others watched the 10 people's backs, they felt an unprecedented fear and instinctively feared them. A destructive force is engulfing the world. An imperial heretic who has deviated from the will of our Lord. Accept the judgment of destruction. A unit with the destruction attribute ignored Yan Yi's suppression of righteous energy and stepped forward, causing the 3 black streams surrounding it to swirl even more rapidly. Bang! The void around him collapsed. Shatter the void! In an instant, everyone's pupils froze. Only experts at the core formation realm or higher can cause terrifying damage to the void. In an instant, even the muscular man in the blacksmith's shop and Jing Xiao from the Imperial Preceptor's mansion were moved. Tan Wanluan's pale eyes narrowed. Boom! The shattered void continued to spread, destroying all matter, and Zhao Qi and the others retreated in terror. The celestial book phenomenon in the clouds seemed to be pulled apart, transforming into streams of golden light that were absorbed by the destruction surrounding this destructive attribute unit. May your noble spirit endure forever, and your fame last for eternity. Yan Yi's expression changed drastically. With a flick of his sleeve, a golden pen shot out, releasing a dazzling golden light. He picked up the pen and drew a line of calligraphy. The book seal contained immense yuan power and absorbed the yuan energy of heaven and earth, charging towards that destructive attribute unit. That destructive unit charged forward with a sudden burst of speed. The void crumbled, shattering the seal. Everything around was destroyed in an instant. The extreme destruction terrified the students of Qishan Academy, who retreated in fear. The remaining 4 of the 6 sons of Qin also seized the opportunity to gather a majestic aura. One person focuses on the chessboard. With each chess piece placed, a fraction of the killing intent in the heavens and earth condenses, transforming into a golden beam of killing light that hurtles towards the destructive attribute unit. One person used his finger as a brush to draw a world-shaking spear, which descended from the sky. The other 2 uttered words that were imbued with a righteous spirit, transforming into a golden text that swirled between heaven and earth, suppressing the entire area within 100 miles of Qishan Academy. It was as if towering mountains were pressing down on the sky. Even the elite guards, who were skilled in martial arts, found it difficult to move. As expected of the 6th master of Qin, who is known as having the appearance of a great Confucian scholar. He already possesses such terrifying and awe-inspiring power even before reaching the level of a scholar. He may be able to contend with a half-step refining God realm expert. The middle-aged members of the Duanmu family were astonished. To become a great Confucian scholar, to cultivate the body of a great Confucian scholar, is to be able to shake the very laws of heaven and earth. These people are so talented. The destructive attribute unit remained unmoved. In the golden world, its pupils became like black holes, revealing nothing but destruction. He suddenly opened his arms wide. A black cross-shaped longsword was drawn from the shattered void in front of him and soared into the sky. He gripped the black hilt of the sword tightly with both hands. He closed his eyes, as if praying devoutly before the sword. The next moment. Discipline! The will of the Lord of Destruction has descended. Those eyes of destruction suddenly opened. His jet-black hair suddenly exploded. The world suddenly turned dark. Endless destructive lightning suddenly tore open the sky, crashing down like a destructive lightning dragon. Click. Rumble. The void itself trembled, and the heavens were torn apart. An aura of utter destruction permeated the imperial city. A pillar of lightning, radiating intense light, pierced through the air in an instant, causing the chessboard to collapse, the spear to shatter, and the golden characters to crumble amidst endless arcs of electricity. Yan Yi's pupils contracted. It spewed out golden light and endless golden characters, which condensed into a giant golden fist that smashed into the lightning pillar, only to be instantly blasted apart. Qishan Academy stands tall and proud, its reputation is beyond reproach, and it remains untouched by divine punishment and tribulation. Tan Wanluan could no longer sit still. His azure eyes narrowed, and the surrounding energy was instantly drawn away and gathered around him, as a vast golden power erupted from his body. His aura, comparable to that of a half-step nascent soul cultivator, was immediately revealed. The entire academy was swept away. A terrifying shockwave permeated the entire imperial city. Everyone was deeply moved. No one expected that this scholar Tan would be so terrifying. Even Zheng Xiao was shocked. He cultivated himself diligently for 300 years, yet he couldn't compare to this scholar's 200 years of life. His noble spirit is simply unbelievable. Boom! A large golden cauldron slowly rose into the sky, receiving the mighty lightning strike. Rumble. The lightning bolt struck the cauldron, unleashing a dazzling destruction, but it was absorbed by the destruction attribute troops, making his power grow stronger and stronger. The lightning bolts continued uninterrupted, as if they connected to the sea of lightning in the sky, seemingly endless. From a distance, it looks like a silver pillar piercing through the sky. Tan Wanluan made his move. The 9 destruction attribute units behind them also moved. Their bodies were also shrouded in destruction, shattering the void. The black eyes of destruction narrowed, and 9 more pillars of destructive lightning struck the sky, piercing through heaven and earth in an instant and crashing down into Qishan Academy, directly blasting through the golden cauldron and continuing to bombard the ground. The earth seemed to have been pierced and cracked open, with stone slabs and soil flying everywhere. The guards outside Qishan Academy were blasted away a great distance. Zhao Qi was so shocked that he vomited blood and was sent flying to the other end. The students of Qishan Academy were destroyed by the terrifying destructive force, their bodies merging with the soil and buried along with the entire Qishan Academy. 3 of the 6 Qin generals, including Yan Yi, died instantly. Tan Wanluan transformed his righteous spirit into a record of the Qishan Chronicles, which surrounded him and bore the destruction from heaven and earth. The golden words crumbled and then kept coalescing. 10 units with the destruction attribute, each wielding a black cross-shaped great sword, circled the shattered void, bathed in lightning arcs, and charged toward Tan Wanluan in an instant, their 10 swords slashing fiercely at the Qishan's spring and autumn record. The layers of golden, glowing text dimmed slightly and shattered considerably, causing Tan Wanluan to stagger back a few steps. He withdrew. Yan Yi and another of the 6 great Qin warriors, having lost their protection, were shrouded in destruction. Their righteous aura shattered, and they crashed into the cracked earth as they collided with the collapsing void. Gurgle. Everyone who had been watching stared wide-eyed. The disbelief in his eyes was so intense it was almost tangible. Shock, fear, disbelief, and other emotions left them gaping, their expressions frozen on their faces. Looking at the endless lightning above Qishan Academy, 10 lightning pillars connecting heaven and earth, and the destructive void collapsing layer by layer. And the Qishan Academy, where the earth was destroyed and cracked. They were all lost in thought. Is this still the same mysterious method from that night? Is this it? Even the most composed individuals, including Nan Gongyun, the Luo family head, and Yu Xuanji, instantly crumbled upon seeing the devastated Forbidden Zone. It looks terrifying. Let alone facing it. Tan Wanluan, a scholar whose stature rivals that of a half-step nascent soul cultivator, exudes an aura of righteous indignation cultivated over 200 years of literary and Taoist practice. They were all forced to retreat. You can imagine how terrifying that is. This is definitely not the kind of mysterious method they saw that night. Absolutely not. Since it isn't, then it must be His Majesty the Emperor. Suddenly realizing this, the heads of various forces, including Yu Xuanji, the Luo family head, Nan Dongyun, Long Shan, and Yan Bai, felt a tremor in their hearts and involuntarily looked towards the palace. My heart was deeply moved. If this is indeed another method, then His Majesty is truly not just a man of deep scheming. Chapter 51 Qin Zheng is utterly ruthless. Smash! From afar, the pillars of destructive lightning at the Imperial Preceptor's residence resembled beams of laser light shooting from the ground to the sky, connecting heaven and earth. The continuous destruction distorted and shattered the space above Qishan Academy. This sight weighed heavily on the hearts of Xianming and the others. It looks terrifying from a distance, let alone being in that area. On the closed cultivation platform, Xing Zhao's golden pupils flickered, and his usually calm face was filled with emotion. He was almost certain that this wasn't the same method used that night. The destructive aura emanating from these 10 figures was too intense. Even if they were well hidden, it could still be sensed, indicating that they were definitely not using the same methods. This means that Qin Zheng has 2 methods. Moreover, this method actually involves manipulating heavenly tribulation lightning to destroy. This is borrowing the power of heaven and earth's destruction. Moreover, it is the divine punishment that living beings instinctively fear the most. They were easily controlled by 10 armored soldiers. No. It was as if they were part of the destruction itself, and the heavenly punishment and lightning were like their hands and feet, allowing them to do as they pleased. This is what moved him the most. Thinking of this, he also took it very seriously. Under his very nose, this young emperor had developed to such an extent that, terrifying, was an understatement. The muscular man was also more shocking than I had imagined. No one understood the terror of controlling heavenly tribulations better than him. Even he was startled. Perhaps she made the right decision. The muscular man murmured and turned toward the palace. Qin Zheng was the first young man he had ever seriously looked at, yet he couldn't see through him. It's as if you can never guess what he's thinking. The Duanwu family members watched in astonishment, the young man and woman frozen in exaggerated shock, looking somewhat wooden and comical. But nobody can laugh. They turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Fourth uncle, is this Qin Zheng's mysterious method? This is no assassin, this is the Lord of Destruction." The middle-aged man frowned, his heart trembling, and remained silent. This is indeed different from what was rumored. Either the rumor is wrong. Or perhaps this is another tactic employed by Qin Zheng. If it's the second one, then he should feel ashamed of his previous thoughts. To easily judge and dismiss a cunning emperor who is the focus of attention from various forces is a sign of his short-sightedness. This trip was definitely worth it. He thought to himself. This? Control the heavenly tribulation lightning. This is truly eye-opening. Even the usually calm, deep blue eyes of the eldest disciple of the Frozen Valley stirred with emotion. This is the same principle as how we in Ice Valley control ice. Beside them, a charming woman spoke, her tone tinged with suspicion. No, the same. The eldest sister looked at it carefully, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. There was just a big difference. Everyone else, savor these 3 words, and pay close attention. On the other side, the 4 members of the Taiji sect were also shocked and focused all their attention on the 10 destructive attribute units. At that very moment, light and shadow attribute units suddenly appeared. A moment. 3 cultivators at the ocean transformation realm were instantly beheaded. Even Deacon Chang'e couldn't react in time. A deadly sword flashed out and pierced his heart from behind, the pain quickly bringing him back to his senses. His divine sense spread out in an instant. I just realized that there were signs of life all around me, as well as a terrifying killing intent. His vast yuan power erupted, and his divine sense formed a terrifying spiritual pressure that suppressed the area within a 10-mile radius, capturing every move and probing every subtle fluctuation. This is the terror of the refining spirit realm. It can sense the existence of units with light and shadow attributes, and predict them with its divine sense. But the moment I felt the fluctuations of hundreds of stocks, Chang'e Dianji's composure collapsed instantly. How do we fight this? How to prevent it? Let's not just talk about him. Even 10 more refinement realm cultivators couldn't defend against this many. He knew this was Qin Zheng's mysterious method, and he quickly realized that Qin Zheng had known about their whereabouts for a long time. But he never expected that Qin Zheng would be so ruthless as to arrange for hundreds of such terrifying assassins to kill them. This is not just overestimating them. Instead, they wanted to ensure that they were killed without the slightest mishap. That's absolutely outrageous. At that very moment, the golden armored figure made its move. Countless divine senses of Chang'e Dianji suddenly rushed in at several times the speed, and with one sword, they directly cut off Chang'e Dianji's arm. Deacon Chang'e cried out in despair. We simply can't defend against it. Damn it! He unleashed a burst of Tai Chi light, and the vast and boundless Yuan energy permeated the entire street, seemingly smoothing it out in an instant, as if to wipe out all those lurking in the shadows. He didn't care how many people on the street were killed by this move. The moment he attacked, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed into the distance, breaking out of the Imperial City. He just wanted to escape. Everyone else, get out! Nothing can stop him. Not to mention saving Shang Huang Daoren and the others. The golden armored figure stared intently. They followed along. His goal was not to kill him, but to frighten Chang Yudianzi and force him to return to the Taiji sect so that he could lead the way for them. Otherwise, even if he were at the second level of the spirit refinement realm, in that dazed state just now, the golden armor could have killed him with the first strike. He didn't even get a chance to resist. Countless people were killed or wounded on this street, and the guards rushed to the scene. On the other side, Qishan Academy is now in ruins. Zhao Qi and the others quickly moved away. The 10 units with the destruction attribute were too ferocious, like warriors of destruction, charging towards Tan Wanglun. The light of destruction surrounding them shattered the golden characters as soon as it touched them. Even the soil and rocks that were floating in the air were instantly crushed and annihilated when they encountered it. But that's not the scariest part. The 10 lightning pillars seemed to be connected to their bodies, the lightning following them wherever they went, causing destruction wherever they went, as if to tell others that getting close would lead to destruction. The sheer ferocity and destructive power of it left others speechless. Even Tan Wanglun was shocked. Despite possessing a righteous aura comparable to a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator, he was unable to actively approach and attack these 10 people. If he attacks first, he will run into their destructive light and terrifying lightning, and he will be the one who suffers. He was a scholar. There are attack methods, but not many. The Records of Qishan is a classic text for cultivating righteous energy, but it can only be used for defense. The attacks he uses are to use righteous energy to control the primordial energy of heaven and earth to kill. But such killing is futile in the face of pure destructive power. 10 people gripped long, black cross-shaped great swords with both hands, flashing continuously as they slashed at Tan Wanglun. From a distance, it looked as if Tan Wanglun had committed some heinous crime and was being punished by the heavens, with 10 bolts of destructive lightning chasing after him. The endless net of lightning crackled and shattered the void, destroying everything in its path, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The beautiful girl next to Yushuanji was so shocked that her mouth gaped open into an O shape. It looks like it could fit a goose egg inside. The boy swallowed hard, staring in disbelief. A scholar who had lived for 200 years and was a half-step core formation realm expert, a godlike figure, was being chased and beaten like this. He couldn't help but turn his head and look towards the direction of the Imperial City, his eyes filled with admiration. The methods used before were terrifying enough to leave an unforgettable memory. Now, there's another one. It's truly surprising time and time again. Royal Palace. On the 99 steps of the Imperial Palace, Qin Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, watching 10 moving pillars of destructive lightning that covered a devastating area. He was extremely satisfied. The destructive power of the units exceeded his expectations. This is just one type of unit with the destruction attribute. Besides heavenly tribulations and lightning, there are also events such as the collapse of the void and the destruction of heaven and earth. Once they unleash their power, no one can even touch them. Whoever gets hit will be destroyed. And there are currently more than 10 units with the destruction attribute. There are still over 700. There will be even more in the future, 10,000, 100,000. 10 of them together have this power. What about 500 of them together? Qin Zheng turned his sword-like eyes to look in the other direction. Mieli led 500 destruction attribute troops to the Taiji sect. What kind of scene would it be if 500 humanoid destruction lightning units charged into the Taiji sect together? Chapter 52. Even my 200 years of saving face aren't enough to make me lose face. The void around the 10 destructive units collapsed, creating an extreme zone of destruction. As they attacked together, this area expanded. With the addition of the divine punishment lightning, which connects to the heavens and clouds, it seems endless. It's clearly an attitude that you can't afford to mess with or touch. Also, light and shadow attribute units are lurking on the edge, waiting for their chance to strike. With Tan Wangluan's Qishan Spring and Autumn records protecting him and possessing the strength of a half-step core formation realm cultivator, he is not so easy to deal with. Until they can break through his defenses, the light and shadow attribute troops can only wait. The 10 units with the attribute of destruction continuously absorb the destructive power generated by the destruction, becoming stronger with each battle. The pitch-black cross-shaped greatsword slashed through the void, like a black line of destruction, constantly destroying the righteous energy. The immense destruction and devastation left Han Wangluan speechless, unable to vent his frustration in public. This fight can't go on. You absolutely mustn't touch it. How do we fight? His old face turned ashen. If he had mastered more of the sect's offensive and killing techniques, he would have been more than capable of dealing with these 10 soldiers. He only has a breath of righteous energy, but he hasn't cultivated the body of a great Confucian scholar, and can't condense supernatural powers. He only has a body of internal strength and righteous power, and he probably can't even beat the sect experts in the 3rd or 4th stage of the refining spirit realm. He also knew that Qin Zheng had an even more terrifying assassination method that remained a mystery to this day. They're probably already lurking around here, waiting for an opportunity. This young emperor is indeed terrifying. Even he was amazed. He even regretted getting involved in this mess. After all, even if Yu Taipu and others were his students, they were still officials of the Qin Empire. This is rebellion, a heinous act of treason. Loyalty to the emperor and love for one's country are inscribed in the classic teachings of Qishan Academy. Those who violate this should be punished as a matter of course. As a teacher, he should be despised. However, the imposing and lofty Qishan Academy fostered his arrogance and pride. He used his prestige, built up over 200 years, to openly provoke the emperor in court, acting arrogantly and relying on his seniority, all to vent his anger at something that even he could not persuade. Liang Cheng made this mistake, and how could he not regret it? But given his temperament, even if he was wrong, at over 200 years old, he would not admit his mistake and apologize to a mere child like Qin Zheng. Looking at the ruins of Qishan Academy, he knew that if he didn't leave now, he might never be able to leave again. At that time, he will probably lose all the face he has built up over the past 200 years. And so, one step leads to heaven. The golden words flowed down to his feet like a river. Qin Zheng, you little brat! You are cruel and ruthless, slaughtering the world. You have squandered 800 years of national fortune. I will watch your empire collapse from afar. Tan Wangluan's words echoed throughout the imperial city. 200 years of self-cultivation have resulted in this humiliating and shameful end. If the fight continues, he will have nowhere to hide his old face. The records of Qishan's spring and autumn annals transforms into a long bridge spanning heaven and earth. Tan Wangluan seemed to ascend to heaven, taking a single step that stretched his figure into the distance, as if he were already at the edge of the sky. This was clearly a special technique of Qishan Academy. The great Qi unified, the 2 points of heaven and earth. One step into the sky. A person second only to a great Confucian scholar, comparable to a half-step core formation realm cultivator. Once he makes up his mind to escape, even a core formation realm cultivator probably can't stop him. But, even so, it's still astonishing to everyone who sees it. A man of noble character cultivated for 200 years, a renowned imperial grand scholar, an old sage, was utterly defeated by 10 soldiers, fleeing in humiliation and dismay, a truly astonishing turn of events. Even units with light and shadow attributes cannot perform further assassinations. The 10 units with the destruction attribute also stopped. The heavenly tribulation lightning gradually faded, and the shattered void, like a vortex flowing backward, gradually recovered. The black cross-shaped giant sword merged into the vortex and disappeared. But the destructive look in those eyes is still chilling. This kind of heavenly punishment lightning is pure celestial destructive power. Its killing and destructive power is terrifying. Even my Thundercloud Pavilion has to use it with caution. I never thought it would be controlled by a mere 10 soldiers. What a Qin Zheng! After the great battle, everyone from Thundercloud Pavilion was solemn. If we're talking about the destructive power of thunder, they are the most qualified to speak. Because the Thundercloud Pavilion cultivates thunder magic, they not only master the profound thunder on the ground, but also the heavenly thunder in the sky. Their methods of using it are incredibly diverse and they are extremely skilled at it. However, this was the first time they had ever seen someone so skillfully control the heavenly tribulation lightning, and make it obediently move and perish along with the person controlling it. No, it completely overturned their understanding of thunder magic control techniques. This seemed to tell them that heavenly tribulation and lightning can be played like this. Perhaps everyone has underestimated Qin Zheng. The square-faced man leading Lei Yunj frowned, a cold glint flashing in his sharp eyes. This method is likely to give many people an unimaginable shock. In a tea house, a dashing young man took a sip of tea and smiled meaningfully. It's a little scary. Next to her is a beautiful girl with big eyes and pigtails. Her eyes were bright and delicate, and with her 2 dimples, she was quite charming and cute. Find an opportunity to meet him. It's a bit of a pity we didn't get to see her. I was just thinking of having a chat with him. The young man lowered his voice when he said the next sentence. What lies behind this empire is far too complex and far too terrifying. Perhaps Qin Zheng himself doesn't understand what he's facing. That's why he knew some of it. The reason was revealed to him during a casual conversation by a wise elder from the family who was 400 years old. He was deeply moved and shocked by what he heard about those secrets. The pretty girl rested her chin on her hand, her big eyes filled with question marks, but she was too lazy to ask, muttering, Now I'm curious too. Call. Nan Gongyun let out a breath. The elders in the family also breathed a sigh of relief. A wise and ambitious emperor. I am convinced. The elder stroked his beard, a broad smile on his face. Previously, they were worried that the Empire and Qishan Academy were at odds, and that the exposure of their mysterious methods would cause immeasurable damage to the prestige of His Majesty. However, the 10 soldiers taught them a harsh lesson. It's not that His Majesty is not steady, but rather that he is unfathomable. 10 soldiers. The elders of the Sword Forest exchanged glances. Many of them might have overlooked one point: these 10 armored soldiers possessed the same destructive methods. It's not surprising that 1 or 2 are the same. If all 10 soldiers are like that, that's a bit terrifying. Because, will there be more? This is something that makes one think deeply and be wary. After all, they all knew that there were more than just a dozen or 20 methods of assassination. The languid beauty glanced in the direction of the palace, then turned and left. Yu Xuanji, the head of the Luo family, and others each had their own thoughts. Long Shan and Yan Bai frowned, a hint of regret creeping into their hearts. They understood that perhaps they would never receive that imperial edict. Should we offer it up voluntarily? Words are not as good as silence and contemplation. Imperial edict has arrived! Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside the door. Yan Bai was suddenly jolted awake. He placed his hand on the table, his eyes narrowed, and his expression was somewhat surprised and incredulous. At this time, an imperial edict arrived from the palace. Could it be that Nan Gongyun persuaded His Majesty to issue this imperial edict to clarify their stance? What happened? Didn't Nan Gongyun refuse back then? Never mind. He stood up and straightened his sleeves. Chapter 53 Imperial power is tyrannical. Who dares to challenge its might? Rumble. Outside the headquarters of the Mountain and River Alliance, squads of black armored cavalry gathered. They were covered in heavy black armor, and their specially made black helmets made them look particularly imposing and domineering. They had long swords with crosses at their waists. There were rows of people holding black longbows. There were rows of people holding black spears. The warhorse beneath him was also covered in black iron armor, and its heavy, murderous aura transformed into a gust of wind, causing the black cross-shaped imperial banner to flutter loudly. Even the members of the Mountain and River Alliance were moved by what they saw. Because this is the Imperial Heavy Cavalry, the elite of the Black Cavalry. Many experts from the Mountain and River Alliance have also emerged. Yan Bai, having learned from the servant's report that something was amiss, stepped out. His gaze fell upon a tall, imposing figure at the very front. It was not easy for Yan to get to know him. It was none other than Yun Ting, the commander of the Imperial Black Cavalry Army. Yan Bai, puzzled, frowned and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. May I ask what brings General Yun to the Mountain and River Alliance? Sitting on his tall warhorse, Yun Ting looked down at Yan Bai and said, Yan Bai, your Shanhe Alliance has quite the audacity to secretly instigate students from Qishan Academy to disrupt the Imperial Order, insult His Majesty, and curse the Empire. What is your punishment? Disrupting the Imperial Order? Insulting the monarch. Yan Bai's expression changed drastically, and he instantly became furious. He flung his sleeve and said, General Yun, you need to have evidence to support your claims. My Mountain and River Alliance is not something that can be falsely accused by just anyone. Slander? Yun Ting's sharp gaze narrowed, and he shouted, "Bring him up!" In an instant, the 3 scholars were escorted to the front. When they saw Yen Bai, they hurriedly pointed at him and said, "He's the one who made us write books to curse His Majesty. You bastard! How dare you frame me?" Upon hearing the 3 scholars' false accusations, Yen Bai trembled with rage. In his fury, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a powerful aura of the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm instantly pressed down on the 3 scholars. "Presumptuous!" Yun Ting shouted, and his powerful killing aura overshadowed Yen Bai's imposing presence. Suppressing his anger, Yen Bai looked up at Yun Ting and asked in a cold voice, "General Yun, do you believe their false accusations? The evidence is conclusive. Whether this general believes it or not is irrelevant. His Majesty believes it." Yun Ting coldly uttered a few words. Holding the imperial edict, raised it forward. In an instant, Yen Bai's head suddenly exploded. He wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the meaning behind His Majesty's belief in those 4 words? Qin Zheng wanted to target him and the Mountain and River Alliance. This was the attitude Qin Zheng had been waiting for. But it doesn't mean lowering one's stance. Instead, it's about destruction and crushing. Otherwise, how could such a flimsy and easily fabricated accusation be used to deal with the Mountain and River Alliance? Capture Yen Bai, seize all assets of the Shanhe Alliance, and kill anyone who resists. Yun Ting gave the order. The Black Cavalry advanced. Many powerful figures rushed out from behind Yen Bai. Yen Bai waved his hand to stop him. He looked up at Yun Ting and said, "I want to see His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty is not someone anyone can see just because they want to." Yun Ting refused without hesitation. Just an insignificant person. How could it be worthy of gazing upon that towering figure that carries this vast empire forward? Having established imperial authority by killing millions, how could the emperor possibly lower himself to recruit this insignificant alliance of mountains and rivers? Are they worthy? Yen Bai was deeply shaken. His fist was clenched tightly. The humiliation and indignation were indescribable. Previously, he had put on airs and waited. Now, though I beg to see him, I am met with disdain. At this moment, he finally understood that in front of that imperial emperor, the vast mountain and river alliance was truly worthless, and that he had overestimated the significance of the Mountain and River Alliance's existence in this empire. They overestimated the value that the Mountain and River Alliance could bring to Qin Zheng. But he believed he had done nothing wrong. He was simply seeking more benefits for the Mountain and River Alliance. He raised his eyes to look at Yun Ting, then at the Black Cavalry behind him, and cupped his hands, saying, "If it is my fault, then I will bear it alone. I beg General Yun to spare the Mountain and River Alliance. We await your Majesty's decision." Yun Ting signaled the Black Cavalry to arrest the person. The powerful figures behind Yen Bai were about to make a move, but Yen Bai rebuked them. "Stop! This is under the Emperor's nose. We should respect His Majesty's dignity and not be presumptuous. I believe His Majesty will investigate the truth and clear our names. Words are hard to utter, and actions are too risky to take. I can't move." The fate of Qishan Academy is far from over. The 200-year-old monster was also defeated and forced to flee. The destroyed armor was like a nightmare, instilling a fear that made it impossible to eat or sleep. Imperial power was tyrannical. Who would dare to challenge the Qin government's military might? These people are probably not enough to kill. He understood this self-awareness perfectly the moment Tan Wangluan was defeated and fled. As long as they don't resist or admit it, then they can wait for those old guys from the Mountain and River Alliance to help them. It is not easy for Yen to be escorted away. The others were also taken away, but they dared not resist. The Mountain and River Alliance made a move. Even some forces with ulterior motives, such as the Tianlong Mercenary Association, were trembling with fear. Longshan frantically tried to find a way to see Qin Zheng. But they were all rejected. The Black Riders raided the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Association and captured Longshan and his men. First came Qishan Academy. Now they've targeted the Tianlong Mercenary Guild and the Shanhe Alliance as well. One astonishing move after another made the capital city even more excited. More and more forces are sending spies to the palace, all focusing their attention on it. The Emperor's bedchamber. Energy plus 3000, blood crystal plus 1800, alien crystal plus 2. After reviewing the information template, Qin Zheng was satisfied. The higher the level of the enemy you kill, the more blood crystals you will generate, and the more energy you will gain. Therefore, Qin Zheng put in a lot of effort to deal with the Taiji sect this time. He was neither surprised nor worried that Tan Wangluan had run away. The older people get, the more afraid they are of dying. Even if the golden armored warrior appeared there to assist the destruction attribute troops, he probably wouldn't be able to kill this old guy. After all, they're afraid of dying. If he had the golden armor, he probably would have run even faster. Now we're just waiting for the Lingxi Sect. The restoration of a complete sect's lineage was also the first clash between imperial power and sect power, which Qin Zheng took very seriously. 500 level 3 destruction attribute units. 500 level 3 units with light and shadow attributes. We'll see how effective they are. It's time to really train. Qin Zheng returned to the Imperial Palace. Fish Family Alliance. Yu Xuanji glanced at the beautiful girl beside her and said with a faint smile, Wei, don't you want to see the true face of His Majesty the Emperor in person? Dress up nicely, and your second uncle will take you to the palace to see him. Real? The beautiful girl's eyes lit up, her face full of anticipation. Dad, aren't you afraid your uncle will come after you? But at this moment, the boy said something meaningful. This cousin is simple-minded and hasn't understood her father's thoughts yet. She just keeps laughing like an idiot. He's quite perceptive. Yu Xuanji glared at him and scolded. What are you talking about? You little brat, if you had even 1% of His Majesty's strategic thinking, you could actually help me out. All you do all day is daydream. You're comparing me to others again. I'm just as good. Didn't Patriarch Luo praise me? You should be secretly happy to have me as your son. The boy looked annoyed. He'd suddenly been dragged into this. Roll! Yu Xuanji laughed and cursed. Outside the imperial city. Pfft. Having escaped danger, Deacon Chang'e coughed up blood and hurriedly tended to his injuries, glancing back at the imperial city with a pale face. The terror in his eyes was indescribable. More than 100! Luckily I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have really died there. Deacon Chang'e gritted his teeth, his face a mixture of pain, anger, and fear. This really scared him. Witnessing that assassination technique firsthand made him understand what Shang Huangdaran and the others had gone through. 2 items were given to him in total. A sword pierces the heart, chilling to the bone. The arm was severed with a single sword strike. If it weren't for his refining spirit realm, his powerful physique, and his terrifying vitality and recovery ability, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The feeling of impending death he experienced at that moment still haunts him to this day. Where did Qin Zheng get his methods from? No, we must get back to the sect as soon as possible to heal our wounds. Moreover, we must inform the sect leader about these matters. Qin Zheng is too terrifying. We must find a way to kill him as soon as possible, otherwise, it could be a disaster for the Lingxi Sect. Deacon Chang'e knew that Qin Zheng had issued an extremely ruthless imperial decree to exterminate the Lingxi Sect. It's either you die or I die. We must eliminate Qin Zheng at all costs. However, we must mobilize the power of the sect. Qin Zheng, you wait! After briefly treating his injuries, Deacon Chang'e glanced at the imperial city once more before quickly flying away. Chapter 54 500 Destruction Attribute Units descend on Lingxi Sect. Qishan Academy is finished. The Tianlong Mercenary Guild and the Shanhao Alliance were also dealt with. But it wasn't over yet. Many figures who had always been lurking in the shadows began to exaggerate the threat, causing panic among various factions in the capital towards the imperial court. This has unsettled many forces within the imperial city, prompting them to prepare to withdraw from this dangerous place. This also exacerbated the tense atmosphere in the capital. And that's exactly what those mysterious figures wanted. By alienating the Qin government from the people of the capital, and waiting for the right opportunity, they can be transformed into a powerful force against the court. The appearance of destructive units has put many on high alert, prompting them to relay the situation to every corner of the empire. More and more people are coming to the capital. This exacerbated the turbidity of the waters in the imperial city, making it even more difficult to control. Also, Tanwanluan fled, but the empire has 1,800 counties and a vast territory. There are many students at Qishan Academy, and with this call, this force also started to move. It achieved the goals of many people. All of this, which seems to have happened by accident, was actually orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. It's simply because this empire is so appealing. It's too big. It's so easy to get. It has made it the object of desire for many wolves and tigers. Pairs of eyes stared intently. Baiyu stood on the city wall, gazing at the endless rivers and mountains. His deep eyes held a wealth of emotions. The Bai family and the royal family had been together for 800 years, their bloodlines rooted here, intertwined with the land. Watching it gradually deteriorate, he felt utterly powerless. Emperor Taizu. Great Ancestor. Emperor Taizong. We, your old ministers, are afraid we will not be able to protect this 800-year-old foundation. Bai Yuetsang's eyes turned red. Who wouldn't be envious of the empire's power and prestige? A gluttonous feast created by thousands of tigers and wolves. One conspiracy after another. Now, only that young emperor is left to shoulder the burden. I'm so tired. He felt sorry for her because she was so tired. The facade that once maintained the false prosperity of the imperial city could also numb people's hearts. The disguise has now been completely torn away. Then you'll have to face those countless bloody fangs. It's as if it gives people no hope at all. It's so heavy it's suffocating. This unparalleled weight, if one couldn't bear it, would shatter to pieces, yet it forced that person to carry it and bear it. This fate, which millions of people cannot bear, has fallen entirely on his shoulders. No one can share his burden. He felt sorry for him. Bai Yu secretly wiped away the moisture from the corner of his eyes. As that person said, the enemy is watching. He carried everything without uttering a sound, so what right did he have to do so? The chaos in the capital still needs him to handle. Let those demons and monsters cause trouble for a few days, and make a huge fuss before launching the tax reduction attack. That will be more effective. Bai Yuetsang composed himself, standing there for a long time. Qin Zheng has entrusted Bai Yu and Wang Zhan to handle matters of the court for the time being. He then used the energy he gained to advance to the 4th level of true essence. But this is not his goal. Although the energy is gone, there are still plenty of spiritual herbs and elemental stones in the national treasury, and energy can also be extracted from spiritual herbs and elemental stones. So, Qin Zheng issued an edict ordering Zhang In to transport spirit stones and elixirs from the national treasury every hour. Qin Zheng was also surprised to see the boxes of yuan stones. This is just a drop in the ocean compared to the national treasury. This was merely what was obtained from the confiscation of property. The entire empire comprises 1,800 counties, a vast and expansive territory. How terrifying must the taxes collected be? How much did the Lingxi Sect take? And how shocking must that be? This alone is enough to tell us. Qin Zheng picked up the yuan stone and activated the sword heart technique. Energy +2. Energy +2. Soon, the box of spirit stones was empty. Then, he picked up the elixir. Energy +10. Energy +20. Energy +10. The elixir's energy is several times greater than that of the elixir stone. This relieved Qin Zheng. Unlike cultivators who refine spirit stones and elixirs, slowly removing impurities, tempering, and transforming them into the power of their dantian and sea of essence, he does not need to do so. He only needs to extract from the attribute-based unit reincarnation pool. It was so easy. Discussing cultivation talent in front of him is pure nonsense. In no time, all the spirit stones and medicinal herbs that had been brought were gone. Qin Zheng circulated his energy through the great and small heavenly cycles, constantly forging his blood, bones, muscles, and skin. Due to his cultivation of the sword heart technique, the tempering and forging effects were even better. After all the energy was used up, Zhang In sent over a few more boxes. I delivered for 2 consecutive days. Even Guanglu, the Minister of Agriculture, was dumbfounded. Eunuch Zhang, are you sure it's for His Majesty? Guanglu was puzzled. Zhang Ando said, Your Excellency, I would never dare to lie about such a thing. Fine, since it's His Majesty's order, I'll naturally do as he commands. Guanglu laughed and said, When His Majesty asks about it, you'll have to say a few words on my behalf. Don't worry. Zhang In nodded and left with the spirit stones and elixirs. Qin Zheng extracted the energy from hundreds of boxes of spirit stones and elixirs, and successfully cultivated to the 9th level of true essence. The energy consumption was enormous. Even Qin Zheng was surprised by the sheer amount of energy his body could withstand. After all, if he were a cultivator, he would have reached the transformation sea realm long ago. Zhang In! Qin Zheng shouted. Your servant is here! Zhang In hurriedly entered the hall and bowed respectfully to wait. Have Guanglu move all the available spirit stones and elixirs from the national treasury to the imperial palace. Qin Zheng issued an edict. This left Zhang In completely bewildered. After a moment, he came to his senses and, without asking any further questions, hurriedly conveyed the imperial decree. Officials from the imperial household department, including the Guanglu, had no choice but to move boxes of yuan stones and various grades of spiritual medicines to the emperor's palace. It filled the entire imperial palace. 5 days later, Qin Zheng has broken through to the sea transformation realm. The Dantian and primordial sea are as vast as the ocean, and the immense and terrifying primordial energy is extremely frightening. In the Transformation Sea realm, yuan power condenses into liquid, forming a yuan power ocean. As the yuan power ocean grows to its limit, it can resonate with heaven and earth, borrowing the will of heaven and earth to condense divine consciousness, and reach the refining God realm. Refining the spirit means tempering one's consciousness and connecting with heaven and earth. By further refining the Yuanli ocean with the power of heaven and earth, condensing it into a yin-yang golden core, embracing the Yuanli ocean in the Dantian, releasing a continuous stream of power, and communicating with the power of heaven and earth, one reaches the embracing core realm. After breaking through to the third level of the Transformation Sea realm, Qin Zheng used up all the spirit stones and spiritual medicines he had obtained from confiscating his family's property. The sword heart technique is complete. All that's missing is the condensation of the sword heart. With a single sword strike across the sky, the sword heart suppresses the prison, and all those who have cultivated to the highest level of mastery have reached a level that the sword heart sect members dream of but find difficult to attain. The immense power allowed Qin Zheng to clearly perceive what it meant to cultivate immortality. At this moment, in the Imperial City, as unease festered under the influence of those lurking figures, the Imperial Court suddenly announced a 20% tax reduction. And this was proclaimed to the world along with an edict from the Qin government. In an instant, the capital city was in an uproar. All parties involved were taken aback. Those who had been secretly pushing things along were also stunned by this attack. This move meant that all their efforts over the past few days had been in vain. The tangible benefits are enough to erase any prejudice or anxiety in one's heart. At this time, within the territory of Yan'an County in the southern part of the empire, in the Yuchu Mountains, lies a primordial vein of heaven and earth. The Taiji sect then took up a commanding position there. At this moment, inside the Taiji Hall, the 32 elders of the Taiji sect listened to Deacon Chang's report with solemn expressions. A mysterious and unpredictable assassin slays a cultivator at the sea transformation realm in an instant. The armored soldiers who wielded the heavenly tribulation lightning forced even Grand Scholar Tan to flee without regard for his reputation. Is Qin Zheng really that terrifying? The Tai Chi master in the mansion had a furrowed brow. Sect master, I dare not hide this from you. Although I am at the second level of the refining spirit realm, I had no chance to resist under those methods. If I hadn't been decisive and escaped quickly, I probably wouldn't have been able to come back alive. Deacon Changi explained. Looking at Deacon Changi's injuries, Elder Taiji did not doubt his words and said, If that is the case, Taiji sect will have to carefully consider its next steps. Qin Zheng has declared to the world that he will exterminate all the lineages of my Taiji sect, including our clan. It seems he is not joking. Why not just march straight to the capital and wipe out the Imperial Court with the power of one sect? With the Lingxi Sect in charge, if we defeat it, we'll be the ones to take the lead. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Zheng is trying to destroy the Taiji sect's legacy, which has already driven the Taiji sect to the brink of destruction. We might as well go all the way. Everyone is afraid of the Lingxi Sect, and no one dares to make a move. I guess Qin Zheng is relying on this as well. If we take drastic measures directly and catch him off guard, there might be unexpected changes. If we're going to take action, then we'll have to ask the ancestor to intervene. The discussion in the main hall was filled with intense killing intent. Even the Yu family members looked cold and indifferent, and began to have their own thoughts. And at this moment, outside the Taiji sect, 500 figures clad in black armor stared at the sect's mountain gate. Chapter 55. Even the mountain gate trembled. Who are you, daring to linger in front of the Taiji sect's mountain gate? The two Foundation establishment stage Taiji sect disciples guarding the mountain gate saw the 500 figures appear outside the gate, took a step to the steps in front of the gate, and let out a cold shout from their high position. But the moment they met 500 pairs of eyes filled with destruction, their heads buzzed, their bodies stiffened, and they stood frozen in place, their arrogance replaced by pallor and fear. It felt like facing 500 gods of destruction. The extreme sense of destruction in those pupils made their souls tremble instinctively. Go, let's go back quickly! One person instantly averted their gaze, not daring to look directly at the other, uttered two trembling shouts, and then turned and rushed back into the mountain gate. The other person also shuddered and turned to run. What kind of look is that? Just one glance makes me feel like I'm about to collapse. How the hell should I know? The two cursed each other without regard for their image, seemingly venting their inner fear. Mieli stood at the very front. Tall and flawless, with sharply angled eyebrows, her eyes held a mixture of destruction and coldness, and her entire being was shrouded in ultimate destructiveness, like a goddess of destruction. She gazed at the mountain gate, waiting. Light and shadow attribute units have infiltrated to investigate. The Taiji sect occupies the vast Yunshu mountain range and has tens of thousands of disciples. 3 beings at the half-step core formation realm. 29 refining spirit realm cultivators. 145 transformation sea realms. The remaining true essence realm and foundation establishment realm cultivators are countless. This is power on the surface. I've pretty much figured out the units with light and shadow attributes. Inside the Taiji hall, Yu Fu's eyes sharpened, and he said resolutely, "It's time to teach Qin Zheng a lesson. If the Taiji sect kills Qin Zheng, it will indeed become the first to stick its neck out, and will also face pressure from the Lingxi Sect. But don't forget, there are too many beings coveting this empire. Once it falls, those behemoths will emerge from the shadows and devour it piece by piece. I'm afraid even the Lingxi Sect won't be able to withstand it. The empire is like this, yet the sects of the world hesitate not because they fear the Lingxi Sect, but because they are afraid of being the first to stand out and being crushed to pieces. If this empire is determined to wipe out the Taiji sect, then the Taiji sect has nothing left to worry about. Although Qin Zheng is a man of great strategy, he is also impatient for quick success and instant benefits. He deserves to die." The other elders all spoke up in support of the decision. Steward Changi was overjoyed. At least by using the full power of one sect, it would be enough to destroy that mysterious method that terrified him. And when they made their decision, "Metropolitan!" Outside the hall, an urgent shout rang out. An elder stepped forward. A moment later, he walked in with a drastically changed expression, leaving all the elders puzzled. 500 soldiers in black armor have arrived outside the mountain gate," the elder reported back. "Armor?" Yu Fu and the elders all frowned. "Soldiers in black armor? 500? Deacon Chang's pupils contracted, and his heart pounded violently. Could it be one of those armored soldiers? He recalled the 10 figures in Qishan Academy. The horrific destruction still makes him shudder, and there were only 10 of them. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening tremor echoed throughout the Yunshu Mountains. Without wasting words, Deacon Changi transformed into a beam of light and instantly rushed out of the Taiji Hall, standing on a pavilion on a mountain peak, his divine sense probing the endlessly distant mountain gate. In an instant, he locked onto the 500 figures who had stormed into the Taiji sect, saw the destructive aura surrounding them, and sensed that familiar destruction. His consciousness was shattered by fear. His face turned several shades paler. His pupils were filled with intense fear. As expected. Moreover, a full 500. Recalling the devastation caused by the 10 people from Qishan Academy, he trembled all over. How can there be so many? "Qin Zheng, you're ruthless, ruthless!" he roared inwardly. At this moment, even he, as foolish as he was, understood that he hadn't been lucky before, but rather that they wanted him to lead the way to the Taiji sect as soon as possible, and then send these 500 destruction armorers over. But 500 of them. That's absolutely outrageous. No, besides that, there must be some other mysterious methods of assassination. They must have come. Deacon Changi, as if startled by a mere twang of a bow, immediately used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He felt those nightmarish, ghostly figures were everywhere, watching him from not far away, one by one. It made the hairs on his body stand on end, and he didn't dare to move an inch. He could only frantically probe and guard every corner around him with his divine sense. At the same time, layers of defense protect the body. Various defensive spirit weapons were unleashed, as if they wished they could transform themselves into a defensive spirit weapon. He was terrified. The sense of death and insignificance brought about by those 2 sword thrusts completely shattered his will to be a strong man. Yu Fu and the others also stepped out into the air, using their divine senses to probe outside the mountain gate. When they saw 500 soldiers charging in, their expressions changed drastically. "Sect Master, this is Qin Zheng's mysterious method. Qin Zheng sent a full 500 of them. The Taiji sect is in danger of being destroyed. We must ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion as soon as possible, otherwise, we will not be able to stop them." Deacon Changi turned his head and transmitted his thoughts to the Yu family. Yu Fu stared at him coldly, ignoring him. "I'll go and get rid of them." Beside him stood an elder at the 5th level of the divine refinement realm. With a single step, he traversed the air like a streak of light, passing over mountain peaks and descending before the 500 destruction attribute soldiers. Presumptuous! With a powerful shout, his terrifying spiritual pressure descended like a raging torrent. At the same time, the person stepped into the air and fell down. His entire body was enveloped in a mysterious light that alternated between yin and yang, and terrifying energy continuously gathered around him, causing the void itself to distort and hum. The fifth elder has arrived! Upon seeing the appearance of the Taiji Sect's expert, all the Taiji Sect disciples were overjoyed and felt a great weight lifted off their shoulders. After instantly killing a true Essence Realm expert, Mieli raised his eyes to look at the refining Spirit Realm 5th level elder who was coming down to kill him. Bang! In an instant, the void around her collapsed, turning into endless destruction. With each step, destruction followed, completely destroying the 5th elder's powerful spiritual pressure and wave of elemental energy. The surrounding zone of destruction spread for thousands of meters, rushing towards the 5th elder. How is that possible? The elders who were watching were so shocked when they saw the void around Mieli collapse, turning into a surrounding zone of destruction that could even follow her movements, that they all gasped in astonishment. The Yu family also frowned, deeply shocked. Is this Qin Zheng's mysterious method? The 5th elder was no longer as relaxed as before. The destructive zone surrounding Mieli posed an unimaginable and deadly threat to him. With a flick of his sleeve, a 4th-grade spiritual weapon sword slashed through the air. The surging yuan energy transformed into layers of destructive blade light, slashing down on the destructive area and causing terrifying tremors. Mieli didn't linger. A tall, graceful figure hovered in midair, her pupils suddenly turning into black holes, concealing endless destruction. Suddenly, his arms shot out forward. A black cross-shaped longsword was drawn from the shattered void in front of her and leaped up before her eyes. She gripped the black hilt of the sword tightly with both hands. He closed his eyes, as if praying devoutly before the sword. The next moment. Discipline! The will of the Lord of Destruction has descended! Those eyes of destruction opened, unleashing 2 beams of pitch-black destructive light. Her long hair, tied up high, flew backward. The world darkened. Endless destructive lightning suddenly tore open the sky of the Yunchu Mountains, like a destructive lightning dragon roaring, and gathered into a lightning pillar that emitted a blazing light, piercing down in an instant. Snap! A deafening, earth-shattering crash resounded, nearly causing the 5th elder's eyes to pop out of their sockets in fright. In the next instant, he swung out a 4th-grade spiritual weapon, a slashing blade, to block. But it was instantly blasted into pieces. The massive net of destructive lightning covered everything in an instant, and with a bang, it blasted him away, sending him crashing into a mountain peak. Bang! The mountain was struck by a bolt of lightning, which blasted it straight through. The Taiji Sect disciples below were blasted into dust, which mingled with the dust, rocks, and tree debris. Heavenly punishment, thunder tribulation! The Yu family and all the elders stared wide-eyed at the lightning pillar that connected heaven and earth, and gasped in astonishment. Let's do it! Yu Fu quickly regained his senses, transformed into a beam of light, and instantly swept across the mountain peak, rushing towards Mieli. Swish swish. In an instant, the elders of the Taiji Sect transformed into streams of light like immortals and gods, as if they had descended from the sky. The spectacular sight made the disciples of the Taiji Sect feel their blood boil. It's as if they are celestial beings descended to earth. And at that very moment, all the destruction attribute units behind Mieli also took to the air. One after another, jet-black cross-shaped long swords were slowly drawn from the devastated area in front of them. They held the cross-shaped sword hilts in neat rows. The eyes of destruction unleashed a terrifying light of destruction. An imperial heretic who defies the will of our Lord. Accept the punishment of destruction. They prayed devoutly. In an instant, the world changes color, and the winds and clouds roll. The sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, was as if it had been splashed with ink, turning into an incomparably thick darkness. The boundless sea of lightning roared and rolled, causing all living beings below to tremble in fear. Thud! Thud 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 thud. 500 pillars of destructive lightning pierced through the void, connecting heaven and earth. The group of powerful figures who had charged down stopped, all of them stunned, their pupils wide and their expressions frozen. As the 500 pillars of destructive lightning densely covered the Yunchu Mountains, piercing through the 2 poles of heaven and earth and blasting through the mountains, even Yu Fu's heart trembled. Is this Qin Zheng's mysterious method? This isn't just coming to destroy the Taiji Sect, it's coming to destroy the world. How can we fight like this? Those Taiji Sect members who were standing on the various peaks watching were stunned into silence. Looking at this unprecedented scene of destruction, their minds went blank, and they lost all ability to think. The persons stood there dumbfounded, as if their body and soul had been terrified and separated, staring blankly with their mouth agape as if it could fit a wash basin. Withdraw! A deafening roar erupted from the Yu residence. Terrifying sound waves echoed through the mountains. The powerful figures, who seemed to have descended from the heavens, retreated frantically almost instantly. Mieli took a step forward and killed him. The 499 destruction attribute units behind them also moved. 500 destructive lightning bolts struck down in an instant. Destructive lightning bolts spread to every corner. People's hearts are trembling violently. The mountain was trembling. The grass and trees are trembling. Even the mountain gate was trembling. Chapter 56. I trembled with fear. It was I who destroyed the sect with my own hands. The heavenly tribulation lightning moved in unison with 500 units of the destruction attribute, crushing every inch of Taiji Sect's land with a crackling sound. Even those at the Transformation Sea realm couldn't withstand such extreme destruction, let alone the Taiji Sect disciples at the True Essence realm, Foundation Establishment realm, and Qi Refining realm. As the destructive lightning net swept over them, people were shattered into pieces. The Taiji Sect members were so frightened that they retreated rapidly. The powerful figures from the Yu family, including the Grand Elder, stood atop the peak, staring intently with solemnity and apprehension. Yu Fu was enveloped in Taiji Xian light. He took out the 7th grade spiritual weapon, the Blood Reversal Sword, and with one step, unleashed the vast Yuan power of the 9th level of the Divine Refinement realm. With a fierce slash, he opened a slit in the heavens and earth. A long, narrow sword aura stretched for thousands of feet, cutting through the sky and attempting to sever the pillar of destructive lightning. The Grand Elder and other experts at the Refinement of Spirit realm also came to their senses. They dared not force their way into that devastated area. However, their powerful cultivation at the Refining God realm, along with their ability to perceive subtle details with divine sense, was enough to help them resist this kind of heavenly tribulation. They wielded magical weapons. A terrifying, murderous aura bloomed. It was extremely bright and dazzling in the dim light. Each strike aimed at the pillar of destructive lightning, colliding with the destructive lightning and relentlessly destroying everything in its path. Destruction attribute units like Mieli wielded jet-black cross-shaped longswords, with layers of jet-black electric arcs swirling around the blades as they slashed at the destructive attacks. When the two destructive forces collided, the sky itself resounded with a terrifying clash of destructive energy. Destruction attribute units can absorb the destructive force generated by collisions, enhancing their destructive power. For them, the destruction generated by each attack is the source of their power. The more terrifying the destruction, the more horrific the damage, the more destructive power they absorb, and the faster they grow stronger. 200 experts at the Transformation Sea and Refinement Spirit stages of the Taiji Sect. The remaining 300 charged towards the Taiji Sect disciples. Qin Zheng's order was to completely destroy the Taiji Sect and erase its lineage. So, their purpose is very pure. Whether they were in the Qi Refining realm or the Foundation Establishment realm, they were all destroyed. The destruction of one mountain peak after another. The piercing screams were incessant. The hilltops were all leveled. Ah! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the heavens and earth. A powerful cultivator at the 4th level of the Divine Refinement realm was seen being pierced through the body by the Destruction Thunder Clan, letting out a miserable scream as he looked up to the sky. A devastating web of lightning enveloped him. A barrage of blows ripped his skin open, and the pain was so intense that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In that instant, he had no other intentions. I just want to get away and escape as soon as possible. However, before his idea could even form, more than a dozen destructive attribute troops swiftly surrounded him, trapping him in the center. A dozen pillars of destructive lightning formed a prison-like confinement, trapping him within. I'm finished! Looking at the layers of devastating surroundings, his heart sank, and his eyes were filled with despair. He's not only alone. Moreover, she became a wounded lamb, allowing these human-shaped, lightning-like wolves to swarm her. One after another, jet-black cross-shaped longswords slashed down in unison, and bolts of destructive lightning struck him, blasting him from the sky into the mountainside and then into the mountain. As if that wasn't enough, they wanted to blast him into dust. It bombarded them continuously for dozens of times. The sight sent chills down the spines of the Taiji Sect experts, including Yu Fu, and their resolve to storm the Imperial City and kill Qin Zheng was shattered completely. Anyone who dares to go is just throwing their life away. Pfft. Suddenly, as these refining spirit realm experts focused their attention on the destruction attribute troops, all the light and shadow attribute troops, except for the golden armored troops who were preparing to deal with the Taiji Sect old monster, were instantly killed by the light. Attacks simultaneously. More than 70 people at the Transformation Sea realm were beheaded in an instant. The heads of the 8 cultivators at the Refinement of Spirit realm were all severed in two, their souls and consciousness instantly annihilated. The 3 cultivators at the refinement of spirit realm were cut in half at the waist. It appeared unexpectedly. Even the highly vigilant Deacon Chang'e was startled. It was as if someone had suddenly tapped him on the back while he was engrossed in watching a terrifying ghost. It made his body tremble. He knows this place too well. He watched as several cultivators at the refinement realm were instantly killed, some even more powerful than him. He was almost 100% certain that he had been tricked back in the capital. Those 2 swords were deliberately used to spare his life before stabbing him. You need to know. At that time, there were more than 100 mysterious assassins surrounding him and watching him. How could one possibly escape that state? Ironically, he was planning to return to his sect to ask people to kill his way back to the capital, unaware that Qin Zheng was plotting to destroy the Taiji sect's stronghold. I destroyed the sect with my own hands. His face was filled with anger, self-blame, and fear. Yu Fu and several other experts at the 8th or 9th level of the refining spirit realm sensed the killing intent and reacted quickly, with streaks of Tai Chi Xian Guang swirling around them in an area several kilometers in radius. Where? Damn it, where are they hiding? The living refining spirit realm expert nervously surveyed his surroundings, repeatedly probing with his divine sense, as if excessively frightened, wildly attacking the surrounding void. Dozens of powerful sect members were killed in an instant. This also includes the refining spirit realm. Moreover, no one was seen making a move. It must be one of Qin Zheng's unseen assassination methods. He had heard about it before and knew how terrifying it was, but he still underestimated it. Besides, he turned his gaze and stared ahead. More than 100 humanoid lightning bolts surrounded 3 refining spirit realm experts, and more than a dozen transformation sea realm experts from various sects. And the other hundreds of humanoid lightning bolts that are currently slaughtering Taiji sect disciples. This is also one of Qin Zheng's methods. If we don't take this seriously, our sect might really be wiped out and our lineage severed. Please, ancestor, emerge from seclusion and protect my Taiji sect. He activated his divine sense, releasing terrifying yuan power, and shouted towards the several divine peaks deep within the Taiji sect. The rolling sound waves pierced through the spatial barrier and reached the depths. He waved his hand. A spiritual pearl surrounded by yin and yang energy rose slowly into the air, growing larger and larger until it transformed into a small sun, hovering in the clouds of the Yunchu mountains. Layer upon layer of Tai Chi light transformed into a Tai Chi pattern, instantly spreading to the boundless horizon, colliding with the pillar of destructive lightning, as if to sever it. At the same time, the Tai Chi light it unleashed absorbed the primordial energy of heaven and earth from all directions, as well as the power of the earth's veins, forming a terrifying suppression that held back the surrounding space and contained the lurking mysterious assassin. A beam of Tai Chi light converged, piercing through the void in an instant and crashing into the depths. Deep within, strings of ancient inscriptions radiating yin and yang divine light rose into the air, like divine chains winding upwards, forming a profound chapter of yin and yang. On the Taoist platform within the sacred peak, 3 vast figures bathed in the profound light of Tai Chi opened their eyes, and 2 beams of yin-yang golden light burst forth from their eyes, piercing through the mountain. I've only been out of the public eye for 200 years, and yet some scoundrel dares to mess with the Taiji sect. They're courting death. The next moment, they followed the light. The figure has already appeared in the void outside. A vast and boundless divine sense covered the Taiji sect, locking onto the destructive lightning pillar that connected heaven and earth, which was destroying the Taiji sect's territory, causing their eyes to darken and their anger to be uncontrollable. One of the elderly men stepped forward first. Like a flash of sword light, it travels 1,000 miles in an instant. They descended to the upper part of the Taiji hall. His white hair flew wildly. His eyes shone with a yin-yang golden light like 2 divine lamps, making him appear like a celestial being, sacred and extraordinary. The majestic and vast aura of the half-step core formation realm cultivator was 100 times more terrifying than Tan Wanlun's righteous energy cultivated for 200 years, pressing down so much that the air and the void stopped flowing. How dare you act so presumptuously in the Taiji sect? Are you tired of living? Watching the destructive attribute troops slaughter the Taiji sect disciples, he roared, and the sky shook. Even the destructive lightning pillar connecting heaven and earth trembled. The rolling sea of thunder also kept collapsing. Chapter 57. The 200-year-old death trial ended with a sword strike. Master Yang Ming has arrived! Our ancestors have finally emerged from seclusion. When the disciples of the Taiji sect saw the towering figure at the top of the Taiji hall, they were overjoyed. This ancestor was just one step away from reaching the core formation realm. Once one enters the stage of embracing the elixir, one's primordial energy transforms into the power of the golden elixir, opening the gateway between life and death. At that time, one becomes a revered golden elixir venerable. He possessed terrifying power that far surpassed the half-step core formation realm by hundreds or thousands of times. Although he has not yet broken through, he already possesses the awe-inspiring presence of a revered master. He is one of the 3 pillars of the Tai Chi school. He personally intervened. That's enough to sever the destructive pillar of heaven and earth lightning, sweeping away everything. Let alone 500, even 500 more wouldn't be enough to kill them. With that thought in mind, they rushed toward the Taiji Hall at top speed. Master Yang Ming has emerged from seclusion. Only they can clean up this mess. The Taiji Sect experts, including those from the Yu family, were both shocked and overjoyed as they gazed at the imposing figure bathed in divine light. Patriarch Yang Ming was a powerful being who was just one step away from entering the core formation realm. He had accumulated nearly 200 years of experience at the half-step core formation realm, which was incomparable to the 9th level of the spirit refining realm. Even if there were mysterious assassins lurking in the light, invisible and intangible, they would be unable to harm him in the slightest. We have more than enough ability to reverse the situation. With that thought in mind, they took a step forward and moved closer to the Taiji Hall. After all, those ubiquitous assassination methods were too terrifying. Even those at the refining spirit realm couldn't protect themselves. Only by aligning with Ancestor Yang Ming could they deter those unseen and mysterious assassins. The next second. Very soon. Behind the head of the Yin-Yang ancestor. A flash of sword light. That towering, domineering head flew straight up. The footsteps of the powerful figures, including the Yu family and the Grand Elder, came to an abrupt halt, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. For a moment, they were completely lost in thought. The Tai Chi sect disciples who had been flying towards them stopped abruptly, staring in utter disbelief. The joyful expression on his face froze instantly. Staring intently. I'm sure I'm not mistaken, it really is the head of Yang Ming. The headless, mangled body plummeted from the sky, blood spurting from its severed neck with a loud thud. It crashed onto the roof of the Taiji Hall with a loud thud, blood gushing from the severed neck and flowing down from the rubble. An ancestor who had been in seclusion for 200 years only emerged today, and before he could even make a move, he was gone in an instant. Looking at this majestic and imposing figure, yet seeing it beheaded like a blade of grass right before their eyes. Layers of fear, like a nightmare, instantly filled everyone's minds. The 2 patriarchs who arrived late suddenly stopped high in the air next to the Taiji Hall, their vast and boundless divine senses spreading out in layers. I could clearly sense that countless life forms were lurking right in front of me. But there was no sign of them. However, they did not hesitate at all. With a single leap, he soared through the air like a flash of light, hurtling towards the head of the flying Yang Ming patriarch. Master Yang Ming is not dead yet. It is different from the Transformation Sea realm. When one reaches the half-step core formation realm, the divine sense and soul become intertwined, and since the consciousness is not erased, one can still survive for a period of time. It can even regenerate a severed arm or a severed body. The 2 patriarchs are preparing to save Patriarch Yang Ming. But units with light and shadow attributes are faster. 4 or 5 of them went to kill. A series of sword lights flashed. That head was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces. At the same time, the units with light and shadow attributes launched another attack. One by one, those at the Transformation Sea realm were instantly killed. Even the Refining God realm cultivators had their defenses breached by the destruction attribute troops, who relentlessly slashed and destroyed them, resulting in the deaths of 3 or 4 more Refining God realm cultivators. You bastard! The 2 patriarchs were furious. With a furious palm strike, he prepared to smash it towards the head of Patriarch Yang Ming. But soon they felt a terrifying threat of death looming over them, and the destructive attack that was about to strike them instead blasted towards their right side. With a loud bang, the space was shattered. An extreme killing aura exploded, shattering a large area of void on the right and creating a considerable storm. But this is useless. Because it was the one who attacked who was in golden armor. They were specifically prepared to be killed. Since its evolution, the golden armor has become stronger in terms of speed and defense, and its ability to blend into the light and shadow of light and darkness has also been continuously enhanced, making it even more difficult to detect. Therefore, the 2 ancestors easily detected the other level 3 light and shadow attribute units, but they did not detect him. This is the effect of attribute enhancement. With his current level 5 strength, he is more than capable of assassinating a core formation expert. He wasn't worried about dealing with these 2 half-step core formation realm elders. The golden armor concealed itself within the light, and the golden wings of light merged into the light, enhancing his speed as he relentlessly sought out weaknesses to assassinate. 50 level 3 units with light and shadow attributes will assist him in completing the kill as soon as possible. The remaining 450 units with light and shadow attributes, along with 500 units with destruction attributes, work together to kill Yu Fu, the Grand Elder, and other powerful figures. One by one, those at the Transformation Sea Realm were beheaded. After being relentlessly attacked and killed by hundreds of assassins and 500 units with destructive attributes, the 29 cultivators at the Refining Spirit Realm were almost wiped out. As the powerful figures in the Yu family were killed one by one, the Yu family felt their hearts turn to ice. Deacon Chang'e was also in despair. He charged toward the destructive attribute units, unleashing his powerful killing force, ready to kill a few to vent his anger. Half of the talent pool has been mobilized. 4 units with light and shadow attributes locked onto him and attacked in an instant, cutting him into 5 pieces. The 2 half-step nascent soul stage masters possess terrifying abilities. A single blow could flatten a mountain. Even the destructive lightning pillar was interrupted. Its powerful destructive force sent many units with destructive attributes flying. Several units with light and shadow attributes took the opportunity to attract the 2's attention. The golden armored soldier struck again, piercing one of the men's skulls with a sword and exiting through his eye. The powerful sword energy tore the head apart instantly, splitting it open like a watermelon. "You bastard!" The remaining Yin deficiency ancestor roared in shock and anger. After surviving 200 years of grueling seclusion, he was immediately met with a deadly attack, which infuriated him. "Run! Run!" The mansion also roared. "This situation is clearly irreversible. If we can protect a few Tai Chi sect disciples and keep them alive, it doesn't count as a break in the lineage." Yu mansion locked onto the boundless sea of thunder. The reverse blood sword transformed into a bright beam of sword light, piercing through the darkness and stretching for thousands of miles. Its surging sword intent, like the waves of a mighty river, blocked the light and shadow attribute troops. He rose to prominence overnight. His eyes shone. His hair exploded. His body was constantly circulating its power, which burst out in an instant, crashing into the sea of lightning. With a loud bang, the entire sea of lightning collapsed in an instant. The destructive lightning pillar shattered. Yu mansion self-destructs. Layers of destruction formed. The destruction attribute units like Mieli continued to absorb energy, and their destructive power continued to increase without being affected. The collapse of the destruction lightning pillar did not mean that they could not control the heavenly punishment lightning tribulation. They continued to kill. The Tai Chi sect disciples fled in a frenzy, and those who were separated from their groups were easily killed by the light and shadow attributes. The Grand Elder was also surrounded and killed by more than a dozen soldiers with light and shadow attributes. In addition, with the help of Mieli and others, a cultivator at the 8th level of the Divine Refinement Realm was also wiped out. The Yin deficiency ancestor is injured. Her eyes were red. Seeing the situation he couldn't change, he gave up, shattered the void with a punch, and fled towards the outside of the Yunshu Mountains. The golden armored warrior chased him to a plain outside the Yunshu Mountains and killed him. After packing his belongings, the man in golden armor returned. Now the Taiji sect has been almost completely destroyed, and several experts above the 6th level of the Refining Spirit Realm put up a stubborn resistance, but they were all killed by him. Use the light and shadow attribute units to clear out the remaining Taiji sect members. The destruction attribute collects all resources of the Taiji sect. Once everything is done, evacuate quickly. The Yin deficiency ancestor! A figure streaked through the air, passing over the destroyed area of the plain, and saw the tragically dead Yin Su ancestor. His pupils contracted. He had a bad feeling. They rushed at top speed toward the heart of the Taiji sect. Seeing the completely destroyed Taiji sect, his mind trembled. Who did it? He kept probing. Swish swish. Beams of light streaked across the sky and descended upon the Taiji sect. Seeing the Taiji sect experts being killed one by one, their expressions were filled with shock and horror. One of the purple-haired men frowned and looked at the figure, asking, "Patriarch Yu, what's going on here?" "I just arrived too." The figure frowned. "They killed them all. None of the dozens of experts at the refinement of spirit realm survived. From the appearance of the strange phenomenon in the Yunshu Mountains to our arrival here, the time interval was not long. It is unimaginable that the person who made the move could destroy a sect that had completed its inheritance in such a short time." The figures high in the sky also began to analyze. More than anything, it was fear. Who isn't afraid of this kind of tactic? Even a half-step core formation realm ancestor died a violent death. If we don't investigate thoroughly, what if it happens to us one day? Now, the capital is in chaos, and chaos is starting to break out outside. Is this gluttonous feast about to begin? An old woman frowned. Madam Qian, you should be careful with your words. I've heard that the current emperor is no ordinary man. If you say such things, you might cause trouble for the Qian family. The head of the Yu family squinted as he gave a reminder. Humph! What a hypocrite! The old woman scoffed, a mocking smile appearing on her wrinkled face, and said, What can that little brat from the empire support? How much can he withstand? With the veil of secrecy torn away from the capital, the empire is already half-stepping into an abyss, and everyone knows that. Your Yu family has seized control of Yan'an County. You're probably just waiting to feast on this feast. That poor kid, he's carrying such a heavy load that he can barely breathe, he's exhausted to the point of heartbreak, and he's facing the fate of being crushed to pieces, being watched by wolves. I'm afraid no one in the world has suffered as much as he has. Instead of feeling sorry for that young emperor, Madame Qian would be better off investigating what happened here. If we don't get to the bottom of it, it won't benefit anyone. The purple-haired man shook his head. When it comes to hypocrisy, who can compare to this old lady, who wanted to subtly criticize everyone's thoughts and attitudes, and even drag that young emperor into it? So what if he's suffering so much? So what if I'm too tired? This irreversible fate had already begun. Who made him bear it? The royal family all ran away. He was left all alone, maintaining this illusory dream. Wasn't he destined to face all of this? Chapter 58 Amazing Extra Rewards. The Imperial City. The tax reduction measure caught many people who were secretly stirring up trouble off guard. All their meticulous planning was thwarted by Qin Zheng in a single move. This infuriated them. But they were so pervasive that they quickly realized what was happening. Shift your attention to the Imperial Preceptor's residence. This tax reduction by the Empire means that the offerings provided to the Lingxi Sect will be affected. This has threatened the core interests that the Lingxi Sect has already secured. Zheng Xiao will not ignore this. It should be noted that Qin Zheng has never stepped into the threshold of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, nor has he lowered his stance towards the Lingxi Sect. Now, with this latest move, he will only exacerbate the ongoing rift between the Empire and the Lingxi Sect. This offered them some solace. The Luo family, the Yu family alliance, the Qin Chuan Pavilion, the Nangong family, and other forces are also watching this situation closely. They were essentially on the side of the royal family. His Majesty's strategies are now so admirable that no one dares to underestimate them. After several rounds of maneuvering, he eliminated Qishan Academy, Tianlong Mercenary Guild, and Shanhe Alliance, and also won the hearts of the people of the Imperial City. With such a plan, I doubt many people could see through it. Now, it all depends on how to maintain the connection with the Lingxi Sect. Furthermore, with the Qishan Academy dealt with, His Majesty demonstrated another powerful tactic, attracting numerous forces from all sides of the Empire to quietly enter the Imperial City. The more you stir this murky water, the muddier it becomes. The situation in the Empire was becoming increasingly out of control. The extreme tension and the terrifying gloom made them all feel suffocated. They could not imagine what kind of terrible pressure the 20-year-old emperor in the palace was enduring all by himself. Inside the palace, the Light and Shadow Attribute Unit Rebirth pool is full of energy. Does it contain units with light and shadow attributes? The Destruction Attribute Unit Rebirth pool is fully charged. Does it contain units with light and shadow attributes? Whether. Qin Zheng chose yes. Another 100 attribute units were obtained. In 6 days, a total of 300 units with the light and shadow attribute and 300 units with the destruction attribute were created. As the numbers continue to increase, Qin Zheng's confidence is also growing. The light and shadow attribute troops thoroughly investigated the situation in the Imperial City, including the situations of forces such as Thundercloud Pavilion, Frost Valley, Sword Casting Manor, Duanmu Family, Qinfeng Valley, and Sword Yu Ancient City, and reported them to him. The veil of the Imperial City has been torn away, and the eyes of tigers and wolves have come closer. Qin Zheng was not surprised. That's his goal. Throw a piece of meat out, and see how many lurking wolves will eagerly come out. Suddenly, a new notification appeared in the message template. Countless enemies of the Tai Chi sect have been eliminated. Energy plus 1,500,000. Blood crystal plus 365,000. Heterocrystalline plus 540. The sudden notification made Qin Zheng's eyes narrow, and he was overjoyed. Golden Armor and the others completed their mission so quickly? It should be noted that only after the Golden Armor team completes their mission can they extract energy from the attribute-type troop reincarnation pool. And this time, the amount of blood crystals and energy is unprecedentedly terrifying. It was dozens, even hundreds of times more than the number of enemies cleared from the Imperial City. More than 500 alien crystals were also found. It should be noted that upgrading the attribute unit reincarnation pool to level 4 only requires tens of thousands of blood crystals, and obtaining that many blood crystals is enough to upgrade. Also, most importantly, the number of heteromorphs can complete a second evolution. This is what Qin Zheng has been looking forward to the most. With sufficient blood crystals, should we upgrade the attribute unit rebirth pool level? When the information appeared, Qin Zheng chose yes without hesitation. Upgrading the light and shadow attribute unit rebirth pool requires 20,000 blood crystals. Upgrading the destruction attribute unit rebirth pool requires 30,000 blood crystals. Upgrading is also perfectly adequate. The light and shadow attribute unit rebirth pool has been upgraded to level 4, allowing for the creation of 100 light and shadow attribute units per day. Blood crystals required for the next upgrade, 280,000. The destruction attribute unit rebirth pool has been upgraded to level 4, allowing for the daily production of 100 destruction attribute units. Blood crystals required for the next upgrade, 340,000. Bonus rewards, chapter on the fate of the nation, Imperial swordsmanship. Bonus! Qin Zheng was overjoyed. His luck had indeed improved. He glanced at the chapters on the fate of the nation and the introduction to the Imperial swordsmanship. The chapter on the fate of the nation is divided into the chapters on imperial power, generals and ministers, and commoners. By cultivating the chapter on national destiny, one can receive the blessing of the empire's national fortune, increase one's potential for cultivation, and gain opportunities. The stronger a nation's fortune, the more it can influence those who maintain the empire. For example, when bestowing titles upon court officials, those officials who cultivate themselves will have more potential, luck, and blessings than ordinary people, and will be protected by the empire's national fortune wherever they go. When a commoner is granted a title, that commoner stands out from the crowd, exceptional and outstanding. This is considered a blessing. The more loyal one is, the higher one's official rank will be, the more protection and blessings one will receive from the nation's fortune, the faster one's spiritual practice, and the greater one's blessings will be. One will live in harmony with the nation, and the nation will prosper, and the people will thrive. Qin Zheng understood that it was somewhat like the Jade Emperor bestowing divine titles, something extremely special and powerful. It can attract talent to the empire. Whoever is conferred a title will receive the blessing of the empire's national fortune. Cultivators will experience a surge in their cultivation speed, students will be able to cultivate a righteous spirit, and become extremely learned, court officials will gain immense power and prestige, commoners will become talented individuals, and scholars will become outstanding talents. No one could refuse it. As long as he gives it. Too many people knelt and begged at his feet. But it's not the right time yet. This book is only for important court officials and ministers such as Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, Yun Ting, and Zhao Qi. The Imperial Sword Technique is a powerful sword technique that cultivates the domineering aura of imperial power. It is divided into 3 levels: extermination of the entire family, corpse of 1,000,000, and imperial power supreme. It belongs to the category of supernatural sword techniques, and is far superior to the one sword across the sky technique. It cultivates the domineering ways of emperors and the absolute power of the emperor. With a single sword, imperial power is bestowed, and all living beings kneel in submission. Once the emperor is granted supreme authority, this sword strike can make heaven and earth submit. Qin Zheng was very satisfied. This achievement was indeed unexpected and a pleasant surprise to him. Looking at it, there are still a huge number of 300,000 blood crystals left. Qin Zheng did not escalate the situation further. The amount of blood crystals required to upgrade the attribute-based unit reincarnation pool increases by more than 10-fold each time, and the amount required becomes increasingly terrifying as you progress. Qin Zheng was not surprised by this. The energy required to cultivate higher-level attribute units is also terrifying. He was mentally prepared. Level 4 units with light and shadow attributes and destruction attributes are sufficient to deal with those in the refining god realm, and their numbers have increased to 100 per day. This is enough to surprise the behemoth in the corner of the empire. He focused his attention on the heteromorphic crystal. The second evolution of an attribute-based unit requires 300 alien crystals, which is enough to complete the evolution. Once it evolves, you can then obtain new attribute units. The light and shadow attribute units and the destruction attribute units brought him too many surprises. Now we can obtain one more. This made him even more excited. If you are strong enough, The remaining blood crystals can be used for upgrades. The second evolution pool for attribute-based units has enough crystals. Should we evolve them? Qin Zheng made a decisive choice. Chapter 59 The third type of attribute troops. A pool of attribute-based unit rebirths has appeared in the Imperial Palace. As before, another attribute-based unit rebirth pool has been mirrored. A holy light shines. It made the Emperor's bedroom appear sacred and magnificent. After a brief evolution, a new pool of attribute-based unit rebirths is formed. In this pool, there also stands a golden statue holding a golden shield, giving people a strong sense of solemnity. The second attribute unit reincarnation pool evolution is complete. Attribute unit rebirth pool, Diamond Defense Attribute -1 level. Number of units with the Vajra Defense Attribute 0. Initial level, Level 1, 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Blood crystals required for upgrade, 800. Skills, Golden Bell Shield, Shield of Strength, Shield of Magic. Note, the Level 1 Vajra Defense Attribute Troop Rebirth Pool can nurture 10 Defense Attribute Troops per day. Vajra Defense Attribute Troops can absorb all defensive materials such as earth, metal, and rock to transform into defense. They possess a Shield of Strength, which can defend against physical attacks, and a Shield of Magic, which can defend against magical attacks. Level 1 troops can cast 10 layers of Golden Bell Shield. The number of Golden Bell Shields increases with the level. Qin Zheng remained silent for a few seconds. After carefully reading the instructions in the information template, I completely understand. Rock-absorbing shield. It can absorb the power of the earth, and transform it into a shield of the earth. It can absorb the power of metal and transform into a diamond shield. It can defend against physical attacks at close range and against magical attacks from a distance. In addition to this, it possesses a Golden Bell Shield defense, which gradually increases as the level increases. This greatly shocked Qin Zheng. This is an unsolvable defense. Only an absolutely powerful destructive force far exceeding the defensive attributes of a Vajra-type unit can forcibly break through the defense. Used for large-scale military operations. It's a terrifying shield that can practically walk sideways. This power was beyond Qin Zheng's expectations. Although he didn't know the specific effects yet, he understood how terrifying this type of unit's defense was. Take a look at the remaining 317,800 blood crystals. Upgrading a Vajra defense attribute unit to level 4 requires 29,800 blood crystals. The remaining units with light and shadow attributes are enough to upgrade to level 5. Thinking of this, Qin Zheng didn't hesitate. Prepare the upgraded blood crystals. The light and shadow attribute unit rebirth pool has been upgraded to level 5, allowing for the creation of 200 light and shadow attribute units per day. Blood crystals required for the next upgrade, 1,500,000. The Vajra Defense Attribute Reincarnation Pool has been upgraded to level 4, allowing for the creation of 100 Vajra Defense Attribute troops daily, each with 500 layers of Golden Bell Shield. Blood crystals required for the next upgrade, 290,000. Number of alien crystals required for the third evolution, 5,000. The Vajra Defense Attribute Rebirth Pool has sufficient energy. Should it be nurtured? Whether? Qin Zheng made his choice. 100 beams of light flew out, transforming into 100 level 4 Vajra Defense Attribute soldiers, filling the Imperial Palace. Wearing golden armor and a golden helmet. They were all muscular, tall and imposing. Holy Lord, may you be supreme! 100 Vajra Attribute troops kowtow in devout worship. Number of units with the Vajra Defense Attribute, 100. Attribute level 4. Note, level 4 Vajra Defense Attribute troops are comparable to the 8th level of the Transformation Realm, possessing 500 layers of Golden Bell Shield defense. A 500-layered Golden Bell Shield? Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes also narrowed. He looked at the person in front of him and said, "Show me your Golden Bell Shield." The defensive unit bowed respectfully. His whole body was enveloped in golden light. A golden bell enveloped him. A unit with light and shadow attributes next to it slammed its fist down, as if it had hit a golden bell made of rare iron. It made a loud thud, but it couldn't break it. Its defensive power was quite amazing. Immediately afterwards, another layer of Golden Bell Shield was added on top of another. Even if you break through one level, there are still 499 levels left. It's inhumanly strong. Just imagine it. Hundreds, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of high-level Vajra defensive soldiers stood side by side, with tens of millions of layers of Golden Bell Shields. Even if they stood there and let a Celestial Realm expert attack them for days, they probably wouldn't be able to break through many layers. Qin Zheng thought for a moment, and told them to wait outside the Imperial Palace. With the increasing number of military units being developed, a special area needs to be created. That's enough! Qin Zheng looked out of the hall, his sharp, sword-like eyes revealing boundless ambition. Level 5 light and shadow attribute troops, though not as powerful as special troops like the Golden Armor, are still enough to deal with experts above the half-step core formation realm. 200 are produced every day. Given their sheer numbers, even a towering, all-powerful nascent soul realm expert would likely be unable to withstand the relentless attacks of level 5 light and shadow attribute troops. With the addition of level 4 defensive troops and level 4 Vajra defensive troops, 100 can be bred every day. From this moment on, this empire no longer needs the deterrent power of the Lingxi Sect. It's time for it to stop seizing this empire. In his eyes, the existence of that Imperial Preceptor's residence was utterly worthless. Those who have been waiting for him to set foot in the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, hoping to see him lower himself and grovel before the Lingxi Sect, are destined to be disappointed. This is true enjoyment. On those towering shoulders, the military might forged by the tyranny of imperial power was finally born. Now that the false prosperity has been torn away, let's use this imperial power and military might to slaughter those behemoths that are eyeing the empire. Qin Zheng's heavy heart was lifted. Immediately, after checking his energy level, he decided to upgrade his own strength. Although he had cultivated to the 3rd level of the Transformation Sea realm, he felt it wasn't enough. Now that we have enough energy, we can help him level up to a higher level. 1.5 million units of energy, no matter how much you accumulate, should be enough to upgrade to the refining god realm or higher. Qin Zheng was preoccupied with his own thoughts, temporarily ignoring the increasingly murky situation in the imperial city. The more murky the waters, the more people will try to take advantage of the chaos. With units possessing light and shadow attributes capable of lurking and investigating every detail, he had nothing to worry about. Take this opportunity. He consumed the energy he gained and leveled up to the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm in one fell swoop. He then began to condense his divine sense and level up to the refining god realm. Chuke Avenue in the Imperial City. A man dressed in special clothing walked into a courtyard. In the courtyard, it was none other than the Duanwu family. In the courtyard, the young men and women who were just about to leave all looked at the newcomer in surprise. Inside the house in the courtyard, the middle-aged man serving tea frowned and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Fourth Master, a major incident has occurred in Yan'an County." The man entered the house and bowed to the middle-aged man in response. "Event?" The middle-aged man, curious, asked. "Tell me." "The Taiji sect has been razed to the ground. All the disciples of this sect are dead. The 3 patriarchs have also been beheaded. The mountains where the Taiji sect was located were all flattened, as if they had been subjected to divine punishment, leaving no living creature behind. According to the people at the scene and those near the teleportation platform in Yan'an County, a group of 500 soldiers passed by. They were wearing black armor, had an eerie aura, and gave people a sense of destruction. This method came from the Imperial City and is related to the one in the Imperial Palace. The man reported each item in turn. Bang! The middle-aged man crushed the teacup in his hand, his gaze froze, his pupils contracted rapidly, and he was incredulous. The boy and girl were also taken aback. "Are you sure? Why is there no movement from the capital?" The middle-aged man struggled to suppress his emotions. The man said, "I'm sure. At the time, I was on my way back to my family through Yan'an County when I happened to encounter this matter. I knew about it beforehand, so I arranged for someone to send the message back to my family. I've come to inform you as well. The news from over there should reach the capital soon." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn, and his mouth became dry. He prepared to pick up his teacup to moisten his throat. Only then did I realize that I had already crushed the teacup. 500 soldiers. A sense of destruction. Divine punishment. It reminded him of the 10 destruction armorers from Qishan Academy. In the case of... That's terrifying. 500 in total. This made his heart tremble violently. I understand. What a fine young emperor. I was ignorant. Isn't this a feint? The middle-aged man chuckled, a pale laugh tinged with self-deprecation. Previously, when dealing with Qishan Academy, he thought Qin Zheng had fallen into a trap, that Qin Zheng had lost his composure and was being led by the nose. I never imagined that I was so shallow and ignorant that I couldn't see through Qin Zheng's profound schemes. An uproar broke out in the capital. All eyes were on them. Give him enough time to eradicate the Lingxi Sect. This has completely baffled everyone. This young emperor is truly terrifying. He sat back down in his chair. The boys frowned, watching and listening, and understood some things, their hearts seemingly filled with a silent competition. Same age. This makes them seem pretty useless. The girl's eyes, however, were full of curiosity, excellence, and brilliance, always captivating. This vast empire weighed heavily on his shoulders, leaving him breathless, yet he could still manipulate people with ease. It truly made one want to explore him. Chapter 60. Entering the realm of divine refinement in one step, imperial power and sword heart. The Duanwu family remained silent about the matter in Yan'an County, not revealing a single detail. Although they knew they couldn't hide it, and that news would soon reach the capital. But observing from behind the chessboard provides a clearer view than delving into it. I don't understand, the empire is in chaos. Once you understand, it's a battle between one person and a pack of wolves. No one would be foolish enough to guess the outcome. In this lavish feast, whoever can remain patient before it is served will be the one who gets what they want. Qingfeng Valley is here. The demonic sect of the blood refining hall quietly hid underwater. The people of the Sword Heart sect have forgotten their lesson and continue to wade into this muddy water. The group of sword fanatics from Jianwei Ancient City also arrived. These are all individuals with extraordinary strength and resources. Only they themselves know what their true motives are. 2 days later. News has arrived from Ice Valley. The eldest sister's deep blue, icy eyes rippled with emotion. Qin Zheng caused such a commotion in the capital, was it to destroy the Lingxi Sect? What is the hidden meaning behind this? She couldn't understand it. In terms of knowledge and experience, as the senior disciple of the Frozen Valley, she is second to none. They are knowledgeable and experienced, have a clear vision for success, and are steady and methodical in handling matters and considering problems. But it seems that in this situation, she doesn't even have the right to look up to Qin Zheng. A woman beside her asked with some skepticism. Senior sister, do you believe those 500 armored soldiers are really the kind of destructive armored soldiers used to deal with Tan Wanluan? Does Qin Zheng really possess that many? This is what she's most curious about. 10 is terrifying enough. Although Tan Wanluan's methods were insufficient, his righteous spirit, accumulated over 200 years, was no small matter. This forced Tan Wanluan to flee in defeat. The destructive power of the armored vehicle is obviously immense. Now, there are a full 500 of them. If they all act together, she can't even imagine what that scene would look like. It's almost certain that, judging from the situation at the scene, there might still be some mysterious assassins at work. The senior sister's analysis. In that case, some people might be getting restless. The woman was as cold as ice water, even her sneer was chilling to the bone. Then, remembering the purpose of her trip, she asked, "Shall we take action now?" The eldest sister didn't answer. After thinking silently for a moment, she said coldly, "It's not the right time." The woman nodded. Only by seizing the right opportunity can you achieve the desired results. After receiving the news, Ice Valley also sent a message to Thundercloud Pavilion. The people of Jianwei Ancient City also found out. More and more people are learning about the tragedy of the Lingxi Sect. Everyone was shocked and surprised. Only the Blood Refining Hall and the Sword Heart Sect harbored unease. Especially the Blood Refining Hall. This was Qin Zheng's open decree to annihilate one of the 2 sects that inherited his lineage. Now, the Lingxi Sect has passed away. The land was razed to the ground, and not a single living creature remained. The 3 patriarchs were all beheaded, their deaths were gruesome. It was like a death knell. It made them feel uneasy. Where did Qin Zheng get all those soldiers and armor? I've never heard of them before. Who is supporting him behind the scenes? Inside a private house. The family of 6 lay there, their blood seemingly drained, their bodies shriveled up, their deaths horrific and tragic. Not far away, around a table, sat several figures wearing black and red hoods. They were from the Blood Refining Hall. Even a half-step core formation realm patriarch died a violent death. This power is too great a threat to the Blood Refining Hall. It is like a sword hanging over their heads, making them unable to eat or sleep in peace. No matter how strong those destructive armors are, or how many of those mysterious assassins there are, we must investigate them as soon as possible. The Bloodblade ancestor is about to enter the Imperial City. He came out of seclusion this time to kill Qin Zheng. We cannot afford to make any mistakes at this time. The man at the head of the group gave a warning in a deep, somber tone. The others were overjoyed. Bloodsaber ancestor deliberately came out of seclusion to kill Qin Zheng, so how could Qin Zheng possibly survive? Once Qin Zheng is killed, the Imperial Edict will no longer be effective against them, and they will no longer have to live in fear. One of them suggested, I heard that a high-ranking figure of the heavenly rank 1 is coming to Blood Feather Tower. Perhaps we can ask that person to cooperate with us, which will greatly increase our chances of killing Qin Zheng. The leading man immediately warned in a cold voice. Before the Blood Blade Ancestor arrives, it's best not to cause trouble. There are huge forces behind the Blood Feather Tower plotting against you. If you get involved before things are settled, no one will have a good outcome. Lord Li is right. The group nodded repeatedly, not daring to act rashly. The leading man then raised his eyes and looked towards the doorway. From here, one could see in the direction of the palace. His face bore a striking resemblance to that of Li Hun. Those pupils were filled with nothing but hatred. Because Li Hun is his son. He witnessed the execution by slow slicing outside Xuanwu Gate, and he didn't even dare to collect the bodies. The grief and pain he felt fueled his hatred, and with a flick of his blood-red yuan energy, he shattered the corpses of the family of 6 into pieces. The news of the Taiji sect's annihilation was amplified continuously. The capital city was instantly abuzz with excitement. This once again stunned the person who was stirring up trouble. The 500 mysterious armored soldiers were like a nightmare, instilling a sense of fear in them as well. They had all witnessed the terror of the 10 destructive armored soldiers from Qishan Academy. No one can underestimate the power generated by 500 identical destruction armor units combined. One by one, the spies quietly left the city, delivering information to every corner of the empire as quickly as possible. Inside the palace, Qin Zheng consumed 2 days' worth of energy. Using his own yuan power, he drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to refine his consciousness, finally cultivating divine sense and reaching the refining God realm. And he broke through to the half-step core formation realm in one fell swoop. Ultimately, it stopped at the half-step core formation realm. It's not that we've encountered a bottleneck. He has no bottlenecks. It's more like a half-step into the core formation realm. To break through to the core formation realm requires an enormous amount of energy. Even 1,000,000 more units of energy might not be enough. The yin-yang golden elixir is not easy to condense. It especially needs to incorporate the power of heaven and earth. No wonder some half-step core formation realm cultivators have been stuck for hundreds of years accumulating experience. This precisely illustrates how terrifying the core formation realm is. Once one has reached the golden core stage, one can be respectfully addressed as the golden core venerable master. This is a major watershed moment in spiritual practice. Only those who step into that realm can be considered truly strong. The saying that a town with the embracing core realm has tens of thousands of half-step embracing core realm cultivators is not just empty talk. This also illustrates how terrifying the golden armor is. The terrifying power of level 5 units with light and shadow attributes. To be able to kill someone at the core formation realm is quite remarkable. Certainly. Now he possesses it. It features thunder wings, light and shadow attributes, imperial swordsmanship, and a single sword across the sky. Also, he mastered the sword heart technique and condensed the royal sword heart in his dantian, combining the characteristics of the royal sword technique, which distinguished it from the ordinary sword heart cultivated by the sword heart sect. This sword, imbued with imperial power and dominance, possesses boundless might. With all these factors combined, reaching the core formation realm was nothing special for him. Qin Zheng activated his divine sense. Keen observation. Encompassing the palace and extending outwards, the bustling streets and alleys are all within view. So mysterious and amazing. Qin Zheng was in a good mood. It felt incredibly good. He didn't become a master. Instead, the realm of cultivation that the world had once imagined, fabricated, and ridiculed has become a reality, and he has actually cultivated to that realm. He stood up with a flick of his sleeve. He left the palace. Enjoy yourself to the fullest. At this time, the Nangong family also prepared good news for him. Chapter 61. A letter from the Lingxi Sect. The Nangong family. The corridors and pavilions were bustling with people. The 6 elders were directing and arranging things from the side. Nangong Yun stood outside a grand hall, listening to the servant's report, his expression shocked, and he glanced at the servant with a hint of doubt. The servant immediately said solemnly, "This matter is absolutely true. News of it came earlier, but no one gave it a heads up. The commandant of Nanyang sent someone to inform us, and the situation has been confirmed, but we are not sure if it was His Majesty's doing." Nangong Yun took a deep breath. Based on everything he heard, he guessed that the destruction of the Taiji sect was most likely orchestrated by His Majesty. The recent commotion in the capital city is likely just a cover for this. But he was not shocked by such a terrible scheme. Instead, they were astonished that a fifth-grade sect with 3 half-step core formation realm experts had been wiped out in an instant, leaving not a single living creature. What kind of powerful force could accomplish this? And those 500 destruction-armored soldiers showing so much at once is truly startling. Step back. Nagongyun dismissed the servants and fell silent. What's wrong, master? The sixth elder walked over and saw that Nagongyun looked preoccupied. Nagongyun snapped out of her reverie and replied casually. It's nothing. How are the preparations for the Empress's ceremony going? The sixth elder laughed and said, The clan is ready and will not fail to meet the standards. The Grand Master of Ceremonies has also come and set a date. The Zhawu Festival will be held in March, together with the Empress's ceremony. The palace also needs to make arrangements. The Grand Master of Ceremonies will inform His Majesty of this matter. Zhawu Festival. Nagongyun was also satisfied with this arrangement. The Emperor Zhawu's authority was witnessed by heaven and earth, and this day was of great significance. The Emperor's bedchamber. Qin Zheng stood with his hands behind his back on the 99 steps. The surrounding area is protected by units with destructive and defensive attributes. 2 days. An additional 400 level 5 units with light and shadow attributes, 200 units with 4-star defense attributes, and 200 units with 4-star destruction attributes have been added. Qin Zheng transferred a portion of them and incorporated them into the Imperial Guard. In particular, the Vajra defense attribute troops are the core barrier to ensure the safety of the palace. They not only possess shields of strength and magic, but also hundreds of layers of powerful golden bell shields, which are enough to deal with strong people destroying the palace. The Imperial Palace is the center of imperial power, and the place where prestige is concentrated. It's a stabilizing force. Nothing can happen here. Moment. The golden armor and the destroyer are back. Or perhaps they had returned earlier, but seeing Qin Zheng cultivating, they didn't disturb him. Holy Lord! The imperial heretics who defied your will have been destroyed! Mieli gave a sincere reply. He then presented several special rings. Qin Zheng turned to the side, took the ring, and examined it. Made of a special material, it is cast from gemstones and rare iron, and is engraved with many fine lines and special ancient seal script that is so fine that it is invisible to the naked eye. A storage ring? Qin Zheng probed him with his divine sense. What met the eye was a hazy gray expanse. It was like a room without walls, surrounded by gray fog. Inside this space, there were rare treasures, spiritual stones and medicines, divine weapons and mysterious stones, gold notes and money, and so on. I have several rings. The quantity was enormous, far exceeding any previous raids. Apart from the 7th grade spiritual weapon, the reverse blood sword. There's also the 6th grade spiritual weapon, the Taiji Mysterious Pearl. The Taiji sect-specific techniques, such as the Taiji Yin Yang chapter and the Taiji Xian Guang record. And sect magic, Xuanji seal, Taiji sword technique. All categories are available. But the higher level ones are missing. Qin Zheng didn't care much. I did notice 2 unusual stones. A bloodstone exuding intense killing intent, covered with vein-like patterns, naturally formed rather than finely carved, capable of absorbing divine consciousness, quite mysterious. It was a metallic stone that resembled neither iron nor gold, and was labeled with the words, Divine gold from beyond the heavens. Qin Zheng left them behind. The rest, high-grade spiritual herbs, and so on, were too numerous to examine in detail. Apart from a portion of the gold notes and cash that were handed over to the national treasury, Qin Zheng ordered Zhang to build a pavilion to house all the martial arts techniques, supernatural powers, and rare treasures in the world. Also, this time, the Taiji sect was completely wiped out. Both Jinjia and Mieli have been upgraded. The golden armor is even stronger now. With the help of other level 5 light and shadow attribute units, we are even more confident in dealing with the heavenly primordial god. The level of the exterminator has been raised to 4. Some troop types with certain attributes have also been upgraded to level 4. Qin Zheng was extremely satisfied. Wow! Suddenly, a cry echoed throughout the imperial city. Loud and sharp. It was mixed with an oppressive aura. It seems capable of breaking through spatial barriers and reaching every corner. Everyone in the entire imperial city heard it. They all looked up to see what was happening. A hurricane swept over the ancient, towering city walls, spreading across Zhuke Avenue and casting a vast shadow over the street. The citizens on Zhuke Avenue looked up as if the sky had been obscured. A colossal creature swept across the sky. It was a large, blue bird. Over 20 zhang long. Wearing a golden crown on his head. His eyes shone with the divine light. Its body is covered with beautiful blue feathers, which, in the gale, resemble sharp swords. Its wings spread like clouds hanging from the sky, looking down on the human world from above. That posture was so proud. Noble. Majestic. Its aura is sacred and extraordinary. Thousand illusory bluebird! The brother and sister from Sword Forging Manor walked out of the restaurant, stared at the giant shadow, and their eyes suddenly narrowed. Thousand illusory bluebird! The middle-aged members of the Duanmu family. The eldest sister of the Frozen Valley. Leiyun Pavilion, Qinfeng Valley, Jianyue Ancient City, and Lianxue Hall, no matter how high their cultivation or how prestigious their status, all wore solemn expressions and their eyes revealed shock at this moment. How could they not recognize the Thousand Illusion Azure Bird of the Lingxi Sect? It symbolizes the prestige of the Lingxi Sect, representing the identity of the overlord of the eastern region. It embodies majesty and nobility. Where it appears, there is the will of a hegemon. Throughout the world, even vast empires struggle to challenge the dominance of the overlord. More importantly, its arrival here seems to bring a choice that everyone has been waiting for. It has finally arrived in this imperial city. Many spies looked up, their eyes burning with intensity. I've been looking forward to this for so many times. They have watched over us day and night. We've seen it today. Wow! A loud sound exploded across the heavens and earth, as if proclaiming the supreme prestige of the Lingxi Sect. It carried a letter in its mouth, crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, and traversed endless void, all to fly towards the Imperial Preceptor's mansion that stood tall in the Imperial City. Whoosh! Inside the Imperial Preceptor's residence, Xingxiao opened his eyes, and two beams of divine light burst forth. People follow the light. In an instant he appeared on the clouds above the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, enveloped in a dazzling primordial light. Everyone is shaken. Xianming and the other disciples flew out together and looked at the giant blue shadow from afar. Every face beamed with pride. Every pair of eyes was filled with pride. The cries awakened the latent power of the Lingxi Sect within their blood, igniting their passion. A strong sense of honor made them appear supremely noble. Wherever it is, the prestige of the Lingxi Sect remains. This is the significance of the Thousand Illusion Bluebird. A powerful aura swept in like a tornado, obscuring the sky above the Imperial Preceptor's residence. The Thousand Illusory Bluebird landed in front of the Imperial Preceptor's residence. His gaze was fixed on Xingxiao. Xingxiao bowed, cupped his hands, and performed the sex salute. The Thousand Illusion Azure Bird glanced down, then spat out a beam of azure divine light, carrying a letter in its beak, which flew to Xingxiao's side. This letter should be delivered to Qin Zheng. Chapter 62 Imperial Advisor Xingxiao reigns over the court. Xingxiao looked up and took the letter. He opened it and took a look, his eyes suddenly narrowing in surprise. This letter is from Lu Yun. A name he had only heard of before, yet it was incredibly prestigious. Someone who was once insignificant and unremembered, but now he looks up to. The fact that the Thousand Illusion Bluebird, representing the prestige of the Lingxi Sect, traveled across mountains and rivers just to deliver this letter best illustrates his supreme status and prestige within the Lingxi Sect. This letter was addressed to Qin Zheng, and also to the Nangong family. The young master has become the holy son of the Lingxi Sect. This letter represents his attitude, and also the attitude of the Lingxi Sect. The Thousand Illusory Bluebirds spoke in human language. I see. Xingxiao nodded, understanding the meaning of those words and the warning they were warning him. He also knew it was time to give the empire and the government a choice. It's finally here! Xianming was overjoyed. The Lingxi Sect disciples were also overjoyed and excited, understanding some of the meaning of the conversation. In the distance, in a blacksmith shop, the muscular man forging iron paused, gazing at the Imperial Preceptor's residence. He had foreseen some things. There was an unusual seriousness in his eyes. The languid beauty of Qin Chuan Pavilion also leaned against the window, looking at the Thousand Illusions Bluebird, her autumn wave eyes mixed with a pitiful melancholy. This is going to be interesting. I'm afraid I'll be caught in the crossfire too. That wretched Nangong Hongyan, she insisted on dragging me along. The lazy beauty said listlessly and resentfully. Brother, has the Lingxi Sect shown any attitude? The pretty young girl glanced at the Thousand Illusion Bluebird high in the sky, her round and large, lively eyes looking up at the young man beside her. The young man nodded. So many people have been waiting for this moment. It's time to go to the palace. The young man looked towards the palace. If it really is an attitude, he's very curious to see how Qin Zheng will respond. Many people were nervous. Everyone is watching with bated breath. His gaze lingered between the Imperial Preceptor's residence and the Imperial Palace. This moment, the Imperial City seemed to fall into a deathly silence. The dullness and oppression were felt even by the most ordinary city dwellers. Xing Xiao, who has been in seclusion. A moment later, he stepped out of the Imperial Preceptor's residence and headed towards the Imperial Palace. Pairs of tense and eager eyes followed his figure and turned to the majestic Qin dynasty palace that had stood for 800 years. Their hearts seemed to have stopped. This step forward. It made so many decisions. The significance and weight of it are indescribable. It is far too profound and extraordinary. Qin Emperor's Palace. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! All the court officials bowed in greeting. No need for formalities. Qin Zheng held the imperial sword, his voice cold and authoritative. His sword-like eyes surveyed the assembled officials. Having cultivated the sword heart of imperial power, his gaze is sharp as a blade, making people dare not look him in the eye. Feng Chang stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Zhaowu Day of the 3rd month is the Imperial Zhaowu Festival. It is a day that receives blessings from the heavens and the earth, and grants grace to the mountains and rivers. It is an auspicious day. The Empress's ceremony will be held on the same day, so that heaven and earth can witness it, and the mountains and rivers can be in harmony. Zhaowu Day. It is the anniversary of the founding of the empire. Zhaowu, meaning noon, refers to the time when the sun is at its brightest and most dazzling, symbolizing the eternal prosperity of the Qin Empire. Allow! Qin Zheng agreed. As soon as he finished speaking. Outside the imperial court. A towering figure stepped into the imperial court. In an instant, all the court officials, including Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, Yan Shu, Zhou Yuan, and Yun Ting, turned their gazes to him. He was dressed in a blue Taoist robe. A mysterious Tao light flowed around his body. Tall and imposing like a god, he exudes power without anger. His temples are gray, yet he possesses a spiritual charm. His powerful and vast aura reveals his extraordinary nature. This man was none other than the imperial advisor, Xing Xiao, the spirit-refining expert of the Lingxi Sect, who sits firmly in the imperial preceptor's mansion, suppressing all the tigers and wolves in the world. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and other veteran officials looked at him with solemn expressions and furrowed brows. They understood. Zheng Xiao appeared here. There must be a Lingxi Sect's attitude. Otherwise, with such a commotion in the capital, why was he nowhere to be seen, and now he suddenly reappeared? The imperial court fell silent. Xing Xiao looked up at Qin Zheng. He had never even participated in Qin Zheng's coming-of-age ceremony before, and now he had to look up to him, which was somewhat ironic. Qin Zheng looked down at him. His domineering and cold gaze was like the sharp edge of a weapon, forcefully suppressing Xing Zhao's gaze. This caused Xing Zhao's eyes to darken. The feeling he got from Qin Deng's gaze was, besides being domineering, still domineering. His domineering authority, which tolerates no provocation, disrespect, or violation, is not even allowed to Xing Xiao. Moreover, what moved him was that Xing Xiao was defeated. At this moment, Xing Xiao also understood that Qin Zheng's attitude towards the National Preceptor's mansion and the Lingxi Sect had undergone a tremendous change. He composed himself. Take out that letter. The deep voice said. Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the Lingxi Sect. It's for you. Qin Zheng glanced at the letter. The unit with light and shadow attributes told him about it in advance. So he knew. Zhang Yan walked quickly to Xing Xiao, took the letter, and headed towards the palace. Xing Xiao then said, Lu Yun is now the holy son of the Lingxi Sect, and he can represent the Lingxi Sect. Therefore, in this matter concerning the Nangong family, he wants you to give him an attitude, and he also needs the Empire's decision, which will also affect the Lingxi Sect's decision. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu's expressions changed slightly. They knew a little about Lu Yun's affairs, but not much, but the fact that Lingxi Sect had given them a choice was a momentous event. Because this decision will completely change the Empire's situation and destiny. Many things are waiting. In that instant, their hearts tightened. They couldn't figure out Qin Zheng's thoughts. But I knew his pride. This made him vaguely uneasy. The Empire's decision? Qin Zheng's lips twitched slightly, revealing a mocking sneer. Zhang Yan respectfully handed over the letter, which Qin Zheng picked up without even glancing at its contents. He leaned on the imperial sword and turned to look at the dragon throne. He left Xing Xiao with a majestic silhouette. Xing Xiao reminded him. His Majesty's recent behavior has somewhat deviated from the wishes of the Lingxi Sect, so it is time to make a decision, and the Empire needs to make this decision as well. 800 years. Qin Zheng looked at the dragon throne and slowly said, "It's time to end a wrong decision that started 800 years ago in my hands." Upon hearing this, Jing Zhao's eyes widened, staring intently at Qin Yang's retreating figure. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, Zhao Qi, and the others were also shocked. Their eyes were all focused on the figure in the hall, their pupils contracted rapidly, and their tense hearts exploded. 800 years of offerings. 800 years of pointing fingers and whispering. This empire is tired of it. Qin Zheng's voice was cold and deep, like iron. In that instant, he suddenly turned around, flicked his hand, and the letter flew down from the dragon platform. Under Jing Zhao's gaze and everyone's shocked stare, it suddenly burst into flames. Qin Yang's sword-like eyes darkened, flashing two chilling and domineering beams of light as he locked onto Jing Zhao, coldly uttering, "I'm tired of it too." Chapter 63. Dare to challenge the imperial power? I will shatter his myth. That letter burned out. Turned to ashes. It sprinkled onto the palace pond. Jing Zhao's eyes suddenly darkened. The ministers paled, their pupils widened, and they stared intently at the falling ashes. The gazes of everyone in the court seemed to be instantly drawn closer, revealing every subtle expression of shock, fear, surprise, and anger. A sharp gust of wind howled. The beaded curtain of that flat-topped crown was swaying back and forth. Those sword-like eyes were like cold iron, icy and heavy, silencing the entire court. "I'm tired of it." Xing Xiao was also surprised by Qin Yang's remarks. He was tired of the existence of the Lingxi Sect in the empire. Without the Lingxi Sect, what was the point of the empire's existence? Everyone understood this. Did Qin Zheng not understand this? Without even glancing at the letter from the holy son of the Lingxi Sect, he threw it away, considering it worthless, and burned it to ashes. This contemptuous attitude infuriated Jing Xiao. "There are so many people watching and waiting outside. I am surprised to have received such a choice from your majesty. I hope your majesty will not regret it." Jing Xiao felt it necessary to offer a reminder. He then said coldly, "You, so proud, are unwilling to read the contents of this letter, but I want to tell you that on the day of the Empress's ceremony, he will descend upon the capital and come before you. At that time, he will personally respond to your choice. He is an unparalleled genius who has created many legends. Those who ignore him will pay the price. And I will truthfully report what His Majesty said today to the Lingxi Sect. I believe that on that day, the Lingxi Sect will also bring forth the final decision. The Imperial Advisor." Bai Yu looked horrified and hurriedly called out, but was ignored. At this moment, no one's words carry more weight than Qin Zheng's. Once a decision is made, no amount of further advice will change that. Even the most dazzling stars cannot rival the blazing sun, and in the Qin Empire, no matter how majestic or vast, nothing can surpass the tyranny of imperial power. Qin Zheng, leaning on the imperial sword, turned away from Jing Xiao, pondered for a moment, and said coldly, "Go back and tell him, tell that peerless genius who is revered as a legend that he dared to challenge the imperial power. I will shatter his myth." "You!" Shen Zhao's face flushed with anger. Qin Zheng glanced sideways, his eyes flashing with a cold light as sharp as a blade. He looked at Xing Xiao and said, "The same goes for your imperial preceptor's mansion. Whether it can continue to exist in this imperial city is also up to me. If that's how your majesty is, then I have nothing more to say." Xing Xiao cupped his hands in greeting. He turned and left the main hall with a flick of his sleeve. The existence of the imperial preceptor's residence is a symbol. Judging from Qin Zheng's words, there was no need for the Lingxi Sect to exist anymore, and he didn't want the Lingxi Sect to manage the affairs of the empire. What could he possibly say? Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and other court officials remained silent throughout the entire process. They could only watch Xing Xiao leave. This is an imperial decision that the world has been eagerly anticipating. This empire seems to be losing something that is hard to grasp. They turned around and looked at Qin Zheng's profile, their expressions cold and resolute. "It's time for the enemy lurking in the darkness to surface." Qin Zheng looked up at the palace ceiling. "I have no doubt about my decision. I never regret any of my decisions. Just like the Queen's ceremony 3 months later, there will be no thought of compromise to help an insignificant person embarrass the Queen. Perhaps the Nangong family made a mistake. Perhaps Nangong Hongyan made a mistake. It's alright. So what if I'm wrong? Nangong Hongyan is the empress of the great Qin dynasty. Represents imperial power. Represents prestige. Even if it's wrong, it's still right. Imperial power is domineering, so why would it bow down to anyone? Therefore, this also means that after 3 months, they will completely turn against each other, and tear off all pretenses. That is how it is. It's better to do it earlier. This decision will completely change the imperial landscape and force those behemoths hiding in the shadows to step out and begin to act openly. To make necessary preparations for the true choice of the Lingxi Sect on the day of the Jiawu festival 3 months later. This was expected. However, while he has now made the decision to sever ties, before the Lingxi Sect officially decides to completely abandon the great Qin Empire, those behemoths must hold their breath for the last moment before they can share in the delicious feast they have prepared. It's time for him to make his move. After a moment, Qin Zheng turned his head and said, "Yunting!" Yunting snapped out of his daze, quickly cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Your subordinate is here." Qin Zheng supported himself with one hand on his sword, and with the other hand he casually waved. A golden stream of light suddenly entered Yunting's body, causing Yunting's mind to tremble. "I bestow upon you the chapters of generals and ministers, which will grant you the protection of the Empire's destiny, enhance your cultivation, increase your military talent and killing intent, bestow military might upon you, and bring blessings to your descendants." A vast and mysterious aura suddenly poured into Yunting's body, and the essence of heaven and earth came from outside the hall and merged into Yunting's body. A sense of breaking through a barrier washed over me. He suddenly raised his eyes and stared at Qin Zheng, utterly shocked. The chapter on generals and ministers was so profound and unpredictable that it directly helped him break through the threshold of refining the spirit. "This humble general thanks your majesty for your grace." Yunting cupped his hands, the sound of his armor scraping together making a very loud noise. All the ministers looked at Yunting in surprise. Yan Shu's gaze also sharpened, staring intently. He could sense Yunting breaking through to the next realm. What is the mystery behind this chapter on prime ministers? Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhou Yuan, Yan Shu, Zhao Qi, Yan Qi. Qin Neng's voice echoed. The ministers bowed. "I bestow upon you, generals and ministers, the titles and inscriptions, the blessings of the empire, your official prestige as vast as the sea, your boundless fortune, and the blessings upon your descendants." The Qin government bestowed upon the chapters on generals and ministers. The court officials were all shaken, as if enveloped by a hazy, sacred light, and felt an endless sense of mystery. This is the Empire's mysterious and ethereal national destiny being shared with us. It's incredible that His Majesty can actually utilize the national destiny. Yan Shu felt it the most deeply. He cultivates a righteous spirit. His talent is boundless and extraordinary. The ministers also clearly felt this, and were all shocked and surprised. "Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace." The ministers were extremely excited. The fate of an empire. This is an extraordinary blessing. Unparalleled. No one expected that His Majesty would possess such a terrifying means to bestow the fate of the nation. They were shocked, but also felt reassured. Qin Zheng silently surveyed everything with an expression of profound indifference. They broke ties with the Lingxi Sect. The essay on generals and ministers was enough to stabilize the hearts of the court. Next, we need to clean up the outside. Qin Zheng dismissed all his ministers, leaving only Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, and Yunting. "Your Majesty, I unconditionally support your decision. However, are you prepared? Once we break with the Lingxi Sect, the chaos in this empire will spiral out of control." Wang Zhan asked. He didn't think it through too deeply. But even the simplest and most obvious things were enough to weigh heavily on him. 800 years ago, Emperor Taizu made a wrong decision. It's not too late to correct it now. Imperial power and hegemony, the general trend of the world, are nothing more than this. Qin Zheng paused for a moment, then looked at Yunting and said, "Yunting, you shall immediately lead 800,000 black cavalry to wipe out all enemies in the 4 prefectures of Shouyang, Tushan, Nanyang, and Chuanshan that are near the imperial city. No disobedience will be tolerated. I will send people to assist you. Your subordinate obeys." Yunting cupped his hands in greeting. Zhao Qi said, "Your Majesty, each of these 4 prefectures has its own guards who assist the prefects and military commanders in governing the prefectures. Although their combat strength cannot compare with that of a regular army, they are all loyal to the Empire. If we gather them together and form them into an army, it will be enough to deter the villains. The Black Cavalry is the safest force to guard the Imperial City." "No," Bai Yu frowned and said, "the Black Cavalry must be stationed in the 4 prefectures. If villains cause trouble, the Imperial City will be greatly threatened if there is no buffer zone. His Majesty wants to build the 4 prefectures into a buffer zone for the Imperial City. Therefore, it is more meaningful for the Black Cavalry to be stationed in the 4 prefectures than to guard the Imperial City." Listen to Bai Yu's analysis. Zhao Qi also pondered deeply. Wang Zhan and Yunting both understood this meaning. Qin Zheng now said, The 80,000 Imperial City Guards will be under the command of Zhao Qi. Their job is to patrol the Imperial City and maintain order. As for the safety of the Imperial City, you don't need to worry about it. This subordinate obeys the order. Zhao Qi cupped his hands in greeting. The real enemy is approaching with predatory intent. Qin Zheng, sword in hand, gazed out from behind the beaded curtain at the palace, his eyes fixed on the imperial power and ambition. Chapter 64. This gluttonous feast is about to begin. Zheng Xiao left. It led to Qin Zheng's decision. All matters of the court have come to the ears of the people. That statement, "This empire is tired of the Lingxi Sect," seemed to provide the answer that all those who were waiting wanted. This day. They finally waited for this. At this moment, the imperial city was also in an uproar. This fervor will continue to spread to every corner of the empire, and the attitude of the emperor in the court that determines the fate of the empire will reach the ears of many masters. This lavish feast is about to begin. Inside a restaurant, Lei Jing, the deputy head of Lei Yun Pavilion, stood with his hands behind his back, staring blankly at the palace, as if he had not yet recovered from the surprise of hearing this decision. Behind him stood many powerful figures from Thundercloud Pavilion, their expressions filled with ecstasy. Yes, who would have thought that Qin Zheng would take the initiative to break off relations? With his decision, the relationship with Lingxi Sect is now severed. Let's see how Lingxi Sect responds in the end. A refining spirit realm expert laughed. There's no need to wait for that attitude anymore. The Lingxi Sect will no longer support this empire. A destructive lightning flashed in Lei Zheng's eyes as he slowly said, "Don't underestimate Lu Yun. His energy is enough to affect everything." Vice Pavilion Master Lei, what is so extraordinary about this Lu Yun? I've never heard of him before, and he's even been chosen as the holy son of the Lingxi Sect. It's truly astonishing. The expert at the refining god realm was puzzled. People around were also curious. This empire, this eastern region, has too many geniuses and prodigies, and they know quite a few of them. However, they only learned about this genius who could influence a hegemon and the fate of an empire today. Lei Jing remained silent for a few seconds, and as he recalled that peerless genius, a look of emotion gradually appeared on his face. After a moment, he composed himself and said, "Lu Yun's rise is very special and miraculous. He entered the foundation establishment stage in 1 month, the true essence realm in 3 months, passed the most difficult test of the Lingxi Sect, entered the inner sect, and forcefully defeated the geniuses of the Lingxi Sect. While traveling and gaining experience, I encountered an unparalleled opportunity, easily entered the Transformation Sea realm, and cultivated the mountain-suppressing divine seal, a divine power that no one in the Spirit Stream sect had dared to cultivate for 1,000 years. In a secret realm of heaven and man, he obtained an astonishing opportunity, entered the refining god realm in 1 step, and mastered the spiritual treasure, the sky-supporting ancient sword. He also obtained the sky-supporting sword intent and killed a half-step core formation ancestor in 1 battle. In less than 2 years, he has cultivated to the 7th level of the refining spirit realm. Then, he killed 4 half-step core formation ancestors with his sword, writing one extraordinary legend after another." Hiss. Upon hearing this, even the powerful figures gasped in astonishment. This was simply too monstrous. In less than 2 years, he has progressed through the Qi refining, foundation establishment, true essence, sea transformation, and spirit refining stages, reaching the 7th level of spirit refining. This cultivation speed is simply terrifying. They had never seen it before. Perhaps he will soon reach the core formation realm. Lei Jing exclaimed in amazement. To be chosen as the holy son of the Lingxi Sect shows just how terrifying his potential is. Reaching the celestial realm is only a matter of time for him. If he comes to the coronation ceremony for the Empress in 3 months, he may not only bring the attitude of the Lingxi Sect, but may even take action against Qin Zheng himself. Suddenly, someone had an idea. "It's not impossible," Lei Jing said. "He was humiliated by the Nandong family. This is his inner demon, and he must cut it off in order to transcend the heavens and manhood. Perhaps only by taking the life of an emperor can the inner demons he suppresses be cleansed. Therefore, there is a high possibility that he will take action against Qin Zheng. The Jiawu festival marked the beginning of the rise of the Qin Empire, and perhaps also its end. We need to inform the Pavilion Master about this matter as soon as possible. The opportunity for Thundercloud Pavilion has arrived. Since we can foresee the outcome, we don't need to wait for the Jiawu festival. Let's strike first." The refining spirit realm expert who spoke first gave a reminder. "No, let's continue to observe." Lei Jing stopped him. "Why?" They were all getting a little anxious. Regardless of whether Lu Yun takes action against Qin Zheng, it cannot change the Lingxi Sect's decision to abandon its support for the great Qin Empire. As long as this is clear, taking a little risk is acceptable. Strike first to gain an advantage, and you'll be able to grab a bigger share of the profits. Qin Zheng's refusal was very firm, which is puzzling. Where does he get the confidence to openly turn against the hegemon who supports him? Leixing didn't want to be a fool. He preferred to endure it. However, Lei Yun Pavilion needs to make thorough preparations. After all, Jiaowu Festival. It's definitely a day to look forward to. He looked at the palace and gave a cold laugh. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things are born. How many people will benefit from the fall of this empire? No one can resist this feast, including Lei Yun Pavilion. His decision is truly baffling. On the other side, the middle-aged man from the Duanmu family frowned, having finally received an attitude, but it wasn't from the Lingxi Sect, but from Qin Zheng himself. What is he thinking? Don't you know how many eyes are watching, how many people want this outcome? The middle-aged man did not believe Qin Zheng and did not understand these things. With his profound foresight and willingness to compete and strategize with a host of behemoths, how could he be willing to abandon the Lingxi Sect so quickly? Uncle, why do you all like to try to figure out what His Majesty is thinking? What if it's just a natural choice? The girl pouted. These elders just spend all day brooding over trivial matters. The middle-aged man was taken aback, turning to look at the girl. He then suddenly laughed. What's wrong? The girl was stunned. You're right. Instead of trying to figure it out now, let's wait for the Jiaowu Festival. On that day, everything will be clear. Middle-age sweeps away complicated thoughts. By the way, uncle, is that Louis Yun very powerful? A young boy asked. The middle-aged man nodded and said, one of the most brilliant rising stars in the eastern region, an undisputed genius who has written many legends. He reached the 7th level of the refining spirit realm in 2 years and killed 4 half-step core formation realm cultivators. His methods are powerful and unpredictable. As the holy son of the spirit stream sect, he also has great power. The boys were surprised. One of the most brilliant rising stars in the eastern region is enough to demonstrate his status. Could it be that he intends to attack His Majesty on the day of the Jiaowu Festival? The girl asked. The middle-aged man nodded and said, very likely. Uncle, between him and Qin Zheng, who is more capable? The boy pressed for an answer. This question left the middle-aged man silent for a long time before he finally said, this cannot be compared. Qin Zheng carries the weight of an entire empire on his shoulders, while Louis Yun does not. Louis Yun has access to the resources of the entire Lingxi Sect, while Qin Zheng does not. So, His Majesty has no room for resistance? The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. The Jiaowu Festival was probably not a good day for him. Perhaps. I don't want to guess what's going on in middle age, I can only sigh. Compared to the Duanmu family, other forces are different. Qifeng Valley, Jianyue Ancient City, and others have different purposes. This gluttonous feast has begun. They couldn't possibly sit still. Qin Zheng's decision forced them to ponder it and bring back all the analysis as soon as possible. Many people couldn't wait any longer and started taking action. Without the behemoth that was the Lingxi Sect supporting the empire, they were free from all constraints and suppression, and no one could restrain their behavior. Annexation, gradual encroachment. This will be their feast. Furthermore, within this imperial city, countless figures vanished in an instant, rushing to every corner of the empire, and this time, they will stir up a storm throughout the entire empire. At this time, the 2 siblings from the sword-forging manor have arrived at the palace. Chapter 65, a scheme that began 300 years ago. The Imperial Palace. Zhang led the 2 siblings from the sword-casting manor into a pavilion in the south garden. Qin Zheng changed into a white silk robe. Her long, jet-black hair was tied back. He stood with his hands behind his back view appearing tall and imposing, like a majestic sacred mountain. This was Li Xiaoai's first impression. Your Majesty, the 2 from the sword-forging manor have arrived. Zhang bowed and reported back. Qin Zheng did not turn around, but raised his hand slightly. Zhang then bowed and withdrew. I am Li Nan from the sword-forging manor, paying my respects to your Majesty. Li Nan bowed. He also casually touched Li Xiaoai, who was a little stunned. Li Xiaoai followed suit, calling out in a clear, melodious voice. Greetings, your Majesty. I heard you have something to discuss with me? Qin Zheng asked calmly. Li Nan said, some old stories about the Qin Empire. Old stories? Qin Zheng turned around and looked at the 2 of them. Li Nan has the appearance of a talented person, with an extraordinary and heroic temperament. He is also quite skilled in cultivation, having already reached the 1st level of the spirit refinement realm. Li Xiaoai has big, round, and spirited eyes. She wears pigtails, and her face is as delicate and fair as a newborn baby's. Her charm is both captivating and adorable. What's amazing is that she is even stronger than Li Nan in terms of cultivation, having already reached the second level of the refining spirit realm. Tell me about it. Qin Zheng stood with his hands behind his back. A tall, straight chest exudes an aura of dominance. His sword-like eyes darted sideways, sharp and extraordinary. Li Nan looked around, quite amazed. But the moment his gaze met Qin Zheng's sword eyes, a sense of awe suddenly followed his gaze and pressed down on his consciousness, making his mind sink. This aura is too fierce and domineering. There's an overwhelming sense of oppression. Li Xiaoai also looked her over. Her mind was pure, and apart from feeling the domineering and imposing aura, all she felt was the sharp and stern aura of a family elder lecturing someone. It makes people afraid to argue, afraid to look directly at you, and can only obediently bow their heads and admit their mistakes. But at home, she is the eldest. She is not afraid of elders, not even the great-grandfather. If you anger her, she will still pull your beard. Therefore, she did not feel the same reverence as Li Nanzhong. Li Nan composed himself and slowly said, Your Majesty should be fully aware of the current situation in the Empire, right? But has Your Majesty considered some issues? Why does the royal family now only have 800,000 black cavalry left? Why has the power of the royal family been reduced to its current state? Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes narrowed slightly. Continue. Li Nan remained silent for a moment then said, I once heard my elders mention that the brewing of this imperial situation actually began 300 years ago. 800 years ago, Emperor Taizu of Qin possessed unparalleled cultivation at the Dharma aspect realm. With the support of the Lingxi Sect, he rose rapidly, annexing numerous small countries, suppressing many forces, and forcefully conquering 2 states and 1,008 counties. However, this territory is too vast, so vast that it is rare in the eastern region, and even many dynasties and empires cannot compare to it. Emperor Taizu of Qin was well aware of this, so in order to consolidate the empire, he abdicated the throne and went into seclusion, attempting to cultivate to the celestial realm, change this situation, and thus get rid of the Lingxi Sect. However, for some unknown reason, Emperor Qin Taizu failed in his seclusion and had to go east out of the ancient Emperor Mountain to seek the will of heaven. On this journey, he mysteriously perished. Without the Emperor Taizu's deterrence, the Lingxi Sect's control over the empire has become even more stringent. Similarly, the rich and vast Qinchuan region is coveted by many. However, although the royal family is weak, the power of the Lingxi Sect as a hegemon is unparalleled, and no one dares to confront its sharp edge head-on. But 1,800 counties are too tempting, no one can resist them. Thus, many behemoths began to plot and scheme for this centuries-old feast, using all sorts of means to continuously weaken and divide the empire, suppress the power of the royal family with special methods, and destroy the royal bloodline. A scheme that began 300 years ago. Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes were fixed, and he looked up at the endless sky with his hands behind his back. He understood. This empire is so vast that it inspires envy, and how could those who have been coveting it from the shadows remain indifferent? This encouraged neighboring empires to invade the territory of the Qin Empire, thereby giving rise to various vassal kings who divided the empire's power. They plotted to destroy the royal bloodline, to minimize the power of the royal family, bypassing the direct confrontation with the overlord Lingxi Sect. This, in turn, pushed the empire into the abyss. In the darkness of the abyss, tigers and wolves that have been lying in wait for a long time will enjoy the delicious food cooked up by 300 years. As for the Lingxi Sect, perhaps by the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. Rather than letting others benefit, why not participate as well and seize as much of the imperial resources as possible? The empire is in chaos. Traitorous officials were born. Bandits roam freely. Demons and monsters are running rampant. Imperial power existed in name only. In the imperial court, only a few lonely old ministers and he himself remained, upholding the last vestiges of the empire's glory. Then, just wait for the wolves to devour you. Li Nan continued. Those colossal beings, having accumulated millennia of power, are unwilling to be suppressed. Therefore, they need more resources and fortune to ascend to their lofty hegemonic status. Only by breaking this established situation can they gain benefits. Break the established order. Qin Zheng scoffed. The world is constantly divided and united, but in the end, it is the common people who suffer. They have built all their pain on the people of the Qin Empire. Li Nan's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Qin Zheng to say such a thing. That's enough. A sharp and domineering glint suddenly flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. Although killing is disgusting, it is a means of creating hope. This empire needs to be built up with blood and bones to look down on the world. Does His Majesty intend to engage in a power struggle with them? Li Nan's eyes suddenly hardened. Qin Zheng turned around, looked at Li Nan, and his lips curled into a slight smirk, showing utter contempt. He did not answer. Given the current situation, the term, game theory, is no longer appropriate. In addition, Your Majesty must also be wary of those 800,000 black cavalry. Li Nan suddenly said. It is being watched by many people. If you hadn't transferred them to counties like Shouyang, it would probably be in grave danger by now. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed with a cold glint, understanding the meaning of those words. The 800,000 black cavalry are the core military force of the imperial family and an important bargaining chip. Its composition consists mostly of elites above the level of warriors. He was also a loyal Qin man who served the empire. They were far superior to the county guards composed of ordinary people. This is of great significance. It is the anchor of the hundreds of counties that we can control today. Once he is eliminated, those hundreds of counties that can be controlled will also be affected. So, by arranging for the Black Cavalry to intimidate the court and station them in Shouyang, Tushan, and Nanyang, he managed to avoid a massacre by sheer coincidence. Why did the sword-forging manor tell me all this? Qin Zheng's sharp gaze fixed on Li Nan. Li Nan said, Back then, sword-casting manor had a grudge against Swordju ancient city and was almost wiped out. The great ancestor bestowed upon us a divine spring sword, which stabilized the situation of sword-casting manor. Therefore, we must repay this favor. I originally came here to remind His Majesty to withdraw the Black Cavalry to avoid a bloodbath, but now that His Majesty has been so far-sighted, I can save myself the trouble. Furthermore, I've also come to return this divine spring sword. Li Nan said. Take out an ancient and simple sword. He held it up with both hands and handed it to Qin Zheng. The divine spring sword, originally a 9th-grade spiritual weapon, was reforged by the sword-forging manor and has now become a half-grade spiritual treasure. Qin Zheng took the divine spring sword and asked, Is Jianwei Ancient City going to take action against the Black Cavalry? Li Nan said, Not only that. Besides Jianwei Ancient City, there are also the Su family, Yinyang Palace, Qianyuan Sect, and the Lingnan Prefect. Perhaps those behemoths behind them promised them some benefits, making them responsible for eliminating this last elite force of the empire. Do you think that by eliminating the empire's elite forces, you can bring about the empire's downfall? A fool's dream. Qin Zheng drew his ancient sword. Clang! A soft whistle of a sword echoed. The exposed section of the sword gleamed with a deep blue light, reflecting Qin Zheng's sharp, murderous gaze. This world still belongs to my great Qin. Chapter 66 Destruction Attribute Units make their collective appearance in the Imperial City. On Mount Xilingtou in the western border of the Empire. The mountains are ablaze with peach blossoms, a sea of red peach branches, spring breeze, and a pot of wine. 2 old men are sitting on the mountain. One is tall and the other is short. One is thin and the other is fat. This wine tastes really good today. The short, stout old man, his youthful face beaming with smiles, clicked his tongue and exclaimed, Not bad, not bad. We've been drinking this for over 200 years, the same wine. Why didn't you say it was good before? The tall, thin old man hummed softly. We didn't agree on it before, but today we're finally tasting its true flavor. This wine has been aged for over 200 years, and today is the perfect time to enjoy it. The short, stout old man was having a good time and ignored the other person's complaints. He took another sip and then clicked his tongue, saying, That little brat from the royal family has made his stance clear, which means he has completely severed ties with the Lingxi Sect. Now, his value to the Lingxi Sect is not as important as that kid Liu Yun. Giving up the great Qin Empire is inevitable. The tall, thin old man also sat down and said, We have almost controlled 51 counties in Xiling. That kid Ruyang has also started to build the Xiling army and is waiting for the right opportunity. The short, stout old man nodded, satisfied. I'm very satisfied with how Ruyang handled things. It wasn't for nothing that he's been planning for over 200 years. Now that he's bypassed the Lingxi Sect, there's nothing to worry about. Let him do what he wants. We still need to stay calm. The tall, thin old man pondered for a moment, looked at the peach blossoms covering the mountain, and said, Why don't we wait for the Jiaowu festival? That kid Liu Yun is probably going to the capital. The short, stout old man frowned. Liu Yun's talent has already made him famous in the eastern region. They had met before. Indeed, it is very excellent. It would be best if he delivered the final blow and destroyed Qin Zheng. Since we have to wait until then, the outcome will be different. At the very least, Qin Zheng must die, and that court must be completely destroyed. At this point, the short, stout old man's eyes darkened, and he sneered. Give that brat Louis Yun a little help, so he'll be more confident and able to suppress Qin Zheng's 2 special armored weapons. Without the aid of the 2 special armors, Qin Zheng's meager strength is no longer enough to cause any trouble. Louis Yun can kill him without any scruples. Okay, that's it. As if the idea was good, the short, stout old man took another sip of wine with a satisfied smile. The Imperial Palace. Li Nan and his sister recounted the undercurrents swirling in various corners of the empire, and presented a unique map of its territory. Qin Zheng leaned on the hilt of the divine spring sword, standing in front of the Imperial Palace, gazing at a vast map of the territory on the wall. This is the territory of the 1,800 prefectures of the Qin Empire. The Imperial City is located in the heart of the city. The 5 powerful princes divided the 4 directions, making them extremely conspicuous. The western frontier includes Shiling Peach Mountain, Sword Cliff, Cloud Terrace, and Frost Valley. Northern territory, Xiantian Temple. Southern Xinjiang, the Holy Land of the Blazing Sun. Dongchuan, Yanqi, Shishao Mountain, Gushuan Sect, and the Qing family, which is known as one of the 5 great families of the eastern region. These behemoths are all majestic. They were just one step away from joining the ranks of the dominant sects. It dominates the current imperial landscape. Sword Crossing Ancient City, Thundercloud Pavilion, Sky Supporting Palace, Yinyang Palace, Qingfeng Valley, and so on, all appeared clearly before my eyes. These are all being secretly watching the empire. There are far too many. The founding emperor was too lenient back then. That's not ruthless enough. Let me do it! Qin Zheng thought to himself. All forces will be wiped out, their lineage extinguished, and they will be completely erased from this territory, thus gathering all military might and eliminating future threats forever. His gaze then locked onto Jianwei Ancient City, Su family, Yinyang Palace, Jianyuan Sect, and other locations on the map. I also looked at the troop information template. Number of units with light and shadow attributes, 1890. Number of units with the destruction attribute, 1000. Number of units with the Vajra defense attribute, 300. All unit types have been upgraded to level 3 or higher. 200 units of the light and shadow attribute can be produced daily, while 100 units of the destruction and Vajra defense attributes can be produced daily. Having learned everything, he summoned Jin Jia and Yeli. Qin Zheng continued to look at the map of the territory, and after thinking for a moment he said, Jin Jia, arrange for 200 men to go to the 5 major vassal states to find out the situation there and collect all information. I need to know all the movements there. In addition, arrange 400 people to assist Yun Ting in destroying all forces with power in the 4 counties, and arrange 400 people to assist the Black Cavalry in Yeli. After thinking for a moment, he continued, Jin Jia will lead 1,000 men to Jianwei Ancient City, and Yeli will lead 500 men to hang the heads of everyone in Jianwei Ancient City on the city wall. The rest of the duties are to assist Zhao Qi in protecting the Imperial City. Su family, Yinyang Palace, Xitian Palace, Jianwei Ancient City. Making a move against anyone would attract the attention of the other parties, so Qin Zheng chose Jianyu Ancient City, who was known as the Sword Man. They are all 7th rank forces. With a core formation realm expert in charge, and even some near-nascent soul realm beings, they are far stronger than the Taiji sect. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Qin Zheng has staked out almost all of his troops. We must ensure that the hundreds of prefectures and territories currently under the control of the royal family are stabilized before the Zhaowu festival. There's no need to hide anything from the forces located in these prefectures anymore. We must act decisively. Only by stabilizing these hundreds of prefectures can we quickly mobilize the defensive troops of each prefecture and obtain sufficient manpower. As for the safety of the palace, Qin Zheng deployed 300 Vajra defense-type troops. Moreover, it can produce 400 per day. Sufficient defense. Although the golden armor could protect him, he no longer needed it. With enough energy, he could immediately advance to the core formation realm. With his unparalleled power and skills, he could easily slay even a heavenly primordial spirit. As for those petty scoundrels who want to spy on his troops, let them watch as much as they want. Moreover, in order to stabilize the hearts of the people in the territories under their control, as well as the people of the capital, it is time to demonstrate this power and let them see the imperial military might they represent. From now on, you don't need to hide anymore. The world wants to see your power. Qin Zheng looked at Jin Jia and Nelly and said, From now on, you will address me as I just like everyone else, and you can walk openly and honestly in any corner of this empire, just like everyone else. I will obey your majesty's instructions and will surely eliminate any imperial heretics who defy your sacred will. The two changed their address and bowed in utmost devotion, overjoyed. Stepping out from behind the scenes into the light is what they've been waiting for. Go! Qin Zheng waved. The two left. Da-da-da! Huanqing Street. Squads of soldiers clad in black armor, tall and imposing, rode their war horses, galloping through the streets. An aura of destruction permeated every corner along the way, as if a nightmare of destruction had descended, causing everyone on the street to tremble in fear. This is the kind of destructive armor that appeared at Qishan Academy. So powerful, so oppressive, it's suffocating. They actually passed right by us. And a lot of them. Where are they going? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, their pupils widened, and their hearts pounded. Everyone looked with curiosity at the departing figures of destruction. At this point, all eyes in the Imperial City turned to him. Outside Xuanwu Gate, Yunting had just led 10,000 black cavalry out of the city. 400 units with destructive attributes rushed to the scene. The overwhelming sense of destruction horrified Yunting and the black cavalry, who all halted in a state of alert. Yunting stepped forward and bowed to these people. Even now that he has reached the refining spirit realm, he still has to be solemn. Because any one of these terrifying armored soldiers could defeat him. And there are several hundred of them. It was as if hundreds of refinement realm experts were standing in front of him. That's terrifying. A unit with the destruction attribute coldly replied. In accordance with His Majesty's will, we have come to assist General Yun in eradicating the heretics of the Empire. Your Majesty, please rest assured, this humble general will surely clear away all obstacles. Yunting bowed towards the Imperial Palace. Immediately, the destruction-type units followed the Black Riders out of the city. General, is this the divine army that wiped out the Taiji sect? Back at the rear, a deputy general's heart was still pounding. He could hardly imagine such an army. Yunting nodded. I really want to see their power. What's so special about them? The lieutenant's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The Black Cavalry were also focused on the 400 units with destructive attributes. They were the Empire's elite, the core force that intimidated hundreds of counties and territories. But they were no match for this kind of army. The generals were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Their anticipation had reached its peak. Chapter 67 The Woman in the Grey Hat. It's finally here! The group from Jianwei Ancient City stood in front of a shop at Xuanwu Gate, their eyes fixed on the 400 destruction attribute troops that were gradually disappearing into the distance. Judging from their aura, they are much stronger than the 10 we saw before. Based on this, the destruction of the Taiji sect should be their doing. The man in the lead frowned. The fact that they could so easily wipe out a 5th-grade sect shows that this force cannot be ignored. He had probed it with his divine sense. Furthermore, based on the power displayed by the Qishan Academy members, it can be determined that these destructive armored units possess strength at least comparable to those at the refining god realm. This estimate startled him. Elder Ling, let's send someone back to the city to report this first. Qin Zheng probably values the Black Cavalry very much, which is why he sent these armored soldiers to join them. With them around, the Black Cavalry will probably find it difficult to move. Someone nearby offered a suggestion. The man called Elder Ling also agreed to the suggestion, adding, It is estimated that Jianwei Ancient City has now occupied the surrounding territory, and the matter of promising the ancient Qian sect to eliminate the Black Cavalry army is also in the works. We should tell the elders in the city to pay special attention to this destructive army, and destroy it as much as possible. Upon hearing this, the man smiled meaningfully. Don't worry about this destruction armor. Many people will be watching it, and if possible, they will try to destroy it. Besides, this matter is not just in our hands. The Su family, Qitian Palace, and Yinyang Palace also need to put in some effort. As Qin Zheng broke ties with Xingxiao in the court, many forces in various corners of the empire have already taken action, beginning to fiercely compete for and gradually encroach on the territory. Driven by these vested interests, and out of fear of this power, they will try to eliminate it as quickly as possible. Such is the case in Jianwei Ancient City. The sky-supporting palace and others are no exception. Especially in the prefectures and territories surrounding the imperial city, they would not allow this force to exist, otherwise, they would be the first to be threatened. Fortunately, Qin Zheng doesn't have many of these powerful weapons and armor. Only 500? That's easy to handle. Several people from the ancient city of Jianwei murmured, their eyes burning, their bodies radiating a sharp sword aura. Sword-crossing ancient city is not the Taiji sect. Elder Ling didn't say anything. Once these armored soldiers were exposed, they were indeed easier to deal with. He immediately instructed his men to report the situation to Jianwei Ancient City. If the 800,000 Black Cavalry were wiped out, it would inevitably deal a heavy blow to the morale of the people in those hundreds of prefectures and territories, further disintegrating the Qin Empire. Qin Zheng has also begun to take action. Lei Jing also paid special attention to units with the destruction attribute. He understood that Qin Zheng was revealing this destructive weaponry at this time in order to use it to stabilize the Black Cavalry, and thus control the situation in the surrounding counties and territories of the imperial city. Without the support of the Lingxi Sect, it is not surprising that such an arrangement was made. Vice Pavilion Master, many forces are gradually encroaching on the territory. Even if Thundercloud Pavilion has to wait for the Jiaowu Festival, it should take action now. Otherwise, once others have quietly divided it up, Thundercloud Pavilion will have nothing left to do. A man at the refining spirit realm behind Lei Jing gave him a timely reminder. Lei Jing pondered. Indeed, everyone else was quietly eating, while Lei Yunj was sitting there, which was clearly making him anxious. Send someone back to inform the Pavilion Master of the situation in the Imperial City, and what is happening in various corners of the Empire. The Pavilion Master will make all the decisions. Lei Jing also made arrangements, saying, As for me, I will continue to stay in the capital. I feel that Qin Zheng is not simple, and I must keep an eye on him until the Jiaowu Festival arrives. It's always better to be careful. Knowing that this Deputy Pavilion Master was cautious in his considerations, the man behind him, who was at the refining spirit realm, didn't say anything and immediately arranged for someone to return to Thundercloud Pavilion. Apart from Lei Yun Pavilion, people from the Duanwu family, Qingfeng Valley, Jianxin Sect, and Lianxue Hall also paid special attention to this destructive attribute unit. As for the spies from those behemoths, they had already quietly followed the Black Cavalry, closely monitoring their movements. Destruction-type units have appeared on the streets of the Imperial City. The entire Imperial City is buzzing with rumors about this mysterious army. At that very moment, another army of 500 men emerged from the palace. Passing by Xuanwu Street, an extremely powerful aura of destruction permeated the area within thousands of meters of the street. Mieli rode his warhorse, which was covered in iron armor, through the streets. His long hair, which stood up high, swayed down the mountain. His whole body exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. The city's residents on the street remained silent, watching intently, their hearts trembling with fear. Many people looked at the destruction attribute units like Mieli, and were immediately shocked by the extreme sense of destruction they felt, and avoided them. They only spent 400 before, and now they've sent another 500. Their aura is just as powerful. Who said it was only 500? According to rumors, this type of weapon recently wiped out a powerful sect and killed many of the old immortals. No way. Where did you get this information? It's absolutely true. My brother-in-law works for the Yu Family Alliance. He heard from a strong member of the Yu Family Alliance that each of these armored soldiers can kill a powerful immortal master. Even the formidable scholar Tan from Qishan Academy was dealt with by them. So, His Majesty dares to defy the Lingxi Sect not because he has no backing. Your Majesty is indeed extraordinary. After dealing with Qingqing and his court officials, you also dealt with so many sect masters and immortal masters, trampling them all underfoot. It is truly satisfying. On the streets, much discussion is brewing. As if they had forgotten the panic caused by their previous break with the Lingxi Sect, they were all attracted by the destructive attribute troops. His strength is very high, at least on par with those in the refining god realm. It seems he has a strong force around him. In the crowd, a figure wearing a plain white hood that obscured her face was also looking at the destruction attribute unit of Mieli. Judging from her voice, it was a woman. After watching Mieli and the others disappear, she entered the brothel Tianxiang Tower. Another 500, please! The people of Jianwei Ancient City were about to leave when they saw Mieli and his group arrive, and their hearts skipped a beat. Elder Ling also clenched his fist tightly. The sword-like edge above his eyebrows sank rapidly. Equally powerful. The same destruction. The difference is that the number has increased. This is not just an increase in quantity, because each one possesses power no less than that of the refining god realm, which means there are 500 more refining god realm cultivators. This left him somewhat bewildered. The previous scheme was shattered in an instant by the cruel reality and unexpected events. The people of Lei Yun Pavilion also fell silent. It's better to be cautious. The refining god realm cultivator behind Lei Jing had a stiff expression. At this moment, he felt that Vice Pavilion Master Lei Jing was the one with great wisdom. Damn it! How can there be so many? Master Li of the Blood Refining Hall was furious, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. 500. Now there are 400 more. This is no ordinary armored soldier. Each of them is a powerful being capable of killing him. A total of 900. No, maybe more than that. Who knows if Qin Zheng still exists? All we see is deception. Master! This is great news! Behind him, a cultivator at the Transformation Sea realm suddenly spoke. Master Li was furious, and almost exploded upon hearing these words. At this moment, the cultivator at the Transformation Sea realm said, "If Qin Zheng sends out such powerful armored soldiers, the Imperial City will be less deterrent, and he will have fewer experts protecting him. Just think, if the Bloodblade Ancestor comes, wouldn't it be even easier to kill him?" Upon hearing this, Master Li's anger turned into a cold laugh. That made sense. Although it is unknown how many more tricks Qin Zheng has up his sleeve, the fact that 900 destruction armored soldiers have been deployed to assist the Black Cavalry has greatly weakened the Imperial City's strength. Hopefully, the Bloodblade Ancestor can arrive at the Imperial City before these destructive armored soldiers return. Master Li swept away the lingering anger in his heart. They also hurriedly relayed the news back to the blood refining hall. Yunting led 10,000 Black Cavalry to Tianan City, an ancient city 1,000 miles away from the Imperial City. This city is the guard city of the Imperial City. A teleportation station has been built here, providing access to the surrounding counties and territories.